The dead, cracked earth, dried by the merciless sun, preserves the mysterious traces of long-gone creatures. Against the background of the boundless desert, a young owner on a horse looks thoughtfully into the lifeless landscape. The breath of a forgotten time hangs in the air. The presence of the past is felt. From this moment, his story begins. The prologue informs us that more than 1,000 years have passed. A period of 1,000 years has passed since the Central Plains were united. This time was more than enough for the iron rule of the emperor who possessed supernatural abilities and martial arts to rot and decay as quickly as it grew. This time was enough for the appearance of heroes who protect peace and martial masters, and fair warriors who could not tolerate injustice. But instead of destroying tyranny, many craved power and chased after it, becoming loyal imperial dogs. In those days, ordinary people, peasants, fell into the abyss of complete despair, and when people have come to terms with their unfair fate, accepting the fact that they will have to spend the rest of their lives in this hell, a new continent was discovered that gave them hope. But getting there was not easy. It was necessary to sail on a ship across the endless ocean, a city with extensive forests and plains, high mountains and deep valleys, boundless lands where harsh deserts and calm rivers, lands where incredible opportunities opened up, and many oppressed peasants, masters of martial arts from the underground, the descendants of old kings who were considered long-gone terrible criminals and even madmen who practiced sinister demonic arts. All these people from different walks of life began to cross the ocean in pursuit of their goals. Different faiths and principles, egoism, greed, and the desire for the highest good, all this gave rise to wars, in which each tried to suppress the ambitions of the others, using all possible arts to ignite the spark of this chaos for the life of a new martial kingdom. Without the oppression of the empire, a fire was lit in the hearts of martial arts masters in the battle for their own faith. The sparks of a new martial kingdom have appeared after 1,000 years, and it will not be easy to extinguish them even with the power of the emperor and his troops. All this was recorded in a blood-stained book in the hands of the young master. While reading, he understood that all this was so long ago, turning page after page. But looking aside, he sees the imprint of chaos in this madness on the body of one of the fallen. Since these were the writings of some diabolical writer, the ideal life for the young master was to lie in a comfortable bed and read martial arts novels with a snack. Looking at the fallen boy, the boy analyzed that Luban's Han dynasty was supposed to last for only 500 years, and the only reason why the empire lasted more than 1,000 years was the cursed martial art of the martial arts kingdom. And he looked at this writer. Why is he romanticizing this at all? But the writer didn't care. He was lying on the ground, and it wasn't up to that. The young owner decided to get up and look around. After all, it was not all. There were a lot of soldiers who lay in this place. He walked past this caravan and saw that many of them were no longer able to tell what had happened to them. Crows have already begun to flock to their remains, and the young master was heading to one of the chariots. Judging by the traces of empty luggage and the absence of dead horses, everything was done by simple bandits. They took everything valuable that was in this caravan. But one chest caught the attention of the young owner. He saw some valuable things in it. There were children's things in the chest, which meant that there was a child in this caravan. With a hint of regret, he lifts these clothes, realizing that either they will sell him or grow a bandit out of him, is the essence of this terrible world. But what can he do? His horse comes up to him and he puts his cap on his head, preparing for the fact that he needs to leave. He climbs on his faithful horse. He looks at the horizon where his goal is visible, hits the horse so that it finally starts moving. The horse greedily swallows the hot air of this desert, and the young master continues his journey. Riding a horse on loose sand, he whistles a well-known song. After all, the only entertainment in this ruthless world, and in these cold lands that force people to fight for their lives. The title of this manga is on Western Murim, and we start with the first chapter. The dry air that permeates the western city leaves behind many questions. The streets are empty, and there is noise from the bar. The noise of the residents of this city playing some game while spending time in this establishment. They spread gossip about what is happening around violent fights, and robberies are on the agenda. Today's topic is that Mansok's merchant squad has been looted. It was strange, because they had a lot of guards, and they couldn't do anything. Only one carrier managed to go back. The warriors were angry at this damned war alliance that just beat the crap out of them. People who sow chaos just walk around the world, and no one stops them. And thieves abound both in the village and beyond. One of the visitors to the bar noticed that the man's tongue was loose, and he had better shut it up, because if they hear, they might do something else. But that man explained that let them here if they want people avoid dirt, not out of fear, but because it is disgusting. Still, those were bold words on his part, but it's easy to say in a bar, but harder to say to their face. At that moment, the young owner enters the bar. When he opens the door, a gust of wind flies by. People looked at him as a stranger, and a stranger in their lands means danger. As soon as the young owner entered the establishment, everything fell silent. He just wanted to ask if there was a place to sit. The waiter, wiping his hands, greeted the guest and invited him to sit where he liked. The boy walked past the tables and was stared at from all sides. He felt as if he was being x-rayed. The waiter asked the guest not to pay attention to the prying eyes. After all, the locals are not used to foreigners, because in their town, it is rare that anyone appears. And lately, it has been restless here. And yet the waiter decided to ask for what reason such an unfamiliar visitor appeared, and what he wanted to eat. The guy asked to serve everything that can be prepared quickly. The waiter remarked that he must be starving and offered to quickly prepare a bowl of noodles, so let him wait impatiently. The stranger asked the waiter if anyone else came here besides him. Suddenly their dialogue is interrupted by a man from the next table who shouts, "Take the hell away!" In the background, you can see that the men were playing a game, and one of them started cheating. When everyone paid attention, it became clear that there was a showdown. The young master sipped his drink and watched this with a cold gaze. A fist bump from one of the players meant that one of them was cheating. He angrily shouts at him, accusing this son of a dog of wanting to deceive everyone. The man, picking his ear, does not admit his guilt. Why is he accused of fraud when he himself does not know how to play? In fact, this man won all day and his opponent lost. But the winner declares that the opponent is simply a loser and does not know how to play, meaning that everyone wins against him, and he always loses. And because of this, he is also upset. This is carefully watched by the young owner who liked the answer at the next table. After all, he noticed the pro-education he was looking for. People begin to find out about relationships by calling each other cheaters and denying the accusations. Because there is no evidence, the man explains that without any evidence, it is impossible to claim that he is cheating, and maybe his opponent just has problems with his head. Hearing the insult addressed to him, the man cannot stand it and pushes him. He wanted to treat him carefully all this time, but this scoundrel is beating him terribly. So if he doesn't agree, maybe let him go one-on-one. And this guy admits himself to be a fool only in the sense that he allowed this cheater to play. As soon as he started to release his fists, a stranger in the hall approaches him and says, "Well, hello, Yan Nguyen." This scares him. Confused, Yan Nguyen tells him to leave because maybe he doesn't see what he's doing. But the young owner persistently emphasizes that he finally found him. At this moment, Yang Nguyen realizes who is in front of him and fear takes over him because it is Zhang Qian. The person who was going to give the cheater notices that maybe they will talk later and now they need to solve their problems. Zhang Qian looks at this man and says that he has no problem with him, so he should just shut up. Yan Nguyen was excited to death because he was surprised to see this person right here. Zhang Qian asks the boy how he has been for 2 months. In response, he says that he is healthy. But how is his brother Zhang? Sheng Han rubs his hand and says that things are not going well for him, but he sees that Yang Nguyen is fine, as is his gang. Yang Guang realizes that this guy must have already found his friends. Zhang Qian informs him that he is the last of them. Yang Guang nervously explains that he did not incite them to this matter because he knew that deceiving the master of martial arts was a fatal mistake, and he understood the consequences of his actions because they were mercilessly killed. Zhang Qian thinks that he is lying because he was aware of the consequences, but still went for it. After that, Ian becomes even more nervous, realizing the consequences of his actions. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, he rushes headlong to run away from this place. Realizing that everything is going as usual, the young owner just sighs, grabbing the brawler Yang Guan's hair with a strong hand. He pulls him back, stopping the escape attempt. The young master slams Yang Guan's face against a nearby table. Everyone present understands that this is no longer a joke, and that the stranger who appeared in their bar has considerable power. Yang Guang lies with his head on the table, swearing that he did nothing. In addition, he was the only one who stayed until the very end, until the last money was shaken out of him. He is trying to find a way out, explaining that they were not going to stop him if he left in the middle of the game. So he asked them to spare him, and be more lenient. Zhang Qian takes the chip and shows Yang Guang that he cheated during the game. There is no limit to the surprise of the players around. Zhang Qian asks Yang Guan where his money is. Lying with his head on the table, Yang Guan explains that he spent the money to pay off the Battle Alliance. Hatred flashes in the eyes of the young master. He asks why he did it because it's stupid. He just paid for his search. But what else was left for Yan? After all, there is a branch of the Combat Alliance here, and he should at least be able to come to the tavern to eat. Afterwards, Zhang Qian takes him out of the bar. He takes his clothes, looks him in the eyes, and says that if so, he has no money for Zhang Qian, but he has some money he just won so he can use it. Zhang Qian looks around assessing the situation. Realizing the hopeless situation, he pushes him aside, leaving him lying sheepishly on the floor. One of the people present tries to stop Zhang Qian, explaining that Yang Guang won this money by deception and it belongs to him. Zhang Qian looks at him and replies that it is not his problem, and that he could get his money from Yang Guan later. This man explodes with anger. Zhang's words are empty for him. Unable to resist, he rushes towards him with hatred, saying that perhaps he does not understand. Zhang Qian grabs his hand that was flying towards him and makes this man fall to the ground. He hits his face on the floor. A big commotion begins in the bar. One of the soldiers thinks that Zhang allows himself too much. Swinging at him, his blow does not give a result. However, the young owner catches him and quickly calms him down. The next person who intervenes in the fight gets what he deserves. He grabs their clothes and pulls them to him, making them bump their heads against each other. After this strong blow, they lose their temper. The rest of the visitors understand that it is not necessary to interfere in the fight. Yang Guang, aware of the power of this guest, cannot utter a word. Zhang Qian turns and glares at his victim. He approaches him, and Yan cannot say a word because of fear. Zhang Qian looks into his eyes and asks if he thinks that this is not enough, but he has no more. And then they are again distracted by a person who intervened in their conversation. With a broken nose, he pokes a finger at the boy who dared to hit him, and declares that he is now a corpse. Zhang Qian apologizes for the blow, but points out that he lost more than his trifle. At that moment, the man runs out of the building. Zhang Qian does not understand what is wrong with this guy, and learns that his name is Jin Yansuk. The young master has one question for this scoundrel. What is he going to do in such a difficult situation? After all, he needs to return the money at any cost. If he continues to evade, the young master will tear out his dantian and make him eat it. Yang sees some positives in the fact that he has some chi energy. But the young master does not joke and looks coldly into his eyes. This makes Ian think, and seeing his fist in front of him, he understands that things are bad. He asks to back off at least a little because he has some money in his pocket. After starting to look for them, he becomes even more nervous. After all, this is his last precious jade ring. He bought this thing in New Sichuan. This is real jade, so if you find a suitable buyer, you can get a good amount. After that, he asks Brother Zhang if this is enough. Zhang is already holding the jade ring in his hand. Understanding its value, he accepts it as payment. But not everything is so simple. He turns around and sees that several ill-wishers appeared on his way. These people did not come by chance, called that scoundrel Jin Yang Suk. Zhang, not paying attention to these scoundrels, already asks the waiter where his bowl of noodles is because he is infinitely hungry. After a while, the bar became unusually quiet. The miso ramen was already on the table, emitting a fragrant aroma. Zhang Qian was approached by a man who gave everything he had to pay off his debt. He emphasized that now is not the best time to eat noodles, and added that it would be better if they got out of here sooner. Zhang Qian, in turn, did not pay attention to this, and calmly finished his ramen. His friend told him that he is not warning him because he does not like him, but because the person whose nose he broke, he should not have been touched, but it seems that the young owner was indifferent to his words. All Zhang Qian wanted from his interlocutor was for him to keep talking, and he told him that Yang Suk may look like a fool, but no one touches him here, and his older brother, judging by the information, is a master of martial arts. Zhang Qian was not afraid of anything because he also practices martial arts. His friend knew this very well because who could not know about the young master Zhang Qian from Amju Valley? Everyone thought the sword was just an accessory until he pulled it out. But then, what's the problem with that fool? Let him stop walking around and tell him straight to his face. His friend said that that idiot's brother was the real problem because Chang Suk was from the Cadaver clan of the House sect. The young master became interested in why the House sect was running around in the territory of the Battle Alliance. Sensing interest from his interlocutor, Guyan asked for a few silver coins as payment for information. Zhang Qian said that the best silver coin for him is a punch in the face. Guyan was a smart guy and asked to lower his friend's fist. It was obvious that his interlocutor had a bad character. He promised to tell everything for free. They say that the boss of the House sect and the Battle Alliance are somehow connected to each other. and as long as they behave calmly, the Battle Alliance lets them pass their eyes. And Jiangsuk is the main one of them. Zhang Qian didn't understand why Nguyen contacted their younger brother then, but there was a reason. He knew that they should behave calmly, and the fact that they broke that boy's nose is a completely different situation. And yet the young master understands that at that time the Combat Alliance worked much better than now. Nguyen confirmed that local residents think the same, and because of this, they have to keep their mouths shut and live in constant fear. From a nearby table, the soldiers looked at the young owner and his friend rather suspiciously. All the time they were squinting, and it was noticeable to our hero. And Nguyen understood that they now have a bad reputation, and the situation is not the best. They were squinting at them from all sides, and it was clear that they were preparing for something, all because of a stranger who came and made a fuss. And while leaving, people understood that there could be huge problems here, and they should avoid the scum sitting in this bar. The owner of this establishment approached the young owner and threw his money for noodles on the table. He will not tolerate such disturbances, so he returns the money for the noodle soup and the room, and asks to leave his hotel immediately. Huyen smiled mischievously and said that they will come now, because if the people from the Cadaver clan come, it will be problematic for them to get out of here alive. Zhang Qian, in turn, finished his ramen regardless. He was indifferent to the words of both the owner and his interlocutor. He just sputtered, getting on everyone's nerves. Sipping his soup pissed everyone off. And then when he finally milked, he belched loudly in their direction. He was sure that everything would be fine and began to pick food from his teeth. But his friend realized with fear that the strength of the Imperial Army is huge, and the Cadaver clan has more than 20 people. What is he going to do with them? Nguyen begged his friend to leave the facility with him, or he would have to go alone. Zhang Qian calmly poured himself alcohol, sipped it, and told his friend to get out of here himself and not to talk, because it was already late. And a silhouette of a person appears behind them, which confirms that it is really too late to run away, and this person's voice is quite powerful. It was clear that he was extremely serious. He immediately recognized the same bastards who broke his brother's nose, and he, like a rat, pointed his finger at those people who offended him and asked Brother Hanem to punish these scum for robbing him. Hanem looked at his brother with incomprehension. How did they rob him? And he emphasized that these guys are frauds. Their money is only part of what they stole. Hanem waved his hand and admitted that his brother with a broken nose was a worthless, miserable creature. Approaching these guys, he noted that they are not local, and do they know what can happen if they walk around a foreign village like that? The owner of the establishment approached Hanem and apologized to him, but he does not want to buy new tables. That man looked at him with such a look that seemed to burn the building with his eyes, and the owner realized that the matter and the words he said were inappropriate, and just left this place praying that his bar would remain intact. Nguyen started to panic and got up. He wanted to make a fuss, but his friend rudely forced him to sit back down if he wanted to survive. But how can he sit quietly when this happens? Soldiers began to enter from different directions, who were not empty-handed but carried weapons with them. It was clear that the tough guys decided not to play baseball. And they came to kick someone's sides, and Huyen felt that he was useless, but would get and die in this place. Changsuk called the foreigners friends and wanted to get to know them. He was ashamed to admit that he was engaged in solving such a problem in this village. For him, this place was quite calm, and all this time he was engaged in idleness because there was little work, but today he sees that he has more occupations, and one of them is to punish the villains. Zheng Chen did not pay any attention to the person who blocked the sunlight above him with his shadow. And even Chan felt incredible energy from this person who didn't care that he was addressing him. Nguyen called all this a misunderstanding, introducing himself. He wanted to somehow smooth the corners of this situation, explaining that he only arrived in this city a few days ago and heard many stories about the sense of justice of the person standing before him. And he sees that this person is truly righteous. And given that they met that way, he emphasized that this is part of his destiny. And he introduced the person who did not respond to him as Zhang Qian, who had recently arrived here. Chan pointed a finger at this swindler, and he asked his brother if he was a liar. If he understood correctly, the one sitting on the left is a hooligan. These scoundrels suddenly appeared in our quiet town of Ku, and are fooling the unfortunate residents. And to my brother's displeased face, they responded with their fists. They are not ordinary hooligans, he said. Chan can't turn a blind eye to this as a good man. He won't succeed. He will lead them to the Battle Alliance. If they do not resist, it will be better for their health. All these words caused a smile on the face of the young master. He does not understand why they do not say that they are going to kill them immediately. Chan explains his position that he is a righteous man and would never kill someone in broad daylight in a hotel. But what happened to his brother's face is unacceptable for him, and he promises that these people will not be able to leave the city with whole limbs. His plans are to at least break their arms and legs, and if they don't want it, he can resort to even more severe measures. Huyen turned pale as he understood the situation, and the soldiers under Chan's command laughed at these words. Young Master Zhang saw the poverty in these words. If a person behaves so calmly in such a situation, shouldn't his opponent be wary and think that there is something special about this stranger? Could this strange man be a soldier in the Imperial Army? Does Chan not worry about such things? And seeing his eyes, Chan felt incredible fear. He asked Zhang if he was a servant of the Imperial Army. Looking at him and not recognizing him, he bowed and admitted his mistake. But Zhang still did not say that he was from the Imperial Army. It sounded like he was taking a strong warrior for a fool. If you thought of playing a joke with me, then you are a complete scoundrel. Chan was indignant. Zhang in turn caught the opponent and, using his strength, jumped up, delivered a powerful blow to Mr. Chan's jaw. He flew towards his army in an incredibly chaotic manner. Seeing the damage done, Zhang analyzed the situation. Their leader falls on the table covered in blood and breaks everything. With one blow, their leader was disabled and lay like a corpse. With his teeth knocked out and blood splattered on the floor, his eyes rolled. At that moment, the army that he brought with him was seized with fear. Everything went too far, and no one expected such a consequence. Nguyen, for example, almost fainted. The young master smiled mischievously. Are there no people in this place who can fight back except for the Imperial Army? Hearing these words, one of them ordered to kill the scoundrel. Taking the sticks, they thought that now they would quickly deal with him. Swinging a stick, one shouted that he would now put an end to the life of this impudent. To Zhang, it was just a clumsy move. An ordinary bunch of bandits without special skills, which perfectly accept his fist. In the role of a punching bag, he needs his hands well on them. And no matter how many there are, it's just a game for him, in which he participates as in training. A young master's kick destroys the foolish beliefs of one of the warriors. But there were still enough of them on the battlefield. Throwing one away, several more appear. It was not easy to deal with them, but one by one he put them on the ground, and the teeth of his opponents flew like bullets flying out of their jaws. Those who seemed strong just a moment ago, they faced a person who could defeat them all. And no matter how they tried to catch him, they did not succeed. Zhang, in turn, broke their faces. It seems that he liked this activity, especially kicking. After a few minutes, their strong warriors were grinding their teeth, and they lost consciousness without being able to withstand even one blow. Those who remained looking at the young master, they understood that if they go to fight him, this stranger who hid his powers was incredibly powerful, and they feared him after what he did. But this chaos was dispelled by a man who attracted all attention with just one phrase. He turned all eyes on him. Zhang looked at him and wondered who else could have appeared. It was clear from the sign what it was. A person who holds a position in the Combat Alliance. He came here for a reason, and what happened in this bar made a lot of noise in these lands. Sweat broke out on Nguyen's forehead when he saw this person. But Zhang didn't care, even though he was also closely watching this person. This man did not come alone. With him were experienced warriors who held swords pointed in the direction of these scoundrels. And this man looked quite official. It was obvious that he was not easy. The young master assumed that this must be the head of the Combat Alliance department. After all, his badge was visible and glittered on the honorable chest. The chief smiled, feeling that the badge spoke volumes. Especially when you are the head of the Combat Alliance department, it was the right answer. This old man had just received a complaint that Zhang had attacked the local townspeople. Yang Suk emphasized that this was not just an attack. Thus, he heated up the situation that flared up in this bar. After all, his brother is now unconscious and his teeth are knocked out, and he won't even be able to eat normally. The commander approached Zhang, looked him in the eyes, and asked if it was true, to which the young master replied that no one canceled self-defense. But the word self-defense seemed doubtful to the commander. Zhang drew the commander's attention to the fact that he was fighting alone against 9, and of those 9, 8 had clubs in their hands. However, the commander noted that he appeared unharmed. To Zhang, this group of 9 people turned out to be morons. The commander even smiled at these words. And Zhang demonstrated that everyone here is simply unconscious and not dead. Yang Suk did not understand why he was not detained because his older brother was lying unconscious. He suffered so much that even his nose was broken. The commander looked at the situation and thought about it, and he ordered his soldiers to detain him anyway. The soldiers accepted this order, without question, and Yang Suk was glad that the scoundrel would finally be arrested. In front of his eyes, the commander's soldiers are coming from the sides, and he wants to see the result. Will the boy cope with the Battle Alliance? But these warriors did something interesting. They took their swords, and they were at Yang Suk's throat. These blades were aimed at him, and not at the young master. Looking at this, Zhang himself became curious about what was happening, and yet Yang Suk did not understand what the boss was up to. The commander replied that 9 people, including the leader, were defeated. If so, what reason does he have to tolerate a bastard like him? These words sounded stern and casual to Yang Suk. After all, for the commander, only Jin Yang Suk and Moon Ju have shown any martial arts, and if they are defeated, they themselves are responsible for it. All others will be handled by his subordinates. Then Yang Suk could not stand it, and said that when his brother wakes up, he will take revenge on the sheriff. But clicking his fingers, the commander gave a gesture to his soldiers, that they keep their heads down and go inside this house. After all, as soon as his brother wakes up, the only thing he will see is prison bars. And here such a problem arises. The brothers definitely did not expect to find themselves in such a bad situation. The bodies of these defeated soldiers begin to be taken away by the commander's soldiers. In turn, the young master puts a cap on his head, and he's about to leave, but the sheriff stops him. He noticed a lot of potential in him because he dealt with these scoundrels quite easily. His skills turned out to be quite good. "Where did he study?" asks the sheriff. Zhang, in turn, thought about whether he should answer this question, and he began to look in his pocket for something special. He gives money to the owner of the establishment for the inconvenience caused. He puts them on the table, for which the owner thanks him endlessly. And in the end, he never answered the sheriff's question. He opened the door of this institution and silently left. The commander noted that this guy does not suffer from verbosity. Only a slight atmosphere of chaos remained in the bar. Stepping out into the endless desert, the young master set out with his horse. But Nguyen followed him and asked him to wait. Nguyen was confused by Zhang's behavior. He revealed the whole situation in this city, but continues to act as if he was expelled. He was surprised why the boss behaved like that. It is logical that the criminal is one of the employees of the Combat Alliance, and if he made so much noise, then it is better for him to leave. Nguyen is not sure about the thoughts of the young owner. If he does his job well, the residents will still gossip behind his back. As far as he knows, a special unit of the Combat Alliance is patrolling somewhere nearby. The chief did not have time to make a move as the patrol group was already ready. However, at that moment, Zhang Qian appeared and put Chang Suk down with one blow. Was he lucky? Just think how tolerant the Battle Alliance has been. In any case, he did not see intelligent and thinking people among the scum of the Battle Alliance. Looking forward, Zhang still saw something unknown in front of him, and Nushuyan continued to humiliate the soldiers of the Alliance, calling them mentally retarded, saying that intelligent people will not serve in the Combat Alliance. In general, it is unexpected for him that Zhang does not want to cooperate with Nguyen. They stopped at a road sign. When Zhang asked where this young man was going, he was more interested in where Zhang himself was going, to which the young master replied that away from him. This made Nguyen smile as if nothing had happened, but Zhang doesn't want the time to ever come when they cross paths again. If he follows him, he'll definitely be left without legs. So let him go where he wants. Hoyan tried to get the young master to listen to him. However, he selfishly leaves the swindler without looking or looking back, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Understanding how this scoundrel behaves arrogantly and self-confidently, he is not like anyone from the valley. Nguyen has no choice but to find out more about him. It's time for him to go somewhere, because the sun will set soon and he was kicked out of the city. It was complete bad luck. Soon night came, and the moon illuminated the way for the soldiers. But for Zhang, it was a time when he could light a fire. Pour yourself a strong drink, put your sword by your side, and enjoy this evening. But today, something did not go according to plan, and he tasted it. A rather tasteless abomination that he did not like. Then the young master suspected his horse in the ground. It was clear that this liquid could be some kind of residue. As if nothing had happened, the horse fell to the ground and pretended to be asleep. Zhang promised himself that one day he would still sell this pest. Having put down a glass, all that remains is to spend the night and leave at dawn. But the words of the sheriff do not give him peace of mind when he asks where he studied martial arts. The young master learned them by reading stories about martial arts. He remembers that moment, when he was very young and was in another world. In a world where he was constantly looking at his phone. He saw flashing traffic lights. He saw the modern world with its worries. The guy was walking with a guitar on his shoulder, but suddenly an incomprehensible car appeared at the pedestrian crossing. For some reason, she flew at them with incredible speed. Next to him walked a girl who opened her mouth in fear, and the boy rushed to at least somehow help, and he got under the wheels after pushing a young girl away. This car ran him over, leaving him lying in blood. People around were filled with horror. After all, before their eyes, the young guy saved the girl, but he was lying on the asphalt, breathless, looking at the starry sky. Jang was sickened by these memories. He needed to put on his cap, so that the light from the fire would not blind him when he slept, but it gave him warmth so that he wouldn't freeze at night. And so he got into a strange world. The next day, the young master set off on a journey that promised to be far from easy. This test was difficult, both for him and for his faithful horse. It was still a long way to the next city, and the incredible heat only made the journey more difficult. While traveling through the desert, the boy suddenly smelled a familiar smell. He ordered his horse to stop and froze in place without moving. The wind carried with it the smell of blood, and not just one victim. Heading towards this smell, the young master came across an abandoned camp. There were people in the camp who were stuck in one position forever. Their bodies no longer moved due to the weapons penetrating them. One of them once begged the robbers to spare him, offering everything he had. The robber taunted him, calling him a fool because he understood the truth too late. He should have begged for his life a few minutes ago, when everyone was still alive. The man, powerless and broken, continued to plead for mercy. But the robber did not care. He completed his dirty work without regret. Bloody liquid generously splashed the sandy ground. Mockingly, he advised the man to ask for favors immediately next time, because he does not tolerate wasting time. Holding his huge sword on his shoulder, the robber wondered if his colleagues had already finished their work. If they succeeded in everything, it was time to run away from here as soon as possible. The robbers were happy with today's loot because they now have enough supplies for a long time, but they did not have time to clean the last cart yet. Suddenly, an unknown figure on a horse appeared on the horizon. They decided that this spy in a cap had been watching them for a long time. Jang understood that things were bad. Such scoundrels had noticed him. He did not want to attract attention, deciding that it was better for them to go the other way. But the robbers brandished their weapons and pointed their swords directly at him. Gathering their horses, they began to prepare for the attack. It was clear that they were not going to let him go, just like that. If they decided to attack, he would have to act. He drives his mare to behave more aggressively, and makes her run even faster no matter what. Maneuvering through the desert like the king of this city, he tries to escape from his pursuers. The robbers could not allow this daredevil to simply run away, so they decided to catch up with him at all costs. They were determined to make him regret his decision. Pursuing him, they already imagined how they would make him pray for a quick death. But suddenly the young master turns around, striking them with his determination. His gaze is directed directly at one of the attackers. Clenching his sword even tighter, he rushes towards their heads. With a light but deadly move, he makes a hat trick, leaving behind several corpses. The robbers, looking around, could not believe that their comrades were destroyed in an instant. Unable to control his rage, one of them held his snub-nosed axe promising revenge. They drive past each other, and the cocky bastard takes a swing at the young master's head. However, his axe only hits the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. And our hero, without stopping, rushes at two scoundrels whom he hated for a long time. He decided that they would pay for their actions by rushing past them at lightning speed, and by making a tough salad of robbers like a master of martial arts in the style of the Wild West. After that, he made the hot desert wind even more unbearable. The few survivors realized that they were facing a real master of martial arts, and were threatened with imminent death. For them, he was a monster from whom they desperately wanted to escape without risking their lives. Their leader looked at the one they considered worthless. The soldiers realized that they would not be able to defeat him, and it was better for them to retreat. Realizing that they had at least some of the loot left, they decided to run away while they still had the chance. But the leader became angry with his soldiers for running away and forced one of them to face his sword. Seeing this, the man on the horse looked at the leader with astonishment, as if he had lost his mind. He asked the leader to stop and show him mercy, but the leader's cold sword mercilessly plunged straight into his head, instantly making him regret everything he did. The leader stepped on the ground and drew his sword. Now they stood face to face, ready for the final battle. One look from the leader was enough to assess his opponent. The young master also looked at the opponent, and for a few seconds they froze. The leader of the robbers noticed in the young master an incredible potential, unlike any other, and asked why he, even though he was not a member of the Battle Alliance, intervened. The master explained that he was just passing by as a decent man, but these words only made the robber laugh. "Why didn't you go further then?" he asked. Zhang looked at this brat and replied that he couldn't just leave when they attacked him. That man excused himself by saying that it was just their job and there was nothing you could do about it. The young master asked him a sly question. "So killing people and robbing is your job?" And it was obvious that his interlocutor was a professional in this matter. "And what else should we do?" replied the robber. "It has been 100 years since we started to master this continent. During this time, devilishly daring upstarts established themselves on the continent. The Battle Alliance received support from the Empire. A strange clan from the previous dynasty uses old connections, and earns money and also receives other values and resources. And didn't you stuff your pockets by torturing those who tried to settle here in the last 100 years? He finished bitterly. The leader justified his actions by calling them work, and asked why he, as a robber, could not consider it his profession, licking his bloody sword. These words sounded to our hero as a disgusting justification for cruelty. He only admitted that his opponent is full of nonsense. The essence of reality was much simpler. A mad killer, obsessed with blood, stood before him. Holding his spear, the young master prepared to attack. But he suddenly changed his mind and, seeing the robber's reaction, decided to ask if he was a member of the military union. The leader was alerted. After noticing the unexpected sharp maneuver of his opponent, the young master continued. He heard that there was a bounty on the head of this mad murderer. Hearing this, the leader began to laugh and tremble with joy. For him, it was the complete truth because a reward was really set for his head. His aura took on a red hue. The veins on his body swelled with power. It was obvious that he was using a powerful martial art and wasn't just going to talk. In his hatred, this madman built up incredible strength, declaring that his reward would increase even more. He was sure that when everyone found out what he had done, his value would skyrocket. But he was more interested in how much his opponent's head would cost. The young master looked at him and decided that this battle must be brought to an end. "If it interests you so much, I will answer you," he said, preparing for action. He will answer sternly and without pity if the opponent keeps his sword at the ready. Then why not draw his own? They both stood ready for battle, and each of them expected who would attack first. The madman was full of energy and bloodlust. An invisible spark flashed between them, heralding the start of the battle. A crow that accidentally sat on one of the bodies lying on the sand is indifferent to everything around. She did not pay attention to the events that were happening behind her back. But suspecting something bad, she suddenly took off and disappeared in the sky. And at this moment, a madman suddenly attacks our hero. He draws his sword from its scabbard and passes the young master like lightning. In a second, the fate of one of them has already been decided, and only the result of an instant strike will show who will survive. Suddenly, his hat begins to crack on the hero's head. But something happened to the killer's smile. He suddenly froze for a moment, and in the next second, blood began to ooze from numerous wounds on his body. The madman falls to the ground, struck by the fatal blow. Masterfully destroying his opponent who was burning with indescribable power, Zhang felt relieved. He understood that he had won this match. The bloody bandit paid for his bold words. He lay on the cold sand, torn and fallen. But suddenly Zhang felt that someone was standing behind him. He turned and saw a figure addressing him. It was one of the soldiers of the Caravan who survived. Despite his grave condition, his thirst for life forced him to ask for help, using the chance that fell in front of him. Zhang wondered if he should help this man. Watching him, he felt a little sorry for this person. The man begged the noble warrior to help in such a difficult situation. Zhang had no special medical skills. However, he still decided to help this unfortunate. After examining him, Zhang realized that the vital organs were not damaged, but the man had lost a lot of blood. He honestly said that the man would not last long in this condition. The man, realizing the gravity of his situation, thanked him for his directness. Despite the fact that they had just met, the man had an important request. He unobtrusively pointed to the place where his son was hiding under the cart. The man hid it there when it all started. He was uncomfortable asking, but he saw how Zhang dealt with the bandits and hoped that he would do something for the dying man. The boy is only 8 years old. He is very easily frightened, but he is not stupid and will not interfere with the young master. When asked about the boy's mother, the man answered that she died during childbirth and his wife's relatives blamed the child for this, which is why he gave up everything and moved to a new continent to start a new life with his son. Looking at his wound, he could not believe that everything turned out so tragically. 3 days from here, there is a village called Jon Sangok, where the boy's aunt lives, the only one of his relatives who loves him. She knows martial arts and is well-bred. For the fact that Zhang will deliver the child to her, she will thank him generously. The young master was not sure that he would be able to get along with the child, and offered the man to solve this issue himself. The man exploded in anger, thinking that Zhang was mocking him, but when the young master touched his body with his energy, the man felt an incredible tingling in his stomach that made him fall silent. Zhang's energy began to glow in the places where there were wounds. The man noticed that Zhang had applied acupuncture on him with his bare hands, doing it so skillfully that the only thing left was to go to the doctor for further treatment. If there were medicines or bandages, they could help, but the man was stunned that it was possible to perform acupuncture at such a level without tools. In this world, acupuncture is usually performed by an experienced doctor who carefully locates blood vessels and uses thick needles. To master this art, you need to study for a long time, and only experienced specialists practice acupuncture. Even Murim residents know what acupuncture is. However, it never occurred to them that bare hands can stop bleeding or cause other injuries. They consider the lightning attacks of the Imperial Army to be the strongest type of martial art. The man understood that now he would survive and wanted to somehow thank his savior. Zhang smiled and joked that the best way to say thank you is with money. The man immediately agreed, admitting that it was fair. However, he asked Zhang to help him reach his son. Taking him on his shoulder, Zhang began to carry the wounded man. The man started calling his son Huang. He asked if everything was okay with him and if he was even still here. And with tears in his eyes, the boy ran out from under the cart. He was incredibly happy to see his father, who was barely able to stay on his feet. The father admitted to his son that he was not feeling well. To the son's question about what happened to him, the father replied that he had been hit with a sword, and when asked if he would be all right, the father simply hugged his son and held him tightly. It seemed to the boy that his father was dying right in his arms, and he screamed, begging that this would not happen. The young master, rummaging through the things left after the battle, informed Huang that his father had simply passed out from relief. At this point, Huang stopped crying, but tears continued to stream down his face. Zhang continued to explain that his father had lost a lot of blood. Huang, noticing the presence of another person, asked who this stranger was. The young master introduced himself as Zhang Gon and said that the boy could just call him Gon. The boy was silent for a moment, and he admitted that he had absolutely no idea what it meant. Gon looked at him curiously and smiled. Closing the box, he quietly put his hand to it. Meanwhile, Huang continued to stare at his father, not knowing what to do. Zhang advised the boy not to pay too much attention, but to treat his father's wound and bandage it. To Huang's question about what Gon was going to do, he replied that he would bring them horses since the cart was broken, and they would not be able to take it. He would gather all the necessary things. Gon advised them to wait for him here. Huang couldn't believe his eyes. This good guy was really going to take them straight to the village. The young master carefully inspected the area. Gon noticed that some horses were wandering around. He started catching them, wanting them to get out of here, unlike their masters. Gon turned his attention to a sign on one of the horses. After reading it, he learned that the horse belonged to the captain of the 3rd squad named Sundok. The name Sundok seemed to him too simple for such a thug. If he is the captain of the 3rd squad, then there must be the 1st and 2nd. There is a bounty on this man's head, and even a plaque with his name on it will be proof enough of his death. Looking to the side, the young master saw the father and son who were already ready for the journey. Zhang tied the assassin's head to his horse but couldn't understand why the man wanted him to do it. However, the man only smiled mischievously, hinting that this is exactly the case. They went forward through the desert. Zhang walked in front and father and son followed him. The boy who survived this battle looked back at the place where the bodies lay. A few hours ago, these people were fighting, and now they were lying like trash. The father noticed his son's reaction, but what could he do? Seeing how Huang's hand was shaking, he simply took it in his own and held it tightly to him. He hugged his son tightly, trying to warm him somehow. Wind, rain, and wild beasts will destroy everything left behind. No one knows whether they will become dark ghosts of this world or be reborn as people in another world, but they hoped that they would be able to overcome all life's difficulties here. These involuntary thoughts were the only things that helped them not to despair in this darkness. After a while, night came, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. They organized a halt as usual by the fire. Sitting opposite each other, they silently looked at the fire, and various questions began to appear in their heads. Zhang understood that the boy who was riding with them would not last more than a few days in this condition. He sat on the horse, feeling that he was on the verge of death. If he moved faster, his father's wounds would begin to bleed again. The man urgently needs a doctor, and their delay may cost him his life. Jangon asked if there was a doctor on their way in other villages on the way to Jeonsangok, and the old man replied that there was one village where they were thinking of spending the night. This small settlement near the lake is called Jak-ho. Travelers rarely go there. However, they needed a doctor, and it was important to find out how far it was to go there. If they go at the speed they traveled today, they should be there by noon tomorrow, said the man. Otherwise, they will arrive closer to the evening, and it would be better to rest today and leave tomorrow with new strength to heal him. The man apologized for surviving and causing so much trouble. However, Jangon pursued his goal in this journey, and everything was not only for the sake of the wounded man. He was looking at the head of the murdered bandit, wanting to get a reward for it. The fire burned out, and they decided to spend the night there. A new day came, and they set off on a journey. Meanwhile, the Battle Alliance army found bodies in the desert. It was obvious that these people had died yesterday afternoon. They were all killed around the same time. However, these were not the bandits they were looking for. It looks like someone else killed them after they robbed the caravan. The army realized that it had overestimated the strength of these robbers. No one could imagine that they would be destroyed so quickly. But there was something else. Bandits were usually divided into 3 squads, after which they gathered together to divide the loot. There was only 1 squad here. It was good that there were fewer of them, but one of the soldiers immediately realized that 2 people could not handle them all at once. They will have to pay for the medicine and treatment allocated to them by the Union, and then, if necessary, they will be able to pay more. However, one of them had another interest. He noted that the people from the caravan did not put up much resistance. What happened then? Perhaps there was one more person who did not go with the caravan. The female commander was sure that this was the work of one person, and not a group. The road was not easy. While traveling through the desert, a man noticed that Jangon's horse looked as if it was about to die. The young master also paid attention to this, but did not fully understand the reason. It seemed to him that the horse slept all night with its tongue sticking out like a man. It was so strange that even the boy remarked that his grandfather once had the same bull. Jangon replied that his horse had decided that he were friends. Huang remembered that his grandfather had a bull that also behaved like a human, and because of this, his grandfather often quarreled with him. It has been 5 years since his grandfather passed away, but his son still remembers it. Huang couldn't forget because he always loved watching them. The young master looked at the man whose skin was as pale as death, and realized that they needed to find a doctor today, or the man would not survive. Gon turned his attention to the noise coming from afar. The robbers were already here. They relaxed, thinking the danger was over, but these scoundrels caught up with them faster than the young master expected. When asked if it was still far to the village, it became obvious that it was. They had nowhere to hide as they were being chased by a group of annoying idiots. The man was amazed by what he saw. He survived 1 battle, but will not survive another. He even asked if they were friends or enemies, but judging by the way they aimed their spears, they were clearly not allies. The young master took the man and the boy off the horse and told them to go to the village without him, and he would distract the robbers and then catch up with them. The man tightly hugged his son, who was constantly trembling with fear of what might happen. He understood that it was dangerous to go to the village by himself, but in his condition there was no other choice. The young master will take care of everything. If you want to live, do as he says. These scoundrels have come for revenge and will not stop until they catch up with them. Gon remembered that the man had promised to pay if he delivered them to the village, so both the man and his child must survive. And let them not linger with such facial expressions and run away, said Jangon. They still decided to run away, promising that they would wait for him and take care of housing and food, so don't delay. Jangon warned the man, you better take care of your son. As soon as you arrive in the village, immediately find a doctor. These instructions were clear. The man quickly sped away. The young master began to concentrate chi energy, and his eyes lit up with fire. The desert was merciless, and a falcon circled above them, waiting for new bodies. And so the young master stood in front of a whole horde of robbers. They looked at each other and, without greeting, simply prepared for battle. These robbers were following the monster that killed their brother, and this trail led them to him. The captain of the first squad, Kim Sang-jung, reacted categorically when he saw the losses and asked how to react to what happened. The young master understood that there was no point in talking with them, so he only smiled mischievously. He raised the head of the slain scoundrel as they found the one they were looking for. Jangon threw that head in front of them and said, "Here is your brother from Sundok Grand Squad." The head rolled like a ball across the cold sandy ground, straight towards them. The warriors looked at it and could not believe their eyes. It was exactly that man in his own person. It seemed to them that he was invincible, but his head was rolling on the ground like a ball. Then the captain of the first squad, seeing this, was enraged and his eyes filled with blood. The loss of such a soldier was an incredible blow to their unit and the entire organization. Some of the robbers turned pale when they realized that Sundok had died. The warriors turned to each other, realizing that the one who killed Sundok was not as simple as it seemed. The captain decided that this enemy must pay dearly and ordered his men to bring him alive to make him pray for death. The warriors raised their spears in preparation to carry out the order. The second captain swore that they would capture this rascal alive and do it in honor of the third captain and his comrades. The warriors raised their hungry swords for revenge. It was an incredible loss for them, but they will do everything to get justice. The young master did not react in any way to their threats. He looked at these soldiers as a target, realizing that as soon as they approached, he was ready. His gaze slid over each of them. Meanwhile, the scouts of the Battle Alliance followed the tracks, trying to understand who they were chasing. Sen Ying led her partner forward in analyzing the murders and came to the conclusion that they were bandits from other squads. If one of them was beheaded, then their leader was precisely this one who was killed. The killer acted professionally and took them all down quickly and without hesitation, so this man was incredibly strong, perhaps even superior to their captain. And maybe he will be able to become the new leader of their squad, since the current old leader only knows how to sneak up on his superiors. Sen Ying carefully examined the footprints and noticed that there were a lot of them. It was obvious that a large detachment was following that boy. Sen Ying ordered her partner to shut up and concentrate as she couldn't work in such a commotion. He pushed his horse to go faster and accepted the order. Sen Ying couldn't understand who could it be who possessed such power in these lands. How he managed to deal with a gang that used demonic power so easily was unclear. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the young master galloped on his horse, making the robbers pay for their pursuit. Although their sharp swords were aimed at his head, he skillfully dodged. He dodged every blow, as if he felt them before they happened. His quick counterattacks were so rapid that the enemies did not have time to notice them. His attacks made the soldiers beheaded without even realizing what happened. These stupid idiots attacked all together, which was their fatal mistake. The young master realized that it was their mistake and he would deal with everyone without hesitation. When he met the first captain, he could not contain his disgust for this scoundrel who killed his comrades. But the captain had to be distracted as a blow from the young master's sword pierced his shoulder. Our hero stood on his horse. Pushing away from him, he rushed past the captain, taking away all his confidence. The speed of his sword was so great that you couldn't follow it with your eyes. He was able to dissect not only the air but also the face of this scoundrel. After performing the maneuver, Gon jumped to the ground. Looking back at the result, he saw that everything around was covered in red blood. The captain's eyes froze in one position without having time to react. He fell to the ground, and his life cycle ended there. Today, the whole land was colored red, and the young master felt that all these scoundrels were using demonic power. The first captain, seeing how the second captain was made into an omelet, began to get nervous. Zhang Yun looked at these scoundrels with undisguised hatred, ready to destroy every one of them. Looking at this demonic captain, the warriors felt mixed feelings of fear and admiration for his power. The captain himself could not come to terms with the fact that some rat destroyed his huge army. He drew his sword, infusing it with demonic energy. He vowed to single-handedly destroy this scoundrel, who fancied himself a master of martial arts. Gon looked at the captain and knew that words are unnecessary here. Only in battle he will be able to show what he is capable of. But watching him, Gon felt that the captain had the same aura as the other demon warriors. And suddenly the ground under my feet shook. The commander realized that his opponent possessed martial arts at a high level. It promised to be a fun battle. After all, the captain had strength that was far from simple. His energy was incredible. Gon saw this scoundrel and knew he wasn't bluffing. Although his strength seemed cloudy, the captain's sword radiated a weak but menacing energy. And the battle was approaching its climax. The young master had no choice but to take off his hat. He was not going to feel sorry for his opponent if he himself called for a fight. Gon threw the hat that was spinning in the air to finish with this gang. What do we know about demonic forces? They allow you to accumulate combat energy 10 times faster than with conventional methods. And the temptation of this power that not everyone in Murima can resist. Since the supreme demon Chuk Hanyu seized power, people began to use demonic power to accumulate energy faster. But even Hanyu himself was unable to cope with the insane energy of the demonic forces in the end. And now the young master is facing a powerful blow from one of those who use demonic energy. To achieve incredible results, they use this energy to expose themselves to danger. Most of those who use demonic arts eventually go insane due to their cruel and mysterious nature, which turns them into true demons. But the main question remains, why is such power needed? The force can set mountains on fire and divide seas. If a person has already turned into a monster that thirsts for blood and is unable to recognize its mother or its own child, the young master's lightning strike pierces the demon's arm. This enrages the demon, and he starts swinging his demon sword even faster. He laughs at the excitement of the fight, wanting to see if the boy can dodge his next blow. Gon feels a strong resistance that grows stronger with each blow. And at one point, the young master's sword begins to crack. The energy that was cloudy at first now cleared and filled the demon's sword. His opponent's strength had grown so much that Gon began to feel insecure. The demonic captain shouted and laughed, saying that some cockroach would not be able to destroy their squad. He would definitely pay for it. The demon's strike reached its peak, but failed to kill our hero. The young master thought that he had never met such a strong opponent in these parts. It turned out to be more difficult than he expected. He promised himself that he would come back and he would definitely manage, but at one point during the encounter with the demon's sword, he saw how his sword broke in two, leaving only a splinter. The demonic warrior stared at him with his chakra blazing. When the weapon breaks, there's only one question: is this the end? But the young master no longer needs the sword. He throws it on the ground. The demonic warrior's punch flew straight at him, but the young master had incredible self-confidence. He knew that it would be difficult to win this battle with a sword, and decided to use his speed. He warned his opponent that it would hurt a little. Having overtaken him from behind, Gon charged a blow with his fist directly on the spine. The demonic scoundrel even gasped in surprise. He felt thousands of blows from which he could not recover. All these blows were aimed at his acupuncture points, but one blow to the jaw radically changed the course of the battle. The young master stunned his opponent with this blow, and he was able to overcome a huge distance that almost brought him victory. The force of the blow was similar to the Thunder Emperor's crushing strike was incredible. She destroyed his opponent, who fell to the ground breathlessly. It seemed that his demonic soul had left his body. In his last breath, the demonic warrior still asked if his opponent was from the Imperial Army, but the young master replied that he had nothing to do with the Imperial Army. This technique is called internal destruction, and he developed it himself. It seemed a rather strange name for the commander, but Zhang Gon advised not to worry because a dying person doesn't need it anymore, and that was the end of the miserable existence of this strong opponent. At the moment when the soldiers arrived at the scene of the bloody massacre, the soldiers looked at this horror that remained on the battlefield. It was incredibly disgusting for them to look at this sight, similar to what they saw in the morning. Sen Ying ordered her partner to shut up. She saw him. It was the same man they were looking for. After the battle, the young master drank water because he was very thirsty. Sen Ying drove up to him and asked, "Did you kill all these people?" Without a doubt, the young master answered, "Yes, it was I." She introduced herself by name and quickly approached the young master. Taking off her hat as a sign of respect, she turned to him. She started looking for something in her pocket. It was something very important. She identified herself as Juk Seng Ying of the Murim Union's 71st Patrol Squad, but she did not know who was standing in front of her. And all that came out of the mouth of the young master was his name. "My name is Zhanggun." After this information, Sen Ying proceeded to examine the commander, who was the leader of one of the gangs. She began rummaging in his pockets, which somewhat confused the young master, who did not understand what she was doing. To his surprise, the partner replied that she was looking for a source of demonic power that is usually stored in them. Sen Ying soon discovered that, which is said to be the source of demonic power, and threw the blood-stained book at her partner. She ordered him to burn the book. As expected, they found it. The young master asked if their purpose was to pursue these bandits through this book. The hostess's partner, who forgot to introduce himself, called himself Sung Ho, and thanked the young master for defeating this evil demon. It was their job, but they were a little late. Zhang had heard that there were many demons on the new continent, but he did not think that they literally flooded the roads. Sen Ying confirmed that this guy killed the first squad captain, who was standing to the west of this place. If he killed him, he probably killed the second captain as well. She pointed with her finger to the place where the second captain lay not far away. The squad could not believe that this had happened, and Xiang Ho was tasked to check if the second captain had another book. They looked at the young master and could not believe that he single-handedly defeated about 36 warriors. Zhang Gon remarked that if they were from the Murim Union patrol unit, he only wanted to ask one question: if they could pay him the reward. since as far as he knew, there was a reward for the head of these bandits. He wanted to know where the branch of the Murim Union was located in order to hand them over there. The young master explained that he just wants to get a reward because by killing these scoundrels he is only defending himself. But they are constantly chasing him like a criminal. Mistress understood why he was doing this, and fortunately she had the authority to give him a reward for the heads of the demons and for the work done. However, she only had bonds with her, so she offered them, noting that he could exchange them for money at the trade association or the imperial city. Jangan thought about these bonds, but in the end decided to accept them, who now easily needs to take what is offered. In the end, Jangon decided that sooner or later he would be able to exchange the bonds for money. So he asked to give him everything that Sen Ying had. Wasting no time for small talk, he took the bonds and drove on. Sung Ho wondered if they let him go too easily without even searching him, and suddenly he stole the demonic book. But Sen Ying understood that this man's skills were far superior to any demonic arts. He simply didn't need demonic power if he was capable of dealing with these scoundrels with his bare hands. Now they would have to go and search for the Alliance, or solve other illegal matters, but the partner asked what was their original goal. While examining Kim Sang-chong's body, Sung Yin noticed that his internal organs were seriously damaged. His opponent's blow was similar to a crushing blow of thunder, and maybe the woman wanted to say that this guy was a soldier of the Imperial Army. They should look into this matter. The partner couldn't understand why they were always so busy. Maybe it would be better to take a break, but Sen Ying found the map of the bandits' lair from the leader of the demonic scoundrels. Usually these bandits kill adults and kidnap their children. They need to save these children. They quickly got on their horses and set off at a gallop. Sen Ying didn't know if the guy who killed these thugs knew about their brutal methods. However, she was sure of one thing. This warrior has incredible strength, and they will meet again. She hoped for it. Meanwhile, events shift to the village of Jakho. The young master was met by a boy and his father, joyfully greeting him. Everything turned out well. The young master was glad to see their smiling faces. Before leaving for Changsonggok, they examined his wounds, put the horse in the stable and fed it, and gave first aid to Jiangong himself. They decided to rest a little and deal with their affairs. And the young master understood that tomorrow he would complete all his affairs and hoped that he would be able to rest a little. He heard that the next day there will be a fair in Changsonggok village. The city was full of life, filled with merchants who filled the streets with their goods and interesting offers. It was a common occurrence for local residents and soldiers who gathered here. The young master led the boy through the simple streets to see his aunt. They walked block by block and were looked at as strangers. But it was such a pretty village that the young master was amazed at how it was possible to organize several shops in such a place. The man noticed that his woman was not at all like the others. The aunt went to the meeting and was surprised that they arrived so quickly. She had not seen them for a long time and did not wait so early. She invited them to enter and go up to the second floor, but also noticed that they did not come alone. She invited the Zhonggon warrior to enter with them. The young master looked carefully at this woman. The man began to tell that this Zhonggon warrior saved his life. Everyone was very grateful that their son-in-law's life had been spared, and they brought a bag of money as a thank you for his kindness. The aunt poured this gift into Jangan's hands. He accepted the acknowledgement and thanked him sincerely for the gift. However, the aunt stressed that this gift was nothing compared to what the warrior Jan had done for them, and they would like him to stay with them for a few days to rest. However, Jangan was more interested in where to find a forge or a trade association. Upon hearing this, the aunt kindly agreed to tell him and show him the way. They went to this place, but the boy Huang decided to go with Jang, even though he was told to stay with his father. The boy tried to hold on well and asked the master where he studied martial arts because he was so strong. To this, John replied that he studied here and there. Lately, he has often asked this question. He also knew that there are several masters in Zhongwon who teach for money, although their abilities are not brilliant, but they teach well. The boy was amazed to learn that martial arts can be studied not only in special schools. He heard that in the traditional schools and family wooden houses in the new continent, most of the schools in Changwon are preparatory courses for those who want to join the Imperial Army. Only after joining do you start learning real martial arts and earn money from it. That is why the soldiers of the Imperial Army are considered true masters. They soon reached their destination. The woman said that this is the best forge in Jeonsangguk. The young master thanked her and turned his attention to the forge's emblem, wondering every time he saw it. He went to the master in his office and looked at the swords for sale. As payment, he threw bonds for the sword. After that, He went to look for a new hat that would suit him. Having found the hat, he paid the merchant a few coins. He liked it here much more than in the previous village. When he had finished all his work before sunset, he was offered a drink of good wine, but he refused as it was time to move on. The young man tried to stop him, promising that his aunt was a great cook and he would like to learn to fight from him. But Jangon replied that it will be difficult for the boy if he does not follow a certain direction in his studies. If this has already happened, it is better to let his aunt teach him, because she is also a master. Huang looked at his aunt in surprise, not believing that she was really a martial arts master. But his aunt understood that her secret was revealed, because the warrior turned out to be very observant. Jangon thanked them for the food, attention, and the way they showed him. He looked at the boy and wished him luck. On this note, he left them, ordering his horse to go faster. The aunt looked at the warrior, and Huang watched with tears in his eyes as this warrior left them. The aunt noticed that Huang kept his eyes on the soldier who was leaving. She reminded him that boys don't cry, but Huang replied that he is not crying, although he may remember this moment forever. The boy realized his potential in martial arts and asked his aunt to teach him because she can. It was a chance to give the child a dream, and the young master left the village with a clean soul, having dealt with all his affairs. Having moved a little further outside the city of Jangon, he decided to go to one institution. He had no idea that he was playing dominoes so badly. The scoundrels in the bar started a conspiracy against him, doing everything to make him lose. They made excuses, saying that there is no point in conspiring, he just doesn't play dominoes well. Jangoni felt depressed about this game. The men in the bar noticed that he looked like a good person, but the situation was not so simple. After they won his money, they asked the owner for another bottle. Jangon thought about using his battle energy to see if these people were cheating, but it seems they were playing fair, and this meant that his skill in dominoes was simply terrible. The men noticed that Jangon always carried a sword, despite the fact that he was a Murim man, and advised him not to carry such a damn thing with him if he could not even win in gambling. They warned that one day they could kill him for his words, but the young master assured that he would take care of everything himself. Nevertheless, he lost everything and decided that it was time to go. The men waved him goodbye, happy that they had taken his money. "See you soon," they said, inviting him to come again. These words felt like an arrow to the heart, and Jangon admitted to himself that he was never a good player. Looking around, he noticed an interesting silhouette. A man was sitting nearby with his legs crossed on the table. He was playing strange music, and Jangon couldn't understand where it was coming from. This man played the mandolin, creating a melody that echoed through the sleepy afternoon. The music was very pleasant, and the young master liked it. And not only Django, the whole audience in the bar listened to the magical sounds. Everyone in the bar was captivated by this mysterious music. The music really mesmerized everyone, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and peace. Jangon was interested in the life of this musician who seems to be traveling from city to city. Could it just be wandering around the world, blowing in the wind without a permanent home? And if so, can such a life be joyful? The guy caught himself thinking, "Look at me sitting dreaming in solitude after losing all my money." Soon, several tough guys burst into the bar. The three of them entered and began to examine everyone present. Their suspicious eyes were searching for someone in particular, and soon they found the one they were looking for. The young master did not understand what was happening. They approached the musician and seemed to have decided that her name is Ju Yen. The girl drew attention to them and asked, "What do you want from me?" One of the guys introduced himself as Hell Yen from the big Shuda family. Even if she didn't know his name, he was sure that her surname was familiar to her. She guessed why they were looking for her and apologized, saying that their master was acting like a scoundrel and making noise in an empty place. At these words, the soldiers began to shout at her, calling her a bad slave and asking how she dares to speak about their master like that. But all she did all this time was play the mandolin and make a living. She shouldn't be responsible for his longing for love. The warriors demanded an end to this nonsense, and the people in the bar already began to pay attention to her words. They were sure that she had deliberately seduced their master. The young master also paid attention to these scoundrels. He liked the music, and their appearance spoiled his mood. They not only disturbed his peace, but also demanded that the girl tell how she seduced their master. What worried them most was that she allegedly stole the family's treasure from the young master. Ju Yen couldn't believe that these scoundrels were serious. She thought it was utter nonsense. "What kind of treasures does that fool even have?" she asked. She advised them to question their master properly if such a foolish thing really happened. One of the warriors couldn't stand it and ordered her to shut up. calling her shameless, because he didn't believe that their master could lie about such a thing. The warriors were indignant that they would have to use swords to make the girl tell the truth, but it seemed to her that all this commotion was because of some teenager. But they denied it, claiming that their master is the heir who will celebrate his coming of age this year. In her opinion, the 16-year-old boy was still a child, and she doubted at all whether these boys really represented the young master's family. When asked why she thought so, the girl answered that if the family really cared about him, they would not have sent 3 fools like them. They would send a true warrior who would proudly carry the name of his family. These words made the warriors angry. She insulted them, claiming that they were not important enough. They shouted that they were high-ranking warriors, and that was enough to deal with a girl like her. The young master, sitting next to him, noted that if this is so, then it turns out that 3 will attack 1. Raising their swords, they shouted, "Kill her!" The girl quickly got up from the chair and hit one of them on the leg. The next one pointed the sword at her. Did not have time to react because she was already above him. He just managed to look up and see, as 3 throwing knives fly into his head. He could do nothing but take these blows. These were really serious blows that left him without a chance. After that, the girl landed on one of the nearby tables. One of the brothers lay breathless, and the girl warned that they were the first to draw their swords, and it was just self-defense. Seeing the chaos, the people in the bar began to think that they needed to call the sheriff urgently, because the situation was getting worse. The owner of the tavern, seeing that his establishment had once again become an arena for fighting, realized that he would have to spend money on repairs because of such fools. The waitress told her uncle that if this devastation continued, they would have no money left, and they needed to get out of here safe and sound. The young master watched her from the side while sipping alcohol. He admitted that she fights well and is also a real beauty. The girl expertly wielded the sword, directing it at her offenders. When 2 brothers rushed at her, she moved like a swallow in flight, quick and light on her feet, and seemed to use martial arts. Jiang Gong had never seen people using the art of flight in this new world. But this woman had the potential to pioneer the martial art of flight on this continent. She reached for her sword almost gracefully, and the martial energy of art shone in her eyes. She was already fed up with these annoying scoundrels, and her swift sword pierced the head of one of them, leaving his words behind and the other's body breathless. They just managed to shout something like a sword, hit them where they could not even imagine when they came to this institution. Her self-defense was successful. She sheathed her cold sword and said that they should excuse their young master from this. These 3 warriors received, according to their merits, in her opinion. She was already tired of being chased by someone and having to constantly fight. Jangone came up behind her and gave her a standing ovation for her skill. He caught her eye and smiled at her. The girl looked at him like he was crazy. What the hell is wrong with this guy? She thought. After all the chaos, it was necessary to collect one's belongings. The girl reached for her hat, which was successfully placed on her head. However, her instrument flew to the side and may have even been damaged. The owner of the establishment was shocked by the mess left after the fight. However, they all remained alive and unharmed, which seemed like a great relief. Yen apologized for what happened, for the mess in the tavern, and for these scoundrels. The owner of the establishment thanked her for her words, but noted that she often encounters such incidents, and she should not worry about it. But she felt responsible, saying that if she had not come here, this would not have happened. She got the money to pay for the repairs that the owner would need. The young master, observing this, remarked about himself that she seemed to have a conscience. However, he was not sure that she had time to talk. Even if it was self-defense, she could be prosecuted, because there was only one witness left if the head of the Murim Union came. If she doesn't want to get into an even more difficult situation, she'd better get out of here. And the same goes for Django. Zhang harnessed his horse and set off through the forest. The calm landscapes of this world did not give him the opportunity to calm down. Constant travel tired him, and the thought that he had lost a large part of his money in gambling made him look for a way to earn more. To earn money, he needs to find problems. This was the sad fate of a warrior. Suddenly, his horse noticed something and stopped. When asked what was wrong, Zhang looked in the direction where his animal was looking. The same girl from the bar was standing near the rock in the forest, and her opponent threatened her, saying that she would pay for her unwillingness to cooperate. Yen explained that she does not see the point and does not consider herself responsible for this situation. However, the husband insisted that the heir of the family hanged himself and did not even leave a normal will. The will was only for a simple dancer. Fortunately, he was found in time and he is still breathing. Maybe he will even come to his senses. But doesn't she think that the elders in the family deserve a proper explanation? The man pointed out that his task is to be responsible for the child, and if that child hanged himself of his own free will, is that an excuse? The young master carefully watched everything, amazed that no one gave the girl peace. The man continued. Young Miss Shimjian testified against Yen, saying that this woman was too close to the young master. Even if it's not true, they are sure she had something to do with it. If she is sure of her innocence, she should come to the house and prove it. But Yen explained that returning there is like signing a death sentence for herself. She considers the young master a real suicide and believes that she is unjustly accused. She does not believe that she will be able to get out of there alive. The man insisted that of course she could leave if she was sure of her innocence. Holding on to her principles, she felt in danger because this man seemed to be full of delusions, and he killed her horse as soon as he arrived. So now she had almost no choice. Zhengong watched everything that was happening with interest. He noticed that this man was a very interesting master. He was different from the small French fries that Zhang Gong had seen during the day. This guy was a real master of ancient martial arts. And even though Yen has good fighting skills, he may not have enough strength to deal with him. For Django, it was just an interesting sight. As he already said, if she is sure of her innocence, it is unlikely that anything will happen. Just as the master wanted to go on with his business, his horse suddenly ran at them. The horse was forcing its owner to intervene, but Zhang didn't want to, because this man was a real master, and he didn't want to interfere. However, the horse simply did not give up. He literally ordered Zhang to intervene, and you can't argue with such a view, so Zhang decided to intervene after all. Like a ghost, Chang'an descends from the mountain. Jumping into the abyss, he levitates in the air, and when he lands, the ground cracks under him. He nonchalantly interrupts their conversation, holding onto his hat. Everyone present did not expect the appearance of an unknown boy on the battlefield. However, this guy seemed familiar to them. The young master emphasized that if they call him this guy, then let them know his name, Chang'an. The girl recognized him as the guy from the tavern and wondered how he ended up here. The martial arts warrior remarked that this Chang'an jumped from such a great height and landed spectacularly. The warrior warned that if Chang'an knows what is good for him, then let him go his own way and not interfere. Otherwise, it will end badly. But Chang'an, realizing that this guy was saying terrible things, decided to listen to what was happening here and what was waiting for him. The soldier explained that either arrest or prison awaits Chang'an. The girl understood that this also applies to her, although they promised to let her go if she proves her innocence. It turned out that they were still going to lock her in a cage, and the guy tried to stop Chang'an by asking him not to interfere in his business. However, he warned that if Chang'an intervenes again, his name will be remembered as the name of the man who was killed. He reaches for his sword. Chang'an, in turn, is not going to delay. He has foolishly gotten himself into a stupid situation, but it is too late to back down. He understands that he will not allow an innocent person to be taken away, and looks at his opponent as a prey. For a martial arts warrior, the situation looked ridiculous. He did not expect to meet someone so reckless, who was ready to risk his life so carelessly. Both rivals kept each other on the hook. The tension was on the edge. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, everyone present listened to this sound. The young lady did not understand why this guy was following her and where he came from. But both warriors were very strong, and they both had a huge bloodlust. It was a fight she couldn't stop. They seemed to destroy each other with their looks. And which of them is stronger? It seemed that this battle would decide everything. The martial artist felt incredible energy, but something even more amazing happened. Chang'an overshadowed him with his bloodlust like a red lightning flashed past him. He instantly drew his sword and ran the blade through his opponent's body. A mirage engulfed the warrior's consciousness, and then he understood that if he challenges such an opponent as this scoundrel, he will be defeated. Where did such a strong warrior come from? The warrior thought that maybe Chang'an belonged to the Imperial Army because his strength was incredible. But this guy was unknown to him. Young Master Chang'an's cold gaze covered the battlefield, and his opponent almost lost his temper in fear. He immediately understood that this guy was dangerous, and wondered if he was from the Imperial Army because an experienced fighter could already predict the outcome of the battle. The young master, looking at the thoughtfulness of his opponent, noticed that he has a sharp premonition that comes only after long, disciplined training in martial arts. We could only wait to see what he would do next. The man asked if the young owner's name was really Chang'an. He noticed that Chang'an had exceptional skills and was interested in which clan he belonged to. The man hid his sword. When the woman saw Chen Yingsong retreating, she opened her mouth in incredible surprise. The young master, understanding that the fight was cancelled, replied, "Yes, my name is Changon. But if you have not heard of me, it means that I am not one of your people." The man concluded that if Changon does not belong to a famous clan, then maybe he is from the Imperial Army. Changon just smiled and answered, "No, I am not from the Imperial Army. Are there not many masters who do not serve the Emperor?" Then there was only one question left. Who is this mysterious warrior who intervened in their battle? Chen Yingsong accepted his fate and decided to leave the battlefield today. However, this did not mean that his clan was giving up its claims on this woman. He introduced himself and warned that he would prepare better next time and see if Chang'an could handle the power of his clan. Changon watched as his opponent went to his horse and indifferently noted, "Well, if you don't want to fight, that's your decision, you better." Yen did not understand what was happening. She couldn't believe her eyes that this scoundrel would just leave like that. But that's exactly how it all turned out. Master Changon understood that the martial arts of these famous clans were really of a high level. They are able to foresee critical situations when the sword is already drawn. A return without bloodshed is impossible. Moreover, it seems that in their enlightened clan, family pride takes a back seat. Obviously, these people were different from the others he had met in Murim's world. Now the two of them were left looking at each other. After a long silence, Changon said that he just did what needed to be done, and no thanks were needed. But Zhu Yaran started to shout at him, indignant that he had to kill him. Changon did not understand what was the matter and asked what was wrong with her. She explained that those boys were not going to leave her, and now the whole clan would try to kill them both. If they had killed the one who escaped, they would have had more time to escape. Changon looked at her surprised by how easily she talks about murder as if it meant nothing. But then Murim realized that, and here such things are common. He saddled his horse and thought with a sigh that hardly anything would change even if they killed that warrior. However, Yaran insisted that they could buy more time. Chengwan still didn't understand why this dialogue. She didn't even thank him. After thinking about it, she finally introduced herself. "My name is Zhu Yaran. I'm from Gamseon Song, and I'm very grateful for your help because thanks to you, I escaped from being unjustly captured." The young host was interested in whether Hamsun's son was her hometown. She explained that she is not a fan of the emperor. Yes, it is true that the city flourished thanks to the imperial family, but she still does not like them. If her life was better, she would not have to wander the world. Chang'an agreed with her and was about to leave. He advised her to leave quickly as well since Jen Insun had promised to kill them both. They would most likely go after her first. Yaran asked in surprise why he helped her then. Changon wondered why he should even help someone in need. Lady Yaran could not believe that there are still people in Murima who say such things. He commanded his horse Jojo to move faster, finally leaving the place. Yaran thought about the fact that this man is quite experienced, because he forced even a warrior to retreat without crossing swords with him. She could not just let him go. She ran after him begging for help because they have known each other since Hamsun's time. And this, in her opinion, is true fate. She promised to pay him quite handsomely if he agreed to help, because without him, she would not be able to deal with the scoundrels. After hearing about the payment, Changon still decided to listen to it. The girl began to assure Changon that she would give him appropriate compensation. She added that the boy must have had to work a lot because he does not belong to any famous school or family. If he helps, she will teach him a special martial art. Changwon just laughed. When she asked why he was laughing, the guy joked that she could learn better herself if she knew something so special. But Yaran insisted that it was a martial art of the Imperial Army and explained how difficult it is to be accepted as a member of the Imperial Army. It requires not only outstanding qualities but also loyalty to the Emperor, which is a key factor. Chang'an was interested in this information, but not too much. He stressed that transferring the martial arts of the Imperial Army to civilians is treason. But Yaran assured that this is not the case, since what she can teach is only a 4th grade art, a basic technique that is allowed to be transferred to freelance students. She explained that even if this art is not the highest level, it was still passed down by emperors from generation to generation, and its knowledge can already be useful. She noticed that her offer was beginning to tempt Chang'an, but he was worried about the lack of loyalty to the emperor. Yaran calmed him down by saying that he would only be a nominal student and everything would be fine. She even said that she would force her mentor to teach him because of the debt he owed her. But Chang'an still doubted whether Yaran could be trusted. She assured that she would not risk her life for a lie. Sitting on a stone, he thought. He had heard stories of retired Imperial Army soldiers passing on their knowledge for high prices. If he became a nominal disciple, the origin of his skill would no longer be in doubt. Once he helped her, then maybe he would be able to help himself by gaining new martial knowledge. However, he was still worried about who else he could help. Yeran informed that in 2 days' journey there are rivers and valleys where they will be able to hide and erase their tracks. She was grateful to Chang'an for his kindness. But the boy expected only one thing for her to keep her word. Yeran promised that she would not change her mind, but noted that her horse had died, and she asked to ride with him on his horse until she found a new one. They did not even suspect that they were already being watched. The people of the Gen clan were preparing an ambush for them tonight. Their leader ordered not to try too hard, but just to test their skills. They were not going to back down. The leader had a well-thought-out plan, and all this was closely watched by his eagle. The eagle watched them from a height, and his master could not understand what kind of warrior this is. Is he an ordinary person? Or does he really have a special power? Soon they will find out and check this brat who stood in their way. Lady Yaran decided to make a halt, but for Chang'an, it seemed too risky a decision, considering the danger that constantly followed them. She assured that their tracks were erased and no one would be able to find them. But despite this, it seemed to her that the pursuers were already on their way. Her expression remained calm, but Chang'an noticed that something in her demeanor was off. If she really thought they were being chased, she wouldn't be so relaxed. The lady mentioned that if she reported everything to the Murim Union or the Empire, they could get help. But would that really be the case? And was it worth contacting them at all? She was not sure of her rightness, especially because the events related to the persecution had witnesses. Among these witnesses was a girl named Som Jian, who was the bride of the young master. Yeran couldn't believe that that girl was so jealous of her musical talent that she decided to destroy her reputation by lying to her fiancé. Som Jian told the master a lot of fabricated facts about Yeran, which led to the fact that she became a target for pursuers and got into such trouble. The lady was sure that because of jealousy and hatred, Som Jian provoked all this stupidity, and because of this Yeran was now forced to hide and constantly fight for her life. Gon carefully looked at the girl, analyzing her behavior. She did not seem like a person capable of anything bad, and this only added to his doubts. A question arose in the boy's mind. Does he regret having intervened in this story? After all, he may have to face the warriors of the Gen clan. But if he was really sorry, he would hardly start helping Lady Yeran made it clear that people like him rarely live long, and these words touched him. Gon suddenly exploded with anger. How could she say that? But the girl smiled and dismissed it all as a joke, trying to relieve the tension. However, after that it became clear that something was wrong. They began to feel the presence of alien energies all around them. Suddenly ninjas appeared from the shadows with red glowing eyes. They attacked from all sides, quickly surrounding them. Gon realized that Jin Sung, their enemy, turned out to be much faster and more aggressive than they expected. Soon they found themselves in a complete trap, surrounded on all sides by enemies. Lady Yeran could not believe that they were found so quickly. All this time she thought that the tracks were erased, but the ambush proved that they underestimated the enemy. They found themselves in the forest, surprised by enemies when they had no idea of the danger. Nothing suggested that their journey would end with such a sudden attack. Lady Yen couldn't take it anymore. She decided to inform either the Murim Alliance or the Empire once they reached Hamsun. She is ready to put all her wealth on the line to report to the governor about these warriors, and then these scoundrels will learn the consequences of their actions, even if they belong to a famous clan. But it is obvious that the soldiers did not care about her words. They weren't going to listen to the woman's stupid threats. Their goal was to kill her. Gon analyzed the situation. There were only 10 warriors, but their leader's son was not among them. He could not understand what these warriors were up to. Most likely, they are just being checked, and if they die here, the clan will not even care about them. Gon did not have time to think as one of the soldiers rushed to the attack, picking up the rest after him. They were attacked from all sides, and the battle began. Yen couldn't take it anymore. These bastards really want her dead and don't even think about bringing her back alive. Their only goal is to kill her here and now. With a smile on his face, Gon pushed Yan to show the fighting spirit she had shown in the tavern. Now is the time for her abilities to come in handy. Yen held throwing knives in her hands, aiming at her opponents. She quickly threw the knives, and they hit the target exactly. One of the knives bounced off the burning flame, creating a brilliant light. Swinging the knife, she hit one of the soldiers. The light of the fire blinded him, and the warrior could not see where he was going. But only the sword of the young master, which pierced one of the warriors through, was visible through the burning light. The fire illuminated his face, giving him an eerie seriousness. However, enemy blows continued to fall from all sides. With each passing moment, it became more and more difficult to dodge the attacks. It seemed that the one who would deal a fatal blow to the lady would come out of the shadows. The danger was very close, and cold-blooded warriors did not retreat. Their restraint and skill in battle was impressive, and their battle aura was full of unprecedented power that made even experienced warriors shudder. The young master could not stand these bastards, and using incredible speed jumped through the three warriors. His blows were deadly. He took them off the face of the earth, and then rushed to the mistress to protect her from a dangerous attack from... Yen did not even notice how the young master moved away from her. She felt only relief realizing that he had saved her from a sword strike. Out of a dozen warriors, only 2 remained. They stood looking at each other in confusion, realizing that their chances of survival were minimal. Their chances were extremely slim, but they could still try to attack if they dared. Now, seeing the dark blade of the young master's sword, they hesitated because they understood that their own swords were dull. They had been too careless when using them, and now the only question was whether they really came to kill. Their leader, Chen Song, sent them to their deaths, and they could not understand why. Then Gon gave them the option to take their comrades and get out of here. Yen thought that her partner had lost his mind because these bastards had come to kill them. However, the boy clearly ordered the enemies to withdraw quickly, and if they wanted to save the lives of their friends, they should act immediately. The warriors did not test fate, realizing that the chance given to them was the last. They hastily took their wounded comrades, hoping that they would still be able to save them. Mistress and Chen Gong watched as the enemies took away those who could still be saved. After that, they set out to run in the direction where they could be given medical assistance. Fleeing through the forest, the soldiers quickly moved away, carrying their wounded, who could still be saved. The cold wind pierced them, reminding them of the danger that was constantly waiting for them. Chen assumed that their dream ended there, and now it was necessary to put everything in order and continue the journey. However, the girl did not understand what he meant. The young master tried to ignore her doubts and called his horse, in order not to waste time. They were in a hurry because they didn't know when they might be ambushed again. But the girl did not understand why he left the enemies alive. Because they can pursue them again. She annoyed Gon all the way by asking why he decided to keep them alive and whether it would be better to get rid of them forever. She also suspected that their route was now known and they might face enemies again. But he already had a headache from her constant talking. Despite this, they continued their journey, knowing that they had to defend themselves in any situation. Finally, they reached the city and began to walk the streets. Children selling various goods asked them to buy something. The woman, showing kindness, gave a coin to one of the children and asked to treat her friends. Han remarked that she has a kind heart and obviously loves children. Her stories about her brothers showed that she grew up in a warm and loving family. All 4 of her brothers were intelligent and dreamy children who always brought a smile to her face. If the circumstances were better, they could become wonderful adults. Looking at her sad eyes, it was clear that she was hiding some pain. As she watched the children, it became obvious that this moment had stirred something in her heart. Despite the fact that it was the first time they were in this city, her eyes told a different story, something painful and hidden. Han felt that something was wrong, but did not dare to ask directly. He just looked into her eyes and remained silent, trying to understand her emotions. She said that she had been here before and knew the city, in particular the post offices, which could not be overlooked. This meant that when they were looking at the city from the mountain, she lied to him about it being her first visit. The woman realized that Han exposed her lies and felt that she could no longer hide the truth. She began to beg him to hurry and send the letter by pigeon so that they could receive an answer the very next morning. But the young master just stood and remained silent, realizing that something was not right here. The post office sent the letter to the musician's cabin in the mountains, and 3 coins were enough to pay for this service. All that Yeren wanted to convey was a request for help, and she hoped that the person to whom she wrote would come to meet her. The name of the sender was indicated as Yeren, and the local postman issued the shipment through a pigeon. Yeren paid for the service. The pigeon received the letter and flew to deliver it. He went on a long journey to deliver this message. You could still find horses in the city, and Yeren bought one that looked quite sturdy. The young master analyzed the situation and noticed that no one was following them closely. But why are the streets so quiet? In any case, everything looked peaceful, but if their opponents wanted to stop them, the city would be a key point of attack. Han noted that their opponent, Sun, seemed to have more intelligence than he previously thought. Until the end, his actions remained inexplicable. However, they needed to continue their journey. There was a shelter nearby that they knew about. It was a cave hidden in the Rocky Mountains. There they stopped and lit a fire to warm themselves. Thoughts about this incident did not leave Yeren. She assumed that their enemies might have surrendered. She believed that Song must have realized that Gon's skills were better than he expected, and because of that, he either gave up or decided to prepare for a better opportunity to attack. But tomorrow morning her friends should come to meet them, and their problems would be over as she hoped. Zhang Gan naturally agreed with her, but with a certain note of skepticism because promises to see the martial arts of the Imperial Army did not make a special impression on him. Undoubtedly, if there is an opportunity to see the Imperial heritage, it will be interesting. Yeran did not understand why Han, despite his talent, did not join the Murim Union and asked about it. With his skills, Han could easily achieve results in any martial arts faction, be it Empire or Murim. But he just wanders aimlessly, losing himself in such problems. Han explained that he adheres to the philosophy of freedom and does not like to be tied to any organization or group. He was a real vagabond with a calm look who did not seek fame or greatness. Yeren looked into his eyes, as smooth as a quiet lake, and she felt that this boy looked at the world with boundless calmness. She was very anxious to know the real reason why he helped her, and she wanted him to answer honestly. She even jokingly suggested that maybe he helped because she was beautiful. Han was a little embarrassed by such an answer, although it seemed strange to him how she could say such a thing. But it was partially true. Yeran laughed, guessing that if this is one of the reasons, there must be another. She suggested that another reason might have to do with her Imperial Army martial arts, but Han flatly denied it. The real reason was that he was defending himself. He wasn't sure if those enemies were just around her, or if they could become his problem too, so he decided to intervene. But in his heart, as he said, there was always a pair of eyes watching this world. Those eyes could do nothing but stare helplessly into the void. Compared to the forces that filled the world, these eyes were weak and helpless as a passing glance. Once he himself was the one who got into a similar situation when his eyes begged for help. Those eyes looking at him tried with all their might to convey their request, as if wordlessly crying for help. His words sounded strange, leaving many questions in Yeran's mind. She realized that she had touched something deep and painful. Han admitted that his explanations sounded like those eyes were crying out for help, which was not what he had been learning all his life. But those eyes were weak, and if he ignored them, they would not be able to do anything to him. Han explained that this was his reason for helping. He couldn't just ignore these feelings. This presence on his soul was so strong that he knew if he continued to ignore them, those eyes would lose their power, and they will probably disappear forever, just as youthful carelessness disappears during adulthood. Looking at the fire and thinking about it, he felt a deep insecurity. He just couldn't stand aside and let those eyes that had watched him all his life disappear. After all, these were his own eyes, and if they disappear, then a part of his past that he will not be able to return will disappear with them. And so, he decided to act and help. It was his way of keeping a part of himself. This help to her was not just a manifestation of nobility, but an attempt to protect herself. Through these eyes, he now looks at her, and therefore helps. It was a special connection because of which he tried to stay close, even though it seemed strange. The silence that followed his words filled the space around, causing more questions than answers. Yeran looked into his eyes for a long time, trying to understand what exactly he meant. It was really very strange, and she admitted it. But somehow this strangeness fascinated her. Without holding back, she pulled herself to Han and kissed him passionately. Han did not resist and accepted this kiss in the silence of the cave. Something changed between them the moment their lips met. Something more than just a kiss happened in this cave. Even Jojo, who was grazing nearby, heard strange noises from the cave and became a little worried. He did not understand what they were doing inside. In the morning, the sun's rays illuminated Murim's landscapes, filling the day with new life. The atmosphere in the cave changed, leaving behind a sense of unease. Changgang stood up, wringing his hands as he remembered how hard he had worked last night. He noticed that Mrs. Yenran had left him a note. Not understanding why she did it, he began to read what was written there. In the note, she expressed her gratitude for the past few days and asked him not to follow her because it was too dangerous. Changgang was stunned to realize that he had been cruelly deceived. He rushed to his horse, shouting, John, we have trouble. Yenran has disappeared. The worst thing is that she stole his horse. Oh, curse, he thought, realizing all the implications. He could not believe that his precious horse had been seduced by that treacherous woman. This realization made him furious. After all, his horse John turned out to be a real little scoundrel and was betrayed. Quickly orienting himself to the terrain, Gon began to move along the sides of this Murim, choosing the most convenient route. He has not used the martial art of flight for a long time, although it used to be his trump card in battles. But today's situation demanded immediate action, leaving no room for thought or procrastination. Of course, there were reasons why he avoided flying. This technique had a negative effect on his body, and because of this, the art of flying over long distances was poorly developed in him. The weather today is really great, but after his death he was supposed to turn into a cloud and not a person, which annoyed him a little. He moved so fast that soon he came across the tracks of his horse. This gave him confidence that he was heading in the right direction, although doubts still remained. The woman must have been riding all night before she had come so far, and he couldn't believe that she had let go of her horse and saddled him. He wasn't sure about everything else, but he would bring Jojo back because his horse is still young and smart and can last him another 10 years. Thinking about it, the young owner missed a blow that was directed in his direction. The collision caused an incredible explosive reaction that scattered debris in different directions. When the whip whistled near him, he sensed danger and quickly jumped back. It was extremely dangerous, so he tried to avoid such situations. Turning to the side, he narrowly escaped death. But the danger was not yet over. The impact of the whip caused chaos that could be seen on the destroyed tree. The master who wielded the whip clearly directed his energy at this blow, demonstrating his power. He concentrated his energy into a whip and struck with incredible speed. After the attack, the master quickly returned the whip to his hands, ready for the next attack. He couldn't believe that this scoundrel was able to avoid his attack by highlighting his speed. Changang reached for his sword, not understanding who this brat was that appeared before him. Judging by his clothes, it was clear that this was not a simple robber, but someone important. Perhaps he was even from a famous clan, and the Gen clan might have persecuted him. A well-known person came out of the bushes and asked him to calm down and not to jump to conclusions. The young master was amazed by her appearance. He did not expect to meet her here. She immediately scolded him why he followed her, took her horse, forcing him to stay in place. But he managed to run incredibly fast such a distance. The man realized that this was the same person she wrote about in the letter 2 days ago when they met during the fight with Sun, and this man helped her get rid of the killers that night. However, the man next to her could not understand why this brat was still alive. The girl did not know what to answer to this. The fact is that Song was more restrained in his actions than she expected. And after the first day when he tested their skills, the attacks did not happen again. If he decided to wait until they were separated, she thought of using him as bait to distract Sun for a while, and so she just left him thinking she wouldn't have to kill him. That's exactly what she thought if she took his horse. No one would know about her or him, and her plans would remain a secret. The man started laughing at Yan, saying that she doesn't understand anything at all. She should have brought him to them. If it was difficult to kill him on her own, her brothers would have helped her. But her decision was too soft, and she will definitely be punished after returning to the clan. While listening to their nonsense, Han heard the word clan, which immediately alarmed him. The man continued that the girl was talking about a master who was with her and was able to outrun Sun without even drawing his sword. It was an incredible feat, and she even said that he was not trained in the martial arts of the Imperial Army or a famous clan. Han emphasized that in some sense he is a genius, and they are really interested in him. If they had not met under such circumstances, he would have invited him to his clan as a guest. Introducing himself as a warrior of the Yen clan from Hebei, Yan greeted him respectfully. The young owner began to understand the situation he was in and realized that it was quite dangerous. The Yen clan is one of the big and famous clans, like the Gen clan. But unlike the Gen clan, which was almost banished to a new continent, the Yen clan still remains influential. It turns out that even Zhu Yanran belongs to the Yen clan. Now, he is really involved in the conflict of interests of two famous clans, and again across a new continent. He got into this shit, and now the situation seems even worse. All this imperial delusion about martial arts or something like that has already lost its meaning. The young owner explained that it was all a hoax. Jen emphasized that it was all true, and even though she lied to him, she had no choice but to escape from Jen's clan. Besides, she didn't think that a random person she met on the street would be able to handle the clan and was convinced that this guy would die on the way. But for some reason, he was able to avoid the trap that was prepared for her. And I guess you're surprised. emphasized the young master. This was the reason why she ran away so quickly. But what is the story of the young master from the Gen clan? It all turned out to be a lie, and it was just part of her cunning plan. In fact, she seduced that guy, stole the clan's secret book, and then made him kill himself when he realized what he had done. And now the young master understood the truth, the bride. Song Jian was not lying at all. Yan emphasized that the young owner was simply lucky. He asked the boy if he understood why Yiran had just told him everything, and at that moment, his hand began to grip the whip with increasing force. The boy adjusted his hat on his head and decided to see what was happening. The young master assumed that they were looking for an excuse to kill him. Yan emphasized that his opponent turned out to be smarter than he seemed. He thought that the boy was stupid, because he was just a vagabond. But it seems that he is not empty-headed at all. Our hero realized that there was really someone else behind him, and now it became clear why his back itched from foreboding. A man with a huge spear appeared on the horizon, shouting that it was pointless to resist because a wild tramp would not be able to resist the warriors of the Yen clan. Analyzing the situation, the boy realized that it was a real curse. He found himself between two warriors of an ancient clan. For him, it was an extremely dangerous situation that could end fatally. The boy laughed at the fact that the great warriors of the Yen clan are so strong that they have to fight together. But they don't consider it a battle, but an execution. It will definitely confuse Sun even more if they find this boy's head and follow his trail. Just imagine he not only brought their sister Yeren safely to them, but also led Sun right into a trap. They even thanked him on behalf of the family, and Chang'an said, "These guys did a good job." But today his life is coming to an end. Yiran apologized. She was really sorry that she stole his horse so that he could not chase after her. But something in the soul of our hero broke at that moment. It was really a shame, but her brothers didn't care. They asked Yiran to leave better and not interfere, promising to do everything quickly and efficiently. Changzhong looked at the sky and realized that everything was going exactly as he suspected. Again, they tried to deceive him and kill him in this Murim world.
Why the hell didn't I reincarnate into that cursed cloud as I wanted and ended up in a human body where these scoundrels are attacking me from all sides?
A huge blow of the whip flies right into the head of our hero, forcing him to react instantly. The blow shatters his hat and he falls to the ground. However, the energy surrounding him protects him from serious damage by forming an invisible protective barrier around him. The force begins to twist his body like a jig, trying to throw him off balance. Despite his skill, a warrior with a spear is already flying at him from the other side, ready to strike a fatal blow. He quickly removes the remains of his damaged hat, deciding to use it as a weapon. Throwing the hat directly at the opponent with a spear, he fills it with energy that turns the hat into a dangerous weapon. The hat, filled with ki energy, begins to spin like a spinning top as it approaches the opponent. The warrior with the spear did not expect such a reception, and instantly raises his weapon to block the attack. With a blow of his spear, he cuts the hat in half, seemingly stopping the danger. But it was noticeable that he only managed to partially block the attack, and the tension still hung in the air. This warrior possessed incredible combat skills, capable of surprising even experienced masters. Yenren watched the fight from the very beginning, waiting for the result that was supposed to decide the fate. She couldn't believe that even the clansmen couldn't push this guy back. The blows were so strong that anyone else would have died from them a long time ago. But the boy deftly fought off every attack with incredible precision, reacting to every movement. For every stroke of that cursed whip, he found a counterattack, even when going on the offensive. He not only defended, but also moved towards the attack, showing incredible courage and skill. Yan Yang saw this monster flying straight at him. Not believing his eyes, the boy easily cut through his whip. Who the hell is this guy anyway, and how does he have such incredible powers? He thought without finding an answer. He always fought from a distance and couldn't let this guy get close to him. He forces his whip to wrap around the young master's arms, restraining his movements. The blow of the whip stopped as if time itself froze for a moment as it bound the opponent's body. But the hand filled with energy still flew straight at this scoundrel. He did not expect that the boy possessed such power that he could direct chakra directly at him. And when the young master's hand hit Yen Yang's body, blood began to flow from his mouth. His clothes began to tear and twist from the energy wave that hit his body. The young master's blow penetrated inside, destroying Yen Yang's body from the inside. Yen Yang fell to the ground, releasing a whip. His body could not withstand the blow. But the warrior with the spear was behind, and it was impossible to avoid his attack. The boy couldn't dodge that cursed spear. The spear pierced him through, Pain exploded in his shoulders, filling his every cell. The young master realized that the spear pierced him through. Blood was flowing from the wound, but something happened that no one expected. The man with the spear definitely could not have foreseen such a turn of events. Despite the fact that the spear was still in his body, the young master with his sword destroyed the enemy's face with one blow. After that, he delivered several more powerful blows to finish off his enemy. The man with the spear fell to the ground already breathless, but the spear still remained in the body of the young master, restraining his movements. The enemies who stood against him fell to the ground one by one. Their bodies hit the ground hard, and it looked as if the Yen clan warriors could no longer continue the fight. Their lifeless state shocked Madame Yen Ran, who was watching all this. She sees her brother Yen Yang, covered in blood, still looking at this scoundrel with burning eyes. With a spear on his shoulder, Zhong Gang holds onto his sword, trying to keep his balance and not fall. He understands that this wound is a real hell and the pain becomes unbearable. Yen Yang, spitting blood, asks the boy, "Where did you get the Heavenly Thunder Fist?" It was similar but different in its roughness. It was a stronger and more perfect martial art. And this is clearly not a demonic art. It was far superior to him. Meanwhile, the boy grabbed the cursed sword that was stuck in his body and began to slowly pull it out of the wound. Yen Yang, with a bloodied face, asked Changgong who he really was because his skills were completely out of step with his age. He suspected that a powerful martial family was behind him. Changgong threw the cursed spear from his body and painfully released the blood that flowed from the wound. He admitted that it was so. Many of his peers could invent martial arts simply by using their imaginations. But this did not make his family unique among others. But it doesn't matter, Yen Yang fell to the ground, lifeless. The young master who stood over the corpses of his enemies and watched the consequences won this battle. Lady Yen Ran opened the dialogue by admitting that the boy was truly incredible. She could not even imagine that two experienced warriors from her clan could not defeat him. It was clear that she had drawn her sword and was probably going to engage in battle with him. Looking at her, the boy asked, "Are you really that confident in your abilities?" Yen Ran defiantly confirmed that he had correctly understood her intentions. Meanwhile, the boys from the Gen clan watched everything from the side and saw that their time had finally come. They took their time watching the battle between the young master and Lady Yen Ran, waiting for the moment. They decided to go down only after the situation was finally resolved. The soldiers carried out the order that was given to them without any doubts. Not long after, Zhong Gang dealt a fatal blow to the scoundrel, leaving a bleeding wound on her body. Although it pained him to do so, he could not back down. Why did she start all this? He thought as she fell to the ground coughing. The boy approached her and watched her suffocate from the blood filling her lungs. She rasped that martial artists were different, and she was amazed that he was still so strong, even with these wounds. Yonggang looked at her and informed her that she was only bleeding slightly. He knows a method that can stop the bleeding and give her a chance to survive. She was aware that he deliberately avoided hitting her vital organs, and this thought did not leave her head. Her consciousness began to take her back to the night that changed everything. That flawless night when she did the irreparable. Then the boy told her that he felt like eyes were looking at him from the inside, like some invisible forces were watching his every step. It seemed to her that she again felt this familiar, long-forgotten sensation. It was the same feeling when she killed the man she once seduced. His eyes in the last moment looked at her with incredible power, as if trying to penetrate the very soul. Those eyes were bright, full of life and passion, even in death. A large number of people stood behind her. These were the eyes of those whom she once loved above all, the adults and children whose lives she had betrayed. But when she turned to look at them, she saw the same eyes of people who never seemed to leave her. And at that moment she realized that with her own hands, she destroyed the memories of those people who once existed in her heart, taking their images with her. Gradually, those eyes disappeared and there was more and more blood on her hands. Because unlike the young master, she did not protect those eyes of memories that will never let her go. She understood this when she heard his story about how he kept the same eyes that watched him. She realized that these eyes will disappear only when she dies. Because although her body is still breathing, it has long been dead. Shanggong listened intently to her story, but did not say a word as he watched her suffering in silence. She, in turn, asked him for forgiveness, turning to him with a last request. She wanted him to finish what he started, and for her to be able to go with her brothers and sisters. Pulling out his bloody sword, the young master did what she asked him to do. He would never have expected that this story would end like this. At her request, he helped her leave this world. And only a note of regret slipped into his soul, along with the blood of his enemies that forever left a mark in his heart. Looking around, Zhonggon saw that the situation had changed. The Gen clan army stood nearby watching him. The man commanding them was impressed by Zhonggong's skill. He did not give them any chance to interfere in the battle. Yunggong sheathed his sword, asking if the Gen clan was chasing him or trying to kill him. It turns out that their master, Sang Cheon, who recently hanged himself, finally woke up, and thanks to him, they were able to confirm the plans of this woman and the Yon clan, as well as the fact that Zhonggong intervened in the situation. Although it was not intentional, but what did it change in their intentions at all? At first, they planned to get rid of everyone who was associated with this woman. And because of that, they just watched her waiting for the right moment. They decided not to interfere, but only to ensure that everything went according to their plan. They were going to help Zhonggong if the situation got dangerous to repay him for the information his spear wound looked serious. So they offered him good medicine. And suddenly the warriors of the Gen clan turned back after seeing a horseman rushing towards them. The horse was fast approaching, and Yunggong recognized this scoundrel. He immediately understood that this was the same shit trader who appeared only now. Where was that damn goat hiding before? He thought, enraged by his appearance. How could this rascal even dare to think of abandoning his master? If he betrays him again or changes his plans, Yunggong promises to sell him to a farm as punishment. The young master stretched out his bloody hand in his direction, glaring at him. He began to slowly approach him, but there was a problem. The cursed wound on his shoulder was poisoned, and his condition was rapidly deteriorating. Then the commander still decided to warn Zhonggong that the organization behind Yon's plans has no problem using poison and other nefarious methods to eliminate their enemies. He offered Zhonggong his help, warning that refusing could put him in grave danger. Before mounting the horse, Zhonggong ordered a careful inspection of the mandolin. He suspected that the documents she hid were right there. The warriors of the clan immediately set about this work, thoroughly searching the mandolin. Sitting on a horse with a wound on his shoulder, the boy looked at what had happened, trying to make sense of the events. He never thought that everything could develop as it did. However, as they say, everything happened as it should, even if it was unexpected. His servant came up to the commander and asked if it wasn't foolish to let Yunggong go in this state, because poison could be used to eliminate him. To which Commander Sun replied that it is better to leave him alone because he is not the person they see as their enemy. Moreover, he left them secret documents without any problems. "Let him go his way," said the commander. "It will either break completely or overcome this path." The commander was even interested in how his further history would develop. Meanwhile, the Battle Alliance was gathering information on Zhonggong. The woman found out that he is about 20 years old, and his martial arts can be compared to the level of the master of the initial patrol of the Morov Union. All this information is the only thing they could get, because if he is in fact a secret agent of the Murim Union, then they have very little information about him. He only recently started his activities after chasing senior ranks. There was almost no information about him because he was not a famous person or a warrior of some famous clan. Many martial arts masters are now wandering the desert, but this guy was only found because he received awards several times. Sengho surmised that if this person came from Zhongyuan, he was local and probably came from some village or town. Perhaps he had a family or a clan. But the secret agent said that if they want to know about his origin before he returns to these lands on a ship, they can contact intelligence. This guy who sells information is not a simple craftsman, and he has no property. Sanho agreed with this information as it was partially true, but they also wanted to find out if he had hidden connections with other clans. However, that was all the secret agent could say. Also, he didn't use the Heavenly Thunder Fist. Although the body of the slain bandit didn't look damaged on the outside, his internal organs had turned into minced meat. This martial art was strikingly different from the Imperial Army's Heavenly Thunder Fist. It was much less sophisticated, but deadly. These two techniques are similar in how they destroy the internal organs of their victims, especially the Fist of Heavenly Thunder. If someone is hit by this fist, their body is completely covered in horrible bruises, and blood flows from every pore, showing the true nature of this destructive force. The amount of internal energy that is transferred in one stroke of the Heavenly Thunder Fist is so great that only veteran monsters in the Imperial Army can use it. The woman suggested that this might be a new martial art, developed on the basis of the Thunder Fist. However, the man claimed that the Fist of Heavenly Thunder consumes so much internal energy that even the Imperial Army only knows about it from books. He explained that with this amount of energy, one could make 10 sword strikes. Although these techniques are similar in strength, they are classified as A-rank martial arts and are protected by the state. He couldn't understand why they suspected that this guy was a martial arts master of the Empire. Just because he is young and a master doesn't mean he is connected to the Imperial Army. Maybe he's just gifted in martial arts. In addition, it can be seen that he likes bounty hunting, which in principle is normal. Since he helps the Murim Union, Sen Ying confirmed this and asked if the boy had received information about the Red Division, a human trafficking organization. He laid out scrolls on the table that contained all the information about the 6 kidnapped children and the cities to which the criminals returned them. The volume of information was considerable, and the partner of the young hostess suggested that it would be better to explain it in more detail separately. But for her, it looked like a decent job, and they decided to confirm it on the way. She apologized for taking up a lot of this mysterious man's time. They said goodbye to him and left. When the soldiers left the office, the mysterious man took off his hat, exhaled heavily, and realized that Zhang Hyun had become really famous. Now we learn that Yan Gaiyan, a secret agent of the Murim Union, is connected to the Dark Dragon Intelligence Organization on the New Continent. John Gaiyan realized that he had not told all the details about that boy, and that he had no important information to share. All he knew was that Chan Gong, the second son of the Chan family of Hanam, was known from an early age for his exceptional talent in martial arts. His father was a merchant and wanted him to become an imperial soldier. But for some time he had misunderstandings with his family. After the infighting, he wandered all over the New Continent learning from many martial arts teachers. However, none of them were experienced warriors who were superior to ordinary soldiers. Why were they so eager to learn more about this boy? Ian saw this as a small problem, and he at least understood that the family feud was an important part of his story. That guy was really able to defeat a monster that single-handedly defeated more than 30 enemies, and even used a technique similar to the Heavenly Thunder Fist. The Imperial family and the Murim Union may be big in size, but they lack substance. The Imperial family and the Murim Union still don't know that Zhong Gong, perhaps one of the legendary warriors of the future, and the secret union seems to have stumbled upon a big fish. The next morning, not far from the river, one of the local women came to wash. The river water was refreshing, and it was a usual ritual for her. But suddenly she noticed something strange, a red liquid floating on the water. She was amazed and frightened, not understanding what it could be. She was horrified when she realized that it was blood. The woman began to look around the area, trying to find the source of the blood. She discovered that the tracks lead to a warrior who was lying not far from the shore. He was slowly bleeding out while lying in the water, and it shocked her to the core. Bright and vivid memories flashed in Changong's eyes. He saw how his child's eyes looked at the modern world full of miracles, the world where his parents were and their love that warmed him. He held his mother's hand, looking at his father's sincere smile, which always brought him joy. He was still a small child, carefree and happy. The modern world surprised him with incredible things, and every day brought something new. The balloon rose into the sky, and people joyfully waved their hands to it as if welcoming a new day. It was incredible. These moments were forever etched in his memory as memories of a happy childhood. In his memories, he saw the silhouette of a woman. Her image was clear and inescapable. She looked at him so intently that it seemed her gaze penetrated right into his soul. And she looked at him with such loving eyes that he remembered this look all his life. She always met him with a smile on her face and tried to always help him in everything. It was his mother, and he clearly remembered her warmth that warmed him, even in the coldest moments. And suddenly he hears someone nearby say, "He started smiling." "Perhaps he is having a pleasant dream," suggested the people standing around him. Soon he opened his eyes, and those present could not believe it because they did not expect him to come to his senses so quickly. Opening his eyes, the boy saw unusual scenery around him, something completely different from what he remembered. The people around noticed that he looked even more beautiful with his eyes open. They even said that he was more beautiful than the people from Junyani who lived in the lower village. The young owner was lying with a bandaged wound on his shoulder, feeling pain but recovering little by little. Parents told their daughter not to pay attention to his beauty because it doesn't matter, but she just stated the fact. Because there is a saying in these places, good news is just a good thing. The guy slowly got up, holding his head, exhaling heavily, and suddenly realized that he had heard this language somewhere before. Realizing that these people sheltered him, the boy asked for some water, feeling thirsty. People were amazed that this guy spoke their language with such ease. The chief of the tribe was also pleasantly surprised to hear how the foreigner speaks their language fluently. "Well, he can't speak our language if he came from far away from the mountains," said the leader, thinking about it. The girl representative of this tribe had never seen anyone speak their language so fluently in their lands. She realized that the boy understood most of her words without any problems. And this surprised her. And even more, she understood that if he understood her language, he definitely heard how she praised him for his beauty. She felt ashamed for talking about his appearance, and it visibly embarrassed her. At that moment, someone from the tribe called a girl named Blue Wolf, asking where she had gone. She nervously explained that she just went to get water, trying to hide her confusion. The man laughed at her reaction, seeing how she was embarrassed because the boy heard her words about his beauty. For a girl who is usually decisive, this was very unusual. Holding on to his wound, the young master asked why they were speaking Chinese. The leader replied that on both sides of the mountains there are people who have known each other well for over 100 years. Then the boy noticed that there was mud on his wound. The mud had a strong smell, and maybe it was not just mud but something more. It was a serious wound that could have left him crippled if not treated properly. He thanked the tribal leader and introduced himself. "My name is Chan." The leader answered, "My name is Red Wind." He remembered how they found Chan lying in the river completely unconscious. The leader was surprised when the Blue Wolf first discovered him. But in the past 2 days, he had watched the boy's remarkable recovery. It was clear from his wound that even without their help, the boy could recover on his own because he has incredible regeneration abilities. It was noticeable that he has a natural inclination to martial arts. The leader assumed that someone might be hunting him because such abilities do not go unnoticed. The guy replied that everything is fine, no one is chasing him. "But then why were you lying wounded by the river?" asked the leader, trying to find out if the boy was dangerous. The leader was not just questioning, he wanted to be sure that the person they sheltered did not pose a threat to the tribe. Changong noticed that this man had the spirit of a true warrior, even in his name. Changong assured him that there was nothing to worry about. The people who persecuted him were already dead, and the tribe was in no danger. When he went outside, he saw a beautiful tribe that lived peacefully and harmoniously. And then he realized that he was the one who found this land, which was discovered 100 years earlier than written in history. His heart was filled with the feeling that he was not here by chance. This moment became part of his destiny. These people lived carefree lives, unlike the helpless and weak natives he had read about in his past life. Their strength and confidence was something new to him, different from those stories. They happily fed his horse and sheltered him with hospitality. Changong praised their porridge that they served him and was surprised that he was able to get out of bed thanks to them. The young master approached his horse Jojo and noticed that this trickster looked very pleased with himself. The girl asked if his horse had a name, because he seemed smart, although at first he did not let her near him. He replied that the horse is rather cunning and not smart, and his name is Jojo. The girl thought it was strange how people from Jinan give names at all, but the name was interesting to pronounce. Jiang Gong mentioned that he named him that because it sounds fun, although now he thinks that maybe he gave him the wrong name after learning how cunning the horse is. The problem was not in the meaning of the name but in its original owner. When the girl asked about the history of the name, he hesitated a little because he would have to explain a history that was lost a long time ago. But when he was about to say something, he was stopped by the chief of the tribe who noticed that Chonggong was already healthy enough to walk. The young owner agreed that it was thanks to them, but noted that people need to move in order to fully recover. The leader also emphasized that this is good because the elder wants to talk to him. Their elder is a person who has a connection with spirits and is the oldest in the tribe. It was he who insisted on his healing. Without hesitation, the young master went to greet the elder and was shown the path that he should follow together with the chief. At that moment, the girl seemed to want to follow him, but her father noticed it. He told her to stay, explaining that he wanted to meet Zhang Gong alone. The girl was a little embarrassed, but accepted it as a fact and did not contradict. The young master turned to her and felt a strange feeling as if he had missed something. He remembered that he had forgotten to formally thank her for her help. He thanked her for being his savior, expressing his gratitude with sincere words. The girl was impressed by his words, but understood that he had to take this step to pay tribute. She was a little embarrassed and replied that it was nothing special, but as a thank you she would like to hear more stories about Junyan. After that, the boy went to the elder whom he was supposed to meet. The elder lived a little away from the village in a separate place, hidden from prying eyes. He lived in a small but very special tent that was different from all the others. This place was considered sacred for the inhabitants of the tribe and was treated with great respect. It was clear that a priest or a person with a special connection with the spiritual world lives here. When they entered the tent, they were surrounded by a strange smell of herbs that filled the space with thick smoke. This smoke enveloped the elder monk who, seeing Changgong, said, "Finally you have come." His one eye glowed with an incredible power that seemed familiar to Jiang Gong. The elder realized that he was standing before him exactly the boy that was mentioned in the ancient predictions. Chin entered the tent and told the elder that he wanted to see him. The elder was impressed by the young man's impeccable pronunciation and asked where he learned this language. Chin said that he studied the language on the southwest coast in the city of Chunhu, the largest among the new cities built by the emperor. Many people from those regions work there. Among them are people who teach tribal languages for money. And the elder came to the conclusion that Chin probably worked under the leadership of someone from the central district. Most of these people sold their pride and many other things because of lack of money. Chin noticed the elder's new southern accent and thought the locals were showing regional patriotism. The elder introduced himself as One-Eyed Cloud, the oldest resident of this village. He is so old that not even in all the surrounding clans can you find someone older than him. Some wonder how he managed to live so long. Some people believe that his longevity is the result of demonic art, although the elder himself attributes it to the protection of his ancestors. Of course, he did not leave these people alone. He begged his people for help. He always believed that there should be etiquette and respect between clans, even if they are from different lineages. She was once the witch of this village. Young people often lose their way when they hear such words. Chin understood that if he didn't stop her, he would listen to it forever. The boy interrupted her when she was too insistent that he stay here for treatment. He was interested in why she did that. She remembered that she had to order the blue wolf to leave the boy to his own devices. But she decided that a person with the heart of a horse cannot be evil. That was why it was wise to help him when he was hurt. Chin stood up. He understood her motive and thought that she had no other reasons, although it seems that she had a personal interest in him. Chin couldn't understand what she meant. At that moment, the old woman inhaled the aroma of herbs that filled the room. She opened her eyes and it became clear that one of her eyes was light and the other was red. It looked incredibly creepy, but there was a certain power in it. She noticed the young master's reaction and said, "All right, Chin." It was clear that her red eye was enjoying this second life. This sight shocked the boy. He could not recover from what he saw for a long time. All this was happening right in front of him. But she continued her speech. Like everything in this world, not everyone shares the pleasure of such abilities. The old woman continued to laugh, watching him with her unhealthy eyes. The elder did not suspect that the boy had a connection with demonic arts, but she heard that such things happen often. Although she did not expect to see such things with her own eyes, such things can only be observed in a very old age. Probably, this is exactly what interested her in him. She recognized that Chin is a truly unique person, and asked him if he was interested in how she lives a second life inside herself. She was very surprised when she saw his face. At first, it seemed to her that she was in front of a real demon. Chin found her gaze very interesting, and thought that maybe she could see his spirit or something. The old woman will lose her strength if she explains how it works. So don't ask such questions. The people of the central district risk their lives for the secrets of martial arts. But Chin asked if they did not live in peace. The old woman assumed that he teaches martial arts for money. The boy admitted that he would like to do it, but it would put him in a difficult position because he developed his skills by performing various activities. However, the old woman thought that there was nothing wrong, because all he needed to do was to meet her forever. It sounded a little scary. After talking with the elder, Chin went outside and looked thoughtfully at the silhouette of the village. He noticed that this place was well hidden, and keeps his peace of mind and security. The tribal chief asked what Chin had heard from the elder. The boy replied that she wanted him to teach them all to fight against the martial arts master, and it seems she had good reason to believe that something was going to happen in the village. The leader noted that Chin perceives everything that is happening very quickly, but this is not what they usually tell foreigners. However, now is not the time to hide information. Once, a young member of the clan they sent to the lower village, a young clansman came back with some people from the central area, and insisted that they sell this land. However, their clan has lived in this valley for over 100 years. How can they sell their land? Where would they go if they did? This land cannot be sold, it cannot be bought or sold. They were shocked by this situation. Those people spent a long time in the lower village, trying to convince the clan members that this was a great opportunity. Their accent was so strange that the chief wanted to hit them. He felt that a snake was hiding among them in the sea of people. The men from the central district listened to their frank refusal and calmly left, but they thought that they would not leave the matter so easily. After some time, these scoundrels returned already armed. They stated that they had already bought this land and the clan would have to leave it. They showed some ridiculous document. It was a letter confirming that Swift Raven had sold the rights to this land for 500 silver coins. He betrayed the whole clan and ran away. By this act, he left them in danger for a year. Thus, they were simply deceived. For this clan, the land is an inheritance. This is what their ancestors left them. They believe that land is a gift of nature and do not understand how residents of the Central District can own it. Qin asked if the leader remembered the name of the organization that stamped the document. The leader thought about it, but could not remember exactly, although it seemed to him that it was something similar to the trade union. He heard that this is a clan that protects the authority of merchants and the rights of distribution. Qin was happy at this thought, because unfair trade is prohibited by the merchants' union, and even the empire forbids such actions. Qin began to suspect that the people who drew up that document were acting in collusion with some members of the trade union to deceive them, and the leader expected such a development. The smartest solution would be to send someone to the Murim Union to distract them. They also met with the head of the local branch of the Murim Union. He was not an evil person, but I wonder how he will react to their bribes. This bribe could give them enough time to destroy their entire clan. But there is a reason why this land is so important to them, Qin suggested, even though the place did not look particularly promising. Maybe the reason was that in this valley, there was a hidden gold vein somewhere in the mountains. The young master understood the importance of the golden vein, and all the consequences it can cause. He got nervous and made it clear that it could be very dangerous. But tomorrow he will be able to act more comfortably because finally the hand will start to move better. He asked the chief to gather all the residents to start protecting their gold vein and find a way to save it. The next day, all the warriors of the tribe were gathered. They had strong arms and legs in place ready for battle. Their physical condition was quite good. Looking at these guys, you could see that there were about 10 of them. But the most important among them was that the young master paid attention to the blue wolf, who was also present. She saw his attentive gaze and was a little embarrassed. The boy could not even think that she was a warrior. Qin began his speech by saying that even the rangers that can be found in the cities are not as impressive as these warriors because they will probably try to win with their numbers. Then they will have to face 2 or 3 people. Although if there are more of them, they are sure of their superiority and will be able to resist them. However, the boy was not so categorical, suggesting that perhaps they will not fight even with such a number of people. If they are so worried, why don't they have a match? One of them, known as Medvid Skalolas, a huge man, wanted to see what the boy considered martial arts. The young master looked at the huge man and laughed. His austere appearance did not make much of an impression on Chinny. Although even he was sure it wasn't the worst way to start, it seemed a bit abrupt. However, he decided that it was necessary to act right now. Everyone focused on him. The people of Soklinov began to joke, wondering why the blue wolf brought a corpse, although everything looked more like a festive mood. She seemed to feel completely at ease. Everyone wanted to see the skills of the young master, and brought him another rival. The boy understood that they planned to evaluate his skills from the very beginning. If they insist, he will show them what he is capable of. Blue Wolf had heard many stories about the young master. His main advantage was his quick recovery, but she didn't expect him to fully recover so quickly. A huge man stood before him and prepared to attack. The boy, as always, calmly watched him and analyzed his actions. And at the moment when the battle began, he kicked, instantly knocking the giant off his feet. The giant, having received an unexpected blow, missed. He looked at his opponent and could not understand what had just happened because the boy's speed was incredible. Qin flew past him like the wind. People watching the match were simply amazed at how fast Qin was. Mountain Bear could not believe that he lost so easily. The strength of this guy was simply incredible. The bear looked at Qin, not understanding what happened to his leg because the blow was so strong, as if a load was tied to it. He kicked him and his head rings as if he was hit with a stone. The guy assumed that maybe Medvid is not going to do anything else. But Medvid, filled with rage, began to attack again. However, he couldn't catch any of Qin's punches. His attacks had no effect on the young master at all. Qin realized that he didn't have much strength left. Because his opponent was incredibly strong and unusual, he invited the bear to stop because he thought he had shown enough, but he could not stop. He announced that he would now show his true strength. Even his clansmen were surprised to hear these words. What did he mean by true power? Is he going to go all out? It was noticeable that Bear got angry and began to use an aura of incredible power. If his fellow clansmen had not tried to stop him, that scoundrel lunged at Qin with incredible force. His fist flew like a rock with such ferocity that it seemed as if it would break everything in its path. Qin admitted that the move was fast and quite powerful. He deflected all his blows but felt that this force was not from the central area. This was the original strength of his tribe. Feeling it on himself, Qin realized that his guesses were correct. These people weren't bluffing when they half-jokingly said that each of them could stand up to 2-year-old martial artists. He didn't want to continue this fight, but he had to stop it now. and then the boy made a lightning strike with his elbow, hitting the scoundrel right in the kidney. He did not have time for long battles, and these people already got him good. The great bear flew away from the blow. He slid along the ground like a small grain of sand, flying a considerable distance. The bear stopped only near a stone after flying about 10 meters. All his comrades looked at this giant in a daze. They could not understand what happened to him. Chin's martial arts were simply impressive. He hoped that he did not kill him because the blow was quite powerful. However, Medved was persistent and admitted that the boy was really good. When he attacked Chin, he felt some incredible force protecting his body. The guy said that this technique is very interesting, and in order for him to continue teaching them, explanations are needed. It was a rare power among the residents of the Central District. Medved called it the power of spirits. Spirit power sounded quite strange, but it was true that not only residents of the Central District can use mysterious powers. In the end, it was necessary to move the mountain bear to the village, and fortunately, he only lost consciousness. Of course, it would be difficult to bring him back to his senses, but Chin had never seen the tribe members use this power. Not all members of the tribe could use the power of spirits. It is not such an easily accessible power as it might seem. This power was similar to his inner energy, but Chin wondered why he couldn't feel its center. It seemed strange. Blue Wolf approached him and said that in order to use the power of the spirits, he must first meet with the spirits. If he asks for their help with a pure heart, he will be able to receive the spirits of all creatures on earth and the power of their ancestors. The leader of the tribe began to shout at the girl, ordering her to shut her mouth, but she did not understand what she had said wrong. The members of her tribe were furious that she had told their secrets so easily, even though they were also going to tell the outsider everything. However, the leader only planned to reveal the fact of their existence, and now it looked like she had made a mistake. It was a secret known only to the tribe, but if that had already happened, they decided to act further, because in the end they themselves asked him to teach them how to fight with martial arts masters. The leader ordered all the soldiers to gather again. One of the men asked about the Blue Wolf. Does the leader think that he will be useful to them? She looked at him with her watchful eyes. Chin recognized that the Blue Wolf would be useful to them and was sure that he would help them in the future. Therefore, he decided that the girl should stay. Chin reasoned that as a tribe it was better to win battles with martial arts masters. The martial artists were straightforward, and the best way to defeat them was to lure them into the forest using the trees as shields. In this way, they will be able to block the strongest attacks of opponents. The spirit power they used was sufficient, and Chin had seen it work before, which gave him confidence in the result. However, there were still some misunderstandings in the strategy. The boy would feel much more confident if he knew the level of their opponents. He wanted to ask if they had resolved the issue he was asking about. They appointed 2 warriors to keep watch when they returned to the village. As agreed, they set traps in the forest. So everything goes according to plan. But if it turns out not to be enough, they will have no choice but to fight for their lives, hoping that maybe the difficulty of their life will become easier after the victory. Blue Wolf examined the weapons that needed to be chosen for battle. Suddenly, a young master appeared on the horizon. She inquired about his condition, but he replied that the weapon is here, and as he knows, she wields it skillfully. He also noticed that she seemed to be the youngest among all the warriors. The girl noticed that he looked down on her a little. It's all because of her youth. She is the fastest of all the warriors in this tribe, besides her uncle and the martial master. They won't have time to catch up with the arrow before it reaches its target. Chin was amazed that she knew how to use arrows, but laughed at her stubbornness, although he did not expect this. However, the girl is tired of the fact that everyone thinks the same about her. She took the arrows and began to prepare them. Wasn't he wondering what she was talking about? However, it seemed that he was not even surprised. Other tribes were also interested in how they used arrows. She clearly wanted the young master to ask about it. He understood her hint and decided to inquire. She began to answer that if he was interested, it was a secret, and she added that when the time of the spirits comes, they will probably come for him first. As soon as this happens, he must open his heart, and then he will become a real warrior. It is not clear what she meant by opening her heart and what it really means. She didn't seem to know how to explain it herself and began to hesitate. She didn't even know how to answer exactly and started scratching her head. It was funny to watch her attempts to explain, although she herself did not quite understand what she was talking about. If she talks about opening the heart, what does that even mean? She pondered how to open her heart because she didn't know how to explain it herself. Her confusion was obvious. However, this was not a problem for Chin. He came closer to her, deciding to test everything in practice. With a strange expression on his face, Chin asked the girl for her hand in marriage. His behavior seemed as if it had a special meaning for her. Without hesitation, she held out her hand to him. The guy decided to apologize in advance, and then when his fingers began to touch her veins, the girl felt that nothing unusual was happening. And Chin, closing his eyes, began to accumulate consciousness and concentrate energy. Everything happened as he predicted. The meridian core of her veins was open. The vessels were concentrated around the heart, and this was their center of energy. This is not just a passage of energy, but a real hole, through which her body could breathe along with its true key energy. The girl was amazed when she realized that the boy could feel it. He took his hand away. Chin couldn't see it, but he could clearly feel it. She did not fully understand what he was trying to see, but the boy decided that it was not what he thought. However, if the martial artist tries to grab her hand, she must not allow him to do so. Rare masters can neutralize her with one move if they grab her hand. She must always be on guard. Keep your hands to yourself at all times was the key rule. Then the girl replied that she would not allow anyone to touch her hands, except for the young master, and was ashamed when she said it. Chin didn't understand what the girl meant when she said, "besides him." Suddenly she ran out, embarrassed. "Well, she's really strange," Chin sighed, taking it for granted. That night he sat looking up at the starry sky. He seemed to understand where the flame got its power from because of the blue wolf. But the kind of meridians and cores it had were impossible for him. He has already created this energy in the center of himself and placed it inside. But if he opens his veins, the energy will slowly flow out through them. Although he did not expect help from others, he still managed to achieve a similar result. It was enough just to see how the energy flows from the open vein, and now he had to think how to work with it further. Some time has passed, and a lot has changed. Chin discovered many valuables of diamonds and gold in this clan. He taught them how to make traps, and the soldiers were very grateful to him for this. The girl started to shoot the bow even better. She wanted to prove to the young master that she was strong. After 4 days, something finally happened. A noise was heard in the gorge. The army was accompanied by falcons that checked their path. Martial arts masters rode their horses, wanting a battle with the stupid tribes they planned to crush to dust. But the girl, together with her uncle, closely watched them from the horizon. There were a lot of soldiers, and they knew that they had to act quickly. They must report this to Chin and the other warriors. Without delay, the girl ran to fulfill her mission. Maybe the fight will be uneven, Chin thought. There were so many soldiers that even the eyes were afraid to look at them. And at the head of the army rode that cursed merchant who saw nothing but the destruction of this tribe. The army moved forward, not suspecting a possible repulse from the tribe. The owner of the Black Snake was asked if they should kill that union member. But he replied that there was no point, because the coward planned to arrest them all together with the head of the Murim branch, without showing any fear. Nevertheless, the former leader of the Jade Pipe Group, Kang Ren, did not feel confident about the situation. So he took his personal army with him, consisting only of swordsmen who knew nothing. Black Snake argued that it was not worth wasting time on nonsense. It was a status that should be abandoned. They would still achieve their goal. However, it is not so easy to get gold. Black Snake was sure that the gold would reach their hands, but this did not guarantee that they would not have to perform a certain amount of mining. The places they targeted were a gold mine, but it was just an excuse to drive the natives out of there. After hearing these words, Kang Ren realized that he was dealing with a real scoundrel who only knew how to talk but did not create or support an army. He spent all his money on hired swordsmen who did not even know how to fight. He hoped that the story of that primitive scoundrel would turn out to be true. However, the Black Serpent was already indignant because of that boy's bloodline, believing that revealing a person's lineage so easily was not an accident. Perhaps it was a divine beast with a great spirit. It fit perfectly into their plan, and the mother would be very happy to hear it. However, he didn't say anything about this plan, and he seems to be stuck in the process. He hoped that the native inhabitants of the valley would be frightened and soon retreat, which would allow him to create a new army. The order to the soldiers sounded simply stand. After all, the ground suddenly began to collapse under their feet. One of the horses was drawn into a trap, and he was in danger. The horse and its rider fell into a pit with sharp spikes. The warrior's cry made the others understand. That begins bloodbath. After this incident, the warriors turned their attention to traps. They were shocked by such resistance from local residents. Another trap was waiting for them ahead, so everyone had to stop at their places. The soldiers were sure that it was the work of those wretched natives. They were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. After all, a figure appeared ahead. A guy came out of the darkness. His face was hard to make out. You could tell by his clothes that he looked like a local resident. The soldiers started shouting at him, asking who he was. If he is just passing by, let him do it slowly, because it is better for him that way. From the darkness, Chin began to speak to these scoundrels, and the entire army that the crooks' dishonest contracts against the natives would result in them being severely punished by the Merchants' Union and Murim. He offered them to leave and surrender to prison, spending the rest of their lives in the Murim prison. To the soldiers who came to restore order here, it sounded like some kind of nonsense. This strange guy appeared out of nowhere and talks nonsense. Black Snake thought that the Decare tribe living in the valley considered this boy unusual and that this complicated their situation. Karen accused this scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere for trying to stop them and even demanding money. Now he sees no other option but to kill him. These words made Chin understand that these scoundrels treat the natives as savages. Chin suggested that if there was a misunderstanding, he should expel them all because there is a mine in the valley. And although there is an opportunity to mine gold jointly by exchanging it for a share in the mine, even if they drive out all the locals, that's enough gold to support a small group. However, Karen began to shout that he was not going to share a share of the gold vein with the Dakars. It was stupid because he bought this land for 500 silver coins. He was not going to share his wealth with savages who did not even understand how much it all costs and decided to destroy these primitive scoundrels immediately. He ordered his soldiers to immediately kill all the natives if they didn't get out of here now. If anyone survived, they would sell all the women and their huts. He glanced at the children running around and said ominously that they must be very fertile. But his speech was interrupted by an arrow. The arrow flashed through the air. She hit Commander Canron directly in the body before he could finish his sentence. The arrow hit him right in the heart. It became clear that it was an ambush, and the natives began an attack. The warriors did not want to fight. They began to flee because their leader was wounded. In desperation, Canron reached out to the Black Snake, begging him to save him. He begged to do something to help him. However, Black Snake wasn't going to do anything while staring at him with indifference. Canron tried to grab his clothes and continued to plead for help. But he did not take into account that the Black Snake was not going to save him, because he did not see the point in this. For the Black Snake, such a scoundrel as Canron was simply unnecessary in the living. Black Snake just smiled as he watched his current ally fall. Canron's hand weakened as he addressed the Black Serpent one last time. He fell from his horse and hit the ground hard. It was clear that he was lying on the ground, breathless. His mercenary swordsmen hid behind the trees. They watched as their leader had just given his soul. Chin looked at this action and said sarcastically, "They sure know how to say goodbye!" Looking back at his group of natives, he noticed that the Blue Wolf had aimed well. The natives who sat in the trees were full of strength and determination, ready to enter the battle. If the soldiers wanted to know, the savages, as they called them, hid in the forest. They were eagerly waiting for the battle to begin. Blue Wolf's uncle came up to her and praised her for her excellent work. Even he had a hard time hearing what that scoundrel said and restraining himself from anger. Now that their leader has died, the tribe wonders what the swordsman will do. The swordsman hid behind the trees, not knowing whether to run or not. Who will pay them now? The commander is dead. What's the point of fighting if they don't get anything? Black Snake stated that they were all idiots. Canron said that if they continued up this road, the native village would be full of gold. Hearing the word gold, the swordsmen alerted their ears because they were attracted to a gold vein. They couldn't return empty-handed because they had come such a long way, and besides, they had killed the barbarian citizens of Junan. Of course, he talked a lot, but shooting at him because of this, will the residents ignore it? Black Serpent was waiting for the warriors to get even more excited. The young master drew attention to the swindler in black clothes who was inciting everyone. It was unclear why he was going so far. But his dark energy, which he seems to have enveloped the soldiers, reached the young master as well. He felt this eerie energy. Her pungent scent filled everything around, and it couldn't be what he thought. It was not just energy, but a poisonous poison that was spread to cause rage in the warriors. And this poison spread very quickly throughout the forest. The young master understood this too late, and the poison had already absorbed all the soldiers. He noticed how it strongly affected their characters. He tried to tell them to hold their breath, but it was too late. The only way to deal with this poison is to sever its connection with the inner energy. To do this, you need to break its chains in your body. The Black Snake watched as the infection took place and looked at the young host in surprise. Chin began to shout at the entire forest, releasing his power. With his incredible strength, he broke the chains of poison in front of him. The explosive wave passed through the entire forest, dispersing the poison. An incredible star explosion surrounded the entire forest, dispersing this poison. An incredible wind arose. The black snake could barely hold on to his horse, being so frightened that he almost ran away. It was the same technique that Lion Roar had heard about. He could not understand how this person was able to perform this incredible lion's roar. If the boy was able to do this, then he is a student of Shaolin. Black Snake remembered that lion's roar can only be used by those who have reached the level of senior, high-ranking monks. And from this incredible roar, the body of the soldiers who came under its influence suffered. But if you think about it, the body of Qin himself remained intact. But it wasn't quite the lion's roar, because he didn't carry destructive evil. Black Snake did not know how to start a dialogue with Qin, because it was not just a voice. It was so powerful that it dispelled the effect of the poison. He asked if it was not a secret where Qin learned such a technique, because usually such a loud sound bursts the eardrums of everyone around. Qin explained that he controlled the vibrations of his voice with internal energy to stop the destructive effect and stabilize the body. After this cry, even the natives began to check if everything was okay. For example, Blue Wolf did not understand what happened. Her uncle also didn't understand, but he was suddenly overcome with a mad rage and he couldn't control his consciousness until he heard a loud sound that brought him back to his senses. She saw that it was Qin and felt that he saved her and the other warriors from the effects of the poison with his scream. He saved them by making this loud sound. Black Snake addressed his warriors, promising money for killing the natives, and pointed to the name of the true leader. He turned to the swordsman, promising them a reward to go and kill the natives. But the swordsman called the Black Snake a fucking bastard, who just orders them even though he himself probably wants to die. They decided that it was better to go and not risk their lives. Black Snake noted that they came to this job knowing what they were getting into. They knew they came to kill and rob barbarians, but now they want to leave as if they knew nothing. He felt their fear, even though they were all just empty words. They were not at all like their employer, who had the courage to say so. And then Black Snake drew his sword, unexpectedly attacking the swordsmen, who were not even going to obey him. They barely had time to raise their heads, when one of them was instantly killed by the Black Serpent. It is not clear why he lost consciousness because it happened so quickly that no one noticed. The swordsmen were distraught over the death of their comrade. It was clear that the Black Snake had a hidden weapon. He was a difficult warrior. Black Snake again turned to the swordsmen, ordering them to shut up and do what they came to kill and rob these scoundrels. If everything goes according to plan, gold and women from the village will be theirs. Black Snake promised to take care of Qin, who was standing in front of them, and the swordsmen were to go kill the weaklings. In desperation, the swordsmen raised their swords, thinking, why not? At least it's worth a try. They decided to kill everyone and take the gold without leaving anyone alive. There was nothing to delay, and they chaotically assembled for the attack. Qin watched this performance and noted that this was only the beginning. He gave a hand signal for the natives. They immediately understood what this meant, and everyone immediately got ready. The battle began as planned. They lured the enemy into the forest. Everyone, including Blue Wolf, took their positions as instructed. So far, everything has gone according to plan, and today it will become clear how it will end. Qin looked at the girl. She thought about him too, about his caution and confidence. The swordsman saw the tribe fleeing from them. Black Snake realized that the tribe had prepared something for them. Do these barbarians think they can defeat the swordsman? The swordsman rushed after the tribe, and only Qin and Black Snake remained on the battlefield. Black Snake smiled, pleased that his swordsmen looked like cruel people. But he was not worried about them. He would be better off worrying about the situation he got himself into while holding his sword. These words sounded pleasant to the Black Snake, because he wanted to see how fast his opponent's sword was, and was looking forward to the fight. The battle began, and Black Snake's daggers rained down on Qin like rain. Qin wielded his sword skillfully and parried all of his opponent's attacks. Black Snake used a completely different martial arts style in an attempt to defeat Qin, but when his tricks ended, the young master began to gain the upper hand in battle. During the relentless attacks, Qin turned out to be so powerful that Black Snake realized he was fighting a real monster. His stealth techniques proved useless, and he could not harm Qin. Meanwhile, Qin's sword cut through the air with such precision that he almost missed his opponent. However, Black Snake managed to dodge like a ghost by leaping into the air. It became clear that gold is not his real goal. Qin shouted at him that he was not a merchant and that it was all just a disguise. Black Snake laughingly replied that gold can be found anywhere, and their main goal is in this tribe. Black Snake asked Qin why he was standing in his way, saying that he was going to die anyway and not to interfere. But his hidden tricks didn't work, so he picked up a sword. Who knows what kind of sword it is? Said Black Snake, hinting at his unusual strength. Dark and cold energy radiated from the Black Snake. He tried to outsmart Chin by doubling every attack using a hidden technique. He had hidden weapons of poison and even demonic arts. Black Snake was a real ghost. Who the hell is he anyway, thought Chin. Returning to the swordsman, huge stones began to fall, overwhelming them. They thought that they would be met with bread and salt, but traps awaited them. However, the natives met the swordsman not with bread and salt, but with swords and traps at every step. To them, these swordsmen were like cursed insects, who had to be expelled from their land. One of the natives was stabbed in the back by a cursed swordsman. The swordsman shouted, "Dita care!" It seemed that he would kill him now, but the arrow flying with incredible speed pierced the air and destroyed the swordsman, along with his cheeky grin. The bear noticed that the blue wolf was watching everyone, covering them from the side, watching from above. She was a true warrior archer and would not allow any of her fellow clansmen to get hurt. Her arrows cut through the air, hitting the target precisely. They mercilessly shut the swordsmen's mouths, immediately neutralizing them. Soon the number of swordsmen began to dwindle, and the axes of the natives brought more and more chaos. One of the warriors remembered Chin's words. We are suppressing them on both sides, and they only had to hold out a little longer to stop the invaders. The Black Snake fiercely attacked our hero, using some strange martial art that was unlike anything seen in the desert. This was the true martial art of Zhongyuan, which developed outside the Yu Empire. Chin had to dodge these blows because they were dangerous and fast. The Black Serpent's sword was so powerful that it could cut a tree into pieces like a salad. This incredible confrontation against the demonic enemy was the most serious test for Chin. It was the strongest opponent the hero had ever met. A fallen tree separated their territories, and they stood looking into each other's eyes. Chin understood that his opponent possessed a lot of inner energy and looked a little angry, but not completely lost his mind as the leader of the Red Division. Judging by the way Black Snake wielded a sword, he was definitely a master. Black Snake noted that Chin had a bad temper, and suggested that he was not from a well-known clan, and might be receiving support from the Murim Union or a member of a secret unit. Chin had no intention of talking to him for long. This scoundrel was sure that Chin was up to something. Chin only told him that he was just a traveler, which made Black Snake laugh. The snake did not know who was in front of him, a person with tight lips or just a fool, but he did not like such people. He threatened to silence Chin after he lost his arm. They ran away, running at each other, are ready to show which of them will remain alive in this deadly battle. At some point, it seemed to Black Snake that he got the upper hand in this match. If he wasn't in the Alliance, he would have invited Chin to his group to learn new martial arts together. However, he felt that Chin's inner energy was stronger, and if he continues to press, it will put him at a disadvantage. Black Snake decided to finish the fight, and his sword suddenly lit up with incredible power. He was going to end it. At that moment, the opponent jumped into a tree and pushed away from it, and Chin rose from the ground, looking him straight in the eyes. Black Snake noticed that the eyes of the young master had changed. "It's time to see the winner of this battle." A huge number of blows circled in the air aimed at Chin. The villain Black Snake tried to find his opponent's weak spot. His black energy demon sword swept through the air and seemed about to strike, bringing a sinister smile to Black Snake's face. But the blow was useless. The sword passed by. Black Snake realized that he was in a hurry in such a critical situation. However, Chin's eyes blazed with chakra and his sword formed several rings of energy. It seemed that not one blade but 3 appeared before the eyes of the Black Snake. He did not understand what was happening. How could the blade be divided into 3 parts? He would not be able to stop these 3 blades in any way. And like an incredible hook, all 3 blades penetrated his body. It was a flat defeat. The force of this blow brought Black Snake to his knees. All he wanted to ask before his death was the name of his opponent. Chin sheathed his cold sword and answered, "My name is Chin." With his mouth wide open, Black Snake accepted the answer and could no longer. He could not utter a single word. His body fell to the ground lifeless. The battle ended as quickly as the day drew to a close. The soldiers who remained alive needed to sum up and heal their wounds. Some of the natives were wounded, but they were immediately given help. Most of the swordsmen died. Their bodies had to be examined. None of the natives died, although many of them were wounded. However, the blue wolf disappeared without anyone seeing him. She recently went in search of him, and the girl was not even punished for her act. They all had to hurry before the sunset. The girl ran up to Chang'an, who was inspecting the enemy's body. The only thing was that he had a small wallet and an envelope. He did not find anything that could help to know the person's identity. However, the envelope was very well hidden on his body. There could be something important in it. Opening the envelope, the boy read the letter and was shocked. To the girl's question, he answered that there are no clues inside, only talismans. When he opened the envelope, incredible black energy burst out of it. The girl retreated, unable to stand this negative energy, and asked to remove it from her. When she was asked why she behaved like that, she answered that she felt terrible energy from this paper. She didn't know how to explain it, but her body was covered in goosebumps, and she felt something disgusting. There were strange symbols on the paper that disturbed her. Chang'an didn't feel any disgust, but the girl had other feelings, and he didn't understand why she disliked the amulet so much. Maybe they should consult One-Eyed Cloud. She thanked the warrior because he really helped everyone, and they won a great victory without loss. However, this is not the end. They will have to apply to the Murim Union branch to obtain permission for self-defense and the right to own the valley. The cloud assured them that everything will be fine, because their peaceful life in the valley continues. After that, the boy put the envelopes that he found with that scoundrel. These envelopes had been hidden in that dangerous man's coat since yesterday, and when Blue Wolf saw them, she was very frightened. This interested the young owner, and Kamara examined the envelopes. The owner continued to explain that the purpose of this valley was not gold at all. It was only a cover to expel the tribe from these places. The cloud noted that this is a 5-level black magic talisman, surrounded by very evil forces. And now she understands what these people really wanted. When asked what kind of talisman, Kamara was silent. She explained that this spirit could not appear before them, but it lived in this valley. He was the one who opened the hearts of their warriors and inspired her. It is part of the nature of this area, and at the same time, its entire being. He was once their progenitor, and his descendants are now the natives whom he taught wisdom. He taught them to live in harmony, maintaining happiness and love for each other. Therefore, they do not want to leave the valley, because this spirit is always with them. She heard that in this country it is called spiritual existence. In her native land, there were rumors that people who live in harmony with nature are caught there. They are forced to abandon their beliefs and way of life. They sought to improve the level of their so-called martial arts. This was the original goal of these scoundrels. The purpose of the talisman was to drag the spirit to the ground and inflict pain on it, using evil forces that wound the soul and destroy the will. No wonder the Blue Wolf felt the pain. She was destined to become the heir of the cloud, and the girl understood this perfectly, thought the young master. After these events, the tribe began to celebrate. They lit a huge bonfire and danced around it. They rejoiced at every ray of fire as a new life. The young master watched it from the side. He took this ominous amulet to the fire and burned it, scattering the ashes. After all, this amulet had no place among the tribe. It blocked the spirits. Soon a child came up to him and asked if Chang'an would stay. Chang'an replied that his mission here was completed. The child said curiously, "You are a traveler. The road is your home. The sky is your ceiling, and you are the only support, a pillar that stands alone." It's cool in a way. These words seemed quite strange to the young master, and he did not see who said them. But the boy laughed. His expression was quite interesting. However, the young master felt a strange energy emanating from this boy, as well as his manner of speaking. In his eyes, it seemed that all the wisdom of travelers was imprinted in them, as if a whole village. Maybe he even guessed that this guy could be the same spirit, the spirit that came to personally thank the traveler for not allowing his children to suffer, and simply burned the amulet without harming his friends. Chang'an explained that he thought he would be forced to carry this medallion with him, but now everything is different. To this the spirit replied that no one likes those who smell of treason, and people who did this will not be popular. He held out his little hand in which he held a gift for a good person, because good people should always be rewarded. At first he was going to open his heart like he did with his children, but he thought that the young master might not like it, so he prepared this item for him. He told him to put it in his pocket already. It was like a miracle pill or something like an elixir, and wondering what would happen when he ate it. The spirit began to disappear, crumbling into dust. When the young master looked around, the spirit had already disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen, and simply disappeared as if he had never been there. The young owner realized how valuable this gift could be, and decided to use it. He thanked the spirit for this gift. People gathered to see off Chang'an. The girl ran as hard as she could. After all, this young owner simply left without saying goodbye. He didn't even intend to say goodbye to them. He just sat on his horse, jumped on it, and rode away. He didn't even look back at them. But people were infinitely happy and saw him off with their eyes. The girl felt a strong attachment to this person. Her gratitude for his actions was incredible. Maybe one day their paths will cross again and she will thank him for everything, while Chang'an went his own way. Soon the representatives of the Battle Alliance arrived to understand the situation because this man Kenran is suspected of killing Kanchung. Kwok Soon, the head of the branch, claims that they notice unfair contracts directed against the indigenous population. But it was obvious here you don't need to be too strong to understand it. This man tried to hide all this, but everything was ruined for him. Only one of the 30 swordsmen remained alive. It seems that the village of local residents was not affected at all. Mrs. Senying still doesn't understand how they managed to defeat the swordsman and blame the Ren clan. If he makes a mistake, it will be a problem for him because this scoundrel Kang Ren killed his friend from his hometown and ran away taking money with him. There is no evidence that he bribed the swordsman. He decided to say that he did not expect such an act from Kang Ren. If he had known, he would have been detained in Kangshan village immediately. If he is called incompetent, he will put up with it. Mrs. believed this manager. If so, let them detain all the swordsmen and return to the village. The merchants from the guild should be told that they have prepared compensation for the actions against the residents and issued a document recognizing the rights to the land with the seals of the head of the branch. Kwok was shocked, but promised to prepare the documents and personally monitor everything. The partner asked Sheng Ying if she was just going to leave everything because she didn't find the bribe book in Kang Ren's safe, and he needs to be captured. However, she understood that if they let him go now, it would transfer many cases to the law enforcement agencies. In this case, this place will become an attractive prey for other scoundrels who may be nearby. She decided that she would take advantage of the moment and let them forget about it, because when the Inspector General arrives with the new head of the branch, he will take care of everything. By the way, they learned the name of the person who helped them. They say that it was a person who fought for them. After examining the body of the enemy, they saw that he possessed the demonic art of swordsmanship. He remembered well that it couldn't be the Tang clan. After all, it has already been 100 years since the Tang dynasty was destroyed by the Imperial Army, and everyone hoped that this was the end. But it was about the same time when a new world was discovered. It is logical that some people managed to escape across the ocean. Does anyone really believe that this dynasty and clan were able to be revived? After looking at the body of the deceased, she realized that this was not the case. Perhaps they were inspired by the story of the cursed Tang clan, and she decided to write a report about it. And he will prepare everything for an important event. Mrs. Sen Ying watched the swordsmen who were detained, and the bodies that were taken from the battlefield did not give her peace either. The thought of Chang'on's master kept running through her mind. Once again, they were a step behind him. Somewhere in the mountains, the young owner decided to rest. He was so tired of all this nonsense that he just lay there and did nothing. He took the same pill and continued wandering around the cave. The spirit of the tribe gave him Yanggang, a crystal of pure energy. However, this crystal was so strong that it also contained a dangerous toxin that he could not purify on his own. If he succeeds in neutralizing the toxin, the energy will transform into layers and spread throughout his body. If this does not happen, he will not receive even half of this power. Clenching his teeth, he screamed in pain. He screamed as he struggled with the incredible spirit within him. A flame of pure energy erupted from his soul, and his body began to glow, radiating a mysterious power. Every cell and every muscle in his body was filled with the power of this pill. He felt as if he had been cleansed of all the old and filled with something new. Now he needed to direct and dissolve the energy. In order for it not to dissipate uncontrollably, it had to be directed to his Qijing and 12 meridians. All this spun in an incredible way in the body of the young master, and it seemed that he exploded with this energy, and even his horse felt this power. Power burst out of the cave, filling it with an incredible spirit. After some time, he still managed to control this process. He sat in meditation, and the only sound was his steady breathing. Finally, he achieved what he wanted by dissolving the necessary amount of energy. Now he could deal with the remains of her frozen in the center of his body. It was an incredible achievement, and it wouldn't take him long to absorb the rest. He returned to his horse, which must have been waiting for him for a long time. They had to move to the war, find a place to sleep before sunset. If the horse behaves well, he will treat him with something very tasty. The young master felt that his body became much lighter. It was an amazing pill that greatly improved his condition. Now with new strength, he had to continue his journey. Soon he arrived at a village called Xiongsu. It was evening in the village, and one of the boys greeted him. The young owner was interested in alcohol and food and asked if it was possible to find it here, but the guy replied that they have special rooms for rest. The guy personally recommended taking a smaller room because he did not see a big difference between them. Chang'an felt a warm and friendly atmosphere in the village. It was very joyful. The guy who talked about everything in his village was very honest, especially emphasizing that they have cheap white wine. Honesty was his best virtue. Chang'an, appreciating his honesty, threw him a coin to take care of his horse Joju. The boy harnessed the horse and led it to feed, and the young master went to the tavern. Opening the door of the institution, he saw that there were almost no people here. Only a few men sat at tables drinking. Some were having dinner, but it was already late and the place fell into silence. The waitress greeted him and asked what he would eat and drink. She also reminded that they have two types of rooms, small and special, and she personally recommended the special because they are quiet. However, understanding the local business, the boy chose a small room and ordered white wine with the meal. The woman held out her hand, expecting an advance payment because such cases required an advance payment. The main character enjoyed the food that was served to him, and he liked it. Suddenly, a boy ran up to him, joyfully announcing that he had managed to saddle a horse and also feed it with hay. The main character asked whether the boy had already found a room for the night. After hearing an affirmative answer, he wished him a good rest and suggested that he relax and enjoy his meal. "Why not relax?" asked the waitress, bringing another portion of dishes to the table. She carefully placed a glass of white wine on the table to complete the meal. Hearing the compliment that her son is smart, the waitress just smiled. However, she quickly corrected him by explaining that the boy was not her son. She was surprised by this assumption because she considered herself too young for such a child and told that he was her sister's son. She explained that after the tragic death of her sister and her husband, raising the boy fell on her shoulders. The main character felt curious, wanting to know more about the boy's story. However, the waitress decided not to go into the details of her personal life in front of a stranger. She briefly explained where his room was, then turned and started walking in the other direction. Chong stayed at the table pouring himself some wine, wondering if there was anyone in Murima without a story of his own. Over time, the number of people in the tavern became more and more, creating more and more noise in the hall. The boy ran around the hall, bringing the ordered dishes to the men at the tables, without stopping for a moment. Meanwhile, several men were already sitting at the table, passing the time playing cards, which began to attract the attention of others. The girl watched Gon, who hesitated a little at first, but then decided to join the game. She carefully followed their every move, analyzing the players' strategies. Her experience made it possible to recognize who was a big fish and who was a simple novice. Serious conversations began at the table, discussing the sale of land and raising important issues. The mustachioed man began to talk about how his grandfather had managed the ranch for 20 years and how the master, son, had left for a short time. He must have been horrified to see his grandfather's house on fire, he added bitterly. He continued his story by mentioning the death of Mr. and Mrs. Ho, noting that he didn't even have the courage to call it murder. It was such a dark affair. However, the conversation gradually moved away from the topic of the game they continued to play. Noticing this, Gon in a serious tone suggested everyone to focus on the game and not be distracted. At this point, it became obvious that Gon wasn't listening to their conversation at all. His concentration on the game was at a high level despite his normal skills. Suddenly, a man entered the room and addressed Han, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gon instantly recognized the voice and answered, asking how he was doing. The newcomer, seeing a familiar back, immediately thought it was Brother Chan, but Gon quickly asked the others not to pay attention to him, saying that he would just observe for a while. It's definitely him. Where did this guy come from? A thought crossed Gon's mind as he saw a familiar sight. That man came closer to the table and, addressing the others, began to joke about why their faces were so gloomy, asking if he had been robbed again, and raising various topics for conversation. After some time, the two of them were already talking, having gone outside, where they continued the dialogue without any extra listeners. The man admitted that he was ready to resign if he didn't see him by tomorrow. Gon sarcastically asked if there was such a big bounty on his head that he was so diligently looking for. However, the interlocutor explained that it is not about the award, but about the fact that he needs a person whom he can trust. At the moment when Gon took a sip of wine, there was an unexpected proposal to work together. It was a big deal. Besides Zhang Hyun, there were 3 more, and even his own older brother wouldn't be able to handle them all at once. Gon asked if there were 4 of them, including himself. Why did they need anyone else? Gildon thought about the fact that Gon's martial art was of unknown origin, and he was interested in the identity of this martial artist who might have belonged to the secret royal army, and was also afraid of Murim's patrols. However, he decided to talk about something else. He needs a reliable person whom he can trust. What was this adventurer up to this time? Gon asked himself, asking to explain everything in more detail first. Their goal was a wagon full of gold and silver. Gil Dong knew very well that such carriages are usually reserved for the rich. But this carriage was headed to Hamsun Seong, and to be precise, it is Seong Guan's personal belongings that is being handed over to Seong Huan from the association. Gong didn't even know who Song Guan was. So Gil Dong explained that this person is one of the 5 leaders of the Hamsan Ascension Association. They were believed to be a side branch of the Canal Song family, but this was not without confirmation. Song Guan was a man of great wealth and headed the association. Most of his ranch and mine properties were located here on this side. Gong asked if Song Guan's bodyguards were really as strong as they said they were. Dong didn't object and agreed that the guards were strong because the manager of the ranch and the mines was a man named Shu Wei Liang, appointed by Song Guan. He recently seized all the ranches to monopolize the pastures and rivers in this region. Dong remembered that dozens of civilians and farmers had lost their ranches and homes due to the actions of Shu and his men. Some even died in their burning houses, and then Gong remembered that the locals had told him about these tragedies before. Gon wondered what the Murim Union was doing in this situation. Don explained that Song Guan, who is the head of the local Murim Union, was covering up all his actions. Gon slammed the flask loudly on the table and questioned whether Don really wanted him to deal with such people. Dong continued to convince him, saying that they will remain unnoticed if Gon is hooded, and if they manage to deprive Song Guan of his wealth, then there will be a chance to win. A merchant's struggle ends when he runs out of money, Dong added. He believed that Song Guan would be so busy attacking other fighters and union leaders that he wouldn't have time to look for them. Don also emphasized that they will manage to rid the area of this garbage and all their plans will work. When Gosen got up, he asked a key question. Don't you have to stick to a certain position to do something really big and make money? Don argued that at least Gon would have the opportunity to be famous for depriving the evil merchant of his wealth. At this moment, Gon began to remember his first meeting with Don. He seemed to him to be an ordinary conman who played dice and drank. But now, Gon understood that Don was much more dangerous than an ordinary conman. Everything sounded perfectly acceptable. But Gon was left with one problem. Can he trust Don? Don explained that neither he nor the 3 others he had gathered could fully trust each other. The only thing they were all interested in was money. Gon also needed money, and this motivation made him part of this dangerous game. Even for local residents, it would be nice if this group disappeared because their actions only made life more difficult. However, in order to act, Gon had to make a decision whether to trust such a treacherous type as Don. Hearing about the money, Gon became more and more convinced that he should answer yes. Don said over and over, "We have to do it. Let's do it together." A slight smile appeared on Gon's face as if he had made his decision. "Hongil Dong sounds enticing," said Gong, holding out his hand to show that he was joining the cause. They shook hands, confirming their agreement. Don thanked Gon, feeling that now their plan was definitely coming to fruition. They planned to leave tomorrow. The other 3 went ahead and waited on the carriage road while Gon and Dong were to spend the night here and begin the plan at dawn when everything was ready. Already ahead, they saw their accomplices waiting for them. Gon was ready for a new acquaintance with his colleagues in this dangerous business. He became interested in learning more about them. They were the Gong brothers and their accomplice, Kim Jung-chan. The Gong brothers are known for their skillful swordsmanship. The elder, Gong Pyong, and the younger, Gong Ran, and Kim Jung-chan, as it turned out, was a skilled archer, which was the reason for his participation. He carried with him a gatgun made from the horn of a wild bull from a new continent. It was a powerful bow that was fearsome, especially when shooting at long distances, and was very expensive. It was because of this bow that he did all this work to preserve it, and therefore it is better not to touch it at all. Who came with him? The brothers asked when they saw Gon. Don explained that this was their new swordsman, which surprised the brothers. They believed that there were already too many of them to carry out the plan. Chan just stood silently observing the situation, displaying the most balanced demeanor of all. Meanwhile, the dispute between them continued. Dong insisted that it was his plan, and Pyong's opinion was of no importance here. Pyong came closer, grabbed Don by the collar, and began to express his complaints, resenting the fact that he made him wait under the scorching sun, which was already driving him crazy. Pyong threatened to tear his face off, but then Dong suddenly started to take out his blade. The threats stopped instantly and the big man fell silent, taking a step back. When the blade was at his neck, the big man no longer seemed so formidable and was forced to fall silent. Don once again explained to him who he was, and reminded him that you should always respect each other regardless of the circumstances. "We are not bandits to rob ordinary people on the roads," he added. Younger brother and Chan watched this from the side without interfering in the situation. Don continued to insist that this was his plan, and all the information for this plan was gathered by his informants, thanks to his connections and opportunities, and the guy was just a pawn in this game. Gon, watching this, was amazed. He had no idea that Don had such a determined side. This is nothing like the gambling con man he used to know. Don turned to Gon and invited him to introduce himself to everyone. Gon mused that maybe this determined side of Don was his true self that had been hidden until now. After some time, when Gon introduced himself, everyone was already sitting by the fire discussing the details of the plan. The carriage should arrive tomorrow around noon. There will be a coachman and 2 other men in the carriage, a total of 7 people, including 4 guards. First Chan will kill the coachman with an arrow, and then the others will immediately set up an ambush. "If Chan continues to shoot, no one will be able to get out of the wagon," Yang and Dong explained. However, one of them asked if Don was sure that there were no martial arts masters among the guards. Don explained that the most likely 2 people in the carriage will try to take control of the situation, but they will not be able to do anything. In the end, the main threat is the 4 riders who will have to deal with. In addition, Chan had to help them with his bow, destroying the most dangerous opponents from a distance. In short, tomorrow they only needed to eliminate the 4 riders, stop the wagon, and then deal with the 2 left inside. However, Gon interrupted Ian by noting that the task is not to eliminate all of them, but to leave one of them alive since it is Ian's informant. It was true Yang explained that his name was Kang Sun, and due to a large gaming debt, he agreed to hand over the information in exchange for mercy and some money. Kang San promised that as soon as the work was done, he would return the debt and move away so as not to leave any traces. This was their agreement, and it had to be taken into account during the operation. Chan then asked what their plan was after they successfully completed the case. Zdrovan was also interested in how exactly they would divide the money after completing the task. Yang explained that after they eliminated all 6 guards, they would go south and divide the money on the spot during the day, after which everyone would go their separate ways. He added that Songguan, the head of the Hamsun Union, would probably try to deal with the other leaders of the union, so their trackers would not be able to pursue the group for long. The brothers laughed and exchanged words that this job looks like it will be an easy walk in the park. However, Gon mused that in theory the job looked simple, but he was concerned that they didn't have accurate information about the presence of masters among the guards. The limited information about the informant also caused him great concern. In the morning, they extinguished the fire and prepared for the task. The entire group set off to accomplish their mission with caution and determination in their hearts. Each of them saddled his horse, and now they stood on the slope ready for action. Wei Yan looked ahead and saw what he had planned earlier. Everything went according to his calculations. He reminded everyone that everyone is responsible for their own life, and no one should expect to be saved if something goes wrong. The brothers agreed and added that they would not be sitting here if they did not know this simple truth. Chan and Gong just nodded silently without expressing any objections. When Jan was sure that everyone was ready, he suggested going down to start the action. Suddenly, Gon raised his hand, asking everyone to wait. "What happened?" Yang asked, a little surprised. Gon pointed to a rocky mountain in the distance and asked him to look there. When they turned their eyes, they saw horsemen rushing from that mountain with swords and axes in their hands. They wore masks on their heads, which made them even more mysterious. "Who are these bastards?" Yang muttered, having no idea who they were, and was startled by their appearance. It was not difficult to guess that these people were also hunting for a carriage, and there were quite a few of them. One of the brothers looked worriedly at Ian and asked Ian what is going on here. "You should know." However, Ian sharply ordered him to shut up because he himself felt uncomfortable not understanding what was happening. Their plan went awry. Looking down, Ian noticed that the carriage had changed its direction, which added even more problems. It was a real curse, because if they went in that direction, Kim Jung-chan wouldn't be able to hit the coachman with his arrows. Meanwhile, those horsemen who appeared earlier continued to chase the carriage and approached it closer and closer. Yang's group could not afford to lose the carriage to these uninvited pursuers. Yang ordered everyone to rush forward. Now whoever captures the carriage first wins. He also ordered Chan to act together with them, because the target is full of money. Yang himself rushed forward first. ordering the others not to wait and to move as quickly as possible. It seemed the plan had failed even before they had time to implement it. The carriage was rushing at full speed, and other robbers were already chasing after it, adding to the chaos. Jan's group noticed that someone was also following them. When Jan came closer, one of the riders asked, "Who are you?" But Jan wanted to ask that question himself. They argued among themselves whether the opponents were aware of whose carriage they were attacking. "Who does not know this?" Jan replied sarcastically, calling them bastards and ordering them to stop the carriage. However, in response he heard only a defiant insult. "We are not as crazy as you." They continued to chase the carriage for several minutes, arguing among themselves. Meanwhile, Gon was calmly jumping behind, his sword firmly in his hands, ready for action. He was amazed at this situation. Unable to find words to describe how absurd it was, Yang ordered Chan to fire his arrows to deal more damage to the enemies. Chan quickly reached into his quiver, pulled out one of the arrows, and drew the bowstring. His eye carefully searched for the most convenient target where he could hit. And so he let go of the bow, and the arrow instantly flew forward with a whistling cut through the air. One of the robbers received an accurate shot in the back and fell to the ground before realizing what had happened. Both groups of robbers could not understand who their real enemy was. But one thing was clear. First, they needed to capture the carriage. One of the most important questions was, what will they do even if they capture the carriage? Meanwhile, arrows continued to fly past their heads. Yang complimented Chan on the shot, saying it was a great job, and ordered him to continue shooting, taking out the guards first. However, Gon felt something was not right. His instincts told him that the anxiety did not appear just like that. They should have already understood that it is pointless to chase with an archer behind them. "Are they up to something?" he pondered. During the battle, one of the enemies fell with his wounded horse, raising a cloud of dust. The bandit from the enemy group, gasping and coughing, hit his back on the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth. The rest of the enemy robbers shouted among themselves that they had already lost 2 of their own. The order was given not to sit still, because if things continued at this rate, their group would be destroyed. At this moment, Chan was intently searching for his next target, keeping a watchful eye on his enemies. Chan noticed how 2 robbers ran closer to the chest attached to the back of the carriage, and a hand peeked out from the hatch. The man began to climb onto the roof of the wagon, demonstrating his strength and dexterity. Just looking at his height was impressive, but even more impressive was the weapon behind his back and the incredible energy radiating from him. Yang clearly did not expect to see such a guard. It was especially unexpected because Seo Sang-jung himself was standing in front of him. "Do you know him?" asked Gong Che, the son of Soe Ran, the owner of the carriage. Yang answered, "This bastard is extremely dangerous. They say he studied martial arts in the Yan clan." Yang added, feeling tense. At that moment, Yang ordered Chan to eliminate him, but suddenly there was a warning. "Be careful!" So San launched his first strike from the top of the carriage, the blade flying straight towards Chan. When Chan saw the blade approaching him, he thought it was moving incredibly fast. Fortunately, he managed to dodge, but he did not have time to save his sword. The blade slid across his shoulder, tearing off a piece of skin and leaving a bloody mark. What kind of spear can fly so fast? The brothers discussed among themselves, marveling at the incredible speed. However, what Chan was most concerned about was not the wound on his shoulder, but the fact that his bow, his precious gakken, had been blown to pieces. Because of the wound in the shoulder, Chan will no longer be able to use his bow. Gon realized this by observing the situation. "So that these parasites know their place!" San shouted as he pulled another spear from his back. He was going to kill them all, but the robbers, realizing the danger, decided that it was better to run in different directions. "Rather, split up," Yang ordered his men. The brothers immediately jumped in the other direction, following one after the other. San quickly fired 2 more spears in the direction of the riders. They flew at such a speed that even metal heated up in the air. Although the direction of the spear was obvious, there was no chance to dodge it. And yet another rider was injured by San, this time fatally. His body, along with the horse, fell to the ground with a loud thud. It was Mr. Gu, and one of the bandits screamed his name in grief. Gon immediately recognized this voice. It was a woman's voice, so there was a woman among the bandits. He immediately guessed that these bandits were not ordinary robbers. One of the big men asked Jan whether it would be better for them to retreat, since without an archer it would be very difficult to deal with such an opponent. Meanwhile, the carriage began to slow down, and the tired horses almost caught up with it. San held his spear firmly in his hands as he stood on the roof of the carriage, confidently displaying his strength. He laughed loudly, feeling the superiority over his opponents. "You have no chance," he shouted. "You will all die before the carriage stops." Meanwhile, Chan, sword in hand, rushed forward despite his wound. Despite the pain, his gaze radiated unwavering confidence and determination. The fact that Chan dares to challenge San with a sword instead of a bow only fueled the latter's passion. San was ready to throw his spear and finish the job this time. Gon, turning his head in their direction, noticed the impending danger. He also understood that with such a serious wound, Chan had no chance in this fight. This was not at all part of Gon's plans, but he decided to act immediately. Jumping up and placing his feet on the saddle of his horse, Gon prepared to jump. Pushing off the saddle, he flew into the air, performing a masterful acrobatic trick. In flight, he accurately landed on Chan's horse without losing his balance. Chan could only see Gon flying over his head in disbelief. This struck Chan so much that he did not expect such quick and decisive actions. In the air, Gon felt confident as the spear flew in their direction, but he was ready for any challenge. Suddenly, the spear abruptly changed its direction. This happened because Gon kicked him in the air, deftly changing the trajectory of the flight. San stared in disbelief, as he had never seen anything like this before. Gon's gaze radiated confidence in the next course of action that he had clearly planned. Kicking the spear in the air and striking it at the back end, Gon launched it back towards San. San watched this scene with horror, not believing what he saw in front of him. His own spear was flying straight at him, but now it was illuminated with blue energy instead of red. It was the energy that Gon embodied in this blow by adding his strength. Fortunately for San, the spear only flew past his clothes without harming him. It slammed into the roof of the carriage next to him, causing a thud of metal. Now Sana had an element of surprise and uncertainty in her future actions. Gon, who was already approaching sitting on his horse, instilled real fear in San. His skill was amazing, and what he just did will be remembered for a long time. The brothers began to echo among themselves, asking each other where Yang found such a master as Gon. Yang himself could not believe his eyes watching this scene. He had no idea where Gon had come from at this point and how he had mastered such incredible skills. Enemy shouts echoed across the field, "Seize him at once." A group of bandits quickly realized that their ranks were almost empty. Behind them, Gon easily slashed through one enemy after another with his sword, knocking them off their horses. They fell to the ground, throwing their legs up without even realizing what had happened. Did he kill them with his bare hands? Thought the leader of the enemy gang, shocked by what was happening. He couldn't understand who this bastard was, where he came from, and what martial arts he possessed. But his gaze radiated tremendous energy. At this moment, San had already prepared another spear in preparation for the next throw. He took them in his hands and started swinging at the nearest riders. But his main target was Gon, and he decided to throw both spears at him. Besides, Gon was closer than anyone, which made him an ideal target. However, Sun hadn't taken into account how fast Gon was. Gon held out his hand, concentrating the energy in his palm. He didn't even have to catch this red-hot spear with his bare hands. He twisted it in his hand and sent it flying back towards San, who was standing on the roof of the carriage. San panicked when he realized that things had not gone according to his plan, and he was in danger. Gona's Kai has increased significantly due to the elixir he took earlier. He could now use the Valley Tribe-inspired absorption rack technique. San was horrified to see his own weapon pointed straight at him, and cold sweat running down his face. "Will you help us stop the carriage?" Gon asked as he prepared to drop his weapon. A moment later, the carriage was overturned, scattering its passengers. The horse pulling the carriage was also lying dead on the ground, crushed under the weight of the overturned wagon. The brothers were amazed by Gon's skill, and enthusiastically ran up to him and began to praise him. Yang was equally surprised, although he tried not to show it, because Gon destroyed the carriage with one precise jab. Approaching him, Jan offered to look inside the carriage to see what it was carrying. But at that moment, a group of horsemen appeared on the horizon and ordered them to stop and move away from the carriage. "So Weiran appropriated the gold and silver belonging to the people of this land," said the woman sitting on the horse. She added that all this wealth belongs to the villagers of Jeonsu. One of the brothers shouted at her that she was crazy because they took over the carriage and called them bandits, asking if she wanted to die. "To be precise, Gon did all the work," remarked the other brother, raising his eyebrows. However, looking at these people, Gon noticed that they did not look like ordinary bandits. The girl introduced herself as Su-yeon, the daughter of an exploited rancher and the sister of a miner, suffering from an illness that causes him to vomit blood. She explained that they had disguised themselves as bandits to return what belonged to their family. At first glance, these people seemed completely defenseless. But Su Yan continued to warn that if they tried to take the gold from the carriage, they would have to kill everyone who stood in their way. This surprised Yan's group because they realized that these people are residents of this area and not ordinary bandits. Gon noticed that they took off their masks, revealing their faces without fear of being arrested. This was a clear display of their determination. Yang, however, was not ready to back down after they passed and believed that these people were only bluffing. He stated that as soon as they start killing, their views will quickly change. Gon stepped forward and offered to check the contents of the carriage first, noting that if all the ranches and mines belonged to them, not all the gold could be theirs. He also offered to take a moderate share and keep the rest, adding that first you need to look inside to understand what they are dealing with. The older brother joined the conversation, supporting Gon. Gon is right. You need to see what's inside the carriage. People from Su Yong's entourage looked at each other, deciding what to do next. The old man standing next to Su smiled at her and nodded his head in agreement. Su Yeon hesitated but decided to trust and agreed to do as Gon suggested. Gon realized that there was no way he could stop San, even if he wanted to. Suddenly there was a whistle in the air, and a flare flew straight towards the mountain. After this whistle, a powerful explosion was heard immediately, which could be seen from afar. What was it? People began to look at each other, alarmed. Near the carriage there were confused shouts about what the hell it was, and why there was smoke in the sky. It was Sun's last-ditch effort. He launched a flare. After that, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground completely exhausted. Pyong relaxed and thought that this loud sound was in vain because nothing happened. Chan called him a fool and explained that it was a signal to call for reinforcements that would soon arrive. A dispute broke out between them, and the older brother immediately turned to Yan, reproaching him. Why didn't you warn about reinforcements? We should have looked for a safe instead of wasting time arguing. Everyone rushed to the carriage trying to find something of value, and Gon watched this chaotic action thinking that one problem followed another. However, he understood that among them, there is one person who may know how to get out of this situation. The elder brother rummaged through the carriage and discovered a person. Yang immediately said that it was his informant Kang and that he should be taken with him. They began to retrieve and drag Khan's body out of the carriage. Meanwhile, Ian found the safe for which they had come all this way. A smile appeared on his face as he finally approached him, but he noticed that one of the boards of the safe was cracked. Was he injured when the carriage fell? Ian thought. You could look inside through the crack. However, the most unexpected thing was that the safe was empty inside. Everyone immediately stopped, not understanding why the safe was empty. Ian had no answer, and his older brother, grabbing him by the collar, demanded an explanation. Ian asked him to let him go. Then he pointed to the informant, claiming that all the information came from him. A group of people were also confused because they expected a completely different result. Gong approached Su Yan and told her that there was one thing that distinguished this carriage from a normal transport. He explained that this carriage was a trap from the very beginning. Everyone turned their heads to him, waiting for an explanation. Gong continued. We already have experience with attacks on So Wei Ran's carriages, and this man does not look like someone who just sits and watches his property being looted. He probably set this trap to get rid of everyone, Gon added at once. He also noted that this was only his guess, but he couldn't think of another reason for the empty safe. Everyone turned their anger on Ian, calling him a bastard, but he insisted that it was impossible. Gon also suspected Yan at first, but if he was really behind this, he would have disappeared long ago, instead of staying in place. The older brother panicked more than anyone, shouting that they would all die soon and that a plan must be quickly devised. Gon thought that this was all complete nonsense and that he had made the mistake of trusting this idiot and going all this way. Finally, he told everyone that there was no point in wasting more time and it was better to get out of here because the informant needed to be interrogated and find out what really happened. Chan asked Gon where they were going since they were in the middle of the desert with no shelter. Gong approached Su Yan and said that she should answer this question. He was sure that after the successful attack on the carriage, they had prepared a hiding place in advance and told her directly about it. He also added that they have no choice but to cooperate. Su Yong quickly replied that there is a campsite nearby that is one of their shelters. Although some members of her group were not happy with this decision, she continued to explain. She spoke about the man who was called So Wei Ran's son and noted that he possessed incredible abilities. He could not be compared to ordinary guards. Pointing to Gon, she added that it was thanks to him that everything turned out differently. Maybe we would all be dead today if it wasn't for him confessing Su Yan. Gong only did it for the money, and Su Yan jumped on her horse and reminded her not to forget to take the informant with her. Gon scratched his head and sighed. What did I get myself into? He realized that he was involved in a very difficult matter and thought, oh, it's a mess. After some time, night fell over the desert and the stars looked extremely beautiful. The wounded man was lying in pain with a bandage over his eyes. Above him stood the head of the Gamsun Union and the owner of local ranches and mines. So Wei Ran himself. Was this work so difficult that my son had to die? So Wei Ran asked the two men standing nearby. Wasn't it supposed to be pretty easy to take down a gang of thugs? He added with a sigh. When one of the men said that he had no excuses, so Wei asked him to repeat what he had just said. When asked what happened there, the other man began to explain that another group of bandits appeared out of nowhere whom they had not seen before. He also added that his son fought bravely trying to protect the carriage. So Wei grabbed his head and asked, "Are you saying that it only happened because there were more opponents than you expected? And is it true that in addition to everything, you were not even able to track down the bandits who escaped? And at the same time you have the audacity to return home alive?" he asked, pressing even harder. The man only begged for mercy, tears and snot flowing from his eyes under Su Wei's pressure. Another man regretfully reported that the information about the transportation was probably leaked from the inside. A bodyguard named Kang San was riding in the carriage with his son, and judging by the fact that his body was not found, he probably sold information about the transport and hired a very experienced craftsman for this task. Hearing this, So Weiren smiled widely, feeling a certain satisfaction. He let the man go and began to discuss the issue in more detail. Realizing that the plan failed due to a leak from the inside, his laughter grew louder, especially when it came to his plan to get rid of the rats that were stealing from his farms. After that, he adjusted his beret made of gold with the look of a man who already knows what to do next. So Weiren said that later they would be punished for not being able to control their subordinates. But first he ordered to find those who did this and bring them at all costs. He didn't care if he had to kill all the villagers or drive the miners into the mines and burn them alive. The main thing is to bring me those bastards who killed my son, he warned, adding that if they failed again, he would tear out their hearts with his own hands. Pointing his hand to the exit, So Wei ordered to go immediately and catch the culprits. He himself remained near the dead body of his son. Standing over him, So Wei promised that he would do everything in his power to ensure that everyone responsible for his death was punished. "I will accompany you to the underworld," he whispered, looking at his son's body. Meanwhile, Khan was interrogated in the desert in a shelter. He was tied to a post dug into the ground, and Jan personally interrogated him because he had to complete his part of the deal. Yang scolded him that Kang knew from the beginning that Sun would ride in the carriage, but didn't tell him about it. He also knew that their reinforcements would be watching them from the very beginning and hid the fact that the safe was empty. Yang put his elbow on Khan's neck and asked if he really thought he could escape after putting everyone in such danger. Confused, Khan did not understand what Yang was talking about and what the empty safe meant. Meanwhile, Gon and Chan discussed among themselves that this was going to be a long night. Gon asked Chan how his injured shoulder was doing. Chan looked at his deep cut and said it was just a scratch. Gon disagreed and asked permission to take a closer look at the wound. Coming closer, stepping over the fire, he began to examine the cut. Gon remarked that Chan was lucky that the bleeding stopped immediately, despite the depth of the wound. He also determined that the ligaments appeared to be intact and asked Chan to try to raise his arm. Then he took out a piece of cloth and carefully applied it to the wound on Chan's arm. It should help at this point, and he advised Chan to apply ointments to the wound regularly. After that, they turned their attention to Yang, as Su suddenly asked him if he had just mentioned Kang Sungju's name. At first, she couldn't recognize him, but now she was sure she had seen him before, especially when Mr. and Mrs. Ho were killed a few months ago. It happened on the day when a terrible tragedy happened. They were burned alive by So Wei Ran's subordinates. Su recognized Khan as one of those who participated in this crime. Khan began to make excuses, explaining that he didn't want to do this, but it was Ran's order and he had no other choice. He said that Mr. and Mrs. Ho should have given their land when they were simply asked. But at that moment, Su jumped out of her seat. She interrupted his speech and demonstrated her skill by unexpectedly kicking him. With the first kick of a thick heel, Su checked Khan's breathing. She delivered a powerful blow directly to his chest, so strong that the stick to which he was tied broke in two. He exhaled all the air, and his lungs were empty as he fell to the ground. Su shouted that Mr. and Mrs. Ho were their hope. She remembered how after their ranch was taken, they were left to die in the desert. But Mr. and Mrs. Ho gave them food and water and accepted them as part of their family, and these good people were burned alive. just because they interfered with the plans. Gon listened intently as Su screamed that Kang would pay for her debts. At this moment, the elder brother asked her, "And all you managed to do was to disguise yourself as the Chaos Sect?" These words made everyone pay attention to him, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. Su didn't seem to like it when he called them the Chaos Sect. When he saw Su's burning eyes, he embarrassedly said that he didn't mean to offend her and didn't mean anything bad. Su asked, "What is the difference between the Murim Union and the so-called Chaos Sect? Do you really want to say that it is right for people with money and power to abuse their position by oppressing cities and communities under the guise of justice?" She continued. She also asked him, "Why do you think our grandfathers, fathers and mothers risked their lives to go to a new continent?" It was difficult to answer him. Su herself gave the answer, because they could no longer bear the powerlessness and did not want to be exploited. The crackle of the flame in the hearth echoed, emphasizing the tension of the moment. She asked him to forget what he said earlier, because even though they were robbing people, it doesn't change the fact that they wanted to return what they had stolen. However, the only thing they wanted was to return what was taken from them. That was their only goal, but she couldn't contain her anger any longer. Yang clapped his hands and asked everyone to stop arguing because they couldn't afford to waste time. The news of his son's death should have reached Ran by now, and his tracker was most likely already on his way. Besides, it would definitely make him furious. He added that the place where they are now is dangerous, and offered to separate from this moment. His arguments were well-grounded, and everyone started packing after hearing it. At that moment, Gon approached Su and said that he wanted to ask her something. He explained that he happened to walk into a tavern in Sichuan and saw a child working there. Gon said that when he asked the owner of the tavern, she said that she was not the child's mother. She explained that she was just taking care of him because his parents had died. Gon didn't have time to finish his story when Su lowered her eyes and quietly said that he was right. "This child is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Ho. He is just as smart and clever as his late parents," Su admitted. Gon wasn't really going to ask what she told him. He just wanted to ask why they weren't raising this child themselves. Su answered this question herself. "We can't bring ourselves to teach the child who saved us the same crime. What if this child will suffer because of us?" she added in pain. Gon understood her position and said that he had heard enough and had to go. The girl stopped him and thanked him for the fact that they were able to survive in the trap thanks to his help. She handed him the money, saying that she did not steal it, but earned it honestly. Gon took them without hesitation, explaining that he had no right to be picky now and would accept the money. They wished each other to take care of themselves and agreed to lie on the bottom for a while. Both parties decided that it was better to go their separate ways. The brothers again called Yan a bastard and said that he was lucky only because the woman gave them even a little money. Yang then approached Gon, asking where he was going to go. Now Gon replied that it shouldn't worry him, and asked only one thing the next time they meet, not to mention work, or he will kill him. Yang smiled and noted that Gon would do it anyway because he said the same thing last time, but eventually got down to business again. Ian asked Gon not to worry and assured him that at the next meeting he would offer him something that he would not be able to refuse. "How shameless of you," answered Gon and ordered his horse to move on. After that, he set off on his journey. Chan followed him with his gaze, staying close to Yang. Yang asked Chan what he thought of Gon after seeing him with his own eyes. Chan replied that, without a doubt, Gon is a very interesting person. Although he has no relation to the Imperial Army, his ability to return San's spear back to him is impressive, as well as how he acts like a master despite his young age, Yang added. Chan immediately thought that maybe Gon was a descendant of the demon clan. However, he could not detect any traces of demonic arts in him, even though the demonic clan's techniques are known to have the least amount of side effects compared to other demonic arts. Chan noted that they could get an opportunity here on the new continent. 100 years have passed since the opening of the sea route to a new continent. This time is enough for an ancient family of martial arts masters to descend from the mountains and inconspicuously establish themselves here. Chan continued Union leader Murima was able to increase his power through similar methods, even though he himself was extremely strong from the start. Hearing this, Yang asked if Chan meant to say that Gon was just a rookie with great potential. Chan replied with a smile, "I can't say for sure right now. Maybe he practices arts we didn't know about." And then it became clear that Chan was actually a Secret Service agent undercover as Agent Number 3 of the Imperial Intelligence Organization. Even Ian was amazed by the technique that altered the musculoskeletal system, allowing muscles and bones to be changed to change the appearance. Although he had seen it many times, it fascinated him every time. Jan asked the agent what their next plan was. She explained that even one level of Gon's martial arts was enough to put him on the watch list and offered to keep an eye on him. She also noted that he originally planned to increase his fortune with the money from the carriage and asked permission to contact headquarters with a request to convey this message. In turn, he had to keep an eye on Gon and let her know even the smallest details about him. Meanwhile, Gon rode his horse, thinking that if the news of the carriage had already reached them, the trackers were probably already in place, and the road to the village should be safe at least until the evening. He was sure that no one would have thought that a group of bandits would be hiding not far from the village. Gon decided to rest that night in a tavern and set out in the morning. However, when he got closer, he noticed that there was a light burning in the middle of the village at night. Looking more closely, Gon realized that it was not light at all, but something else. He drove his horse, kicking it in the sides, trying to get closer to that glow. He could hear the screams of people, and the houses in the village were on fire. People stood and watched their homes and work go up in flames. A girl who worked as a waitress was grabbed by one of the crazy bastards. "What does it all mean?" she asked, clinging to the hope of salvation. But the attackers had long swords in their hands. "Shut up!" shouted one of them and explained that they had brought this trouble on themselves. Bandit asked her, "Did you really think that we will not find out that you people and these bandits are on the same side?" They accused her and the people of the village that this was their punishment for hiding these bandits for so long. She couldn't understand what he was talking about and said, "Even if they steal from your vaults, it doesn't mean you have to burn people alive." Tears began to roll from her eyes when she saw the little one she was caring for, bound and unconscious on the ground. However, the bandits did not care because they also lost a person. And even worse, this person was the son of their master. He even believed that she should be grateful to them, because this boy is not her family, and she is probably already tired of taking care of him. The girl's body trembled. She could not believe that she was hearing such words from a living person. Then the bandit told the other people that this was their last chance to save the child's life, to tell everything they knew about those they were hiding. While he was speaking, another thug noticed the warrior in the distance. The horse was quickly approaching them, and the rider was sitting on it. "Who the hell is this guy?" They could not understand looking at him from afar. A terrible picture of a burning tavern and the people standing in front of it opened in the eyes of the approaching Gon. He heard the cry of the waitress from a distance, and her tears told him everything that was happening. However, Gon did not see a child among them, and his heart filled with fear that this could be what he was thinking. He sat on the saddle of his horse, preparing for decisive action. As Gon approached, the enemy group started yelling at him to stop, but he did not listen to them and jumped off the saddle and flew up with incredible speed. He flew over the heads of bandits who looked up in surprise at his jump. However, they were not his target. Gon flew through the window on the second floor of the tavern, smashing the glass with his body. Bandits began to talk among themselves. Who is this? How did he even get inside the building? "What was it anyway?" gritted his teeth, one of them asked, not believing his eyes. From the middle of the tavern, there was only a loud knocking. It was Gon kicking the door. What the hell is going on? Why is everything around burning? He thought. But in front of him was only the body of a child lying in the middle of the room. Kyo lay with his eyes closed, and Gon hoped the boy hadn't suffocated. Gon could feel the power of burning fire on himself as he came closer. He knew that the building would soon collapse, and this added tension. The fire created a loud crackle that pierced the air. And suddenly Gon rushed forward when he saw large logs hanging over Kyo's head. These logs were barely holding on and were about to fall straight down onto the helpless Kyo. Meanwhile, the bandits continued to interrogate people, trying to find out who this warrior was. But they themselves did not understand, because where should they get the money to hire someone like that? Then their chief, insulting the people, called them insects and asked what they were up to. The people didn't plan anything, except that Gon was going to save little Kyo and give each of the bandits nuts. Gon, angry that the bandits insulted Kyo, looked at them completely differently. They almost killed this innocent boy, and they should definitely pay for it. They have to answer for the fact that they mutilated the body of the little one burned by the heat of the fire. Seeing Kyo, the waitress immediately rushed to him. She asked him if he was okay, and Gon placed the boy's body on the ground right in front of her. She ran up and started stroking his face, feeling that he was still breathing. Gon asked for a moment and pressed his fingers to several points on Kyo's body. At the same moment, Kyo took a deep breath. His eyes began to slowly open. He saw before him Gon and a girl who was crying over him. She immediately rushed to hug the little one, rejoicing that he was alive. Kyo called her aunt, but she quickly asked him to call her sister instead of aunt. Everyone was relieved when they realized that Kyo was alive. "He is alive," Kyoho Ryong made it out alive. Everyone around felt this relief. However, this fact did not cancel the fact that the enemy was still on their territory. One of the thugs pointed a finger at Gon and ordered him to say his name. Gon stood up and said his name without hesitation. The other thug also pointed at Gon and said that they saw him a few days ago in the tavern. "You were a very bad gambler," he added, noting that he remembered Gon well and described him as a wandering assassin. Gon just looked at him as a foreigner who is mistaken, not understanding what is happening. The bandits asked him if he was aware of what he had just done. Gon responded by asking them, "Do you realize that you just tried to burn a child alive?" However, their leader replied that it was, on the contrary, mercy, because he was ready to exchange the child's life for other lives. "In fact, you should be grateful that we are ready to turn a blind eye to this and use this case as an example," added the leader, proudly emphasizing his words. He speaks too proudly, Gon thought, as he watched him try to justify his attempt to burn someone alive. Gon asked them how the Murim Union could sit idly by when a fire was burning and destroying an entire city. "Isn't there a representative of the Murim Union in this city?" he asked, looking at the thugs. The bandit just laughed when he heard about the Murim Union and pointed out that this guy didn't seem to understand the situation yet. "Where drums beat, laws are silent," he said with sarcasm. He explained that the Murim Union that Gon is talking about simply does not exist in the city. "The only law here is what we establish ourselves," he added with pride. The bandits said they would take Gon into custody for questioning and asked him to hand over his weapon and follow their orders. However, Gon didn't even think about it and reached for his weapon. In a cold voice, he asked them to think again before acting. The enemy realized that the atmosphere had changed and ordered everyone to attack Gon. Gon stood confidently in a fighting stance, drawing his sword. Two attackers were already swinging axes at him right in front of him. However, these two almost immediately went to another world to San. Their bodies were cut open by a single blow from Gon. The other thugs couldn't believe their eyes as Gon had just killed two masters with one blow. However, this angered them even more, and confident in their strength, they rushed at him. But Gon deflected each of their blows with skillful movements, easily defending himself. Gon's skillful moves not only surprised his enemies, but also drove them crazy. He then spent his sword slicing open the bellies of his opponents. After their bellies were ripped open, they fell to their knees without the strength to fight. But several more attackers appeared behind them, and these new bandits also went to another world. Gon cut off the head of one and the hands of the other, which were still firmly holding the axe. Gon was seriously enraged, constantly keeping the image of the little one lying under fire on the second floor in his head. The leader of the bandits watched as Gon killed 5 of their warriors in a matter of moments. "Where did a master like him come from?" thought the leader, as another enemy with a spear took his turn. When Gon came closer to him, the forehead of this warrior, if you could call him that, turned blue with fear. Without hesitation, Gon plunged his sword straight into the chest of the enemy, piercing him from the back. But suddenly something went wrong. Gon felt his sword stuck in the opponent's ribs. At this moment, the leader of the bandits rushed at Gon, thinking that this was his chance. So the situation really looks disappointing, Gon understood, and so this bastard swung his sword screaming loudly in hopes of striking Gon. He carried the sword, convinced that he had won. But what he saw on the ground was not the head he was looking for. Gon dodged and immediately rushed to attack from below. He clenched his fist so tightly that every muscle tensed in preparation for the blow. The jerk didn't even have time to understand how he got the full power of the goon fist. Blood spurted from his mouth from the powerful blows. The sword fell to the ground with a clang, slipping from his hands. "You're finished, you bloody bastard!" Gon, enraged, dealt with the enemy with his bare hands. The one who was kneeling could not believe that an ordinary traveler had done this. Already crawling on the sand, he begged, "Where did you learn this?" Gon silently raised his sword and turned to the other. "Is your boss still alive?" Then he added, "Tell him that I am the one who killed your soldiers and I will come for him next. So let him get ready." He stammered out of fear and answered yes. Gon ordered him to leave the village immediately. He almost lost his shoes and ran screaming in terror. Afterwards, Gon addressed the residents. "Do you plan to burn your village to the ground?" implying that the fire should be extinguished immediately. Time passed, morning came, and they still managed to put out the fire. However, the fire managed to do a lot of damage, destroying a large part of the village. A boy approached Han and asked, "Are you not a knight who fights evil and helps the poor?" He considered Gon a knight because he defeated his enemies, saved him, and even helped put out the fire all night. Gon closed his eyes and thought and replied, "Knights are not like me. However, The boy scratched the back of his head and confidently answered, "And in my opinion, knights are exactly like you." Gon asked the boy, "Do you know where Rana's base is? If you want to defeat all pagans, take me with you," begged the little one. But stern words sounded from behind that he should not even think about such a thing. Ajuma appeared behind the boy, and the boy smiled when he saw her. She sternly reminded him that she had already asked to be called her sister. She asked not to do stupid things, and to stay in the village waiting for their return. After that, Ajuma set off with Gon riding horses through the rocky expanses. She asked if everything was really going to be okay. Her question was about Ran, because it is rumored that he has more than 20 warriors, and that he himself is a master of martial arts. Gon understood that if he did not enter the battle now, he would probably be awarded a reward, so he decided to face Ran now, while he still had few opponents. His desire to fight one-on-one made the girl assume that he was a secret agent of the Imperial Army. Just not the Imperial Army again, Gon thought with irritation. He asked her why she decided that he belonged to the Imperial Army. The girl explained that he is a young master traveling alone, and also works with Yang Guang. "And what does Yang have to do with the Imperial Army?" asked Gong. She explained that Yang worked in the royal palace, and that made him quite famous in the desert. She added that after Yang began working with the royal court, it seemed as if he had developed a bond with them. No wonder Gon sensed something strange about Yang from the very beginning. Now that he thinks about it, the information Yang provided was really unusual, and Gon finally realized that Yang was a spy connected to the royal court. Ajuma, who managed the tavern, overheard this conversation and also learned a lot of interesting things. And so they arrived on the territory of Rana. All these ranches belonged to him and Songquan. He actually took over these people's lands by force. Gon, resolute in his actions, looked gratefully at the girl. He thanked her for her help and asked her to go back. "What you will witness will not be good. That is why I am asking you to go," he added. "Mr. Warrior Ni Changgong," the girl turned to him and he turned his head. She sincerely thanked him for saving them and Kyoho Ryan. And, of course, for what he is going to do. A small smile appeared on Gon's face. He joked that he would ask to get him a deluxe room at a low price the next time he visited them. The territory of Rana was filled with armed men. Despite this, Gon strode confidently towards him. Ran sat on a chair and said that he had already received a report from his subordinate, but he never thought that Gon would actually come alone. He added that he was wondering who killed his son and his subordinates. And now seeing Gon up close, he understands that he is not an ordinary traveler. Gon listened in silence without interrupting. Next to Ran lay 2 dead boys whom Gon recognized. Ran explained that they had been caught yesterday when they were passing by, and thanks to this he found out about the ambush on his carriage and that Yang had bribed one of his subordinates. They were 2 brothers, and they were unlucky enough to fall into Ran's hands when they were just passing by. Ran called them parasites, but admitted that he still didn't understand one thing. He couldn't fathom what a master like Gon was doing in this place, and asked if he was a special agent of the Imperial Army or an investigator from the Murim Union. Gon didn't see any sense in where he came from. After all, this did not change the fact that they still had to kill each other. Ran agreed, spread his hands to the sides, and added that now there's no point in finding out who Gon is. He even remarked that if they had met under different circumstances, they might have become friends. A multitude of armed men stood around Gon. The order sounded, and they all rushed to the attack together. Gon deftly dodged each blow as he ducked under the first attacker's sword. He then instantly struck, and the first enemy was felled in one precise move. Another was already running at him with a raised sword. Gon managed to dodge again by moving to the side and avoided another blow. Gon cleverly threw a left uppercut under the arm of the enemy, who was holding the sword, and hit him right in the beard. But this was only the beginning. A whole army of enemies that needed to be destroyed was still waiting ahead. He flew away in battle, fighting back with his feet and hands, leaving his opponents no chance. Some of Ran's men started calling him a monster and fled the battlefield. But as soon as someone tried to run away, Ran himself appeared in front of them and asked, "Where is this taking you?" Even before his leader, the soldier admitted that he was sorry and that they could not become his rivals. Ran answered with a cold-blooded smile that everything was fine and that he understood him. And then, without hesitation, he pierced the warrior's chest with his hand right in the place where the heart was. Perhaps this soldier would rather die in a decent fight than at the dirty hands of Ran and his creepy smile. His last vision was Ran's terrifying smile appearing right in front of his eyes. Ran tore the heart out of the victim's chest with his own hands, holding it in his palm. Gon finished the job. The last enemies fell under his sword. Fighting with them, he drew conclusions about their strength. These people were the same as those who attacked the village, a chaotic assembly of a disorderly mass. He wondered if Ran was different from them. At that moment, he saw that Ran was holding a human heart in his hand. What is even more terrifying is that he began to raise this heart to his teeth. Some even felt sick, and Gon just watched, not understanding what was happening. Ran's entire chin, along with his bloody teeth, was shaking, and his mouth was laughing wildly after he ate the heart. Ran spread his arms to the sides, looking up and laughing loudly. Red energy surrounded his body. His blood was throbbing wildly, and he had not felt such powerful emotions for a long time. He shouted about it so loudly that it looked scary from the outside. Even his own soldiers looked at him in horror and shouted that he had gone mad. They all decided to run away from there, not wanting to stay with him anymore. But Ran did not let them escape by catching up and knocking them to the ground. After that, he tore out their hearts while holding them in his hands. As usual, by absorbing hearts, Ran gained additional power. Gon wondered if there should be an exorcism ritual or something like that. Ran looked at his hand and said, finally. His voice changed and the power of demonic arts appeared in his hands. He apologized to Gon for waiting and offered to start the fight. The speed with which Ran moved on the battlefield was incomparable. Everything around flew in different directions. A ball of fire blazed in his hand, which gave him incredible strength. This is not just an attack with a sword. It is an attack with incredible power that swept away everything in its path. Gon barely had time to dodge these crazy attacks, and even he admitted that Ran's skills were very powerful. It was an art of blood and fire, and Ran admitted that he never thought the day would come when he would have to use it. He explained that if the Murim Union found out about his demonic art, it would be very unpleasant, so he did not teach this technique to San. Everything else was useless now, he said, and rushed at Gon with all his strength. Approaching him, Ran continued to talk about killing his son. He stated that he needed to stay alive to avenge his son's death. And again, Ran attacked without giving Gon a moment's rest. Ran's blows flew so close that Gon barely had time to dodge. The blade of the sword whizzed right by his chin. The amount of heat that Ran could create with his bare hands was incredible. Gon had never imagined that he would ever encounter such power. Ran only continued to shout that he would avenge his son and kill everyone. Gon, in turn, only deftly dodged his attacks. Ran's eyes grew redder and bloodthirsty. It was difficult to maintain balance in such a chaos of attacks, but Gon found a foothold that allowed him to rush forward and deliver more than a dozen blows with his sword. Blood spurted in all directions from Ran's wounds. Time after time, the blade swept through his body, leaving him no chance. Finally, the fire died in his fists, and Ran fell to his knees. "And what happens when you kill everyone?" Gon asked, standing behind him. He explained that Murima's union would send trackers to find him if he committed such a crime. Ran found the strength to get up and replied that after killing the trackers, he would go to the Imperial Palace. This art was given to him by the Imperial Court, and he believed that he would be recognized for his abilities there. Hearing this, Gon had only one question. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" But suddenly something incomprehensible happened. Ran's wounds began to heal quickly. It was a real monster. His creepy laugh sounded even louder, and he enthusiastically talked about his power, which seemed truly incredible. Ran himself criticized his power, but said that with such power he could even be given the rank of general. Pushing himself off the ground, he stood on the same spot and said that he was grateful to Gon. He believed that it was thanks to Gon that he would become a general. Then he declared that he was already a general, to which Gon responded by calling him crazy. But this characterization of Ran was fully justified given his actions. His creepy laugh literally drove me crazy. Gon barely had time to defend himself from the constant blows. It was not a good situation, and Gon was aware of it as he assessed the situation. The flames around Ran and his hands were extremely dangerous, but using his bare hands allowed him to make quick and continuous attacks. It was impossible to be sure if it was because of the eaten heart that was still beating, but Ran's stamina seemed limitless. He was the most troublesome enemy that Gon had met before. And the most unpleasant thing about his laugh was really annoying to the limit, and his devilish speed made it difficult to dodge attacks. There was a moment when Ran unexpectedly hit Gon from the side, and he flew back. Lying down, Gon thought about his ability to regenerate as he looked at his sword, which seemed too fragile to last much longer. It was necessary to act quickly. Gon wondered what attack to use to kill Ran without giving him a chance to regenerate again. Among his skills, Gon couldn't find anything suitable, but his thoughts returned to the same book. He had to remember this moment by pulling out his memories at the most necessary time. Even if it was just a theory, it should be more than enough. Gon slowly tilted the sword back into its scabbard. Standing in a combat stance, he decided to try. Ran just smiled, taking this gesture as a surrender. He declared that he would turn Gon to ashes as he deserved, and rushed at him with all speed. Gon took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. He then concentrated on channeling his inner energy. A blue energy began to appear around his hand, which spiraled around it. Gon channeled the internal energy by pushing it out through his joints. It was like threading through the eye of a needle. Precision and concentration were the keys. After Gon concentrated as much as possible, gathering all the energy from every corner of his body, he directed it from his head to his feet and through his joints. Focusing this rotating energy on the tips of his hands, he was ready. All that remained was to meet this scoundrel. The release of all this incredible energy created a powerful wave around them. The blast wave and streams of energy still didn't impress Ran, and he asked, "Is that all you're capable of?" Could this really affect his body soaked in the art of blood and fire? However, the energy of the fire became less and less, gradually dying out. The blue glow made Ran's expression change. He began to lose confidence. Enthusiasm faded as he saw his own energy transform. All of his strength was absorbed by Gon, and the blast wave threw Ran far back. The incredible technique and its perfect execution made the enemy understand that it is better not to contact Gon. Gon stood with both arms outstretched forward, overcoming his enemy. He told himself that it was not bad, even unexpectedly. A small fire remained on the tip of his finger. Gon brought it to the cigarette he was holding in his mouth, and lit it and thought that the secret of fire technique lies in the art of unquenchable flame. It turned out that this can be achieved if a large amount of energy is directed in the right direction. Of course, if you do it illiterately like Ran, you can burn your own energy streams, thought Gon. But thanks to Ran, he managed to learn something new. Lying on the ground dying, Ran barely managed to ask in a groaning voice, "What kind of technique was it?" "For now, I'm calling her Namatka," replied Gon. "The winding comes from the Tai Chi technique. There is a legend about Zheng Sanfei who used it. He became a deity at the end of his life. Ran understood why he lost, because this technique was legendary. The last thing he did was to blow the remaining air from his lungs and said that Gon had better run as far as possible. Because as soon as the palace finds out that he is lost even after using demonic arts, they will start chasing him." The palace that Ran spoke of was the residence of the real emperor. It was not the Yu clan that seized the throne by force, but the real emperor, the only true ruler, the one who controls the demons. Those who were expelled from the palace, who were tortured and killed for thousands of years, gather under his leadership and continue to build up their power. It was this palace that Ran was talking about. Although he was only a subordinate to them, he was truly nothing compared to the true masters of the palace. He warned Gon that if they started hunting him, he would not be able to escape death. Before his death, Ran realized that he was simply being used. The cigarette in Gon's hand allowed him to enjoy himself a little after the fight. Thinking about a secret organization that dreams of restoring power, Gosen remained at the thought that he did not want to be involved in it. Suddenly the words, "You are much stronger than I expected," were heard behind him. It was an older brother holding the body of his dead younger brother in his arms. He understood that he was lucky to survive, and his brother was not. He was kept alive thanks to Gon and his victory over Ran. He also admitted that even if Gon had come earlier, it wouldn't have helped since Ran had been unconscious since last night. The older brother thanked Gon sincerely for avenging his brother's death. Gon advised him to go to Jeonsucheon and say Gong's name there. It would help arrange the funeral. In addition, he advised to find one person to bring order to this mess. Gon added that he had heard of this scoundrel's ties to the imperial palace, and that whether it was the Murim Union or the imperial court, they would restore order as soon as they found out what had happened. "What about you?" Pyong asked. But at that moment, Gon was already whistling on his 2 fingers. His horse ran closer after hearing the master's call. Approaching the horse, Gon only said that he was going on a trip as usual. Pyong held out his hand and said that there would be a reward if he reported the thieves, but it didn't matter to Gon. Pyong couldn't believe that Gon was just going to leave after all of this. In Pyong's eyes, Gon was a real hero who single-handedly defeated Ran and his subordinates. The Murim Union should have awarded him a medal, but Gon just walked away. However, Gon once again repeated that he was not interested in this. He expressed his condolences for the loss and said goodbye, leaving Pyong sitting with his dead brother's body in his arms. But for Pyong, it was a real salvation, albeit a painful one. Gon always seemed to be the one who chose the path of the righteous even without rewards. After a while, the scene changes to Hamsun Palace. There was a quiet evening atmosphere here. Under the moonlight, The girl held a piece of cloth that she had recently received. She was an agent of the Imperial Secret Intelligence Service number 3. The cloth she was holding was the same cloth that Gon had wrapped around her arm earlier. She felt someone's presence and quickly hid the piece. A colonel of the Imperial Army, a stern man known as the Fierce Tiger, came to her. Holding the severed head in his hands, he said that the task was accomplished. The result turned out to be, as she predicted, the Ma clan was behind Song Quan, and it seems that it is the work of either Nam Gun or Moang. She asked if they used demonic arts, and the colonel replied that they probably didn't. It's just one of the bodyguards that guarded Song Quan. It seems that the Ma clan placed them here. The colonel explained that it was not only this, but also that he had destroyed all of Song Quan's subordinates. She realized that Sun was guarded by at least 30 people. Did he really kill them all without getting a single scratch? She was surprised, addressing the colonel. Then she asked what happened to Sun himself. He was taken into custody for questioning. Number 12 and number 17 are detaining him, and as soon as he sees his men being killed, he will immediately surrender, replied the colonel. He was incompetent from the start. That's why he left his noble family and became a merchant on a new continent, he continued. However, Fierce Tiger could not believe that Sun lived a good life under His Majesty's blessing, but was ultimately deceived by these losers. Who would have thought that a descendant of one of the largest noble families would make such decisions? Did he really think he could go unnoticed? Hamsun is a big city, and the competition for leadership in the Union is very fierce. Even if he claimed that he made these decisions to protect his position, it was still a stupid choice. Fierce Tiger said this and remembered something. I heard you met an interesting martial artist on the way here, he asked. He began to recall the name of this master. His name is Changgong or something like that, he said. She agreed that Gon was experienced for his age, but added that there was nothing special about him. The colonel suspected that something was wrong here, so why appoint a secret agent and allocate special resources for a master of martial arts if there is nothing special about him? The colonel didn't want to hear anything other than that she was hiding masters who could pose a potential threat to the imperial palace. In response, she only remarked that there had been a big misunderstanding. She meant His Imperial Majesty the Emperor? She also added that the Emperor had granted them an imperial secret intelligence organization that allowed them to operate independently of the Imperial Army, and emphasized that even the Fierce Tiger had no right to interfere in the affairs of their organization on the new continent. She pointed out that she didn't mention Zhang Gong's name in the conversation, which meant that the colonel had his staff investigate without her knowledge. She asked if the colonel objected to her raising the matter at a higher level. Colonel Fierce Tiger laughed back. He was fascinated by how proud she was of her work, and he switched to you instead of you. However, he noted that her pride would remain intact only as long as she enjoyed His Majesty's blessing. After finishing the conversation, he said that he should go and leave her alone, but also asked him not to forget to remove all traces of the involvement of the Imperial Army. After that, the colonel left her alone with her thoughts. She thought about the fact that she had no intention of covering for Gon. The fact was that Gon seemed to be well-versed in martial arts, and despite his lack of education, everything would be fine if she filed a report on the need for additional investigation into his case. However, she did not leave one thought that is constantly spinning in her head. She couldn't understand why she was trying so hard to protect him, even when she came into conflict with a colonel of the Imperial Army. She threw the burning torch to the ground, and the flames engulfed everything around, burning everything to the ground. The flames spread behind her, destroying everything in its path. She walked down the street, not paying attention to the panicked people who ran out of their houses because of the fire. Real chaos reigned behind her. People shouted that it is not possible to approach this place because it is a matter of national security. Her beautiful eyes reflected the flame she left behind, and in her thoughts there was only one thing: where is Gon now? Meanwhile, Gon was thinking about the palace he was talking about. It's the same one where the real emperor lives, not the Yu clan that took the throne by force. The real emperor, the only true ruler, is the one who controls the demons. In all his thoughts, Gon repeatedly repeated to himself that he had no intention of contacting either the Imperial Army or the palace, and that he must stay away from Hamsun. An incredibly beautiful mountain spread out in front of him, the top of which was covered with snow, and the slopes were wrapped in a winter blanket. His horse's hooves thumped dully on the ground, carrying the rider forward. Gon, sitting on his horse, shivered from the cold, and began to think that maybe it would be worth going in another direction. But this place was the headquarters of the Murim Union, and he did not want to go there. Ahead, he saw a small town that seemed to him an ideal place for rest. He decided to find a tavern and rest for a few days. However, something caught his attention and raised a question. Directly in front of him was a public execution of sinners who were hanged for their crimes. A man with a scroll in his hands announced that the man would be executed for armed robbery and murder of 3 people. A girl named Sun also had a noose around her neck. She was accused of poisoning her husband. Gon, observing this from his visor, silently watched the events. The crowd in front of them shouted loudly, demanding a speedy execution, not wanting to hear the explanations of the criminals. The elder asked people to shut up, adding that if anyone has complaints about the sentence, they should contact the Black Dragon Gate. Gon heard the order, "Begin the execution," and became a witness of what he probably shouldn't have seen. The Yomho fortress in this region was famous for its lake that naturally produced salt. In the tavern, the bartender told Gon about this, adding that the salt from this area is known throughout the country and is especially valued abroad due to its unique taste, which it acquires on the new continent. The bartender put some salt on the table and said that it had an incredible aroma. Gon dipped his finger in the salt and tasted it, but didn't taste anything special, except that it was slightly less salty than regular salt. The seller, while wiping the glass, continued to praise the salt, saying that it is like selling water instead of gold. The bartender added that the salt is sold only to the imperial court, but some of it is secretly resold in the vicinity of Sichuan. But if the imperial court finds out about this, they will not be happy at all. You never know when an emperor might change his mind and decide to colonize a new continent. If that happens, tens of thousands of soldiers will come here on ships, warned the bartender. Later in the conversation, the bartender asked Gon if he had found a job. As a seasoned warrior, why don't you try your hand at the Black Dragon Gate, he suggested. Suddenly there was a creaking of the door, which attracted the attention of Gon and the bartender. A man entered, asking if food was served here and saying that he would like to rest for a while. He was kindly invited inside. The weather was incredibly cold, and shaking off his jacket from the snow, he sat down at the bar talking about the difficulties he faced due to the snowstorm. The bartender offered him a little rest and promised that he would soon serve hot noodles while Gon was on his guard. Looking at this man, Gon began to suspect that he was not just an ordinary guest. It seemed to him that this man was a rare visitor to the new continent. After some time, the guest ate enough and thanked for the meal. He put some coins on the table and asked permission to ask the bartender something important. Introducing himself as One Sang, he explained that he was looking for one person. He was looking for a woman named Yang Soso, who is rumored to live somewhere in the area of Yomho Fortress. Although she is no longer a child, he noted that it was about a loss of contact many years ago. The bartender scratched his beard and tried to remember, but was unsure. However, he seems to have heard this name in the neighborhood. This was the only information he could provide, but Wonsan added that she probably has a daughter and the child is sick and her husband is rumored to be a simple laborer. The bartender replied that it would be difficult to find someone in the area without knowing more details and asked if she was a long-lost family member. Something like that, Wonsan answered, noting that this was his long-lost sister. He took out a bag of money when the bartender said he couldn't help anymore. Gon saw this bag and concluded that this man was quite wealthy. However, the bartender was unable to help, saying that the only way was to look for it yourself, because they had changed names. He asked Vaughn not to despair and expressed the hope that he would still find his family. Vaughn was about to leave when Gon said, "Looks like you'll need an assistant if you're going to look for them on your own." It so happened that Gon was looking for a job, and One was looking for someone who could help him in his search. Gozen hinted that they could agree on mutually beneficial terms. He was surprised that someone offered him help. After examining Gon, he concluded that he was also not from these places. Vaughn bowed and thanked him for the offer. However, on his way out, he added that he would prefer to hire a strong local resident. "Despite my appearance, I know how to find people," replied Gon with a smile. He then asked Wang why he didn't sit down and give more information, calling him his young Shaolin monk friend. One was shocked to hear that Gon called him a Shaolin monk. But Gon asked him to calm down and assured him that he had no intention of revealing his identity. He was sure that Vaughn had his reasons for this and said that he was just showing his suitability for the job to earn some money. And that was it. Gon also added that if one doesn't trust him, he can just leave, and if he does, he won't tell anyone about his true identity. Vaughn couldn't tell if Gon was bluffing because a person from a new continent wouldn't be able to recognize a Shaolin monk so easily, and asked what made him come to that conclusion. Han answered with pleasure, "First of all, your body is trained to the limit, which is almost impossible for an ordinary person who would not be able to withstand such hard training. Your hands are so strong that they can break rocks with your bare hands. Judging by the calluses on your palms, you were also taught how to handle weapons. Maybe a spear, although not, it is most likely the art of wielding a pole. There are a few places that teach both fistfighting and mastery with a pole. But the main thing is what Gon said. He hinted by hitting himself twice on the head with his index finger. Gon added with a smile that the bandana on your head looks great. Gon presented enough facts to convince Vaughn. He noticed all this while Juan was eating, and when asked by Gon if he was wrong, Juan answered no. Wong asked to introduce himself again and admitted that his real name is Chijin Cho, and as Gong said, he was indeed a Shaolin monk before he joined Huran. He added that he was ashamed as a Zen practitioner, but he was looking for a woman due to difficult circumstances and asked Hong if he would agree to help him. Gon also gave his name, introducing himself as a traveler, and offered to do everything possible to find this woman. As soon as he asked about payment, a bag of money immediately flew into his hand. The monk said that this money now belongs to Gon, calling him Master Chan. He added, "Please find this woman for him." That was all he asked. After a while, they found themselves on the street, and Gon was asking about the woman's name. He also asked the monk to tell more about her, but he was unsure because it had been 10 years since he last saw her. However, he remembered one important detail. She had a mole on her left cheek next to her nose. He remembered that she was always ashamed of this birthmark. The monk found her charming, especially when the birthmark moved when she laughed. That's why he liked her so much. The mole on the cheek has already narrowed the scope of their search. However, Gon noticed that the monk's face did not look like a person longing for a family member. He realized that the monk seems to be very skilled in martial arts, and this martial monk has traveled a long way to a new continent to find a woman who is already married and has a daughter. Obviously, he had his reasons for such despair. Gon pointed to the tavern and said that you should start your search there. They sat down at the table where there were 2 glasses and ordered a glass of strong liquor. Gon tilted his glass, enjoying the taste of the drink. The monk refused to drink, waving his hand and saying that he had never consumed alcohol in his life. Gon jokingly asked the monk to take the opportunity and try. But he did not understand what drinking has to do with the search for a person. Then Gon began to question the monk about this woman's husband, who was a manual laborer in Yomho Fortress 9. Out of 10 laborers work in the salt mines. After a hard day's work, they usually come to eat and drink. So Gon had the idea to ask those who had already drunk the fastest way to gather information. For this, according to him, it is important to smell alcohol so that people do not have suspicions. "Save us, merciful Buddha," said the monk before tilting the glass. His eyes immediately widened. He began to cough and spit out the drink on the floor, not understanding how people could drink such a terrible liquid. Gon explained that he doesn't drink for the taste, but to get drunk and get access to the necessary information. "Once you've already drunk, it's time to start searching," said Gon. They approached each table asking people something. Then they moved to another table repeating the same questions. Most people answered that they did not know anything, but pretending to be interesting interlocutors, they did not give up and continued to approach again and again. After a while, it was already the 4th tavern. Gon did not see that they found anything useful and offered the monk to finish the search for today and continue tomorrow. However, the monk was already sufficiently drunk and barely moving his tongue, begged to continue the search a little longer. An old man came up to them with a glass of beer in his hands and asked with interest why they were asking about such things. Gon immediately realized that he might have finally found the right person. He told the old man that he misunderstood him. Gon explained that they are here because their friend stayed home and his daughter is sick, and he is only here to help him. Calling himself pathetic, Gosen added that he had no choice but to start questioning people. The old man admitted that he had been watching them for some time, and understood that they were looking for someone. Judging by their conversations, he guessed who exactly. The monk smiled happily and asked the old man to tell them what he knew. However, the old man's face was not so happy. He asked them to leave, which the monk did not understand at first. The old man said that they had better go, and if they even find this woman, they will definitely not like the result. What does this mean? Thought Gon warily. Other visitors of the tavern began to pay attention to their raised tone. Everyone turned, noticing that a conflict seemed to be brewing between them. The monk continued to insist and turned to the old man, explaining that he must meet with So-So. The old man understood from his reaction that it was this man who was looking for her. But this did not change anything. The old man again asked the monk to return to where he came from, As soon as the old man turned around and began to walk away, the monk grabbed his hand and began to beg for help. The old man sharply knocked out the monk's hand and asked him to remove it. At that moment, everyone in the tavern turned their attention to them and began to rise from their seats. Looking around, the monk understood that everything was not going according to plan, and Gon realized that this old local elder, who has great authority, the elder finally withdrew his hand and retreated back. He asked them to enjoy their drinks and leave this place when the sun rises tomorrow. He also warned them to stop poking their noses into the matter. The monk could not leave so easily and explained to the old man, pleadingly asking to see the woman and her child at least from a distance. But one of the locals appeared behind the monk and rudely declared that they had better listen to the elder and go away. However, he made a big mistake when he touched the monk's back with his hands. Gon pushed this jerk away, asked him to calm down, and explained that there was no time for fights. But this idiot decided to attack thinking that his street fist-fighting technique would help him. However, Gon easily dodged his clumsy punch. The first blow was followed by the second, and again Gon dodged effortlessly. After that, Gon grabbed his arm. He didn't even hit, but simply put his palm to the opponent's back, forcing him to calm down. There was a scream as Gon broke his arm. In a quiet and calm voice, Gon explained that he didn't even use much force and asked him to stop reacting so aggressively. The whole hall of the tavern was filled with shouts that it was a fight, and people began to ask to close the door. They were called foreigners who defiantly make a mess on their territory. Gon immediately realized that this was more like chaos than a real battle. Meanwhile, one girl was watching all this and asked her subordinate if he saw how this man was moving. He replied that they better get out of here and be careful before they get involved in this conflict. But her eyes lit up with delight and she was amazed by Gon. She thought that he must be the same master from the new continent that she had been waiting for so long. Another one tried to swing his fist, but it went sideways. Then the crowd started shouting that these people are bastards and should be killed. They decided to attack all together without coming up with anything smarter. The place turned into complete chaos, as you would expect from drunk people. The monk did not want to beat them and begged Master Chan to help him deal with it without violence. Gon simply asked him not to dodge but to start attacking because these people are the aggressors, and not them. The monk did not understand this because he believed that these were civilians, and they could be seriously injured. However, these civilians in quotes continued to call him a bastard and challenged him without stopping the attacks. Then Gon asked the monk to at least lightly hit someone. Not too hard, but at least a little. The monk tried not to tense his fist too much when striking. He delivered a light blow to the bastard's head, but how light it was for the enemy is another question. For the opponent, the blow turned out to be quite difficult, as he fell headfirst on the floor and almost broke through the tile. Afterwards, Gon heard screams from outside the building. He told the monk that they needed to get out of here quickly. The Black Dragon squad, having heard about the disturbance inside, was already on its way to the tavern. Gon reassured the monk by saying that he has a way to find this old man again. But first, they need to get out of here. Otherwise, if they get caught, it will be very unpleasant. He explained that this mess can quickly turn into a political problem, and the Black Dragon is known to be able to create such problems very effectively, which the monk perfectly understood. Milady asked her bodyguard Jin to follow them, even though he didn't understand what she was planning to do. She immediately answered his question. She said that she would follow this man, Gon. At that moment, the Black Dragon was already wreaking havoc on the street, detaining everyone who happened to be on their way. The monk ran away and Milady followed them from around the corner, remaining unnoticed. They tried their best to catch up with the monk and Gon. However, the servant asked Milady what she was going to do without any plan. For her, these men were the ones she had been looking for so long. Jinha's bodyguard only saw them fighting with a bunch of drunkards and asked his mistress how she could make decisions based on that alone. Milady answered that a master of martial arts can be defined by the way he stands, and not only by his blows. Jinha warned her mistress that it was very dangerous, and kept asking her to return to Hawaii. The governor of Hawaii began to worry about her disappearance day after day, trying to find her. Milady left him only a note in which she told Peeta to have fun on the new continent. Despite everything, they continued to follow the monk and Gon without losing sight of them. The lady explained that it was incredibly important for her to see a real master of martial arts from a new continent right in front of her eyes. She was very interested in what story connected these two men. The one in the bandana seemed to her to be a Shaolin monk, and the other with a sword looked like a mercenary from this city. In her imagination, she scrolled through various options that a Shaolin monk escaped from a monster, and a warrior from a new continent helps him. Her imagination was extremely vivid. Jinha, her bodyguard, explained that these stories were more like fictions from books and said that the lady was greatly exaggerating. In fact, in her opinion, these people were simply ruthless. Suddenly, Jinha covered the mistress with herself and asked her to move back. Her hand reached for the sword that was fixed on her back. This was due to the fact that a man appeared on the roof of the building directly in front of them, watching them from top to bottom. With a smile that could conquer the hearts of many women, he greeted them, but there was no such smile on Jinha's face. She remained alert. Instead, the lady standing behind was beaming with joy because they were greeted. Jinha tried to explain to the lady that maybe a fight is inevitable. The man pushed himself off the roof and easily fell to the ground in front of them. Gon noticed that they hadn't taken their eyes off them ever since they were in the tavern. He wanted to ignore them at first, but as they continued to follow them, that became a different story. Gon asked who they were and why they were being followed. The fact that Gon understood everything and paid attention to them even more impressed the lady who watched him with admiration. Sol apologized to them if they offended them and assured them that they had no bad intentions. The fact that they were following them in the middle of the night and claimed that they meant no harm seemed strange to Gon. But he decided not to focus on it and still asked why they were following them. The lady introduced herself as Sul and pointed to her companion, calling her name Jinha. She explained who she was and why she came to a new continent in search of martial arts masters to collect their stories and publish them in a book. It sounded interesting to Gon, to say the least. But Jinha only slapped herself on the forehead, not sharing the mistress's enthusiasm. The monk also looked a little confused. "What is the benefit to you?" asked Hon. Sol explained that stories about a new continent are now very popular in Zhongyuan. She gave the examples of Baek-Sagyun, the disciple of the Murim Union leader who defeated many thieves, and Jin, Gam-Gun-Sung, a righteous man who traveled from New Sichuan to Gamsan Palace, and an unknown righteous man from the east who saves people without asking for anything in return. Sol wanted to collect such stories of this country's martial arts masters and publish them in Zhongyuan. She was confident and proved it to the boys that it would become a mega hit, and then she would become rich, and Gon would become famous and wealthy as the main character of this story. It seemed strange that she decided to follow them after seeing them fight in the tavern to hear their stories. But surprisingly, it turned out to be true, and the girl literally glowed, agreeing with Gon's assumption. Gon realized that he was a fool to think that they were being chased, and told her that there was an inn near the main gate of the city. He asked them to look for a 3-story building that they couldn't miss, and told her that that's where they would stop. Gon explained to her that there was something that needed to be taken care of tonight, and asked her to wait until tomorrow. Sol waved at them and wished them luck in dealing with their urgent matters this evening. Monk and Gon were mildly shocked and slightly confused by how strange Sul was. Gon apologized to the monk for delaying him due to such a strange meeting and asked for forgiveness for taking up his time, but the monk assured him that it was not a problem. However, the monk noted that after this meeting, he wanted to see Soso even more. He was especially impressed by Sul's innocent smile, and he hoped that Soso could still smile the same way. Gon warned that he didn't want to interfere in his personal affairs, but now he couldn't hold back his curiosity. He said that a woman named Soso did not seem to him to be an ordinary member of the monk's family, at which he laughed and admitted that he no longer saw the point in hiding the truth. The monk said that when he entered the temple, he and Soso were in love with each other, but when he found out that she was in trouble and needed help, he left the temple to save her. The monk added that he was very sorry and didn't want to put Gon in danger, apologizing for it. He also noted that perhaps the temple sent persecutors after him. The monk prayed that the Buddha would have mercy on them. Meanwhile, another monk was already standing in front of the entrance to the place where his brother was, wondering if it was the same place for which he left the temple and came so far. This monk was here to return what his brother had stolen. He represented the Shaolin Temple and was an emissary on behalf of Jin Gaion, known for his duty to return what belonged to Shaolin. Cho and Soso grew up in the same village and were childhood friends, even though both came from poor families. Even after so many years, he didn't have such happy memories as those related to their childhood. Of course, they fell in love with each other, dreaming of creating a family one day. But this happiness did not last long. Everything changed when Soso's parents arranged her marriage to a rich man from the city. Then, Soso begged him to run away with her to the mountains to live independently. But Cho was a coward and wasn't sure he could make her happier than a rich man from the city. She ended up marrying that rich man. Cho blamed himself for his weakness and even considered jumping off a cliff and ending his life. He would no longer be among the living if it were not for a monk who happened to pass by at that time. Then Cho left his home and became a Shaolin monk. He received news of her when she was in another region through letters. Before leaving for a new continent, she made one last visit to their village and learned that he had left home to become a monk. Since then, she began to write letters to him. These were ordinary letters where she talked about her daily life on a new continent. She described the cities she liked and mentioned that she gave birth to a wonderful daughter. Cho found comfort in these letters that came to him once every few years and was grateful that she lived well and felt her presence through these letters. The problem arose with her last letter that she sent to him. Unlike usual letters, the handwriting was illegible, and she mentioned that life had become harsh and difficult. She wrote that she was getting old, and her daughter had been sick for a long time. She also noted that her husband looked down on her and constantly beat her. Shaolin teachings call for severing ties with the world and achieving enlightenment. But after reading this letter, Cho could no longer concentrate on training. He told this long story to Gon, and he realized that this is why Cho left the Shaolin temple and went to a new continent to find Soso. However, Gon was at a loss as to how this could prompt the trackers to hunt Cho. The monk explained that the reason for their persecution lies not only in this. Unfortunately, he cannot answer this question at the moment, although he realizes that he behaves shamelessly and apologizes for it. But these treasures are very valuable and carefully guarded as a secret, so it is difficult to discuss them. Gon began to wonder what treasures from the Shaolin temple had become so important. However, he decided not to ask further, realizing that he had become involved in another unpleasant matter. Gon understood that he had to be careful when he heard about a solid sum of money. The monk admitted that he did not justify himself and regretted that he had not expressed his thoughts clearly from the beginning. Then he added that from now on, he plans to continue the journey on his own. But Gon, lighting a cigarette, noted that Soso's wife is now in trouble, and since the persecutors are hunting for Cho, they must act quickly. He offered to meet his first love, give her this treasure, and enjoy her charming smile. And other details, according to Gon, can be considered after that. The monk agreed with a smile and said that the time to act had come. Meanwhile, the town elder was standing in the street. He enjoyed the fresh wind that was walking around, but he knew that soon someone would come to him. The old man felt the presence of Cho and Gon nearby, even though he warned them not to approach. They simply refused to give up. Gon explained that they found this place after returning to the pub, where they overheard people calling the old master Yom. Yom in translation means salt, so the old man was a master of making salt furnaces. After asking the workers about his identity, they managed to quickly find out his location. The old man did not deny that these young people in the salt business are very talkative. Cho immediately approached the old man and asked him to tell everything again because Soso was his close friend. Despite the fact that they had communicated only by letters for the past 10 years, she remained a dear person to him, and he asked to be informed of her current whereabouts. The old man asked not to misunderstand him and assured that he was hiding the details not because of distrust of them. Gon listened as Cho begged the old man to tell and felt that something was wrong here. The old man confirmed that Soso has a sick daughter, and her husband works as a manual laborer, and she has a mole on her left cheek, right? They also mentioned that her name is Young Soso, but here she performed under another name, Song Yeon. The monk immediately took his chin and said a very beautiful name to Zamapayat. The old man remarked that there was no need to memorize this name yet. Gon remembered how he had just arrived here, standing on a horse at the entrance. The monk noticed this gesture and turned to look at Gon curiously. And then the old man's words rang out, "This girl is dead. She poisoned her husband and was sentenced to death by hanging." For Cho, this moment was a disaster. The world seemed to collapse under his feet. Gon asked the old man to wait and asked if he was jumping to conclusions. He wanted to know if the old man was wrong in assuming that this Song Yeon was exactly who they were looking for. Is he confusing her with someone else? At this moment, Cho held his breath, hoping that it was some kind of misunderstanding. Then the old man asked, "Wasn't her husband's name Jin Guyang?" But if this was not enough, the old man had even stronger evidence. She had no relatives or friends, so she killed her husband with her own hands. No one organized a funeral for her, so her body is still with the undertaker. They decided to see it in person and went to the undertaker. The old man said that if it wasn't who they were looking for, they could come back and vent their frustrations on him. Lifting the sheet from her body, Gon hoped that the old man was wrong. But as soon as Cho looked at her, His eye closed, and a salty tear rolled down his cheek. He was in pain, and he screamed without holding back his tears, trying to tear his clothes from grief. But he never felt the warmth of her breath on his lips. It was hard to watch. Gon went outside, lit a cigarette, and leaned his back against a tree, trying to collect his thoughts. After some time, they found themselves again with the old man who told them about her husband Jingu Yang, that he was worthless and deserved his fate. He was not just a manual worker, he had his own furnace. Despite his lack of experience, he was able to attract workers by offering them large sums of money. This scoundrel was known for his disrespect for women. He would spend nights partying with other women in the pub, and then come home shouting curses and beating his wife. Once, he even tore her clothes and forced her out of the house. The monk, listening to this, could not contain his pain. He asked the old man why the government officials did not intervene and help her. The old man explained that this scoundrel had a lot of money and connections in the Black Dragon Ward, so he managed to escape punishment despite his shameful behavior. Gon asked, "And what was her daughter's illness?" The old man replied that he did not know because no one could determine her illness. It was a disease due to which the child's body became rigid and she fell into a long-term sleep. Even the doctor from the palace could not cure her. But then Guyan did a heinous act. This piece of trash got drunk and tried to get rid of her, which only pushed Soso to tragic actions. Song, or Soso, risked her life to protect her daughter from Guyang, and maybe that was the moment she decided to end his life. It was not difficult for her to poison him because he did not differ in intelligence and was often drunk. The person who gave her the poison was already dead. The Black Dragon Squad was probably very angry and wanted to track down the killer despite everyone knowing about her heartbreaking story. However, given the Black Dragon Squad's significant influence in the region, she was immediately sentenced to death. Gon had previously believed that the Black Dragon Squad was an honest group in the Murim Union, but now he realized that he was wrong. The old man told them that these guys had been protecting the Yamho fortress since its foundation. At first, they were a noble group, but like everywhere, corruption is inevitable where there is power. The old man added that he could not help sympathizing with her daughter, who was left alone in this world. At this moment, an evil monk awakened in Cho's soul, who was ready to destroy and wipe out the Black Dragon Squad from the face of the earth. After some time, they walked together along the snowy road. Their path was filled with silence. Gon didn't know where to start the conversation or how to support Cho in this difficult situation. He only asked him if everything was all right, to which he replied that, of course, everything is fine. He just can't afford to dwell on something for too long. Cho also said that he was glad that, thanks to the old man, there was an opportunity to meet her daughter. But Gon understood that Cho was not all right, despite his words. After some time, they saw in front of them the place where Soso's daughter was. This was the place where she stopped, and so they went inside. They were met by a man who asked them to follow him, promising to lead them to Soso's daughter. He explained that they were worried because no one had visited her for the past week. The man who led them was a monk and asked the Buddha to have mercy on them because the situation was sad. Gon kept in his mind that Soso's daughter was currently in a temple east of the city. Ever since the Black Dragon Squad took away all of Guyan's property by seizing his assets while his daughter was still alive. How could this even happen? It was really absurd. What was a child supposed to do who spends most of the day in bed? The temple was almost forced to accept her. Although it was called a temple, it actually served as a shelter for the sick and orphans, so the conditions there were not the best. Gon wondered how long this child's body would be able to withstand such conditions. Finally, the monk led them to the door behind which the girl was. Opening the door, they saw a child who was breathing heavily. They approached her bed, examining her closely. From a distance, she looked perfectly normal, and Cho wondered what could have happened to her. He could not understand what she could be sick with. The monk began to try to wake her up by calling her Miss Jean and repeating her name to bring her to consciousness. Cho just watched, realizing that she couldn't wake up, and it seemed that her waking hours were gradually decreasing. Gon apologized and moved closer to her. He gently took her eyelashes and opened them. After that, he put 2 of his fingers to her tendon, trying to understand the state of her pulse. The monk nervously asked behind their backs not to touch the young girl's body without permission. At that moment, Cho began to remove his bandana from his head in preparation for something important. Cho returned to the monk and he realized that Cho was one of them. He said, "Buddha have mercy on us," and turned to the young monk with a request for help. The monk immediately apologized for not recognizing him earlier and asked how he could help. Cho asked that treatment be started immediately on the child, whose condition was critical, and asked that no one be allowed to enter the room until the treatment was completed. He explained that even the palace doctor could not make a diagnosis, but Cho knew that it was not a disease but rather a hereditary disability. The monk understood the need for help and promised to take care of the silence around him so that he could concentrate. Cho also turned to Gon for help as he needed to heal the girl using internal energy. He noticed that Gon was going to use the pills and his inner energy to heal. Cho knew that only certain people from ancient times and the Imperial Army possessed the knowledge of the energy healing method. Gon agreed that he was going to use the energy to cure her, but noted that he couldn't do it alone. He asked the monk to help him with the pressure points. Pills and internal energy from 3 people can be dangerous if different energies come together in one body. It can destroy blood circulation. Gong doubted that giving pills was the right choice in this situation. The monk asked him if he was familiar with medical practice, to which Gon replied that only a little. Then the monk explained that the disease is called 9 evil yin bloods, named for her ability to block 9 pressure points and disrupt the flow of energy, causing body stiffness. She was born with a unique disease that disrupts the natural flow of energy in her body, which gradually weakens her. Most likely she will not live to be 20 years old. Cho found the records of this disease when he was at the temple. He accidentally came across them when he was looking for something new, tired of studying. Gon asked if it was mentioned in the records if there was a cure for this disease. Cho reached into his pocket and answered yes. He took out a pill that was used to treat this disease, and it was called the Great Elixir. Gon had heard about this pill from novels. It was made from various healing herbs and had magical properties. From the expression on Gon's face, the monk understood that he recognized what kind of artifact it was. This artifact was created from the ashes of Bodhidharma and stored all his good deeds and energy throughout his life. It was much more than just a valuable treasure. The monk noted that now it is not surprising that he is being hunted, but he also said that the lives of the living are more valuable than artifacts. According to the records he read, it is necessary to inject a pill into the patient and direct energy into her body to correct the disturbed flow of energy. But before starting, Gon decided to examine the girl's condition. He took her hand, closed his eyes, and felt that he was right. Her energy was almost completely exhausted and her body was very fragile. He realized that although the monk's records were accurate, this child's body could not withstand the process. Gon warned the monk that if they tried to direct energy into her, as was said, her body would not be able to withstand the pressure and her veins would burst. The only solution left was, the monk was willing to trust Gon to direct his energy, while he himself used defensive arts to protect this process. It was a risky decision, but both knew there was no time left. Gon took in his hands this precious object that the monk handed him. The monk completely trusted Gon, understanding that he was an honest person who would not steal the artifact and run away with it. After all, Gon had already done his job by finding So-So, and was still staying here because he was worried about the child. Gon asked the monk to make sure that no one entered the room and did not approach either him or the child. The monk thanked him and said that you can completely rely on him. After that, Gon gently placed his hand on the child's clothes. He put one hand closer to his waist and the other closer to his neck. He began to pour his energy into the child's body, gently covering her circulatory system. His task was to find the twisted blood vessels and gradually infuse the pill's restorative energy into those areas. The question of whether the intention of Bodhidharma was really to purify and restore corrupted energy still troubled him. The slow exposure of the energy was sufficient to dissolve the stagnant energy blocking the blood vessels and return them to their normal state. It was not easy to pour such a significant amount of energy into the child and at the same time remain unharmed. However, somehow Gon managed to successfully heal her. It was almost perfect now. The child will be able to play and run like other children his age. "Have you finished yet?" Suddenly a question was heard from Sol, who appeared right behind him. "What the hell is she here anyway?" She began to pepper Gon with questions about how he managed to succeed with energy healing, calling him a true master. Sol explained how she got here, noting that they were so focused that they didn't even notice her presence. They poured energy into this girl non-stop for 4 days in a row, and they didn't even notice how quickly these 4 days passed. "How did you get here, and where did the monk go?" Gon asked again. But in front of him was a completely different monk, and judging by what Gon said about Cho, he realized that he had met the right person. The monk asked Master Han for an answer. "Did you really give away the temple treasure and make a child swallow it?" asked the monk with a serious expression on his face. Sol told how she ended up in this place, and her every phrase filled the air with mystery. She pointed to a man who introduced himself as an archon from the Shaolin Temple, who was also waiting with them. His presence added weight to the situation. At this moment, the Archon personally addressed Gon and asked if it was true that he had used a great elixir of battle energy to heal. Gon already knew about this because the monk had told him about such an elixir before, and this made the situation even more confusing. After that, the Archon drew Gon's attention to the girl who was lying on the cot. Her condition was a challenge for everyone present. He explained that the elixir was completely absorbed by this child, which produced unexpected results. The fighting spirit of the elixir not only corrected the distorted internal energy, but also after treating the blood disease, she gained a unique internal strength. Practicing martial arts, this power will quickly help her become a true master, which impressed Gon. Gon himself learned a lot during the treatment, especially about how the Shaolin lineage fights with chaos energy, and the consequences of these events could have serious consequences. Archon asked Gon if he knew that this child had just swallowed one of the main relics of the temple that was of great importance. Without hesitation, Gon replied that he felt a premonition that made him act without the consent of the Brotherhood. Hearing this, Archon asked why Gon decided to continue the treatment after learning the truth. Gon replied simply that an innocent child needed to be saved and he could not back down. Archon understood that this foreigner was not related to Shaolin, but he still performed this difficult act. After that, the Archon began to stretch out his giant hand, which could become both a blessing and a threat. At this moment, Jinha, who was standing behind, instinctively grabbed her sword, ready for any development. Gon also did not relax, carefully following every movement of the Archon, expecting possible trouble. However, Archon just calmly folded his palms together, showing that he had no intention of attacking. He bowed and asked for forgiveness for the actions of his younger brother, which surprised everyone present. Treating the child and fighting against the effects of the great elixir was no easy task. And the Archon admitted it. There is no greater virtue than to save a child's life, even at the risk of your own. This act will surely bless you in the future, said the Archon, addressing Gon. Jinha, hearing the words that saving a child is not a crime and a relic is just an object, slowly hid her sword behind her back. However, Archon had something else to say, and this caused a new wave of tension in the room. He asked Gon to listen to him and offered him a helping hand, hinting at something more. Gon asked with interest what kind of help Archon wanted, feeling that the answer might be difficult. After that, Archon began his story, which revealed an unexpected truth to Gon. During the last 3 days while Gon was treating the child, Archona's younger brother left his duties to another woman and did a terrible thing. He decided to take revenge, and did it in an extremely cruel way that shocked even those who knew him. His hands were covered in blood and dozens of corpses were lying around, among which he was holding a severed head. He penetrated the Black Dragon Gate and killed its ruler, as well as many martial arts masters, thereby leaving his mark in history. After hearing this, Gon went to the window to look outside, looking for answers to the many thoughts that were raging in his head. His mind was full of thoughts, but none of them could give him a clear answer as to what he should do. He remembered Cho's words when he said that he never allows himself to dwell on something for long and always moves forward. Gon clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white as he felt conflicting emotions inside him. After a few seconds of silence, he asked the Archon, "Where is he now?" Archon said that Cho has not yet been caught. After the incident, he fled to the west, and the Black Dragon Gate sent over 100 trackers after him. He also added that Cho is wounded and will not be able to run far. Gon couldn't help but ask what, then, Archon expected from him in this situation. Archon explained that Cho not only stole the treasure and escaped during an important mission, but also killed a man defying the way of the Buddha. Because of this, he should be banned from all martial arts and spend the rest of his life in the Shaolin Penance Hall. Gon finally understood that the Archon wanted to save Cho from the death that the warriors of the Black Dragon Gate could bring him. "What belongs to Shaolin remains Shaolin," said the Archon, as if summing up the complexity of the situation. After that, the Archon reached into his inner pocket, and his movement caused tension in everyone present. He then turned to Sul and Jinha, adding even more mystery to the situation. A bag of coins flew into Sul's hands, which testified to her importance in this regard. Gon asked them to take care of the child, assuring them that a few days in the city would be better for her than staying here. When Sul agreed, Gon replied with a slight bow that he was extremely grateful to her for that. As Gon continued to say that if they needed more money, he could give it later, the bag of coins suddenly returned to his hands. Sul did not need money. She had more than enough of it, and this was evident from her calm expression. She only asked Gon to return safe and sound and then tell her about everything he would have to go through during this journey. Gon agreed to her request, but the seriousness did not disappear from his face, as if the burden of the decision was too great. Together with the Arshan, they went towards the door, ready for the future tests that awaited them. Sol and Jinha remained in place, looking at them and wishing them a good trip, although it was said with a slight sadness. Sol laughed, sure that in the future there will be many interesting stories to tell, because this journey will definitely not end simply. The story of a Shaolin monk who stole a treasure to meet his beloved, as well as a stranger who helped him and an older brother who will carry out the punishment himself. This is what lies ahead. So this is a living story about a new continent so far from our city that is across the sea, said Sol thoughtfully, feeling that this is only the beginning of a great adventure. Gina agreed with her, adding, "It's a story I like, but will he be able to escape when over 100 trackers are hunting him?" Sol approached the girl, who was lying on the bed with tenderness in her eyes, because this child had lost much more than it might seem at first glance. She then turned to Jinha, asking, "This child has lost both parents, right? And lost all her inheritance due to treacherous martial arts groups that destroyed her family and left her alone. If the Black Dragon Gate had controlled order in this city, this would never have happened," Sul said thoughtfully, saddened by the injustice that surrounded them. "How can you live in such a place?" she thought, surveying this chaotic city that has lost all its values and morals. In a place where armed thugs set their own laws and seize other people's property at will, the question arose whether they really wanted a new world and new opportunities. Whether this is just a rotten place that is even better than her father's Zhongyuan, this Sol could not understand. Then Jinha turned to her, saying that not the whole new continent is as it seems at first glance. There are many beautiful places here, and most of the people who came here were looking for their land and a new beginning. At least it was their own decision, even if the path was difficult and dangerous. However, this child did not have the opportunity to choose. If she had a choice, she would probably have chosen a completely different place. It was because of this that Jinha asked Sol to be more careful with her words, so as not to invoke a curse on herself. She also asked to speak more quietly, because what would they do if the child overheard their conversations and misunderstood everything? Sol thought about what to say in the temple so that they could take the child with them and give her a new chance. At this time, the monk and Gon were already galloping on their horses, rapidly approaching their destination. Suddenly Gon saw something ahead that made him wary and take a closer look. He held out his hand in front of him, asking Archan to stop to better assess the situation. The tracks showed that the trackers had split off in 3 different directions, and were now trying to surround their target. It was obvious to Gon. The one who runs away can try to cover his tracks if he reaches mountains or rivers, and the Black Dragon Gate will definitely try to stop him from escaping. The Black Dragon Gate was determined not to miss its target and do everything to complete its mission. But as Gon said earlier, it can be dangerous, and now it has become even more obvious. It is dangerous because they persecute someone who sees the world not through his own eyes, but through the prism of revenge and hatred. Gon explained this to Arcana, looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, feeling the gravity of this cruelty. They persecute the one who looks with the eyes of revenge and follows it without knowing pity, he continued, pointing to the tracks. On his way, this warrior did not spare anyone. His actions were merciless and left behind only death. The older brother, looking at these bodies, asked himself the same question, trying to understand the meaning of what happened. He asked himself, "Brother, what have you done? How could this happen?" Using Shaolin martial arts to kill it was a violation of all principles, and he couldn't fathom it. This innocent monk, who previously could not strike even a blow, committed mass murder in one day. How did it happen? Archan older brother repeated to himself, and still could not believe it. Perhaps it is already too late to turn everything back, and this path has no way out. After some time, they drove to the next point, but were again late as before. Gon understood that at this rate, they would die one by one, and the number of victims would only increase. Examining the tracks, he doubted that Cho was wounded, since most people were killed in one powerful blow. Then Gon turned to the monk to ask an important question. He asked what their relationship was like as older and younger brothers. Gon also wanted to know who Cho was as a person as his older brother saw him. The monk only said that now is not the time to relax until Cho harms even more people. Gon asked this question, while standing on the hill where the Archan later approached. Before them lay a sword stuck in the ground like a symbol of a terrible truth. Before them opened a terrible picture, with the blood of a dead person. A hieroglyph was written that meant punishment for sins. And this question did not give Gon peace because Cho did not seem like such a person before. Archon realized that Cho was in a state of deviation instead of rejecting his suffering. He was consumed by it. Suffering from within distorted him into a monster, and it was obvious because he killed so many people out of anger after losing his beloved. Gon stared at the horrific picture in front of him, unable to look away. It was clear that his thoughts and spirit were in complete despair from what he saw. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard behind them, adding even more tension to the situation. They turned their heads back and saw several men who turned out to be pursuers from another resident group. Gon asked Archon what he was going to do in this situation. Archon understood that if they met with Cho, it would be useless. The number of victims would only increase and they must be stopped. The pursuers on horseback came closer and said that they were looking for the intruder who attacked the Black Dragon Gate. They also talked about the corpses behind them that probably belonged to the guards from the Black Dragon Gate. One of the men reached for his sword and demanded an immediate explanation from the Archon. Archon, in a calm and low voice, asked them to calm down, as if keeping the situation under control. A golden-colored energy began to gather around the Archon, which made everyone around hold their breath. Seeing this, the pursuers stopped and listened to his explanation, realizing that he was serious. Archon said even more calmly that he wanted them to calm down and listen to his words. This was the truth of Shaolin. The one you're chasing has reached the level of a demonic art. Ordinary martial artists will not be able to deal with him, Archon said. Gon looked at the Archon and understood that this energy was a real lion's roar, surpassing his own attempts at imitation. It was a completely different level compared to the lion's roar that Gon himself imitated. If you learn to control the fighting spirit and get rid of the chaos energy, you can use it as well. Gon finally realized this through his own experience and thought that he would be able to use this roar properly next time. The writers, listening to the Archon's story, realized that the murderer was a Shaolin practitioner. This did not surprise them, since they noticed that this incredibly strong criminal had a shaved head. That man finally understood the situation and turned to the Archon with a request to help find the killer who was behind all this horror. Archon refused, asking them to return after taking the bodies of their colleagues and, if possible, to take other pursuers with them. He also assured them that he would catch Cho himself and make sure that he paid for his sins without leaving any chance of pardon. Suddenly there was a clang of metal. The sword was pulled from its scabbard, and this created additional tension. The tip of the sword stopped right in front of the Archon's nose and defiantly asked, "You dare to mock me?" The man was angry because this killer not only took the life of the leader of the faction, but also destroyed more than 30 masters of martial arts. He was not going to back down and shouted that this was a real insult to his honor and that he would not give up. But his cry did not last long. The sword suddenly shattered into pieces right in his hands. The man was holding only the hilt of his sword and was completely confused by what had happened. The fragments of the sword flew in different directions, and no one had time to understand what was happening. Then Gon intervened calmly, saying that the monk is not alone here and they are acting together. Gon used his energy to make a precise shot that shattered the sword and added, "There are 2 of us here!" The man could not understand that it was something that flew at an incredible speed and destroyed his weapon. Gon and Archon explained to him that they understand how difficult it is for them to accept this, but they are trying to save lives and therefore ask to act wisely. The man looked at the coin in Gon's hands and realized that it was with it that he had cut his sword in half with an incredibly well-aimed throw. He doesn't even use a real weapon, just a coin? The man could not believe his eyes. "Is this young man an expert of this level?" flashed through his mind, and he couldn't comprehend all of Gon's skill. Then, the Archon, regretting this misunderstanding, promised that after catching Cho, he would return and bring an apology and compensation. This convinced the pursuers, and they agreed to leave. When Gon and Archon were alone, Archon noticed his great skills and asked if he had a secret technique. Gon replied that he didn't specifically study it, he just saw how one person did it, and was impressed by his skill. However, the monk, listening to this, said that it was not just an imitation, but a manifestation of real skill. A new continent was opening before them, and it was a truly amazing place that mesmerized with its beauty. And they had not seen such a transparent view before, probably because the snow had melted and exposed the spaces. They were sorry because if it wasn't for the situation, they could have enjoyed this view. But Gon asked Archon to wait a bit. He raised his hand to his forehead to shield himself from the bright glow and began to stare intently into the distance. After a few seconds of silence, Gon spoke quietly. "I found him." He pointed to the northwest and said that they had almost caught up with Cho. Although Gon couldn't make out his face from such a distance, he was sure it was Cho. In this endless desert, There could be only one person who would do such a thing with his bare hands. Archon clenched his teeth and held back the pain and anger because he knew that his brother was committing murders again, and it was breaking his heart. Archon sharply hit the ground with his foot, thanking Warrior Chan for his help in this difficult task. He asked Chan to stay here, explaining that it would be very dangerous, after which he jumped forward to meet his brother. Gon found himself in an awkward situation, realizing that he was simply used as a guide, although he was asked to help with something else. He also understood that this reunion of the brothers would be far from pleasant since, at this time, Cho was standing over the last living representative of the Black Dragon. The man trembled and begged for mercy, but fear did not save him from a terrible fate. The revenge that took over Cho's mind did not allow him to show mercy, it completely controlled his actions. Cho grabbed his face with his bare hands, and already swung his other hand for the decisive blow. But at that moment, an Archon appeared above him and called his brother's name with a loud cry, stopping him. Archon landed so hard that the snow flew around, creating a curtain between him and Cho. The surviving representative of the Black Dragon was in complete astonishment as he watched this unexpected intervention. In front of him stood a monk in battle stance, ready to protect everyone from further killings. Arhan asked Cho, "What kind of nonsense are you doing as a disciple practicing the Buddha's teachings?" Cho's hands were covered in blood, and he addressed the Archon, calling him his elder brother, saying that he thought he heard his voice only in his imagination. He could not understand what had brought his brother so far. "Is Archon so sure I'm talking through deviation?" Cho asked with challenge in his voice. He continued by asking a counter-question. "Are you aware of the state of deviation in which you are?" Archon answered in the affirmative. Of course it's hard not to realize when your inner energy is turning back and distorting. He could feel his life energy mixing and growing stronger, and the smell of blood, sweet as anger and hatred, flared up in his mind with renewed vigor. But now Cho did not see anything unusual in the fact that he was overtaken by deviation. He perceived it as a natural process. He believed that he had received just retribution for what they had done to So-So, and that was the only thing that mattered to him. Archon, asking for respect for the dead, could not understand how these people could be involved in So-So's death. "This does not justify these monstrous murders," repeated the Archan, not understanding how someone who had been fulfilling the Buddha's will for more than 10 years could do such a thing. But Cho didn't need other reasons. He had only one reason, and that was the death of his beloved. Looking at Cho Archan's face, he understood everything. His brother was engulfed in infinite pain. Cho shouted the name So-So loudly as if trying to bring her back to life. He repeated over and over again that she was dead, turning to his older brother with tears and anger. Cho couldn't understand how Archon could justify that scum who bullied her for more than 10 years because she was only trying to protect her little daughter. "And those scoundrels hanged her like a dog and killed her." His voice crackled with hatred. Cho no longer found compassion in his heart, or the lessons he had studied for 10 years. The Buddha's mercy seemed to him treacherous and useless. Clenching his fists and shouting, Cho demanded to hear from his brother where the hell So-So was. Listening to this desperate cry of his younger brother, Archon restrained his emotions, trying to remain calm. Cho was still grateful to Archon for the fact that he still treats him like his own brother, despite everything. He knew that the Archon considered him and the Brotherhood of Masters his family, and that is why they gave him the opportunity to study among them. But there was one truth that Cho could not forget. He had been thinking about So-So all these past 10 years. He could not forget her for a moment. His mind always returned to the memories of her. Cho survived only because he imagined her happy somewhere far away where her enemies could not reach her. But the truth was that So-So had failed to become happy, and now she was dead. And Cho could not understand who he should punish for this now. Suddenly, Gon's voice rang out and asked, "Are you saying you're going to kill everyone because of her late husband's sins?" Gon tried to figure out if Cho was willing to punish everyone instead of looking for the real culprit. Cho turned his head to Gon and said with a sad smile, "It seems it's because of you that I was found in this endless desert." Cho then called out Gon's name as he came closer, showing no emotion. Although Archon had earlier asked Gon to stay away, he did not listen and approached them. Getting closer, Cho asked Gon how he was doing and said, "Long time no see." But it was very strange to Gon. Was that all Cho could say? "Aren't you interested in learning about the baby?" Gon asked, trying to understand why Cho wasn't paying attention to the most important thing. It seemed that Cho had just now remembered the existence of the child that Gon had mentioned. Only now did he ask how the treatment went and whether they were able to cure the child of her illness. Then Gon told him all the details. After hearing this, Cho coldly asked Gon to move out of the way. His gaze was directed behind his back. He said that he was dealing with those who were sitting behind him, and there were 2 representatives of the Black Dragon sitting on the snow. Gon was surprised. "Is that all you're interested in? Nothing else?" Cho replied, "If she's recovered, then that's enough." Archon, realizing that Cho is not fully aware of the situation, told him that this child is the daughter of Yang Soso, whom he loved so much. Cho only replied, "Yes, and that bastard's daughter." Cho believed that by saving the child with the help of the Great Elixir, he had already fulfilled his mission for Soso. Archon, still trying to bring his brother to his senses, begged him to stop this madness, to return to Shaolin and stop the bloodshed. The masters and all the brothers were waiting for him and were ready to forgive him for stealing the Great Elixir, because he did it for the sake of salvation. Archon asked him to return and heal his wounds. However, Cho firmly stated that he was not going to do this and had no intention of returning to the Shaolin Temple. He said that he planned to go to Yomho Fortress. There he plans to destroy all the thugs who call themselves the Black Dragon Gate and hang their corpses on the fortress for all to see. He thought that this would be a good lesson for all those who live by their laws. Archon only raised his hand to his face and quietly said the prayer, Namwa Batabul. He understood that the actions committed by the Black Dragon Gate against Yan Soso and her daughter were truly despicable. Without trial and investigation, they took the woman's life, took the child's inheritance, and threw her on the street. Are these evil deeds so serious as to justify the taking of all these lives? Gon asked, his voice filled with doubt. He did not believe that even those who have no desire to fight should die, so he reached for his sword, ready for action. No matter what, these people maintain order as masters of martial arts. Without them, Yomho Fortress would become a desert valley instead of the prosperous one it is now, Gon thought. Archon asked Gon to wait, believing that Shaolin affairs should be decided within their walls, and that it did not concern outsiders. He believed that this matter should remain within the confines of their temple, although he recognized Gon's determination and desire to help. "Can you handle it yourself?" asked Gon. In response, the Archon calmly said, "I am the Archon of Shaolin," hinting at his responsibility. However, in reality, he meant something completely different. It was an internal conflict that required more than just physical strength. In principle, Archon himself realized that the situation is more complicated than it seems, and subsequent events only confirmed it. Standing facing each other, Cho asked the Archon, "Are you willing to abandon our 10-year brotherhood and fight me over these worthless thugs?" In response, the Archon only asked him to stop mocking the Buddha's teachings, showing that words would no longer help here. Realizing that this conflict could not be resolved by talking, he asked Cho to raise his fist now. He was ready to punish him as a Shaolin Archon and not as an elder brother. A smile appeared on Cho's face, indicating his readiness for battle. First, he raised his hands stained with blood high up, and then, lowering them down, he assumed a combat stance, ready for a decisive battle. They stood facing each other in this incredibly beautiful place that contrasted with the tense atmosphere that raged between them. Cho's hand flashed purple energy, indicating his demonic power. At the same time, in the Archon's clenched fist, golden energy shone, radiating the strength and calm characteristic of a Shaolin warrior. Wasting no time, Cho jumped decisively on the Archon, trying to take the initiative and impose his game. He tried to deliver many quick blows, each of which could be fatal. However, the Archon clearly saw every blow due to his focused gaze and extensive experience in martial arts. He managed to place his hands under each blow, repelling them with his strong defense. Even when the blow flew from the bottom up straight to the chin, Archon managed to react. But that last kick was a kick, and because of the surprise, he couldn't block it completely. Archon flew back, but still managed to stay on his feet, showing his endurance. However, the fight against such an opponent was extremely difficult. Cho was not only fast, but also ruthless. Cho's strength increased several times. His hands became fast as lightning, and the dark purple energy that filled him indicated the incredible power that controlled him. There were so many blows that the blood from the Archon's body flew in different directions, like drops in the rain. Archon could only cover his head with his hands, not having time to defend himself from such an onslaught. At this point, Cho seemed to mockingly ask, "Is that all you're capable of?" "Didn't you say you were going to stop me?" Cho continued, not giving Archon a chance to reply. "Did you think I would stop on my own if you dragged this fight out?" added Cho sarcastically, increasing his pressure. After listening to these questions, Archon moved to another level of consciousness. His spirit sharpened and he began to accumulate even more strength. His eyes lit up with a bright yellow light, and in his fist was concentrated a power that exceeded everything that had been before. A single blow by Arkan to the chest of Cho put a fat point in their fight, significantly changing the course of the fight. Cho felt the force of this blow on his body, realizing that now Arkan has no intention of playing. The force of this blow was equal to 1,000 years of Buddha's wisdom, and it threw Cho back like a huge wave, mercilessly washing away everything in its path. Cho rolled far across the snow with no chance to keep his balance or stop. Now the Archon could answer all his questions. Obviously, he would not allow such thoughts or doubts in his heart. Cho tried to grab hold of the snow beneath him with his bloody hand, feeling his strength slowly leave his body. Gathering his remaining energy, he managed to rise to his knees, and then he asked, "What was I supposed to do? Should I have closed my eyes and silently suffered when So-So died unjustly?" Continued Cho Arhan calmly replied, "Judging sinners is not our job. You should have found another way to punish them justly." Cho listened to his brother's words in silence, but they found no response in his heart. For him, the concept of fair punishment did not exist, only revenge was on his mind. He couldn't understand if this was a fair punishment, and if the pain he was feeling now made sense. Seeing Cho struggling with his emotions and pain, Archon begged him to stop, trying to save him from further plunging into darkness. He warned him that if Cho continued on this path, he would never be able to turn back. The power that absorbed Cho was at a completely different level. And pushing off the snow, he suddenly disappeared from the place. At the same moment, he appeared directly above the Archon, swinging his hand to deliver a decisive blow. "I have nowhere to turn," he shouted, his voice filled with desperation and determination. But Archon, having tightened his fist to the maximum, was ready to receive this blow and give an answer. This was his limit state, and at that moment the words, "Elder brother," sounded in Archon's head. He remembered Cho when he was still a monk studying, and saw in his eyes the gratitude for everything he had done for him. But the reality now was different. Cho was about to strike, and this moment was key to their further actions. Cho's speed allowed him to strike, and the Archon flew back from his power. Although blood spurted from his nose, Archon was able to stop himself by grasping the snow under his feet with his hands, stopping himself from falling. After that, he raised his head and looked ahead, realizing that Cho was standing in front of him, ready for the next blow. Right in front of him stood Cho, determined to kill, his gaze burning with hatred. Suddenly, a sword flew under Cho's stomach, causing him to jump back and dodge the danger. This unexpected throw forced Cho to retreat, which probably saved the Archon's life. Cho sat down, and Archon, breathing heavily, realized that he was on the verge of death and was saved by Gon. Gon stepped closer and asked with cold seriousness, "What if you got hit by that?" Then he pointed out the Archon's mistake, noting that he hesitated at the end, because of which he almost died. Approaching his sword, Gon took hold of the hilt to pull it out of the icy snow, showing that he was ready for battle. Archon asked Gon to be lenient in his judgment in an attempt to vindicate his younger brother. He explained to Gon that Cho was just desperate, and it caused him such destructive emotions. However, Gon coldly replied that his younger brother had slaughtered 50 people in 2 days, and this fact could not be ignored. Archon, hearing this, lowered his head even lower and hit the snow with his hands out of rage, not knowing how to save his brother from such a fate. At this point, Gon drew his sword ready for further action as the situation became even more tense. Gon gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with his hand, focused and determined. He turned back once more to look at Archon, checking if he could survive this moment. After that, he slowly sheathed his sword, showing that he was not going to use it in this fight. Gon slammed his fist into his palm in front of his chest, saying, "Knew I got too much advance payment." Cho smiled, finding it funny because he thought Gon would dare to meet him with his bare hands. Grasping his neck, Gon warned, "You will die if you use a sword," making it clear that the battle will be decided without weapons. This gesture made Cho think. For Gon, the Shaolin martial arts seemed like a joke. Cho decided that now he had no choice but to demonstrate the true technique of the Shaolin fist, which has hundreds of years of history. Gon also began to prepare by gradually adopting a fighting stance, focusing all his attention on the upcoming fight. He asked Cho to stop talking with his tongue and come closer to find out everything about the battle. Seeing Gong's fighting stance, Cho noticed that he had really mastered fist-fighting techniques and asked if Gong had studied the martial arts of the Imperial Army or something like that. A little surprised, Gon said that he doesn't understand why all his opponents always mention the Imperial Army, because he himself developed his technique. It seemed strange to Cho. He couldn't believe that Gon had created martial arts by himself without outside help. No one knew anything about Gon's incarnation, the books he studied in his past life, and what skills he adopted. If it could be described more precisely, Gon's consciousness would be more perfect, but right now he couldn't explain everything so simply. Without wasting any more words, Gon invited Cho to begin the fight, knowing that this would be a decisive moment. The monk himself suggested the initiation, wanting to see Gon's technique in action. Cho rushed into battle first, determined to witness the greatness of the martial art of Gon's fist. In a fighting stance, Gon spread his legs wider, meeting Cho's attack with unwavering confidence. The martial arts of this world are mostly straightforward. They focus on simple but powerful strikes. The basic martial arts technique of the Imperial Army, which emphasizes destructive power and efficiency, was exactly that. In a world where moral principles weakened over time, fights were often decided by just one exchange of blows. The Shaolin fist technique that Cho was currently demonstrating in front of Gon also had certain differences, but in the end, it was built on a sequence of quick and accurate blows that easily neutralized the enemy. For Gon, this technique was enough to defeat someone without looking for complex solutions or alternative paths. Gon closed his eyes for a moment, trying to remember everything he had learned to better prepare for battle. However, the martial arts in his memories were not something simple. They had deeper aspects that went beyond ordinary combat. Starting with the first fencing techniques, there were things like the heavy sword or the illusion sword, where the step technique was more than just speed. They could mesmerize the opponent and make him make a fatal mistake. There were even techniques that looked almost like magic, such as Heat Yang Palm or Ice White Divine Palm. Of course, most of these martial arts were nothing more than fantasies created to write books. But for Chan Gong, who found himself in the world of real martial arts, these fantasies became reality. These were no longer just ideas or fictions, but specific knowledge that could be applied in a real battle. Thus, Chan Gong took these fantasies and stories and turned them into his own reality. His ideas were initially nothing more than suggestions of thoughts that seemed far from reality, but he began to reproduce them independently, although at the beginning he doubted whether there was any sense in this at all. No one understood the man who alone created such strange things, and those around him considered him crazy. He himself also doubted that these fantasies could be turned into something real, something that could be used in battle. But sitting by the candle in the evenings, he continued to write his ideas on paper without stopping for a moment. Time passed, and he went through many trials, each time trying to improve his techniques. Even after numerous trials and failures that came his way, he did not give up. Despite all the difficulties he went through, Chan Gong did not back down and continued to move forward. He did what he could, improving his skills step by step, even if it looked banal. As time went on, he started with basic techniques such as voice transmission, trajectory kicks, or the true flame of samadhi, until he eventually created what could be called the enlightenment technique. After that, he successively materialized such powerful martial arts as the illusory sword and the spiral rack. However, there were still many martial arts in his mind that were not fully realized, and he needed to achieve much more. Chan Gong, disobeying any orders and expecting no reward, simply wanted to recreate these martial arts with his own hands. For a person who was reborn in the world of martial arts, this world was only his imagination and his desire. It was a monument that he built with his own hands, using his body as a foundation for realizing his fantasies. And now, in this fight, he can finally demonstrate everything he created and strived for. He managed to surpass his own limit level to reach a new stage using every opportunity, dodging incredibly fast attacks that even an Archon couldn't dodge before. Gon demonstrated his new skills. He caught this speed by feeling the right moment to strike, using every moment as efficiently as possible. And all this remained only in the form of memories in his mind, as an echo of past experience, which now became the basis for his actions. At the crucial moment, Gon managed to grab Cho by his clothes, stopping his movements and controlling the situation. His movements were smooth and extremely refined. It was felt that he had achieved harmony with himself. Even on slippery ice that melted under his feet, he found balance without losing control. It was a memorial of his past life that now comforted him and gave him strength and confidence. The monk hit his back against the ice. Sprays of snow and water flew in different directions from the force of the collision. Gon has overcome his own limit level by rising to a new stage in martial arts. Only in a battle with a stronger opponent can such a breakthrough be achieved, and Gon understood this perfectly. The Chong family Taiji Fist's true form that embodied strength and energy enveloped his body, making him invincible. Arkan watched everything, amazed by what he saw. The representatives of the Black Dragon also could not hide their surprise. Meanwhile, the monk clenched his teeth, feeling angry and confused about what was happening. He fell to his knees, spread his hands, and, with pain in his heart, let out a loud cry without restraining his emotions. But he could not understand what had just happened, and asked himself the question, what had he just seen? His attack that looked like dragon claws aimed at Gon's weak spot never hit the target. Suddenly, he felt as if his attack had been sucked in, and although it was aimed precisely, it did not achieve its result. Then the monk asked Gon if this was the same attack that he had talked about earlier that had shocked him so much. He admitted that Gon's attack was indeed an amazing fist technique that could be proudly called a family technique. However, the monk decided to attack again, thinking that Gon would not be able to block his blows for long. Gon only offered to test it while calmly waiting for the monk's next move. Han's arrogance seemed outrageous to the monk, and he prepared for a new attack, concentrating all his strength. Pushing off the ground, the monk flew into the air like lightning and was already above Gon's head. However, Gon instantly jumped to the side, avoiding a direct hit. The monk just had time to notice Gon to his left, when his opponent's speed surprised him again. With the cry, "I haven't lost yet!" the monk jumped on Gon again and again, trying to break through his defenses. But Gon deflected every blow while taking no damage. His technique was flawless. His hand movements were damn smooth and precise, as if he was anticipating the monk's every next move. This drove the monk out of his mind because he felt powerless before such a technique. His anger only grew. The fact that his attacks didn't reach Gon made him even more angry. What annoyed the monk even more was that the blows not only did not reach Gon, but were also redirected in the other direction, leaving him with no result. At this moment, the monk felt truly confused as Gon grabbed his face with his hand. How could such a fist technique even exist in this world? After Gon grabbed him by the face, he delivered a powerful kick and pinned the monk to the ice with his whole body. The monk was literally trampled into the ice, and it looked like humiliation, although Gon remained calm and restrained. Arhan, watching the fight, expected Chang'an to be a skilled warrior, but he never thought that Gon would reach such a high level of skill. Arkan was always sure that the martial arts of their temple were at the top of fist techniques, but now he realized that his insight was not enough. However, he also realized that Gon would not be able to defeat the monk just by subduing him in this way. The monk got out of the ice and asked Gon, "Do you think my point of view was wrong? Shouldn't I have brought them to justice for their crimes? Shouldn't I have avenged Soso?" continued the monk, asking Gon important questions. "Do you really mean to say I'm wrong?" finished the monk, trying to understand Gon's position and his thoughts on justice. Raising his head, Gon's face seemed unusual. It radiated something more than just strength. Cho couldn't stand this look and asked Gon, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then he lowered his head and saw his reflection on the melting ice, which made him think. His eyes began to look completely differently, and a shadow of doubt appeared in his soul. His gaze slowly shifted to the hands completely covered in blood, that had previously seemed like instruments of justice. At this moment, he remembered the question that Gon had voiced at the beginning. "Aren't you interested to know about the child?" This thought stuck in his mind. Why was I really not interested in learning about the child? Cho asked himself as he looked at his reflection. Aside from treating the 9 evil yin bloods, he should have been wondering how the child was doing. But he asked himself, was it because she was the daughter of that bastard who bullied Soso? But if this is really the case, was there a need to steal a large recovery pill from the main temple? It would have been enough to simply protect Soso from her cruel husband. Then Cho realized that all this was not for Soso, but for himself. A selfish, dark purpose hidden under the guise of a noble deed. If her daughter's incurable disease could be cured, he hoped that Soso would choose him again and not that scum. It was a vulgar and dark desire. Blinded by this desire, he decided to betray his brothers and teachers by stealing a large recovery pill. And from that moment on, he was no longer a Shaolin monk, but only a loser who desperately tried to win back his former lover. When he found out that Soso was already dead, even this loser, Wan San, disappeared like sand slipping through his fingers. Now he asked himself if this was true revenge for Soso, or if it was just the crudest form of escape from reality. Escape from the fact that with the departure of Soso, he lost everything. And at that moment, realizing that he had betrayed Soso's daughter, whom she had saved at the cost of her own life, he asked himself the main question. Who am I? deprived of any respect for his master and brother, deprived of even elementary sympathy for a girl who found herself in a difficult situation. He said to himself with a feeling of deep shame. "I'm just a disgusting monster," he continued, admitting that his selfishness and murder remained the only motivation for his actions. Seeing himself in this light, he laughed out loud and put his hand on his head, feeling the absurdity of his own behavior. His laugh was strange as hell and seemed almost insane, causing concern to all who heard it. Everyone turned their attention to him, surprised by this creepy laugh that echoed in the cold air. But his energy gradually began to subside like a flame that loses strength. It seemed that he was becoming quieter, calmer, as if something was changing in him. Even the rays of the sun began to slide over his body as if indicating a new beginning. But Cho remained silent without uttering a single word, immersed in his own thoughts. And suddenly Gon heard Cho say, "Black Dragon Gate, you must all die." It was just the calm before the storm, and those words were the harbinger of a new wave of violence. Cho rushed to kill them without changing his point of view at all, continuing on the path of destruction. The two who were sitting next to each other begged for help, hoping that someone would stop Cho. And at that moment, Archon jumped in front of them, coming to their defense, ready to confront his brother again. He once again turned to his younger brother pleadingly, saying, "Stop it now, please." The monk waved his hand at his elder brother again, full of anger and determination. Archon only closed his eyes, not intending to answer the blow. He could no longer fight with his brother. There was a dull sound similar to an explosion, from which a wave of energy spread in different directions, as if from the explosion of a bomb. Gon imperceptibly sneaked up from behind and placed his palm against Cho's ribs, delivering a precise blow. Cho slowly turned his head back in surprise, realizing that he had been hit. And only after that, blood splashed from his face, coloring the white snow. This attack turned out to be fatal for him, and he fell face down directly into the cold snow, unable to resist anymore. All this happened right before the eyes of the older brother, who could not believe that everything had gone so far. Archon fell to his knees, shouting his younger brother's name, trying to bring him to consciousness. Blood was coming out of Cho's mouth, and he was barely breathing. Every breath was heavy and painful. He had enough strength left to say, "That was great, Master Gon," acknowledging his mastery even in his last moments. Gon just stared at him silently, asking himself, "What did you do, Cho?" It became clear to him that Cho deliberately provoked his death by wanting to be killed. Archon took the body of his younger brother in his arms and through tears asked him to hold on, hoping that he would be able to hold on a little longer. Standing next to him, Gon quietly said that it was too late for Cho's time. At the last moment, Cho regained his ki, the same energy he had emitted before. He planned to die from the very beginning, consciously choosing this path. The older brother asked him for forgiveness for all the inconvenience, and asked the question, "Why did you do that?" Cho barely moved his lips and said, "Gon has already explained everything. I can't live with the fact that I killed more than 50 people in 2 days. How could I dare live with such shame?" he added, his voice weakening. "You were a blind man," Archon said quietly, lowering his head as a sign of submission to his brother's suffering. Cho then asked, "Did anyone tell you the name of Soso's baby daughter?" It was difficult for him to breathe. Blood flowed from his mouth and prevented him from speaking. But he tried to find strength. "Her name is Soha! Her name is Jin Soha!" he said in a weak voice, trying to breathe despite the pain. The first word means true, and it's actually intertwined with Cho's life. It was the last name of the bastard who stole Soso, but also the Buddhist name of Cho. Apparently his daughter Soha also had this name, and it was the word in which Cho found his identity. He was ashamed of everything that had happened, and could no longer hide his face from his brother and Gon. He felt deep shame, realizing that there was nowhere to hide his face from those still nearby. Cho, barely breathing, asked his brothers to take care of his daughter, who remained an orphan. Aaron, holding his bloody body which was coughing up blood and was on the verge of death, promised that they would definitely do it. Cho coughed again, spitting out blood, and repeated his daughter's name. This name was the last thing he wanted to remember. A vision appeared in his eyes of Soso, young and alive, running forward, holding out her hand to him, as in those distant days. Should I have left her? Cho asked himself as his eyes finally closed. These were the last words of the monk, and this was the end of his life story. A few days passed, and he was buried with flowers placed on his grave as a symbol of farewell. Gon stood over the grave together with Archon, both full of thoughts and sorrow. "What were you saying about him a few days ago? What kind of man was Cho in Shaolin?" Gon asked Archon. Archon quietly replied he was a truly virtuous and exceptionally talented man. His talent in martial arts was superior to all his contemporaries. It came to the point that his master, the great monk He-Won, decided that Cho would become the next abbot of the temple. And yet, despite his talent, he was always shy and tended to hide. But all his fellow students respected him for that, Archon continued. Luckily, they also received some money as a reward from the Black Dragon Gate, which ensured that Cho's daughter would not go hungry. The surviving Black Dragon practitioners handed over all the seized property to Gu Yan in the form of a cash check that was 3 times more expensive than ordinary funds. Maybe it was because of a sense of war or fear of the unknown, but this money was huge for those who survived. Although this did not atone for all their sins, the death of the headmaster and the loss of half of the core staff meant that the future of Black Dragon Gate was not as bright as it once was. Archon then turned to Gon, asking if everything would be all right with him after everything that happened. He also inquired about Hong's financial situation, since he had spent all his money on the funerals of Cho and another person. But Gon assured him, "Don't worry about me, I'll manage." At that moment, a woman's hand waved to them and turned to Gon, attracting his attention. Before them stood Princess Soha and Jinha ready to help. Soha had incredibly beautiful eyes that radiated strength and wisdom despite her young age. Gong thanked Miss Sol for the help she had given them over the past few days, expressing his sincere gratitude. Archon also expressed his gratitude, realizing that if they were just the two of them with Gon, it would be much more difficult for them to cope with all the difficulties. Princess Soha was also glad that she could help, especially Soha, supporting her in everything she could. Gon tried to understand why Soha was silent when she came to this temple, because she had never had such problems in the city before. However, he heard that it was not related to her illness. Maybe it was the shock of what happened to her parents recently. Gon believed that she would be able to find her mental balance again. "It would be great if that happened," he said. "But for now, we can only watch her progress." Then the princess turned to Jinha and asked if everything was ready to be sent, to which she answered in the affirmative. "Yes, everything is ready." They finished preparing the luggage and servicing the carriages. And now they could go to the new Sichuan right now. The carriage was already waiting for them in front of the entrance. The next day, as promised, Gon brought the monk's body and told Sol the whole story of what had happened recently. At first, she excitedly took the bone and the book in her hands, listening carefully. And when the story ended, tears appeared in her eyes, saying that she wanted to help So-Ho on her journey and be by her side at least until the boat left for the Central Plains. She stayed at the hotel. After that, she took care of not only So-Ho, but also Hong and Jin Kyun, paying for their food, lodging, and travel to New Sichuan. As for Gon, he had no reason to refuse the generosity of this good-natured lady from a rich family. Soon, she invited everyone into the carriage and they set off for the largest port city of the new continent, New Sichuan. Next to the carriage on his horse rode Gon, constantly looking out the window. Through the open window of the carriage, he asked her about her real name, since she had previously given only her last name, Sul. He reminded her that she forgot to say her full name. She was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to answer, and began to say something unintelligible. At first she said something like, "Sol mi gum," and then laughingly added, "Golden Rabbit." Gon couldn't make out what that meant. Archon, hearing the Golden Rabbit, took it seriously and called the phenomenon unique, which made everyone surprised. She later explained that her name was Sol Myo-gyum, but it was just a pseudonym. Driving the horse, Jinha realized that it was just a pseudonym, and that the girl's real name was Yu Sol. During this conversation, Soka looked out the window admiring the scenery that opened before her. She was amazed by the beauty of nature because she had never seen anything like it before. At this moment, Soha remembered how Sol had introduced her to Gon, explaining that it was this man who had healed her body. His serious face constantly appeared before her eyes, and she could not forget that moment. She almost felt how he touched her head, gently stroking it as he explained everything that had happened. He explained to her that he could not cure her himself, but there were others who helped. Then he told her that there was someone who heard the news about her and came here from a distant continent bringing the most valuable medicine in the whole world. He now went on a long journey with her mother, and Soha once again felt the pain of loss. A few days passed, and there was tension in the same bar where Dagon met with Cho. The bartender was told that the girl had been cured, but he did not believe it because a child who had been bedridden for several years could not suddenly recover. It was very strange. Masked people asked the bartender where this child had gone and tried hard to find out the truth. They wanted to find out where she was now and with whom, because her disappearance bothered them. The bartender told them everything he knew, for which they paid handsomely, leaving him in deep thought. After leaving the bar, they tried to find traces of where Soka could have gone after what the bartender told them. They assumed that she might have been taken away by Imperial soldiers, but they could not deviate from their grandiose plan. One of the men ordered to immediately gather all the members of the organization and contact the main palace, because the body of 9 yin, in which the blood of traitors flows, belongs to them, and they must return it. In that place where the sand is dry and water is hard to find, the travelers stopped to rest. Gon went in first, followed by all his new friends, tired from the long journey. He turned to the innkeeper, asking for lodging for 5 people for 1 day. Behind his back, Sol added to the order a request for warm tea and a hearty meal for everyone. After some time, Sol was already sitting at the table drinking tea and stretching, and remarked that it was really exhausting. Jinha also drank tea, and they had a quiet conversation discussing the trip. Soka, meanwhile, could not find a place to warm her hands against a warm cup of tea, trying to warm herself. They tried jokingly to determine who had the hardest time during this long journey, recalling the difficulties. Sol looked at Soha and noticed that she looked as if something was bothering her about their journey. Sol picked up the kettle and jokingly shouted loudly to the innkeeper to bring more tea because her throat was dry. At that moment, she thought about some things that did not give her peace. Suddenly, she turned her head to Gon and asked him when he would fulfill his promise and give her an interview. Gon did not fully understand what she was talking about, explaining that he had already told her his story. But Sol had in mind another promise to tell about the heroic adventures of the warrior Chan on a new continent. Gon was still convinced that he had already talked about it, and explained that he was just a traveler, and not big enough to get into Miss Sol's book. Like most of the other inhabitants of the new continent, he was just one of the inhabitants of the Central Plains who came here to achieve everything possible in this great land. Mio sighed and dropped her head on the table, stating that Gon was lying because he was hiding more than he was saying. Gina poured hot tea for everyone while listening to this humorous dialogue that seemed to have no end and was full of mutual hints. Mio then asked Gon, "What about the Nameless Brave? Have you never heard of him?" She was talking about the person from the new continent of Murima that they talked about when they first met the same brave warrior that she wants to meet more than anything. Archon was surprised to hear this name. It seemed unique to him. Sol explained that it was not a real name, but an epithet given to him by people. The reason is that these people are extremely humble. They are known for disappearing without giving their name or demanding rewards for their righteous deeds. Archon laughed and said that it was more like fictional characters from novels. Gon repeated once again that he had never heard of such a brave warrior, which slightly disappointed Sul. Archon thought, assuming that it is possible that this is just a fiction where the stories of several brave people were combined, because that is how often such legends are born. Sol objected, saying that this is not so, and if you look at all the recorded acts of heroism of the Nameless Brave, you can see that he is real. It was at this moment that they were brought a full table of delicious specialty dishes of the local hotel that they had ordered. After a while, everyone had eaten enough, leaving behind only empty plates. After the meal, Archon sat in the corner of his room meditating in peace. On the street, Gon was wiping his horse, and Soha watched his calm work without daring to say anything. Meanwhile, in the room, Sul was stretching and saying how well she had eaten, feeling full satisfaction from the meal. Sul, finally feeling alive after a normal meal, which was the first in a long time, sighed with relief. Above her bed sat Jinha, staring at her. At first, Jinha addressed her as "Milady," and then corrected herself and called her princess. Grumbling, the princess did not even turn her head, and a little annoyed asked what she wanted. Jinha did not hesitate to say that it was really time to go back, because if the journey was delayed, the viceroy would have no choice but to go to the Central Plains on his own. She also added whether the princess realizes how many people will be in trouble because of their delay. Mio sighed and said that everything was clear and, getting out of bed, promised to think about it when they reached New Sichuan. Then she began to say that the governor of the Hawaiian Islands, Eon, would not ask for help from others if he could make decisions himself, but her words were suddenly cut off. Jinha gestured with a finger to her lips and asked the princess to speak more quietly. She hinted that it is better not to discuss such topics here where they can be heard. As soon as she said this, there was an unexpected knock on the door. "Who's there?" Mio asked, eyeing the door a little suspiciously. Words of apology for interrupting their rest came from behind the door. A rough man's voice said that it was necessary to talk to them urgently. "Could you spare a moment?" he added insistently. At this time, Gon was still in the yard tending to his horse, unaware of what was happening inside. Soa continued to watch Gon intently, keeping her eyes on him. Suddenly, a man approached Gon and addressed him, holding out the bucket he had ordered earlier. Gon returned to Soha to explain what it was and why he needed the bucket. He opened the bucket, showed her its contents, carrots, and explained that it was for feeding the horse. He said that in the last days, he demanded a lot from the horse, and it became gloomy, and does not listen to him at all. "Sometimes you have to take care of him like this," he added, smiling and putting a carrot in front of the horse's lips. The horse greedily took the carrot without hesitation, but unexpectedly grabbed Gon's hand at the same time, swallowing it along with the carrot. The horse began to neigh loudly, and Gon tried with all his might to pull out his hand, indignantly asking the horse to let it go. "Let the stupid horse go, you ungrateful bastard!" Gon shouted as he struggled with his loyal companion, and the horse just continued to neigh, as if teasing him on purpose. Gon looked at Soha, who couldn't help but laugh. She was holding her stomach, laughing out loud, watching this funny scene. She was having a lot of fun, and for the first time in a long time, her face shone with genuine joy. Seeing her happy laugh, Gon couldn't hold back a smile either, not even paying attention to the fact that his hand was still in the horse's teeth. And suddenly, this peaceful moment was interrupted by the rumble of hooves breaking the sand nearby. At that moment, Soa herself was trying to feed the horse, holding a carrot in her hand. 2 wagons were approaching behind them, and a rider on a horse was galloping ahead. The rider came up to Gon sharply, and his horse reared up, startling Soha. She quickly ran up to Gon and hid behind him, trying to protect herself from the unexpected danger. The man dismounted from his horse and, scratching the back of his head, apologized to them. He explained that he was in a hurry to get to the hotel because he had not seen a place to rest for a long time. Gon told him not to worry about it and didn't really hold any grudges. After examining the man, Gon guessed that he must be a merchant and his way is to New Sichuan. The merchant confirmed that they are going to sell the leather they bought in Gowon Castle, and this is an annual affair. After that, he looked down and noticed a little girl hiding behind Gon. Sitting down on one knee, he asked Gon if this was his daughter, and said that she was very cute. The merchant extended his hand to the girl, trying to say hello to her, but his hand stopped suddenly as Gon quickly grabbed it and held it lightly. He explained to the merchant that the child is shy around strangers, and it is better not to force her to make contact. "She doesn't like it when strangers touch her," Gon said gently, moving the man's hand aside. The man raised his head and apologized again for his inappropriate behavior. He also added that he has a daughter of the same age, so he understands how difficult it is with children. Behind him, people announced that they had finished cleaning and preparing their wagon. The man turned to Gon, saying that it was time for him to go, and at the same time wished them a good trip. He smiled before leaving, but Gon remained thoughtful, looking at his hand. This feeling arose, just as he grabbed the merchant's wrist. He felt how a completely foreign wild energy passed through him, which an ordinary person cannot have. It was a dark, dangerous energy that Gon had encountered many times before, and it made him wary. He remembered Rand's words that he had warned him to run as far away from such people as possible. Gon actually thought that these people might start chasing him. But at that moment, he turned his head to Sokka, who was standing nearby, not understanding what had happened. He looked into her eyes, which were full of innocence and surprise, and for a moment, his anxiety disappeared. Patting her on the head, Gon asked if she was cold here. After that, he offered to return to the building where it was warmer. On the way to the hotel, he gently told her that there was a lot of work ahead, and they would have to be careful. At that moment, there were 2 men in the princess's room whom she clearly did not expect to see. Jinha, noticing the strangers, quickly took out her weapon from behind her back, preparing for a possible attack. She asked them who they were, and said that if they really had business, it was better to wait downstairs instead of entering the room without permission. One of the men explained that they could not do this because the case with which they came should not become known to outsiders. After that, he turned to the princess, saying her name with respect. The princess only asked them to say their names and explain what they wanted. The man called himself a representative of the Hidden Dragons Detachment, and said that they came at the request of the Viceroy of Hawaii, Yonha-san. He asked the princess to allow them to have an audience now as long as no outsiders noticed their presence. The princess agreed to let them go, but warned that they should behave quietly and carefully. She warned that she would not tolerate any noise, otherwise the situation could become dangerous. As soon as they entered, the door closed quietly behind them. The men were already kneeling before the princess as a sign of respect. One of the hidden dragons greeted the princess, and on their uniforms, different numbers could be seen indicating their rank. Annoyed by their appearance, the princess asked, "Why does a squad of hidden dragons, who are supposed to be the eyes and ears of the imperial court, dare to pursue me?" The man replied that all this was done by order of the viceroy, and he was only following the orders of his master. Before leaving, the princess left a manuscript in which she explained everything she had done and why she ran away. She asked the men if the viceroy had ordered them to take her home by force. One of them explained that their task was only to support her and ensure her comfort, so that she did not feel any inconvenience during the trip. These men were merely following their captain's orders with no intention of using force. While talking with them, the princess thought about what sins could be on their hands and why they carry out such missions. Suddenly, she realized something important that changed her attitude to the situation. She who escaped by force wanted to meet at least once the nameless brave about whom she had heard so much. Realizing that this chance may never come again, she apologized to the men. The princess added that they should not waste their energy on such a task. She warned them that it would be difficult and explained that she was going on a journey with her companions, regardless of their wishes, and would return only after the journey was over. On her behalf, she promised that she would definitely return, asked them to remove their worries, and return to the viceroy. The men looked at each other, considering her words. They apologized to her and asked permission to at least guard her during this trip to ensure her safety. Surprised, the princess asked if there were any specific reasons for such a proposal. Then the man explained that they had recently received information about subversive activities in the area of Yomho Castle. In particular, that an unknown group was chasing a lone girl and that she was being hunted. Gina assumed that it might be about the imperial princess, but the man continued his story. He said that the girl they were looking for was a small child with bright blue eyes. Meanwhile, a man with a pigeon on his shoulder was standing in front of the entrance, surveying everything around. Looking at the sheet with the drawn image of Soha, he decided that this is exactly the girl he is looking for. He pulled the door handle to get inside, but a voice suddenly sounded behind him. It was a guest house employee who asked him about his impressions of their establishment. Smiling at each other, the man just ordered himself a hearty breakfast. After that, the worker went in the other direction, and the man with the pigeon on his shoulder continued his work. He opened the door behind which stood a group of armed men who were already waiting for him. They were all wearing masks, and the man asked them if they had completed the investigation he had assigned to them. The man was called Red Snake Wang O, and he was one of the influential people in this area. His representative from the Black Snake Palace, Wu Ongak, confirmed that they had completed their mission. They received information from the innkeeper that the group was heading from Yomho Castle as expected. Now they were sure that the same girl with the traitorous blood of the 9 yin that they were looking for was heading to their meeting place. They also reported that in the group they were monitoring there was a monk who seemed to act as a guardian of the temple where the child was left. The problem was that some strange swordsman was constantly hanging around the girl, and they could not understand who he was and where he came from. At that moment, Vaughn announced that he had just received a message from the True Palace. He added that soon several ships of the Imperial Army will arrive in New Sichuan. It seems that the Imperial dogs have already taken the trail. Hak immediately understood that this could mean that the situation was getting complicated. So, 9 times out of 10, this bastard Imperial soldier is disguised as an ordinary traveler, suggested Red Snake. Black Snake also saw this as a problem, especially if the Imperial Army was really interfering in their affairs. But the Red Snake assured that there was no need to worry. According to the message they just received, the Murong clan has sent reinforcements, and a White Snake-level expert will join them around tomorrow. Red continued by stressing that their main goal was to take possession of the 9 Yin's traitorous blood and clear the place of any threats. 12 combat agents have already arrived and are on standby nearby, ready for action at a moment's notice. Red Snake smiled slyly, confident that with such reinforcements they had nothing to fear even from 2 Imperial soldiers. This evening, they planned to destroy everyone in the hotel except for the child they were supposed to take. Their squads were already lined up right in front of the hotel in preparation for the attack. This operation was part of a grand project of the Imperial Palace, in which the blood of the 9 Yin had a special role. To begin with, they were ordered to start with the cursed monk who lives in a separate room and the swordsman who accompanied the child. But suddenly a loud voice rang out nearby, which defiantly offered to start with him, calling them shitholes. One of the combat agents instantly recognized the voice and shouted, "It's him!" Gong ignored their surprise and said, Finally, I'm back at the inn after such a long hiatus, and you're not even here to let me rest you, you fanatical bastards. Gon pointed his sword at his opponents, sensing a dark and threatening energy emanating from them. Without hiding his emotions, the red snake clenched his teeth in anger. He ordered all his fighters to immediately attack this haughty bastard, pointing the finger at Gon. Without any hesitation, the militants rushed at him. The first attack was easily dodged by Gon without even turning around, instantly striking with his sword behind him, killing the first attacker. The next enemy was already approaching, swinging his sword in the air. But that was not a problem either. Gon instantly dealt with him by tensing his fist and punching through his stomach with internal energy. Another enemy appeared behind Gon, trying to surprise attack. Without turning, Gon placed his sword behind his head, blocking the attack. He just looked coldly at the attacker and then cut off his head in a flash. Gon's blows were so fast and accurate that the enemies didn't stand a chance. The incredible execution of the technique was impressive, demonstrating the prowess of the warrior Chang Gong. It was a real skill thanks to which the enemies fell one after another. And now we can remember the events that happened a little earlier, when the princess told Gon that their real target was the girl Soha, and that the enemies were targeting her. The princess said that she had received information that the castle was looking for a girl with blue eyes. Considering the situation and the time, she assumed that this girl was probably Soha. Arkin confirmed that the characteristic of the blue-eyed girl was very specific. However, he also suggested that it could only be a side effect of the Nine Yin's treacherous blood. It was just a guess, but they also considered whether the pursuers might seek to receive the reward that she received from the Black Dragon Gate. After all, the young girl was not really in debt to anyone and did not hold a grudge against anyone. Archon was outraged because those who persecuted the girl aimed at the inheritance of an orphan who was left without a family. Gong thought at that moment, suggesting that the pursuers might have been targeting the Nine-Torn Yin clans. In this world, the rift of the 9 Yin clans was considered a severe and incurable disease. But in the world of martial arts that Gon knew, it was a fate that carried something much greater. Now the main question was who exactly and for what purpose was searching for these 9 broken Yin clans. The picture was getting clearer in his mind. Gong didn't think that the Red Snake was after him for the affairs of Soha or Wei Ran. The real purpose of the Imperial Palace was not just a legacy or a reward, but something much deeper. At that moment, Gon continued to fight, dodging the enemy's blade with incredible precision. He immediately delivered his blows, cutting through the bodies of his opponents, leaving them no chance. These ninja fell in front of him, their broken bodies falling heavily to the ground. None of them could give him a serious fight back. Gon moved fast and mercilessly. The Red Snake's tension was growing as it reached its peak with each passing minute. He had to stick his claws under Gon's sword trying to block the attack. The claws proved to be strong as Gon's sword did not pierce them. Gon immediately recognized these claws as tiger claws belonging to a special technique. But the most interesting thing was that the energy of the Red Snake felt damn familiar. Recently, Gon had already encountered similar energy, and now he knew exactly who he was dealing with. Red Snake awakened his inner energy and ordered his fighters to awaken the divine arts as well. He shouted that the one they consider the Emperor's dog stole the Emperor's throne. He also demanded that Gon witness the true art of the true Imperial Palace. Red Snake exclaimed that this is exactly the power that belongs to a true ruler. At this moment, the speed of the Red Snake increased significantly, and it became even more dangerous. Gon realized that he was facing the practice of demonic arts and decided to hide his sword. He stood in a fighting stance, pointing his hand towards the enemy, ready to attack. One of them had already jumped into the air, aiming to attack Gon from above. But something didn't go according to plan. Instead of hitting, he flew past and stuck his head in the ground like an ostrich. He probably gave his brain a good shake, and maybe even reflected on his bad deeds, although it is not certain. The next opponent also ran up, hoping that the energy surrounding his body would help him. Without changing the trajectory, Gon sent him straight after his friend, putting him on the ground again. Gon's movements were so light and precise that he was in complete control of his actions and easily controlled his enemies. Without any problems, he carried out the capture and then turned the body of the enemy, knocking down the next opponent. There were dull sounds from the blows of the opponents' bodies, which fell to the ground like sacks. They suffocated without air, unable to resist. One of them cleared his throat and managed to open his eyes, but in front of him was already Gon's fist clenched and ready to strike. Using the coiling technique, Gon hit his opponent with such force that even the floor beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Gon's energy continued to grow, only getting stronger and more powerful with each strike. Enemies could only feel powerless before this rising wave of power. By that time, blood had spurted from under the enemy's mask, forcing him to fall to the ground. Red Snake watched this, but was in no hurry to rush to the aid of his subordinates. Gon noticed that Snake was the only opponent still standing. Standing over the two prone fighters, Gon asked him if he planned to continue. He suggested that the Red Snake simply tell that they call these bastards a palace. Snake just laughed and coughed and called Gon a tall dog out of reach in his pride. It was clear from his appearance that he was not going to speak, but looking at the dead bodies of his fighters, the Red Snake realized that he had made a mistake in assessing Gon's skill. However, he warned Gon against taking the true palace lightly. He also told Gon that while he was tied up here, his companions would die, and they would take possession of the girl with the traitorous 9 yin blood. Gon turned sharply and looked in the direction of the room where the girl was. Inside the room, Jinha was already exhausted, holding a sword in her hands ready for battle. Archon also stood in a combat stance, sensing the approach of enemies. Several enemies were already lying on the floor, defeated. The princess held the blue-eyed girl in her arms, protecting her. The tension was growing, and Gon understood that the time to act was approaching. About 6 hours ago, Gon had been telling them about how he defeated demonic humans 3 times in battle. But now there was no time to discuss it, because the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. At that moment, Gon didn't remember that there could also be demonic people in this hotel right now. And this made Jinha realize the danger for the princess. He explained to them that he had discovered only one of them, but that could only be the tip of the iceberg. The probability that they all act as one group was very high. In the worst case, they are all demonic people, and you should expect possible reinforcements. For Arkan, this information was a shock, because he had no idea that there was a whole group of demonic people who went all this way for Soha. Then he ordered everyone to take the girl and immediately leave the place without waiting for danger. These words came as a surprise to everyone who listened to him. But he explained that judging by their silence and behavior, they are probably preparing a night ambush. Gon himself decided to stay here and deal with the enemies. Jinha asked him what exactly he meant now. She was indignant whether they should leave all the responsibility on him and run away. She believed that they could not just take him and leave him alone to fight. The princess raised her hand in understanding of Gon's intentions, and only asked if it was really the best choice in this situation. The princess went on to point out that even if it was just a guest house, it was still the same hotel, and they certainly wouldn't let it go unnoticed. Gon explained that escaping is still better than sitting and waiting, and they are wrong if they think of them as a simple sect of chaos or ordinary robbers. In fact, they are more like monsters that do not obey the usual laws of martial arts. Arkan agreed with this, and saw more sense in the situation to fight together. The princess added that this applies not only to the monk, but also to herself and Jinha. She promised that they would protect Soha and asked Gon not to worry. The princess said that she would stay and fight with them because it was the only way. Gon understood their decision and asked them to be careful. It was then that the monk and Jinha met the demonic people for the first time. In battle, Jinha quickly realized that the enemies were self-confident and very aggressive. The monk still had not fully recovered from his wounds, so his situation was difficult. But Jinha, being an officer of the Imperial Army, decided that even if the enemies were demonic creatures, she would be able to deal with them. However, the fighting skills of these demonic people were crude and substandard. Their aggressiveness and explosive nature exceeded all Jinha's expectations. The enemies were on a completely different level compared to the Chaos Sect thugs. One of the demonic people, addressing Jinha, noted that they are ordinary travelers, not considering her a special enemy, paying attention to her combat skills. It was Black Snake Wuongak asking them who they were. Arkan and Jinha immediately understood that before them was a real master of his craft. Black Snake expressed his surprise as they struck so quickly, as if they had expected this ambush. He noticed that the monk he thought was an ordinary student from a remote temple uses Shaolin martial arts, and the woman he thought was a simple bodyguard possessed the technique of the storm sword of the imperial court. Black Snake suspected that this was not just a body with the traitorous blood of the 9 yin. He asked if it was a secret that no one knew about, hinting at something more. Then he ordered his men to capture the noblewoman and the girl alive. If they resisted, he allowed them to cut off several limbs. Arkan was not going to let this happen, and was ready to fight to prevent them from passing. One of the demonic warriors jumped up, saying that the monk would not be able to stop them. At this moment, Arkan realized that he could not afford to betray his principles and had to act according to his duty. He knew that even if he had to burn all his pure energy, he would not back down. The earth suddenly shuddered, and a voice appeared asking Arkan to leave. A swordsman stood in front of him, ready to defend him. With one movement of the sword, an incredibly powerful energy spread around. The energy of this sword was so strong that it pushed the aggressor back, even though he was holding 2 spears in his hands. It was one of the secret agents of the intelligence organization of the court, who was part of the Hidden Dragon Squad, under the number 31. He apologized to Sol for being late. Hidden Dragon number 24 asked her if she was hurt. She smiled and replied that she was saved thanks to them, thanking them for their help. The Hidden Dragon explained that they were late, because they had to destroy the 5 who were standing guard near the guest yard. Now there are only a few enemies that they have already dealt with. The Hidden Dragon did not hold back his power as he attacked. He hit the scoundrel who was barely on his feet. The Black Snake could not understand who this stranger was, who interfered with the actions of the true court and demanded that he name himself. The Hidden Dragon raised his sword and said that was a stupid question. He didn't have a name to tell a mere demonic man about. After these words, the Black Snake became angry, and due to the excessive release of energy, his body paid off with flames. His strength increased several times, and his speed became incredible. When their weapons collided, there was a bright flash from the impact. At the same time, Gon was on the street defending himself from the Tiger Claw attacks by fighting another enemy. There were a lot of blows, and Gon had to quickly place his sword to defend himself. The Red Snake only got hotter during this fight. His energy became more and more intense. It seemed that he was only getting stronger and faster by the minute. Gon noticed that his opponent's strength was gradually increasing, but he understood that it would soon decline. The Red Snake jumped up, waving its claws, threatening to kill him right now. Full of air, Gon lightly ran his hand over his sword, ready for the next strike. Red Snake held his breath as he felt how Gon's energy was affecting his body. At that moment, the energy almost completely dissolved around the Red Snake, weakening it. Gon was surprised because he was able to neutralize the demonic enemy he met in the eastern mountains using his instinct. Red Snake realized that Gon was implying that he was the one who killed Black Snake then. Gon now sees Red Snake creating chaos around him and questions the true purpose of their plan. He also wondered why they were trying to kidnap a girl with traitorous 9 yin blood. The Red Snake laughed and explained that the treacherous blood of the 9 yin is a fate in which a person does not live even to middle age. Because this blood has become useful to the true cult, it can be considered part of their power, said the Red Serpent. This is the true destiny of this orphan, he explained, and asked Gon to just give the girl away now. But Gon pointed his sword at him and said that today he will make him beg for something else about his painless death. A pool of blood spilled on the ground. Evidence of a merciless battle. The swords mercilessly drained the blood of the enemies, leaving behind a bloody trail. With each strike, the blades drained their energy and then cut their bodies open. The giant blade made the demon's eyes close in fear. This incredible sword cut through them mercilessly. And after the enemies fell, the swordsman could finally remove his mask. Throwing off his mask, he said, "It's been a long time since I fought a demonic man." Seeing him, Yusol was so shocked that she was speechless. She asked another, "Is this really the same member of the Hidden Dragon Squad?" "Yes, this is Hidden Dragon number 31. One of the best in their pack." He was also known by another name. Meanwhile, on the street, Changgong was smashing other opponents. He did it so skillfully that sparks from the sword flew in all directions. The strike of the sword sounded like a melody that surpassed all music. But demonic sounds added horror to this battle. The strength of the demonic warrior was truly impressive, displaying incredible power. He was extremely fast and confident in his abilities. But despite his strength, he did not understand why he could not overcome his opponent. His eyes grew redder and redder, and when Gon slashed his iron claws, he began to rage. The reason is simple. Gon has already predicted his every move. He could clearly see the demon's every next step. Gon didn't even make an effort, keeping his composure and poise. He ignored the demon's words of loyalty to his court. There was no point in reacting. Suddenly, the demon began to form a ball of fire in its hands, confident that Gon would not be able to resist it. But Gon's face remained unmoved as he watched this. 4, and then 6 fiery serpents appeared from the ball of fire. "Die, you dirty imperial dog!" growled the demon. The fire snakes were getting closer and closer to Gon. The demon controlled them by moving his hands. When everything merged into a red curtain in his eyes, he was sure that Gon was already dead. But suddenly both his hands were unexpectedly cut off. They slowly flew away, circling the air in front of him, just like he did. The demon, seeing his hands in front of him, felt bad, unable to control them. And a few meters away, Gon was already calmly standing on the ground. He only listened to the moaning of the demon as he searched in vain for his severed hands. The movements of the monk brothers inspired Gon. their ability to move from rest to action in an instant. It was not a Shaolin step technique, but the result was impressive. This may be called steps without shadows. At that moment, a girl's voice addressed him. It was Yusil, and Jin Ha was standing next to her. Gon was glad that they were all right, even though it had not been easy for them. Gong started asking about the monk and Seo Ha, to which she explained that they were fine. But a third figure came out with them, a swordsman with a huge sword over his shoulders. He was surprised that Gon was able to single-handedly destroy so many demonic enemies. Gon just answered simply, well, it just happened that way. The man with the mustache caused the greatest curiosity. Sol began to explain and asked not to be surprised. This is the valiant Mr. Celebrity, the Stormwind Blade. The great warrior Gam Gang sang. She even got down on one knee and held out both hands to represent him. She seemed sure the whole world knew about him. But Gon only asked in surprise, "Who is that?" Here Saul remembered how she had once told him about the great gallant Gam, the hero of the Stormwind Blade Chronicles. Gon remembered the rumors of a bounty hunter wielding a huge sword. At this moment, Gam Gansang himself spoke. "Only now I hear the legends about you, warrior Changgong." As a fellow martial artist, he said he was in awe of Gozen's prowess and ashamed of his own fame. Another member of the Imperial Court's secret organization, Han from the Hidden Dragon Squad, joined their conversation. They decided to talk in a safer place. Changgong was somewhat confused when he heard about the Imperial Court. He raised the topic that when they pursued a demonic organization, it was found out that their purpose was his group or something like that. Sol confirmed, explaining that their Hidden Dragon Squad had long known of the existence of a large group practicing demonic arts throughout the new continent, but it was difficult to track them down. This did not come as a surprise to Chan, as it had long been rumored that the Imperial Court had eyes and ears everywhere. But the big problem was whether they could trust such dangerous information to a mere tramp like him. It was then that the man explained to Changgong that this knowledge was a secret that was forbidden to be shared even among the inhabitants of the new continent. Only a few people know about their existence. The great valiant Gam is known here only as a bounty hunter, and his true identity as a member of the Hidden Dragon Squad is kept a strict secret, unknown even to the Murim Alliance. However, he did not want to cause misunderstandings with an expert like Han. He said that the demonic practitioner who was captured alive was a mid-ranking officer. The next question was what they were planning to do with him now. He replied that he should be taken to headquarters for questioning. However, the demon only sneered, "Interrogate? Try it, Imperial dogs!" He added that he would never submit to their miserable torture. He himself tried to hold out until the evening, because he knew that an expert from the Morong clan would soon arrive to rescue him. By his energy, it was determined that he was indeed a demonic man, because its excess allowed him to still speak. Chan was told not to worry. His exploits would be recognized by Murim's Alliance, and he would receive a reward. But Gon only replied that he wasn't interested in that, and walked closer to the demon, grabbed him by the collar, and asked, "Have you forgotten what I told you? I promised I would make you beg for death!" After that, he sharply struck the demon with 2 fingers in the chest several times. The blows were so precise that the demon began to spit blood. The nervous system was disrupted by connecting it with threads. The demon began to convulse, writhe, and scream in pain. Others wondered what exactly he had done. Gon explained in 4 words, "Separated the flesh from the bones." He could not understand how separating the flesh from the bones could be part of a martial art. Gon explained that this is a technique of hitting the meridians that artificially distorts the pathways of ki. Even the bounty hunter was amazed that such an effect could be achieved with a few simple hand movements. It was the first time Gon had actually used the technique, though he didn't admit it as he watched as the demon fell onto his back, crawling on his knees and begging for the pain to stop. "Please." Chan held a stick in his hand and struck the same points several times. Pain let go of the scumbag for a moment. Now he was finally able to exhale the air he had gathered in his lungs during this time. Gong asked again why they chose Seo Ha. The expression of the demon's face no longer seemed as daring as before. He lowered his head, hesitating to answer, but he knew one thing. This will help carry out the great plan. We need the body of the 9 yin with traitorous blood. The next question is, what is this great plan? He fell silent for a moment, and finally he was ready to talk about his great plan. To save those persecuted by the Han Imperial dynasty by reviving the true master of the Central Plains, the Chu nation. It was a great plan and an eternal desire of the powerful court. The bounty hunter was outraged. How dare this mere demonic creature defy the heavens? He took the sword in his hands and forced the demon to tell about his master and his identity. He only muttered that everything was happening on the orders of the Lord of Snakes. Is he dead? What happened to him? Gon asked, only to be told that the demon wasn't dead yet. Maybe he just passed out from too much blood loss. However, the commander still had several questions. Moreover, they had a personal request for him based on what they had heard. This could seriously affect society. Gon assured them that he was only wondering why the demonic creatures had attacked his companions. He explained that he does not plan to spread this information in different cities. However, there was something else they wanted to tell him. They asked if there was any chance he would join the Hidden Dragons. The answer was no. The next morning, everyone went about their business. Someone was turning the wheels on the chariot. Someone was talking. Gon was talking to the monk while helping him repair the wheel. It was a really busy night. The monk was worried that Seoha would be shocked by what happened last night. She already had a broken heart, but I guess she'll pull through. The men discussed this while the girl sat silently next to them. Sol apologized for the delay, but everything was fine as they had just finished uploading. They had to leave soon. Their path lay in the new Sichuan. Ahead of them was a long journey through the desert. Swordsmen from the Dragon Squad rode on separate horses. They were discussing Changgong and whether everything would be okay. They believed that if the Emperor's daughter said that everything would be fine, then it would be. The bounty hunter was more worried about how they would report this to Captain Number 24, who advised them to tell the truth. It would make things easier. He also asked not to worry, because they took the officer of the demonic court alive, and they could even hope for a reward for it. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a girl in a red dress on the way. I wonder why such a woman could end up in this desert place. The sight raised many questions, and Captain Number 24 looked down. A blade stuck out in his stomach, leaving even more questions. Number 24 fell from his horse, and the bounty hunter glanced at him. He understood that this girl was not just a random companion, and that only death awaited them. He had to fend off the blades that flew in his direction. They were made of some strange substance, but they could still be cut with a sword. Gamgang's song asked her to say her name, but when he pointed his sword at her, the girl was no longer in front of him. She was a real devil. Now she was behind him, high in the air. He felt the blade close to his ear. Thus ended his long life story. Both warriors died, falling straight to the sand. The demonic captive fell from the horse on which he was being carried. Knocked down, he crawled, asking who was walking there, hearing footsteps, to which he received the answer: a white snake. She kicked him, knocking him aside. Then she took off the bag that was on his head. I said I'd join. Why didn't you wait? She asked. Tell me, why didn't you wait, Red Snake Wang? He began to explain that the Imperial Army had intervened and concluded that they had no time to wait. He begged her for mercy, and she agreed, recognizing his right to decide, but on one condition. Because of this, she slit his throat, forcing him to take responsibility for the loss of 20 valuable court demons. Crawling further on his knees, he explained the situation and mentioned the name Changgong, but he could not speak any more. He simply fell to the side, finishing his story. The girl repeated this name to herself several times, licking her lips. Now she began to understand the situation. The tramp who defeated So Weiren in Gamsan was also named Changgong. These puzzles formed in her head. She realized that soon they were destined to meet, and 3 dead bodies were left lying on the sand. In the meantime, a chariot drove by, in which the girl and all their company were. Seoha was riding a horse, and Sul, looking out the window of the carriage, asked her not to run far. Seoha just turned to her and replied with a big smile. With smiles, they joked that Sul would probably be able to sit on a horse in 3 days. Gong mused that as her 9 yin channels healed, she could have awakened hidden talents. And it was just the time to show it because they arrived in New Sichuan. After a long journey, everyone was hungry, and the first thing they did was go eat. Looking around, Sul noticed that the place had become much more lively than last time. Gong explained that this happened after the discovery of the new continent, especially because most of the Western goods passed through New Sichuan. Suddenly a monk came up and apologized for being late, explaining that there were too many people at the port. He scouted if there was a ship bound for the Central Plains and found out that it was leaving in 4 hours or so. The monk was more interested in what further plans they would decide. She, holding hot coffee in her hands and warming herself with it, began to explain, recalling the conversation with Gon when he asked if they were returning to Hawaii from New Sichuan. It has been a long time since I left home, and I have collected enough topics for my novel. Even though Warrior Chan never told me his full story, so she decided to board a ship that would take them straight from New Sichuan to Hawaii. It seemed like the easiest and most reliable option for everyone. However, Saul's face showed a slight sadness. The monk explained what life is like, meetings with people and inevitable partings, and so are the inevitable reunions of those who once parted. 3 hours have passed already. They went to the ship, It was here that their farewell took place. Jinha asked Seoha to obey the monk and not forget about proper nutrition. The little girl's face was also sad. As Seoha stood up, she glanced behind her. Seoha then put her hand on her head and patted it. After that, Gon did the same, wishing them good health. The monk didn't know how to thank Mr. Chan for all his help, from the situation with his reckless younger brother to treating Seoha. Gozan explained that he was only doing what he was paid to do. After that, he took out a bag of money. He handed it to the girl and said that it was a gift from him, but it should only be opened on the way. Maybe there was something else, not money, but he still gave her a gift. The ship was soon to leave for the Central Plains. One of the ship's workers urged those who had not yet boarded to do so quickly. Everyone understood that the time had come. The monk and the girl were sailing away, and he thanked everyone who had been with them up to that point. "If fate allows, we will meet again," he said, folding his hands in front of him. Seoha was wiping her goodbye tears, and Seal was waving at them. Before their eyes, they got on the ship. It was a farewell after long adventures together. It was hard to watch new friends go, but Sol and Jinha were also soon to leave. Sol asked if there was a parting gift for her. Jin tried to calm her down, but Sol made a joke, at which point Gong handed her something. "You read fast here. Hold," he said, handing her a piece of paper. "What kind of paper is this?" she asked curiously, taking him in her hands. Gon wrote down on it the events he had experienced since coming to the new continent over the past few days in his spare time before bed, so they weren't very detailed. He was uncomfortable talking about all this out loud, so he decided to write, which caused real joy in the girl. He said it would be interesting enough to occupy the spare time during the ship's journey and wished them a safe journey. They also waved him goodbye. Turning his back to them, he raised his right hand and took a step forward. Seagulls circled in the sky, creating characteristic sounds that added atmosphere. The monks from Soha were already on board the ship. The girl was standing by the side, looking into the distance. In her hand was a pouch that Gon had given her with a request to open on the way. Keeping her promise, she opened the pouch and found a wooden figurine carved by Gon himself, depicting her riding a horse. All the moments associated with him flashed before her eyes, each moment filled with sincerity, and her heart beat faster. She put the figurine to her heart and took a deep breath. Continuing to look into the distance, she remembered unforgettable moments. Meanwhile, on another ship, which was about to leave for Hawaii, everything was ready for departure. Another very important person was also on board. It was the Lord Princess who told her servant that he could go. She was allocated an incredibly luxurious room. Lord Princess Sol went in there with Jinha and made herself comfortable. They remembered how recently they had to sleep on the floor or stay in simple hotels. It was not at all as romantic as described in the books. Jin saw her advantages in this, explaining that she found a lot of material for her novel there. Still, she was a little upset that she never got to meet the nameless hero. She then reached for the sheet of paper that Gon had left his story on. Near the window, Jin heard an unusual sound from the princess. It was a joyful sound as she opened the sheet and read the writing. At this time, Gon continued on his way. He walked the road of his life, leading a horse by his side. Before his eyes was a picture of saying goodbye to his friends. He saw Sol waving at him. He hadn't expected to feel so alone after spending a few days together. Meeting people, inevitable breakups, and inevitable reunions, right? These words of the monk now settled in his heart forever. But someone paid attention to the way he walked. This person turned to him at the same moment. It was a man he just happened to cross paths with on the street. The man could not believe his eyes that it was really him. And Gon himself was stunned, saying, "Brother, is it you?" Central Plains, Hunanchan family. The guy was sitting at the table reading a book. Suddenly he heard screams behind him. It was his mother, to whom he immediately ran. Something was wrong with her. She fell to her knees, leaving a trail of blood. He did not understand what was happening to her, and she trembled, repeating, "I wish it was just idle chatter." She tried to say something, but just yelled at him to shut up. You're not my son," she continued. He fell to his knees, and she accused him of being a ghost that had joined her son's body. These were just memories. And now, in a completely different place, Changong was sitting at the table talking to the man he met yesterday. He never thought he would see him again, especially in New Sichuan. It was Chong-un, the eldest son of the Hunan Chong family, and Chonggong's older brother. 10 years have passed since they last saw each other. Now, over a cup of tea, they had an opportunity to talk. "How is Miss Yang?" Gon asked, a little confused as this was their joint address to their mother. Gon did not think of Miss Young as his mother. When his body left hers and his soul became ghostly, she asked to be called Miss Young instead of Mom. If he felt a little gratitude, it was only for the fact that she had given birth to this body. Un reported that everything is fine with her, She is busy looking for a groom for her younger sister. His younger sister is already 25, and if it weren't for this endless training in martial arts, she would have found a husband long ago. There was no need to worry about being drafted into the army, because she took the test 3 times and failed each time. Yan herself believed that the old strict imperial army simply did not recognize her dignity. I wonder who would want to marry such a stubborn girl. Her attitude to things remained unchanged, but the mother still found someone for her, looking for a candidate more kind and beautiful than all other family members. Unasked if Gon will attend his sister's wedding since he just showed up on time. The next topic of discussion was the expansion of the family business to the whole of the new continent. The response was not entirely positive, as other trading groups had already begun to import and sell goods. At first, Un preferred to use the northern sea route and pay for the protection of the Murim Union, rather than give half the amount in bribes. Pressure from the Murim Union was considerable, even in New Sichuan. After his brother's story, Gon thanked him for the news. He also asked to convey to his sister that he would congratulate her on her marriage later. Un decided it was time to say goodbye and headed for the door. But opening them, he saw a girl. It was Miss Yom, Jiang Un's wife, his daughter-in-law, who greeted him joyfully. He hadn't seen her in a long time and was amazed at how much she had changed. Gon tried to explain that it was time for him to go. He even made a few arguments, but she was talking so much it was hard to get a word in. She didn't seem to be listening to him at all and kept asking if he was going to eat. It was difficult to refuse in such a situation, so he agreed to stay for lunch and then leave. She laid a delicious table and invited them to eat. After a hearty dinner, she suggested that he rest. He was put to bed in one of the rooms where he went to rest. It turned out that she completely outwitted him. He could not resist her insistence. It's been 10 years, 10 whole years. He was lost in memories of how this little girl used to cry, and his brother looked so sad then. This was the moment when he set out on the road and his brother and a little girl accompanied him. It seemed that then he walked as if running away. Now he wondered, how did a person like him end up here? And he decided that as soon as the sun rose, he would leave. He believed that it would be better for everyone, and now a new day has come. But going outside, he saw a girl and a boy in front of him, and Miss Yom came up behind, even scaring him a little. She suddenly announced that the nanny who usually looks after the children was sick and asked him to look after them at least today. She and her husband had to welcome an important guest from the trade group. Strange, because as a trading group, they should have found someone to look after the children. Obviously, they were making up an excuse to keep him here at all costs. His brother cleared his throat and added, "Please." Gon saw his brother's face as he left him. Gon didn't understand what they expected from someone who had just caused friction in the family and left to deal with it. But the pressure was strong, and he eventually agreed. He was left alone with the children, who asked him if he was really their uncle. "That's how it turned out," Gon replied. Then the children said that their aunt said that he was an incredible craftsman when she talked about him. It is clear that the children became interested in seeing his martial arts. Gon turned his head to look at the 2 sticks. Why not show? He took the longest one in his hands. I asked the little ones to watch carefully and remember his movements. He hit the ground with his stick several times. The children followed his every move with wide-open eyes. Gon set the staff upright, placing his foot on the top of it. Incredible balance and equilibrium. Suddenly, his foot began to slide off the tip of the stick, and it looked very sharp. The children closed their eyes in fear, fearing a fall. Little by little they began to open them, because they did not hear the sound of hitting the ground. He paused deliberately for a moment, balancing on the top of his staff, looking down. Gosen demonstrated incredible balance, spinning on the stick in every possible way. This lasted for several minutes. Then he simply stood on the ground and bowed before the children, who applauded him with joy. However, he heard an adult voice and raised his head to see who was there. A man stood in front of him who enthusiastically exclaimed, "Unbelievable." "It was incredible art! For the first time in my life I see such a perfect execution of movements!" Seeing this man, Gon froze in surprise. The man asked Gon, noting that he didn't look like an acrobat but maybe a Murim human. Gon examined him. It seemed that he could be a guard, because the man's build was even more massive than the monk's. Behind him appeared the trade leader Zhang, who addressed the man as Mr. Director. He approached Gon and asked to introduce himself to the director. This man, Gyongwoo Yong, was the director of the Sichuan New Trade Association and had come here for a short time on branch business. Gon introduced himself, giving his name and adding that he was just a bum. It sounded a little unusual, even funny. However, the director only laughed, calling Gon a unique person. Most young people tend to exaggerate their fame, but calling yourself just a bum is an exception. His laugh seemed too simple for someone with the title of director of the association. Out of the blue, the director asked if Gon was free that evening because he would like to invite him to dinner. Being the director of a regional trade association is truly the most powerful position for a merchant. However, since Gon wasn't even a merchant, he decided that he shouldn't get involved. Refusing, he noticed Zhang begin to tremble and almost fall through the ground. Looking at Zhang in his pleading eyes, Gon couldn't resist and agreed, saying that he could postpone his trip until later. Gon accepted the offer and the director left. His brother turned around with a happy expression on his face. Left alone with the children, Gon exhaled. The little ones wondered why he was sighing like that. Because it looks like I'm going to have to stay at your house for at least another day. Then they went into the room to play a board game. Gon watched them play and wondered why his daughter-in-law decided to take the children with her. On such a long and tiring journey to the new continent, he spent only half a day with them, but he noticed that they were talented and clever children. The family elders would never let them just sit still. He understood that originally the family business was to be continued by his brother, as the eldest of them, and they probably planned to raise the middle child and the youngest, Yon, to government positions or officers in the Imperial Army. But after he left home, Yon failed the test several times, and his brother's children would be the next target. Knowing his daughter-in-law's character, she would never allow her children to fall into the greedy hands of the elders. Suddenly, Gon spoke aloud. I wonder how much more the family can be expanded. The little one asked what he just said. Gon realized he had talked and quickly changed the subject to the game they were playing. Then the little boy remarked that he should teach this to his nanny. It was at this moment that the nanny stood in the doorway and asked, What do you want to teach me? Nice to meet you. I heard about you from trade leader Master Chan. I'm Li, and I'm the young master's nanny. She introduced herself. The little one was very happy when he saw the nanny. She completely recovered from the illness, and this pleased the little one the most. The girl just stood watching her. She seemed to freeze as she slowly said the word nanny. The nanny patted the baby on the head and asked the girl what happened. When she turned her head, she saw a man's hand on her shoulder. It was Gon who came up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. He began to squeeze her shoulder so hard that she screamed loudly. The children did not understand what was happening, and they had many questions. Who are you? Gon asked the nanny coldly. He only trembled, trying to pretend that he did not understand what was being said. A knee to the back made him cry out in pain. He spat out some blood and finally came to. The board game the kids were playing went flying across the floor when he fell on it. The little one was tugging at Gon's hand, begging him not to hit their nanny. Suddenly, a sharp object flew into Gon's head. He dodged, and the object got stuck in the wall behind him. It was a sharp blade that definitely didn't belong in the house. Nanny must have brought it with her. The kid began to suspect that something was wrong, and Gon asked him to leave. No matter how you look at it, this behavior was not like their nanny. His face and voice scared children. It was just an incarnation, and Gon easily understood that. Beneath the mask was a demon with an eerie, dark energy. Disguising himself as a babysitter and using a face-shifting technique meant he was preying on children. Gon wasn't in the best of moods after encountering such idiots a few days ago. He asked the demon to kneel down and tell him who he was, where he was from. Otherwise, he threatened to kill him. The demon held several more blades of the same kind in his hand. His leg jerked to the side. He pushed back, planning to come in from the side and attack, throwing sharp needles at that moment. Seeing the door, he decided it was better to run, realizing that the plan was foiled, and retreated temporarily. At first the demon decided to hide, waiting for everything to calm down. But as he rushed to the door, his own needles stabbed him in the leg. His hidden weapon turned against himself. Exhausted, the scumbag fell to the ground because he could not move any further. Gon seemed to him a completely incomprehensible character. How did he end up here, and who is he anyway? Gon simply grabbed the needles he threw and threw them back. He purposefully aimed at the leg to block his movement. Inside this body, the nanny admitted that he was captured by an incredible monster. He told Gon that even he couldn't defeat him. However, his mind was under control, and he was not ready to reveal all the information just like that. As soon as he said he wouldn't tell everything so easily, Gon stuck 2 fingers right into his mouth. He quickly realized the problem and grabbed something in his mouth. He pulled out a small black ball. It was a poison pill hiding near a molar. How did you do that? He asked, holding his throat and coughing. I'm sorry for you, but I remind you that I am well versed in Murim's secrets, Gon explained. The children were scared to see that their nanny turned out to be fake. But then what about their real babysitter? Gon asked the boy to take his sister outside and bring his parents. He immediately fulfilled the request and led his sister outside. Meanwhile, the creepy creature just coughed in the background. But now it was tied with a rope and assured that there was no point in questioning him. In fact, a guy said the same thing a few days ago. Gon decided to test his endurance and hit several points with 2 fingers. Pain shot through him instantly. The screams were such that they could be heard even on the street. In no time his face was covered in tears, saliva and snot. "Say that again," Gon requested. He warned what would happen if he lied. He finally broke down. "I am Hidden Dragon number 17, a member of the Imperial Court Intelligence Organization, Hidden Dragon Squad." He also mentioned that an investigator from Murim Union came to them after receiving the report. Gon met a girl and a man. It was Ho himself and Chokseon's girlfriend. She hadn't expected to see him in this state, and Gon was curious that rumors of this had reached the Chan family's trading group. They have already discussed this issue. The children's father also came, and it was necessary to deal with the situation. The girl thanked Gon for what happened. His fighting prowess also impressed her. But now it was more important to deal with the scum that they had come to. The man turned out to be a criminal who broke in here and tried to kidnap children. "What's wrong with him now? What happened to his face?" asked his father, to which Gon explained that he was fine, although the interrogation was on the verge of life and death. San wondered what happened to the real nanny if this one was fake. They had already sent someone to the nanny's home to check. Unfortunately, she was dead. This freak probably killed her by copying her appearance. Chok asked Sungho to add murder to the charges and check his belongings. Judging from what Chok had heard before, Gon didn't know her. "The kid knew," Gon replied. He talked about his 4-year-old niece, Jang Yun, who felt that something was wrong with the nanny and did not dare to approach her. When Gon studied her energy channels, it became clear to him that this was no ordinary middle-aged woman. Hearing this, Chok was deeply shocked. Did he learn something about this person's past? She wanted to speak with Gon alone and asked the merchant leader to leave them for a moment. He reminded that it happened in his house, so how could he not say that? Gon answered briefly, uttering only the word brother, and that was enough. Everything became clear without additional explanations. There were 4 of them left. The victim, Chok, San, and Gon. Chok hoped that the information he had received during the interrogation did not confirm her worst fears. Gon asked if she knew of an organization called the Hidden Dragon Squad. "Just as I thought," Chok responded, and Ho himself also showed curiosity. Gon assumed that Ho was reacting like this because he knew them. Then Chok began to explain that she did not know much about them, because it was an organization shrouded in many secrets. This is an imperial structure that operates secretly in the criminal underworld of the new continent. The story is popular, but few can say that they have seen them with their own eyes. Even now, the Union was spending a lot of effort trying to capture them, and she didn't even think that one of them could be captured alive. This squad is now being hunted by the Union for having committed numerous illegal acts on behalf of the Imperial Court. Until the Imperial Court makes an official statement regarding the Hidden Dragon Squad, the Murim Union will only arrest those who commit crimes. Gon realized that they weren't really cooperating. That was what Chok meant. However, something else was more important to her. Why did the Hidden Dragon Squad specifically target the children of the Chan family trading group? Judging by the fact that he remained silent even when Gon questioned him almost to death, it seemed that he himself did not know the exact details. These are not the kind of people who would kidnap children just to get a ransom. They asked Master Chang Gong to accompany them for a while to transfer the interrogator to the main department and continue the interrogation there. It was because he had taken down an agent of the Hidden Dragons and thwarted their plans that they wouldn't let him stay here. Listening to her explanation, it all seemed more and more strange to Gon. The Hidden Dragon Squad he encountered a few days ago seemed to him to be a secret society fighting demonic creatures. Do these people, and those he saw, then really belong to the same organization? Gon went outside with them, and Ho himself carried the demon on his shoulders. The little one stood in the way, barely holding back tears. He could not believe that the nanny had really died. Gon offered him his condolences. Hearing this sad truth, the little boy started to cry. Gon told the nanny's story. How in the past, she lost her entire family to bandits and lived alone for more than 10 years. But when she started working in their sales group 2 months ago, she felt like she had found a new family. The little one asked his uncle to beat all those heathens who hurt their nanny using his martial arts. Gon put a hand on his shoulder. He promised, "Your uncle will kill them all." Then he asked his brother to stay away from outsiders and canceled today's schedule. Gon turned to the investigators with a question. Where are they going next? After transferring this man to Murim Union headquarters, we plan to continue the investigation by interrogating employees of the Chan family trading group. Gon suggested that they also check out the nanny's house. Perhaps they left some traces at the scene of the murder. At that moment, while saying this, he noticed something strange around the corner. Chalk listened carefully and agreed that this could also be an option. But when she turned around, she noticed that Gon had already disappeared. Standing around the corner was Hidden Dragon number 7, Yang Gin. Many things surprised him in particular. Why did this guy appear here? After all, he broke all ties with his family. But before the Hidden Dragon knew it, Changgong was already behind him, peeking around the corner to see where he was. Suddenly, they heard some loud screams from around the corner. Chalk asked her partner to take her husband to Murima's union, and she rushed in the direction of the noise. Running around the corner, she saw martial artist Chan holding the man by the neck. Chan held him tight, not letting go. He asked Chan in a sly voice if everything was okay with him. In response, Chan called him a fucking rat. Chalk could not understand what was happening, and immediately asked Chan to remove his hands and explain the situation. Chan let go of Yang, who fell to the ground, explaining that this bastard was the key to the solution they had been searching for so long. Yan, smiling slightly and wiping away the cold sweat, recalled that they had parted quite amicably last time. But this time there is no need to hope for friendliness. Gon brought his foot right up to Yan's face, preparing to strike, and asked if he was a member of the Hidden Dragons. Yang started to act like he didn't know what it was about, if it was, say, the name of the Chaos faction or something. However, Gon's face didn't look like he was ready to joke. The foot that stopped near his face spoke about it without words. Yan began to guess that it was useless to lie here. Yang explained to Gon that if he planned to continue using the innkeepers as informants, he should consider paying for his silence. But Gon did not listen to the nonsense, and sharply asked him to tell everything as it is. As he got up, Yang explained that there was a rich man named Yun living on the southern street of New Sichuan. They are probably preparing to move, and need to be tracked down in New Sichuan to uncover the attempted kidnapping of the Chang family trading group. Gon began to get angry, clenching his hand into a fist. He was furious that this scum, having made a mess in someone else's house, simply decided to leave a mystery and get out of the situation. Yang continued to show arrogance. With a sly smile, he said that there are things more important than life, even to him. What the hell does this all mean? Gon thought. He then turned to Chalk, asking if there really was someone named Yoon. She remembered that the Yoon family's new trading group had recently appeared, but it was necessary to ask Ian what he really meant in this ambiguous conversation. If only it were so simple to divide into black and white, Yang thought, adding that all the members of the Hidden Dragon Squad were chained together. Ian stated that devotion to power and money breeds the kind of bastards that always cause trouble. That was his explanation, and now it remained to decide what to do with him. Agent Chalk remarked that it would be strange to arrest someone who gave them the clue. Yang thanked Brother Chan for letting him go, and promised that he would soon bring an even bigger portion of information. Crazy guy, maybe it would be better if he... Chalk thought. After a while, he and the agent talked about the Hidden Dragons squad. They were surprised that Yang was part of this squad, and Chalk sensed that he might have been trying to help them all along. Gon explained that there was nothing strange about it, and because of that he let Yan go unharmed. Yang was next to the crime scene, as if waiting, and immediately gave them an important clue. It seemed to Gon that Yang was not trying to tip him off, but someone from the Murim Union, such as Chalk. In short, if Gon wanted to exonerate Yang, it would be because everyone in the Hidden Dragon Squad is acting on their own free will. Gosen described the unit as an imperial intelligence organization similar to a soap opera family. He told Chalk this, but she didn't quite understand, so he suggested we discuss it later. They finally came to the Yun family trading group. Now they had to check whether the words of the swindler Ian were true. Inside, everyone was minding their own business. The sun was already setting, and it was clear that everyone was preparing for an urgent departure. Suddenly, a man came up to them and asked what they were talking about there, probably deciding that they too should work like the local workers. Chalk showed him her ID, explaining that they were not workers, but members of the Murima Union Patrol Squad, and introduced herself as Seying. The man froze, not knowing what to say, and then heard a question asking if he was an administrator. He seemed to be getting very nervous when he heard the mention of the Murima Union. Seeing his reaction, Chalk even asked him to calm down, explaining that she only had a few questions. In response, he only asked her to leave, claiming that he had nothing to say and had done nothing wrong. However, it seemed that he was hiding something, becoming even more secretive. Suddenly, 2 people appeared behind him. They asked if there was anything they could do to help. He asked them not to worry, explaining that nothing serious had happened, and told them to go about their business, assuring them that he would take care of it himself. The administrator once again asked Gon and Chalk to leave, threatening to file a formal complaint with the Murima Union otherwise. They simply turned around and explained that in that case, they would go to the Union and formally request cooperation. Step by step, they slowly moved away. But suddenly, they turned around and incredibly quickly rushed back. They returned to this administrator, this time with the intention of attacking. At that moment, his whole life passed before his eyes. Only 2 flashes of lightning flashed. 2 of the scumbags behind him had been neutralized, and one had a suspicious needle in his hand. It looked like they'd seen one before. Each of them got a good punch in the face. They were pressed with their faces to the ground, so hard that the stones beneath them cracked. The administrator realized that he should not have claimed his rights in front of these 2, and the cries of his subordinates for help only confirmed this. Gon reached into his mouth and pulled out the pill, realizing that he too was from the hidden dragons. Evening came, and they had a heart-to-heart conversation with the father, who told them that his daughter had been kidnapped last night. His name was Ju Yun, and he was the head of the Yun family's trading group. He assumed that they already knew everything, and that the Murim Alliance had sent them here. And he also noted how quickly they dealt with those people. He wondered how they themselves could not know. Anyone could tell at a glance that these people were worried, trying to calm them down. Chalk replied that they had a little understanding of the situation, but needed more specific information to help. So she asked him to explain everything from the beginning, and he began the story. At first, he was engaged in the delivery of goods by river in the Central Plains, and later he realized that it was worth expanding the business of sea trade in the new continent. He specifically planned to open a branch in New Sichuan as a first step. Although it required a lot of money, he was sure that the profits would be high. But soon another problem arose. It was connected with the existence of a trade association. At first, they approached him as a beginner, offering several placement options. But when they realized that he was trying to merge the business on the river in the Central Plains with the new one in Sichuan, they began to obstruct him, accusing him of monopolizing the delivery. He didn't sit back and try to bribe the members of the association to get them on his side. And at this very moment, when he was in the midst of a conflict with the association, he received a single letter warning him that if he did not close the business and leave the place, not only he, but also his daughter would be in danger. He was scared, but he wasn't going to leave because of one letter. So he spent a lot of money to hire local warriors for protection. His daughter turned 15 this year, and he constantly warned her to be safe. But for a child who was looking forward to traveling to a new continent, this seemed like too much parental concern. Eventually, his daughter went to the night market with the guards. What happened next? Gon asked. The 6 guards who were with her returned, but with their heads cut off. Among the items returned was a small wooden box that varied in size. In it lay the finger of his little girl. The man was afraid to turn to the Murim Union, fearing that it would only cause his daughter more pain. From the beginning, those delivering the heads and the finger had been watching him, and he felt he had no choice but to close the business, as the letter said. Chalk thanked him for his cooperation, told him not to worry, and promised that the Murim Union would do everything possible to bring his daughter back alive and unharmed. First of all, it was necessary to deliver these scum to the Union and find out more information. Gon understood and explained to Chalk that every minute could be crucial because they had a hostage and delaying would only make things worse. Are you saying we should interrogate them here? Chalk clarified. Now was not the time to discuss procedures. It was a quiet night on the street, and the following events unfolded in this house. The woman carefully sharpened the dagger against the stone with her thin fingers. A gray bandage was visible on her arm. She sharpened the dagger carefully and slowly, occasionally wetting the stone with water. At that moment, she was talking to Jan, asking if he had told everything during the interrogation. He replied that he only gave a tip, which she would still pass on to the Murim Union. He added that he was afraid of the torture because he felt that it could be quite brutal. She wasn't going to put all the responsibility on him, believing that they themselves should be careful when it came to his family. He seemed to be digging deeper and deeper, making sure that the Hidden Dragon Squad did exist. At the time, the squad was in bad shape. Hidden Dragon number 17 was lying next to the cage, barely breathing. Yang even scratched the back of his head, wondering what kind of torture he had undergone in such a short time. She understood that if everything went according to plan, it would lead to an inevitable meeting. Warrior Chang Gong would face him soon, and Yang had no doubts about that. Knowing Gon's character, he himself would not neglect this threat. They knew full well that Gon would burst in to start the fight. Then she turned to Yan, who was number 7, and asked if he really believed that the Gon he met today will he have enough combat prowess to defeat him? There was a pause for a few seconds, and Yang said quietly, "Who knows?" Without a doubt, Yang Gong is a person who is a truly outstanding expert. However, his opponent was also an incredible master, about whom it was said that no one in his circle could match him in martial arts. However, Gon's skill with his sword was second to none. His look spoke for itself, just like his opponent's gaze. When Gon met this man, he wondered where he had come from. Is this someone hired by Merchant Yoon? If so, how did he find out about this place? Gon would disappear and reappear behind him. Tracking his movement was extremely important, but just as important, it was difficult. It was not immediately successful. Gon simply kicked the white-haired man. He hit him with such force that he pierced the slate with his body, and fell straight to the ground under the roof. "Old Hyun, is it better to call you Hidden Dragon number 4? Gon asked him. The man did not understand how Gon knew this. Gon explained that he had been betrayed by subordinates who had been interrogated on the brink of death. Gon didn't hear the whole thing though, because it looks like those people died if he continued. There were only 2 things Gon was going to ask Hidden Dragon number 4 about. First, the whereabouts of the kidnapped daughter of the Yoon family's trading group. Second, why did the Hidden Dragon Squad, an Imperial intelligence organization, side with the Trade Association? He excused himself in a timid voice that it was not his fault and asked for forgiveness. He even offered to fix the situation right now, but it was more important for Gon to know where his daughter was. The man begged for another chance and suddenly uttered, "Colonel Fierce Tiger." At these words, Gon turned sharply. And at the same moment, he saw a tiger in front of him, who appeared right in front of him. His strength was incredible. He managed to hit Gon and pin him to the wall. It was not only his martial art that was terrifying in him. He always sneaked up to attack from behind, was an avid hunter, and was a colonel in the Imperial Army. The ferocious tiger Ken Wu Yan. Number 4 crawled on his knees, but the colonel addressed him, calling number 8 the Hidden Dragon. He asked if he had made it clear to him that on the street he should be called the director of the Trade Association, not the colonel. After that, he asked a few questions. Does he know how many members of the Hidden Dragon Squad were sent to the Murim Union and what should be done about it? He made excuses, assuring that he would manage everything himself. The colonel asked another question. Did he know who the boy he had just encountered was? Upon hearing the answer, the colonel explained that he was hired to save his daughter, and at the same moment, the man's head flew off from a blow from Ken Wu Yan's sword. This was because he thought of him as a useless bastard with boundless greed. At that moment, Gon rose from under the rubble. The colonel asked him if he would disappoint him by calling Goon by his first name. Gon guessed that it was the same powerful association director he had seen this afternoon. Although Gon thought that he was serving in the Imperial Army, as people of this size were rare, he sensed that something was wrong with him. It had been a long time since Gon had last faced such an opponent. He hadn't even felt him come this close. Ken laughed as he was amazed that Gon had guessed. He'd like to get to know him better over dinner before then. He wondered if Gon would accept an invitation to take him away from the others. Gon's words seemed to him contemptuous of his authority. It was nonsense for Gon, because he steals children from people who do not know martial arts at all, and then talks about some kind of authority. Ken explained this act as an attempt to restore justice to a greedy and corrupt merchant. He even explained that if Yun were to successfully monopolize sea trade, it would lead to major disruptions in the shipping and distribution of goods to the mainland. Gon wondered if that was the reason Ken cut off the girl's finger and sent it in a box. The sins of the father are passed on to the children, Ken said. These words in his performance sounded particularly disgusting. When Ken continued to speak, Gon told him to just shut up. He knew he was dealing with a bastard after only talking to him for 1 minute. Either way, their goals were now determined. Ken seemed to like Gon's high-mindedness. One of them took a step aside. Ken took his sword in hand and motioned for his opponent, Gon, to begin. He challenged him to show a martial art that even single-handedly dealt with demonic creatures. "Ah, you got references on me, huh?" Gon said with a smile. "Exactly," Ken replied, and Gon shot it right in his face. Like 2 lightning bolts, they met in battle, flying at each other with swords in hand. The battle took place in a city where people were still awake, just 1 step to the side, and the stones began to fly in all directions. People on the street heard the crash of stones falling to the ground. The sounds were extremely loud, like a bell. It was their swords clashing with such incredible force that it could be heard 3 blocks away. Ken began to enjoy the fight and craved more. He recognized Gosen as an unqualified expert, which is rare to find. Ken asked to show even more of the martial arts that Gon possesses. They began to circle in battle, as if dancing with each other. Gon expected a lot, as his opponent is a colonel in the Imperial Army. But this bastard is a real monster, isn't he? Each strike was infused with ki energy, making him stunning and his movements surprisingly fast despite his appearance. Gon began to adjust to his rhythm and consider his next move. His next attack was called Sword of Illusion, but this attack only brought a smile to Ken's face. It seemed to Gon that the blows were coming from 3 sides at once, but it was only an illusion. Ken called Gon's trick interesting. With cool judgment and skill, he asked if there was anything else Gon could show him while swinging his sword. Gon managed to jump away from the attack. He covered his face with his hand from the debris. Despite his large size, Ken was easily controlled at speed. At that moment, Gon saw Ken's sword getting closer and closer. He had to completely control his breathing and smoothly move his hand to the side. He managed to block the attack by putting his hand under it. With that, he deflected Ken's arm to the side, deflecting the blow past him. At the same moment, he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, and he struck, thrusting his sword forward with incredible speed. The blow left a gash on Ken's neck. The wound was closer to the shoulder, on the trapezium. It was hard to imagine Ken reacting so quickly to avoid serious injury. Nevertheless, it was possible to extract a few drops of blood from him. Ken looked down at his hand where the drops of blood appeared, and wondered how long it had been since he had last been injured. Returning to Gon, he asked what his martial art was called. "Fists of the Taichi-chan family," Gon replied. The lion sheathed his sword back. That seemed rather strange of him. Then he even clapped his hands and called it an extraordinary fist technique. He admitted that he was amazed at how Gon had destroyed the center of his power in an instant and deflected it to the side. "Never heard of such a martial art in my life," Ken said with a laugh. Gon only asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Ken explained that this was not an excuse, but a sincere compliment to his martial arts. He raised his hand up to release his ki. "I've been waiting a long time for an expert of this level to finally show his full power after so many years," Ken said. "At last I will be able to display my full power, given to me by His Imperial Majesty himself, the true account of the fierce tiger." His strength made him tremble. The giant tiger that appeared before him seemed alive, but was actually created from pure energy. The tiger's paws broke the stones into small pieces. Ken became completely angry with the tiger he had summoned. Now this power became part of his hands and body. He attacked with such incredible force that it was difficult for Gon to block the blows with his sword. Gon jumped back, barely able to stay on his feet. The blow was so strong that even when blocking, he could not resist. From this shock, it seemed that everything inside him turned upside down. "How much goddamn ki does he have? Is that really a fistful of ki? How are you, Changgong? What do you think of the true martial arts of the Imperial Army?" Ken asked. Gon admitted that this was impressive, although he didn't think that a large Imperial army would imitate animals. His taunts only encouraged Ken to attack. He pushed off the ground with such speed that there he was, and now he was already gone. Ken was preparing to reveal the first form of the sneaking tiger fist. Ken had to show this technique after such a long hiatus. He looked up as he felt himself being tossed aside. The tiger flew at him with clenched fists. Even the sword in Gon's hands could not save him from this onslaught. Ken continued to attack, and though Gon tried to wave it away, it was no use. Ken held a ball of kai in his hand. He made a blow with it. It was the tiger cut. Shadowless steps were terrifying and incredibly powerful attacks he used. Gon was tired enough to dodge these attacks. The opponent, although he didn't expect Gon to be able to evade, still recognized his talent. But he believed that the faster and stronger always wins in combat attacks. Ken lunged at him, showing off his speed. Gon concentrated and made the same smooth motion with his hand. His hand seemed to glide through the air gently and slowly. But the tiger's face with human features was getting closer and closer. The enemy was one step ahead at that moment. He predicted the direction of the blow that Gon was planning. Then he waved it off and launched a new attack, kicked with all his might, sending Gon far back. The blow was so strong that Gon gasped out all the air. He had to crouch down under the wall, into which he hid his back to rest a little. The tiger explained that the same techniques would not work against him. He pointed out that Gon was taking the Imperial Army's martial arts lightly. Gon sat, inhaling and exhaling deeply. As Tiger got closer, Gon said, "I never thought so. Maybe subconsciously, I looked down on it as a simple and tough martial art." Tiger thought those words were as empty as a homeless person's, and didn't believe that Gon could know anything about a great martial art. Gon did not object, but asked the next question. He asked if he had the right to talk about such things. The only thing he knew for sure was that people who lost their minds in the pursuit of success would never side with the Imperial Army. After all, for this you need to kill and burn everything to the ground by order of the Emperor. If a trade group monopolizes land routes, it will harm the mainland, Gosen said. He saw it as just an illusion created by Ken himself, something that hadn't even happened yet, but that he was relying on, using the Emperor's name to take the law into his own hands. This outspokenness caused Ken to once again call Gon an arrogant bastard. He stated that mocking his loyalty was a sin that Gon must pay for. to be torn to pieces in his lifetime. Gon thanked him, as he was able to remember something extremely useful thanks to Ken. At that moment, his sword began to glow with a blue glow. It was a new swordsmanship technique, and Ken noticed it. Gon stood still, making his sword tremble, a phenomenon that occurs when a person has trouble focusing their kai. Because of this, Ken decided that Gon was just panicking. But suddenly, Ken saw a blue cloud overhead. Suddenly, Ken felt the space in front of him begin to resonate. Something was clearly wrong, and he could clearly feel it. However, he decided to be the first to attack again. Flying forward, he said that he was tired of playing. Gon stood in a fighting stance, his sword firmly gripped in his hand and balanced on one leg. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet burst into flames, and a wave of energy hit the tiger's body. Ken began to writhe in pain, clenching his teeth harder and harder. He was thrown back and fell to his knees for a moment. He could not get up quickly without realizing what it was, like an invisible wall or some kind of impact. In addition, the pain spread throughout the body. He asked Gon in a shaky voice, "What did you just do?" Gon replied, "Have you ever heard a tiger cry?" Meanwhile, Chalk ordered her men to search more thoroughly because the kidnapped girl was probably being held in the area. She ordered to check all the places where people can be kept, and if anyone raised suspicion, to immediately interrogate him. She repeated these orders to each of her subordinates. But suddenly one of them heard strange sounds. The fight between Gon and Fierce Tiger turned into a conversation between them. Ken writhed in anger, not understanding what spell Gon had brought with him. It turned out that there is a low vibration, imperceptible to the human ear, which is in the cry of the tiger. Ken had heard that people exposed to this vibration felt inexplicable fear, fatigue, and powerlessness. Gon pointed the sword at Ken, showing how it worked. There was such a sound that Ken closed his eyes and ears in pain. But somewhere he found the strength to rise sharply. Overwhelmed with anger, Ken saw Gon enjoying his spell. He lunged at Gon with all his might, but he moved so fast that it resulted in him bleeding out. His own blood gushed out and he fell to his knees. It worked, even with the distance. The spell jolted his ki pathways and disrupted his internal kai. Is it possible to achieve such an effect with the help of simple vibrations? Thought Ken. He still didn't believe it was possible, even for the Imperial Army's martial art. Ken asked Gon if he was going to continue, but like a real rat, Ken decided to sneak up. Gon parried the attack with ease, placing his sword under it. The tiger's claws only left a cut on his collar. However, Ken did not calm down and continued to strike, filling his hand with energy. His eyes glowed green, and his hand waved repeatedly. Gon dodged the blows with the same ease as before. He even managed to joke that Ken's movements remained the same as before. Gon laughed, asking if this was the end of his magnificent Imperial Army. Ken responded by mentioning the rare items that can be found here on the continent. He declared that if these bastards were left alone, not only New Sichuan would suffer, but the mainland economy would suffer as well. Ken called his actions for the good as he continued to attack Gon. He accused Gon of just meddling in other people's affairs. I wonder if he also cut off the girl's finger for good, Gon thought. He felt that Ken was better suited for the demonic palace than the Imperial Army. It's time to end this fight, but Ken couldn't accept that. Just getting angry that his attack, compared to child's play, had no effect on Gon. The tiger understood that this vibration was also created by the power of Kai. He decided he should do the same and face Gon using his own ki. He had to do it only once, straining his hands to the limit. He planned to focus all of his ki to withstand the blow, and then rip out Gon's throat before he can dodge. Tiger clearly imagined all these plans in his head. All that remained was to implement them, but he was still on his knees as Gon approached him. Gon even asked if he had anything else he could show. Ken's eyes were eerie. One look at them evoked fear. In his eyes, you could see the memories that came up in an instant. Now the tone of this scumbag has changed significantly. Ken asked in a shaky voice, "Who are you?" To which Gon called his name. Some time passed, and now, after a fierce battle, it was possible to rest a little. Gon decided to admire the beautiful moon and light a cigarette. Suddenly, Chalk appeared behind him, calling his name. She knew it was him as soon as she heard sounds nearby. Chalk said that she constantly heard explosions that shook buildings, and she added the good news. They found Yuna's daughter. After searching the entire area of the dock, they heard a woman's voice calling for help from the basement of the warehouse. She's fine now, apart from having one of her fingers cut off, just like Yun said. At least that was a relief. Now there is no need to wake this giant for no reason. Gon explained to Chalk that the man was a colonel in the Imperial Army and the director of a trade association. And it seems he's the main cause of all these events. The higher ranks, who have long had an eye on the Imperial Army, will not miss this chance. It seems that soon everything will be turned upside down. But stop. If this person really is a colonel in the Imperial Army, these marks look terrible, even at first glance. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed that these two were fighting not to the death, but to the death. She knew that Gon was an expert, but she didn't expect him to be at this level. Behind her came the words, "Then I'll leave you to clean up." When she turned around, no one was there. Chan Family Trading Group. Yoon was standing right in front of the table holding a piece of paper in his hands. He was busy reading, running his eyes over every line written on that sheet. At that moment, Gon walked in on Yoon. He emphasized his appearance as if he was deep in thought. But Gon himself looked like he should have called a doctor, even though he himself had asked not to. He even quoted lines from the letter Yoon held in his hand. Gon knew that he was holding a threatening letter that said he needed to pull the business out of New Sichuan. Yoon explained that he received this letter 2 days before his meeting with Gong. He apologized, realizing that he should have brought it up when the investigator from the Murim Union arrived. But when he saw the assailant disguised as a babysitter that Gon had caught that day, he was suddenly scared. Gon assured him that there was no need to worry about it anymore. Everything is settled, and no more such letters will come. Yoon wanted Gon to explain the details to him, but Gon was so exhausted that he just decided to go rest. Gon said that the one who had to explain would come in the morning, and so he left. Chalk appeared in front of Yoon. She explained that the director of the trade association was arrested on charges of hiring vagrants to kidnap people and threaten other trade groups for his own gain. Apart from the director, all the other members involved are currently under arrest, and the union is likely planning to dissolve the association entirely over the matter. Yoon would never have thought that the young director of the association was capable of such a thing. Did he go to dinner without suspecting anything? As expected, Chalk had carefully thought through all the details. Nothing good would come of him admitting that he was serving in the Imperial Army. "Wait, Gon, did you really do that?" Yoon asked. He thought that this would explain why Gon came back covered in wounds. But Gon replied that it was nothing much, just keeping an eye on the agent and helping her out a bit. Chalk disagreed and explained that the senior leader of the union would soon reward him with a medal and a monetary reward. In addition, he will offer Gon a place in the Murim Union if he wants it. To Gon, these words were just unnecessary things. He was more interested in whether they were still interrogating that giant. He also asked Chalk for a favor and to speak with him alone. The first thing Gon was interested in was whether he was alive. Gon was certain that Ken's injuries were not fatal. However, after being interrogated, he was subjected to a meridian sealing technique and handcuffed, ordering members of the union to keep a close eye on him. But this morning, all the handcuffs were removed and he was found after he had committed suicide. An investigation is currently underway, but the circumstances indicate that he took his own hands to erase the connection between the case and the Imperial Army. Chalk was very embarrassed in front of Warrior Chan, because catching an expert of this level is not an easy task. However, this was very surprising to Gon, as he thought that the opponent was not one to give up easily. At night, this creepy guy was in prison. Before his eyes appeared every step of that battle, which he imagined again and again. He asked himself if such a stage could exist in martial arts. In front of him stood a woman who had the number 3. He asked if she had come to save him. She asked him not to think like that, as he had not only lured members of the Hidden Dragon Squad and used them, but had killed them. He explained that it was a necessary act for the common good, and accused her of disloyalty because she does not understand it. Her hope was dashed, and she wondered if she had come all this way to taunt him or take revenge. She explained that, to be honest, that would be even better, and pulled out a very interesting piece of paper. She opened it in front of him, and there was a character that meant to seal, often used for closing the lips. This inscription was clear to him. It was a seal belonging to His Majesty. She asked him again if he wanted her to help him. He smiled widely, realizing what was waiting for him next. His wooden handcuffs cracked. He stood up and asked her not to look down on him. Then he bowed before this sheet of paper, kneeling down. He had a few words for number 3. His words sounded like advice. "Changgong, be careful with him," he said. "He is an extraordinary being, gifted with rare but stunning martial arts. Without a doubt, one day, he could become a huge threat to the imperial court." He warned that it is important not to make mistakes because of personal feelings. She remembered those words from him. Then he raised both hands above his head. "Live long and be healthy, Your Majesty," were his last words, and he committed suicide. Meanwhile, Gon was saying goodbye to his loved ones. He was asked whether it was necessary for him to set out when he was already on his horse. The Murim Union offered him a place, but he bluntly told his brother that he was not yet suitable for such a position. He called himself a mere traveler who would gain nothing from meeting such a great man as the head of the Murim Union. Besides, Agent Chalk presented the medal and award on his behalf, so everything was fine. However, his brother understood that Gon had to decide for himself how he would live his life. All Gon asked was to say hi to John. He said goodbye, turned his horse around and started forward, his hooves making a rhythm on the stones. Agent Chalk came to the chief executive and explained that after all, he had left, and she had done her best to present the medal and award. The head of Helion, Wei Jin, wanted to meet him in person, but understood his motives. At that moment, another man came to him. He reported information about the treasure map and confirmed that it existed through secret connections. Jin was grateful, because if the rumors about this treasure were true, it would be a huge help to them. However, Jin asked to remember that this was a top-secret assignment that he would oversee not as a member of the Murim Union or as an apprentice, but rather as the captain of the Pacific Squad. Peck, a direct disciple of Union leader Murim, took full responsibility. Meanwhile, Gon was already hungry and went to a place where you could have a delicious snack. He wondered where to go next. Probably better to leave New Sichuan before the Murima Union declares him wanted. Suddenly he heard the door creak and Yan entered the room. Yang immediately asked why Gon was leaving so quickly. He thought he would rest for a few days after the battle with that scumbag. Gon laughed and called him a clumsy bastard. Yang asked not to be called that and said he would bring more information soon and offered to go treasure hunting with him.
The story begins with the tale of an ordinary man from the present modern civilization. He was a typical representative of his time. He went to work, rested, and took care of household chores. His greatest passion and hobby, which allowed him to relax, was reading novels about martial arts and fighters. He devoted all his free time to this activity and could only rest this way. He often escaped from reality with its problems by immersing himself in novels about martial arts masters. In his imagination, he built entire worlds for himself and thus increasingly delved into a fantasy world. The life of this boy ended as a result of a fatal car accident. The doctors fought for the man's life for a long time, but they failed. Yet surprisingly, the end became the beginning of something greater. The boy woke up as if from a deep sleep in the world of martial arts Murim. He retained memories of his past life. He could use them, trying to survive in this harsh world. In this new world, which he had only dreamed of before, martial arts truly existed. The boy was reborn with a new name, called Chan Gon, and this reality was slightly different from the literary one. The first thing that differed from the life described in the books was the history of the Han Dynasty. Founded by Liu Bang, it lasted about 1,000 years after the victory over Xiang Yu. The rule was strong. The emperor's power relied on using the army to resolve political issues of both external and internal nature. Therefore, many events of the fragmentation era did not happen here at all. The other thing that distinguished it from the literary world was that America was actually discovered by the Chinese, and they called the new region the New World. Over the next 100 years after the discovery, many Chinese settled here. Many martial arts that were supposed to exist never even emerged. The emperor personally rejected fighting arts that his army did not use. The army needed destruction and utility. Masters who practiced martial arts banned by the authorities were forced either to disappear or go underground, or to leave the mighty empire. Such was the life of masters deemed ineffective from the emperor's point of view. Chan Gon once left his family, who lived on the Central Plain. Alone, he set out on a journey across the new continent. On this path, he had to endure many hardships. There were often clashes with deserters and bandits who attacked him hoping to seize money and riches. Sometimes they were just vagabonds, and sometimes mighty strong warriors. True demons who used forbidden combat techniques were rare. They were fierce opponents for whom the battle itself was more important than the outcome. They desired cruelty. Sometimes he met pleasant and kind people who became a guarantee that not everything is bad in this world. And goodness exists not only in the literary universe. There were also dramatic and tragic encounters that remained in memory for a lifetime. Such was his meeting and loss of one of the men he could rightfully call his friend. Life circumstances forced the boy to act differently. Often he could chase after prey and profit. Money was no less a motivating force than honorable reasons to act. Honor and duty grew stronger throughout his entire journey. The boy learned more about the world, could see its various facets, and was always ready for self-sacrifice when the situation demanded it. And his greatest and highest goal became to master martial arts and reach a level where in all Murim he would have no equal. Often he tried to recall what he had read. Thus his journey, which seemed purposeless to an outsider, became something that guided his life. Recalling the past, he wanted to revive many combat techniques in this world. This became his goal and aspiration. He tried to recreate in his memory what he imagined when he read novels about martial arts. Gradually, the boy acquired some skills, but no one really saw him during those activities. For many acquaintances or just strangers, those strange movements by which he tried to make himself a master would have been something ridiculous. On his way, he encountered an old man. He had a dignified appearance and simply radiated confidence in himself and his strength. His figure was shrouded in darkness, but one could make out a powerful build. The man introduced himself. His name was Namgun Chon-il. He held the position of General Namgun at the ruler's palace. The old man was clearly proud of who he had become at the ruler's palace. It was very important to him. The boy introduced himself. He reported that he had no title or rank. He explained that he was simply a traveler and tried not to offend anyone with his demands and aspirations. The old man wanted to attack the enemy, but the situation arose where he considered attacking with the unique sword, which was regarded as the blade of the great Northern Celestial Emperor, too great an honor. The man warned that a simple traveler learning the art of combat should not attack or engage in battle with the owner of such a weapon. The old man forgot that the main thing in a fight was the strength of the master himself. The boy did not lose his composure. He raised the sword high above his head and wanted to attack. The young man was not impressed by the enemy's weapon. He asked him not to give too much importance to the shape of the blade. The opponents rushed towards each other. They directed their battle swords at the opponent and prepared to cross them in a duel. Chang raised his sword above his head, trying to strike the old man. The men at the table talked about how they had probably found a map of the old treasures of the lost Li clan. There were many valuables there, and they would be useful to them in completing their task. The man called Bloody Hawk agreed with his interlocutor. After all, these treasures and the money earned from them would be a good help in their cause and would serve the Shan Dongji clan. Ji Sanjiang's fiancé rejoiced at the pleasant news. She believed that her fiancé had finally gotten lucky. She emphasized that while the rumors had not spread, it was worth taking advantage of the opportunity. The men at the table agreed with her. They thought that everything could be checked after they got it into their hands. Hawk was very nervous about the girl's behavior, but he was forced to tolerate her. The man's head began to split from what was happening. He did not understand why he had to spend time with these emotionally immature people. His thoughts revolved around one incident. It was then that one of the clan members tried to commit suicide by hanging. The man almost leaked the clan's secret books to his enemies. When he realized this, he became frightened. He was saved. A woman arrived in time at the room where he was supposed to be. There she took him down from the crossbar. Everything seemed to be settled. And the incident came to the rescue of their clan. Likewise, a random traveler saved their clan from an information leak by saving books that could have fallen into the hands of malicious actors. But along with this, the status of a failure and a suicide victim suffered. The reputation and fame of this man, who once tried to become the heir and next leader of the clan, was damaged. Now his attempts and efforts will be at the lowest level, and he will be unable to do anything. Now a situation has arisen that will clearly displease the clan elders. The contender for the successor of the leader behaves so foolishly and befriends all sorts of riffraff who could cast a shadow on the reputation. The man was offended by such an attitude. Even Master of the Tower Ja, who once supported him, speaks to him as if he were an idiot. He explained that the attitude of the elders basically remains unchanged. Despite such a difficult situation, the young man was not going to accept the current state. If he now simply sinks to the bottom, he will lose the opportunity to make any attempt to become the manager. Now the question was being discussed whether it was worth offering a deal to Master of the Tower G if he was not ready to agree to the proposal and act in line with their common interests. The girl was studying the reaction. Master of the Tower G immediately guessed that they were trying to drag him into this dirty game. However, the decision remained with him whether to use the knowledge about the treasure map of the abandoned clan. The men's conversation revolved around the treasure map of the Lee clan. One of the men assured his companion that there was no need to be nervous. According to his information, the map remained unsold until last night. The man in the hat asked his friend if he knew anything about secret connections in the market. The interlocutor assured that the mounted bandit is trying in every way to raise his price and does not want to spend money. The young man carefully looked at the nearest building. He guessed that in front of him was the hotel they so strongly desired. And the companion said that he really had secret informants in the market. According to him, it would be very suspicious if, with his status as a robber and thief, he did not have such acquaintances. It was hard to believe that the main trade deals took place in this building. The interlocutor assured that this was exactly the main calculation. If you want to hide someone, hide him in a crowd of people. If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest among others. When they entered the room, the thief asked the young man to behave as naturally as possible. Otherwise, they risked ending up in the backyard of the house and, at best, being beaten. They sat down at the table, and the host immediately stood by them, happy to take the order. The men ordered the fastest prepared food and green tea for each. After that, they began to look around. The villain informed his comrade. He asked him to carefully look at the right corner of the room, as there were several men behaving quite interestingly, although they disguised everything as a game of dominoes. The company was truly strange. Especially notable was a man who looked like a bandit, and even a child could not be mistaken. Chang immediately understood that they were mounted bandits who traded in maps. By the appearance of the robbers, it seemed that they still had not managed to sell the map, as they looked quite tired and poor. The men clearly did not want to stay here long. Chang asked his partner what he planned to do next, as attacking without a plan or thoughts of a future escape would be very problematic. The man began to regret getting involved in the story. He warned that at least 2 representatives of the hidden market guard were present in the room, all of whom carried special swords worn by all secret market guards. The young man thought that finally these scoundrels were not going to hide their nature and were taking money not just like that, but protecting the merchants. Maybe it was better for him to join their ranks too. The guy suggested continuing to follow the company. By evening, they should get very drunk and lose vigilance. That is when they will simply steal the card and escape the city very quickly. His interlocutor assured that this day would be very boring in this way. But when they finally decide to act differently, not only people from the hidden market, but also fighters of the Murim Alliance will be on their tail. The boy looked around carefully. His attention was also drawn to the capes on the backs of the visitors. They were partially the same. So Chang asked his companion if he was sure there were only 3 market guards here. The man immediately guessed that his interlocutor was planning something. He became scared at the realization that the young man might start a fight here. In that case, their chances approach 0. Jae-san Han entered the room. The appearance of a boy from such a respected clan in this place was surprising. Visiting such places could leave a bad mark on the reputation of a young man from such a family. The appearance of this boy could mean that great problems would arise on the way to the treasure map. Chang did not want to deal with the JJ clan himself, but losing the map was an even worse outcome. Surely San Han's loyal comrade had to follow him. Unlike his young companion, the man was a true warrior and a skilled fighter of a higher level. They had met once before. It seemed that Chang had just begun to forget the traumatic events of his past life. Suddenly, a memory of an unexpected and unfortunate meeting for him and his acquaintance in a rocky ravine came back. The hawk carefully studied the map. He paid attention to all possible details. Something was troubling him. He was making sure that the seals and codes truly belonged to the Li clan and matched their writing style. The bandit was losing patience. He asked how much more time the prospective buyer would need to study the document's content. The buyer sat silently, trying to understand what was troubling him. The seller looked carefully at the hawk and assured him that the deal was still valid and that they would provide extra payment on top of the promised amount for the prior inspection of the goods. The price of the map was increasing every moment. Finally, the hawk was distracted. He assured his interlocutor that the price was fair and they were ready to pay it with bonds. The map was genuine and it had to remain in the JJ clan. No one was to know about it. The young man eagerly awaited the JJ Tower Master to study the artifact. The man assured that the boy had to protect the map. For the first time in his life, he had truly achieved something valuable and could not miss this moment. The JJ Master's attention was drawn to a young man who seemed to be just drinking tea, but in reality, he was pretending too much not to understand or hear anything. The man recognized Chang Gon. Chang felt his gaze upon him. The master decided to approach first. He greeted the boy. JJ did not expect to see him in this place and at such a time. He did not believe in coincidence, so he could only wonder if the boy was trying to deceive him. The man's conversation was interrupted by an attack from one of the secret market guards. He caught sight of the enemy's attack from the corner of his eye, but still managed to react in time, as befits a warrior of his level. An ordinary soldier had no chance against him. The attack faltered at the very beginning. The enemy's sword met the master's blade, which he managed to position and defend with. The secret market soldier was confused. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Jay inquired about the reason for the attack on him. The man remained silent. He simply promised to avenge the Yellow Paradise. This meant that the attacker was not actually a soldier of the secret market. The real guards of this place jumped up from their chairs. They assured that they would not allow such things to happen on the territory under their control. The guards ordered to lower the weapons. Another man in a yellow armband jumped up behind him. He attacked with a sword and pierced the guard through. The guard realized he had acted slowly, and there was indeed an ambush set up in the tavern. In a cloud of blood, his body fell to the floor. The man standing over him ordered the Pacific unit to begin the operation. This was to be their first small step toward completing the great task. Many of those present quickly pulled masks over their faces. Some began drawing swords from their sheaths. Soon, a bloody massacre was about to begin in the tavern. After all, the soldiers were determined to act decisively. There were many members of the Pacific Squad. They outnumbered the secret market guards in strength. Some of the defenders were already giving up and just sat on the floor asking not to be touched. They promised not to resist. Chan got up from the table with his comrade. They found themselves in a strange situation where it was impossible to understand whose side to take and whom to fight for. The young man pondered how to act next. The map needed to be taken away. The master of the Ji Tower ordered the young lord to stand behind him and not to show himself. Members of their guard also took positions around the young master. The boy's courage pleasantly impressed the commander of the J-Clan detachment. The hawk asked his opponents if they were not afraid of serious problems in the future. The attackers gathered together and asked what problems they could have if they were currently in the majority. A man flew past the squad in yellow armbands. He flashed by like a black silhouette, whose movement was hard to recognize. They did not immediately guess who it was, although the look on their faces was present. One of the attackers forcefully crashed into the wall. He almost broke it and left a deep mark on the wall behind him. It became clear that a third force, which had previously concealed its presence, had entered the fight. Yastreb and his opponent returned in the direction from which the member of the Pacific Squadron had flown. Sounds of battle were heard there. Some of those present noted that the young man, who had not yet intervened, was for the J-Clan. The commander of the Pacific detachment tried to understand what was really happening. Around him, his fighters were suffering from the enemy's attack. At first, they were in the majority. The situation was rapidly changing. Another soldier fell to the floor, crashing into it with great force. He guessed why in the future their squad would have no problems. After all, they could all die in this cursed place. Meanwhile, the boy simply dusted off his cloak. He radiated confidence and strength. The commander of the Pacific squad asked the hawk, rather than the young man himself, who he was. The fighters of the Pacific detachment found themselves in a difficult situation. One by one, they became victims of this strange, mad boy. His movements were swift and filled with unprecedented skill. It was difficult to distinguish forbidden techniques from ordinary ones accessible to regular fighters. Their effectiveness impressed even seasoned fighters. The boy only had to control the situation around him to avoid missing the next attack. He carefully looked at the commander of the attackers himself. He could not withstand the iron gaze. The man who was considered the leader attacked. He was regarded among his own as a skilled swordsman and fencing master, yet he still found it difficult to cope with the young man. The latter was not going to retreat before the armed opponent. The boy dodged the sword attack. The weapon just whistled around him but did not reach the target. This greatly angered the enemy. He began to lose control of himself. His movements became more chaotic. Chan simply threw him over and laid him on the ground without any fuss. The man didn't even have time to orient himself and understand what had happened. He guessed he was defeated and felt ashamed that the guy had beaten him. When the leader was already on the ground, two more fighters attacked Chan from behind. They had already raised their swords and were about to finish off this scoundrel who dared to resist. It seemed like it would be easy now, but he actually turned out to be a very skilled fighter with swords as well. With a lightning-fast move, Chan drew his sword and with one strike cut off the attack. The opponents were not prepared for such a reaction and powerful counterattack. The one who began performing the functions of the commander ordered the detachment to retreat. It was necessary to regroup and gather strength. The enemy was not as simple as it seemed at first. One of the soldiers informed the new commander that while they were fighting, people from the Jek clan had disappeared. He did not immediately understand what he was being told. The disappearance of the J members radically changed their plans. It seemed that under the cover of the secret market guard, members of the G clan escaped from the premises. This was not surprising, as the heir of the clan himself, Sun, was present in the building. The commander regretted that they attacked this young man. One unknown variable, who happened to be in this place by chance, was able to change so much. Their main prey escaped. The killing of the guards caused a commotion. Chan looked carefully at his opponent. He asked him what he was trying to say with such a stern look while looking up at him. Such a position's not conducive to negotiations. The attacker understood that at the moment it was not the time to decide who among them was stronger. The priority at the moment was to protect the map and keep it for themselves, not to give it to the enemy. While the remnants of the detachment were still trying to cope with the newly arrived guards of the secret market, the deputy commander gave the order to retreat. Their mission at the moment was almost completely failed. The detachment retreated, leaving behind destruction and an increasing number of guards arriving every second. The commander ordered to cover their backs and disappear among the residents and guests of the city as quickly as possible. One of the guards tried to convince his boss to pursue the fugitives, but he was wounded and ordered not to do anything foolish. First, it was necessary to thoroughly understand everything. Chan guessed that now he would become the center of attention for everyone present. This could mean anything, from praise and gratitude to the start of a new duel on territory controlled by other clans. The head of security bowed to the boy and thanked the master for his intervention, as he allowed the evacuation of visitors through his patronage and helped resolve the issue with the respected G clan. The boy did not start talking about the fact that he actually did not intend to help anyone and was driven by motives far from noble, but decided to remain silent after all. Armed men were once again all around. Chanu was very sad because the treasure map was lost. Before that, they had to do such work. His partner sat behind the boy and quietly laughed. The young man became curious to find out the reasons for the joy. He smiled and asked his brother Chan not to get nervous. He said he had witnessed something interesting, but he would tell about it a little later when there were no witnesses. In one of the nearest city blocks, Commander Ji's squad was resting. They were glad to have escaped so easily from the Pacific Squad. The enemy fighters could pose a serious threat. The young master's son was curious to ask the tower master who dared to take such a strange step, for it was clearly not just hooligans acting. There were many of them, and they were well organized, and the only thing that saved the situation was Chan. The man believed it was a powerful force. It is not yet known whether they were opponents of the J clan, but the fact that the attackers acted on the territory of the secret market made one seriously think. Professionals were at work. Their plan was ruined by Chan, who demonstrated his skills. But otherwise, Jay and his companions would have been in quite a bad situation. The attackers acted professionally, immediately taking battle formations. The attackers clearly had information. They acted deliberately and according to a well-thought-out plan. The soldiers waited until the trade deal was implemented and the map ended up in the Jia clan. The tower master pondered who was the source of information for the attacking side. The scoundrels clearly knew what they were after. Could the secret market have dared to betray? Or were much more respectable forces involved here? He approached the young master and asked if he still kept the map with him. It was unacceptable for such a thing to fall into the enemy's hands. Sun assured that he was keeping it with him at the moment. Sun began searching in the sleeves of his robe, but there was nothing anywhere. The boy tried not to get nervous, but panic overwhelmed him more and more. He could no longer be so ashamed, but this time he also messed up. His people were looking at him. They were hoping that the map would finally be found. It is hard to believe that the master had played the fool again. He assured them that he clearly remembered how he put it in his pocket. Sun himself found it incredibly hard to believe that he really could not keep such an important artifact with him. The boy was confused. He did not know how to properly react to such misfortune. The bandit leader was telling his subordinates that they had actually pulled off the card theft operation very successfully. Even such representatives of the clan could not stop him. Subordinates asked the leader how he managed it. He told that Yastrub Sun was not such a simple man, and the robber feared only his appearance. But the hangman's son turned out to be a fool. The bandit managed to sneak up on the boy unnoticed while everyone was caught off guard by those fools in masks. And at that very moment, he managed to steal the map. Praise for the boss's efficiency was heard from all around. The treasure map turned out to be original. Sun studied the inscriptions on it in detail and came to this conclusion. So it is a very valuable item that can be sold to serious people for good money. The man was happy. He believed he had outsmarted everyone he could. Carrot was his, and the money for her was also at his disposal. He hadn't been this lucky for a long time, and he planned to celebrate such an occasion. And suddenly, someone unfamiliar stood by the pond, hidden by darkness. It was hard to say who that scoundrel was who dared to interfere in such an important moment in his boss's life and tear him away from triumph. When the fire and torches provided enough light, it became clear that the main cause of the distress was Chan. He stood before the bandit leader, and the bodies of the bandits lay around. The chief bandit wanted to snatch the sword that was in the scabbard behind his back. His hand almost reached the weapon's hilt, but nothing came of it. The young man quickly reached the leader and struck him with all his might. He did not want to take risks by entering the enemy's lair, but there was simply no other way out. The opponent was not as strong as he seemed. The leader lay with a broken face. He tried to gather his strength and counterattack, but he really couldn't do anything. The man's body flew head over heels across the entire room. There was no question of any resistance. He regretted deciding to stop with the gang for a rest in this very place. While Chan stood over the enemy and ensured he did not escape, behind him a comrade picked up the crumpled map from the ground that had led to so many victims and cruelty. The man carefully examined the map and was glad that it ended up in his hands. The young man asked how his partner knew that the gang would stop right here. Chan began to have doubts. The comrade explained that he had a chance to take advantage of the chaos and see what the robber would do. Only the thief himself can catch the thief. There was no doubt about this for a moment. Meanwhile, the leader came to his senses. He stretched out his hand in front of him and suggested making a deal. After all, the prospect of being killed for this cursed map did not please him at all. He began to tell and promise to help search for the place indicated on the map. After all, they essentially have one goal, but this time the bandit is ready to help only to stay alive. The young man looked at him attentively. He told that the peasants from the outskirts, when asked about the robber's lair, very easily agreed to tell. And on top of that, they told a lot of things they were simply not asked about. Chan asked if it was true that this gang was the infamous horse bandits in the bad sense of the word, who even dared to arrive on the outskirts of Sichuan. The man froze. He did not expect such a question. The young man knew where the robbers really got this map from. Recently, they attacked a farm nearby. There were many residents there. They were all brutally killed and deprived of life. The leader guessed that after everything he had done, he had no chance of surviving. So in despair, he attacked the boy. He was truly considered worthless, and even his closest ones were simply afraid of him. Chan intercepted the hand with the sword, timely stopped the lunge towards him, and swung his hand to strike the opponent. He had not the slightest desire to play with this scoundrel. With a strong blow, he knocked him out. The young man wanted to be much more brutal with him and humiliate the scoundrel. Beating this man was nothing compared to what he had done on the farm. Comrade Chana could only watch what they were doing to the bandit. He himself could not boast such strength, so he wished for the scoundrel to be punished, but did not expect it to be done with bare hands. Chan, meanwhile, took the map and examined it carefully. Unfortunately, he saw nothing there. There were no marks or drawings on the paper. The young man was surprised. He simply did not expect such a turn of events. The young man wanted to find out from his comrade what all this could mean. He was behind him, watching the beaten bandit closely, and it was quite difficult to read the emotions on his face. Chan looked at the interlocutor. The boy was now interested in what was depicted on the map. What he managed to make out looked more like a secret code or cipher. The man assured that it was not so simple. He insisted that this map was made specifically for the descendants of the Li clan, so only they were supposed to know the key to the secret message encrypted in this letter. Yet it still seemed that this was not the case. The course of action, according to Comrade Chan, was obvious. They had to give the map to someone who could freely decipher it. There was only one such person in the district, and everyone knew them well. The leader of the Pacific squad knelt before the Patriarch. The man explained that this time the squad had suffered a failure. He was personally ready to bear the deserved punishment for the failed mission. The Patriarch was now interested in why such a capable and outstanding commander as Gal-ung could not cope with the task. He was given quite a lot of soldiers to assist him, yet he spectacularly failed the mission. Gal-ung told what happened. From the very beginning, the situation seemed controlled. They immediately defeated the secret market guards. The map was almost in their hands when a stranger intervened. After this, the entire squad was forced to engage in a clash with this eccentric opponent, which disrupted the plan to encircle the members of the J clan. Many people in the squad were injured or maimed. The Patriarch asked whether the intervention of an unfamiliar expert could follow the interest in the map by representatives of the ruling palace. If so, they had to find the map as soon as possible. Gal-ung told about the fighting style of the stranger. It turned out that he used techniques that were not used by representatives of the Emperor's army. So the master clearly did not belong to the power wing of the government. The messenger interrupted the conversation. He asked to forgive his boldness, but there was very important news that could not be held back for so long. The Li clan's map was stolen from the members of the JJ clan. Zhu Song told her accomplices that she herself had recently learned about the existence of the map. And while making inquiries around the hidden market, she heard that the Ji clan and the market guards were looking for the map themselves. The Patriarch could not fully understand what was happening, but the girl messenger shared her suspicions that the map might have been stolen by mounted bandits who intended to sell it from the very beginning. The squad leader ordered to abandon the search for the lair of the mounted bandits. He knew perfectly well where the map owners would go, whoever they really turned out to be. Only one person could provide such information. The Patriarch spent a long time verifying information about the Murim Alliance personally, and he knew who could decipher such a map in Sichuan. And soon, he will give the order for the troops to set out on the search. The squad commander asked the Patriarch with the rank of captain to give him the opportunity to personally handle this matter in order to regain trust and atone for his past guilt. This time, their actions will be decisive. The Patriarch asked to act very cautiously. The entire community was thrown into an uproar by what happened in the hidden market tavern. From now on, every step of their organization had to be very careful and calculated. The man added that this time he would personally lead the squad on the mission, as it was necessary to find out who that strange and mysterious expert was who managed to defeat an entire squad of specially trained soldiers. The Patriarch asked not to be offended by him and not to hold a grudge. Hal-ung had to give up his own ego for what was their main goal. The man will become a submissive tool in the hands of his boss. The commander raised his sword to the mountain. He emphasized that the Han era and epic would soon end. Instead, their era is approaching. Power will soon pass into their hands, and they will govern everything here. Chan and his comrade arrived at the outer district of Sichuan province. The young man found it hard to believe that a person possessing such knowledge and capable of deciphering could live in such a strange place. The man asked not to pay attention to such trifles. Everyone had their own life story with its ups and downs. But there is no need to doubt the abilities of the one who will soon stand before them. It turned out, from the words of the same comrade Chan, that the person they so desperately needed and without whom they definitely could not manage was actually a girl. He knocked on the door and waited to be received by the hostess, who was always happy to see him. No one opened the door for a long time. The man couldn't stand it and decided to open it himself. They turned out to be unlocked. He called out into the darkness, doubting that anyone would answer him from there. When he finally entered and called Li Yan once again, a hand firmly grabbed his clothing near the collar. The man was seriously frightened because he did not expect anyone to be waiting for him in the dark. His eyes opened wide. Someone unknown forcefully threw the man. He flew almost the entire corridor and landed on the ground, not even managing to group himself or prepare for the fall. It remained only to guess who attacked him. When the darkness slightly dispersed, he realized that Li Yan herself was sitting above him. She also recognized the uninvited guest. Her behavior immediately changed when she recognized Yangon. He asked what had come over her. The girl swung an axe at him. She was going to finish him off once and for all. She did not want to talk to him after what he had done with all her wealth. She promised to split his skull to the very base. Yangon replied that he had done everything exactly as Li Yan had told him, but the girl became even more outraged. She believed that it was his idea to bring the gang to the secret market and ruin the entire tavern. The man hurried to answer that it was not him. His plan, on the contrary, was to steal the map late at night. And on top of that, he brought with him the swordsman he had told so much and so often about. These words had no effect on the girl. Although she asked Yangon to bring that swordsman to her, she was now thinking about something completely different. The man called Brother Chan for help. To rehabilitate himself in Li Yan's eyes, he stretched the map out in front of him. After all, it was the map the girl had been thinking about for a long time. Moreover, it was the main condition of her contract, so it was supposed to impress the girl. She stopped, although she was already holding the axe over the man. The girl felt embarrassed. She did not immediately understand and began to act, which truly corresponded to her explosive character. Soon, she bowed to the guests and greeted her. The girl was a talkative antiquarian. She asked her guests to forgive her for having to witness such a greeting between old friends and partners. The young man greeted in response. He told who he really was and why he was traveling. Behind his back, Yangon asked if the girl was really ready to finish him off without first finding out what he had come for. The girl asked once again for forgiveness. News had reached her from the city about what had happened at the hidden market and what was going on in that tavern. Many guards were killed, even more were maimed by an attack of unknown assailants. Yangon told about the horse bandits and how Chan managed to seize it, but now the man was more interested in whether the girl could really decipher it and find out what was written in it. Li Yan took the map in her hands. She explained that from the very beginning at the market they showed her a fake map so she could evaluate it and verify its authenticity. But now she had the original in her hands. Even then at the market she secretly began decoding Li Shimin's treasure map, and although she worried about being seen by spies of the secret market, she did not abandon her plan. Brother Chan, who until that moment had been standing by the door trying to listen carefully to every word, asked if the girl was really the only one who could decipher Li Shimin's map. Yangon asked what was so special about that. Chan revealed his suspicions. After all, if someone else also has such information and knows its location, they may soon arrive here, trying to find traces of the map. The girl guessed what the guest was hinting at. She realized that the only person in Sichuan who could understand what the map was about was her, and all the traces would lead to her. So it was worth thinking about her life. Chan emphasized that she has amazing skills if she can so easily become the reason for the interest of such a large number of potential clients who want her to share knowledge. Through the ajar door, he saw a group of people with yellow armbands on different parts of their bodies. In front of them sat a man on a horse. He was clearly their commander. The level of training of these fighters was familiar to Chan. Chan opened the door and stepped outside. In front of him was a real army. He immediately guessed that it was the same group that had tried to attack them in the hidden market tavern. The girl could not believe that such forces were interested in finding the almost mythical treasure of the Li Shimin family. Yan replied that this could only be determined after talking with them. But Chan had his own plans. He went out through the door onto the street, where a numerous enemy awaited him. He was preparing to engage in a fierce battle, although he had no doubts about his own strength. The commander carefully watched the young man. He studied every move of this fighter to fully understand what awaited him. Already now he saw a potential threat in this boy. He began to trust his subordinates. Archers in the trees also did not take their eyes off the enemy. And the fact that this guy turned out to be the enemy, and they were warned about the high level of the enemy's training, made the archers be extremely attentive. Gal Ung came to the commander's aid. He pointed at the boy and assured the patriarch that this was the expert who managed to defeat an entire squad of experienced warriors. He was the cause of their failure. The commander sat in the saddle and thought. He suspected that the presence of the stranger in the tavern and his visit to this place excluded a pure coincidence of events. So before him was a serious enemy, ready for anything. The patriarch dismounted from the horse. He greeted and explained who the organization really was. They were formed to fight for freedom and justice on the new continent. And in fact, they are not enemies. He immediately got down to business. According to the patriarch, Chan and his comrade would be allowed to leave this place freely and continue traveling if the Pacific Squad was given the map and the girl who could read it. Commander Pex again said that this was the only way to leave this estate alive. In his opinion, no treasure map could be as valuable as human life. So Chan had to agree and retreat. Chan asked the stranger if he could ask one important question. He gave permission. The young man asked if the patriarch could be called Zhichan Jue. He did not expect such a direct question from the expert. The commander assured that he was hearing this surname for the first time in his life. And he became curious why the young man asked about him specifically. He assured that there was nothing unusual, he just could not resist such a question. Chan reached for his weapon. He announced that he refused the offer regarding surrender. This idea would not even be discussed with his friends because they actually had their own interests related to the map and treasures. The patriarch was sad to admit it, but he simply could not do otherwise. He called the boy a fool who provoked a conflict that could have been easily avoided, and now they were forced to act in such a reckless way. Soldiers gathered around their commander. Peck was not going to fight fairly. He would not be who he was at the moment if he did everything nobly and with honor. So Chan was in the minority. A strange sound was heard. A whole squad of cavalry was rushing at them. Ahead was a rider who drew his sword to be the first to attack the enemy. It was Jason Chong. He wanted to take revenge for being shamed before people once again. The battle began. People on horseback fought against foot opponents. Neither side showed a desire to surrender. They fully understood what it meant for them. The entire courtyard of the estate turned into a real battlefield. People fought despite cries for mercy and pleas to help and stop killing. Chan understood that he was not at fault at all. His refusal only accelerated what began to happen in the courtyard. He believed that no one had the right to threaten each other with a sword or force. Chan watched carefully what was happening. He had never seen anything like it in his life. His companion's voice distracted him from watching. Yan Gon asked not to delay. The girl and her partner were already preparing to leave. They tried to save their own lives and escape to a safe place. It did not matter who would win this battle. They would be interested in the trio and would pursue them. The young heir of the Ji clan raged on the battlefield. He felt the need to avenge what had been done to him, but his main desire was to reclaim the map and become significant and respected again. The hawk ordered the young lord not to get too carried away with the fight and not to break through the enemy ranks too far, so as not to get stuck and not force his soldiers to break battle formations to save him. The young master was distracted from the fight. He promised that he would be fine. During the conversation, he did not notice how the enemy approached him with raised weapons. He would not have been able to react in time. A young maiden came to his aid, who just in time struck the attacker with a sword in the side. He did not even have time to understand what had happened to him and fell to the side, losing the ability to defend himself. The girl immediately asked the young lord if he was all right. She was worried. Instead, the boy pushed her hand away and asked her not to cling to him anymore, saying he could fend off the attack on his own. Meanwhile, the battle was intensifying. People were convinced that they had to fight to the last. After all, lives were at stake. The side that lost would not only fail to see the map, but would lose everything. The patriarch could not believe that the ancient noble J-clan dared to unite with the organization of the mysterious market. Isekai'D believed that the new generation had lost the understanding of conscience. The assistant arrived at the patriarch. He asked what the plan for further actions was. After all, they could destroy the enemy, but at the moment, there was no need for that. It was worth preserving their soldiers for the future. The patriarch began giving orders to the commanders regarding finding the girl who translates texts amidst all this chaos. Without her, the map's ruler had no chance of finding the treasures. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to two horses that sped through a hole in the fence. Two men and a girl were riding them. The commander immediately guessed who these fugitives were and who really had the map. He gave the order to stop the horses, but only his soldiers suffered from this. One of them, who dared to get too close to a horse, was struck hard in the chest by the animal and knocked down. Gal-ung also suffered from the enemy's attack. Now another warrior was fussing around him. The patriarch did not know what to do in this situation. His army was stuck in a clash, and the fugitives were disappearing with the map right under his nose. A burly man emerged from the darkness and asked if Peck was really the squad commander. He had an important matter for him because it was his people who caused all the chaos at the secret market and beat up his subordinates. The big guy emphasized that everything in this world must be paid for. And although the head of security was absent then, the newcomers had no right to cause chaos and start a fight in the tavern. The patriarch recognized this man. Legends were told about him. It was Jin Mu-gan himself, the manager of the hidden market branch in New Sichuan. This man's power was significant in the region. At the time when this man was a bounty hunter, he was called the Killer Sword, or the one who chases souls. It was said about him that he exterminated about 50 clans who swore allegiance to demons and traitors. Spies reported that at the time of the attack in the tavern, he was not there. So it turned out that the man personally came to this place to take revenge. And the patriarch was not mistaken. Jin raised his huge sword and ordered the squad leader not to hide behind his subordinates' backs. He had to attack the enemy like a real man and fight him to the death. The patriarch drew his sword. He gave the order to Gal-ung to gather people and find the scribe and the map. They are trying to escape now on horseback, so it is worth hurrying. Peck himself was preparing for battle. The soldier thanked for the trust. He promised his commander to complete everything on time. The latter had no doubt about it. He trusted his commander, for he was truly innocent of any wrongdoing. Stronger opponents were entering this game. Two masters of martial arts and fencing remained. They stood against each other, and their close soldiers stood behind them. Jin provoked the opponent, calling him a weakling and mocking his attempts to save even someone from his squad. But Peck did not give in. He showed considerable strength of endurance and self-control. The man raised his sword before him and asked Jin to reconsider. After all, he would die. He could not stay and become an obstacle on the path of a great cause. Jin assured that those were his concerns. He considered the fighter a young pup trying to show his teeth, for which he would be harshly punished. Courage should not be confused with arrogance. The opponents stood against each other. Master Jin considered the opponent not an ordinary highway bandit. Elements of special and rather prolonged training were evident in the master. Jin carefully observed how the enemy moved, how he placed his feet, and what posture he took. At that moment, for some reason, he recalled one person. The next moment, the giant attacked the opponent. Peck turned out to be much faster and more decisive. He simply rushed out of the city, held his sword in front of him, and attacked. He managed to break through the opponent's defense and pierce him through with the sword, which no one expected. When the giant was already falling to the ground, he guessed what technique the opponent used. It was a unique stealth sword strike technique. Jin was not mistaken in his guesses and suspicions. The heir of the J-clan with his close associates carefully watched what had just happened. In the city, everyone said that the branch manager was almost an invincible warrior. Peck dealt with him in a few seconds. Peck extended his sword toward the young lord from the Ju family. He asked if the hanged son of the clan wished to fight him and prove whose card truly belonged to the lost clan. The young man did not dare to accept the challenge. He only constantly tried to say something, but the leader of the Pacific squad simply laughed at him and ordered him to be silent. The boy was only capable of shouting at girls at home. The Black Hawk came to his aid. He forbade the young lord to enter the fight. It was clear that Peck was trying to provoke him and lure him into a duel. Sonu should heed his advice. The Hawk praised Peck Sahan's abilities. He emphasized that his opponent had no chance. After all, the squad commander in the first battle defeated the legendary sword, the Killer, and Soul Hunter. The man suggested after this to part ways each to their own affairs and not to try to multiply unnecessary violence in this situation. Peck considered such a request strange from the very bloody Hawk. The servant of the J-clan explained that he was not interested in pointless bloodshed. If this cannot be avoided, a lot of blood will be spilled, and they will have no choice but to fight to the death. The patriarch hid the weapon. He considered it advisable to heed the advice of the Bloody Hawk. The commander of the Pacific Detachment, together with his men, rode away from the estate. He asked not to be seen by them again, because otherwise he would be forced to kill them. After the patriarch left, one of the guards of the quiet market approached Yastrub. He asked the man to explain why he did not try to take revenge for the manager and why he let the opponent go just like that. The Hawk was silent. After a minute, he asked how it happened that a representative of a serious organization like the secret market had such a terrible view of the situation that had developed. He was shocked not by the interlocutor's lack of education. He wondered if the guard really did not recognize the secret technique used by Peck Sagan, which had centuries of development behind it and was perfected by the most skilled masters to an ideal. Yan Gon was amazed when he looked at his comrade's horse. Chan's horse carried 2 people and moved without slowing down. The young man emphasized that he was also surprised and the horse deserved praise. The boy turned to the girl sitting behind him and asked if she could decipher at least a fragment of the map at the moment, because they needed to have an idea where to go next. The girl looked at Chan in surprise. She did not expect such a question, or she simply sank into her thoughts. Li Yan heard Yang Gon joking about her and felt good behind the young partner's back. Soon they stopped in the forest to rest. While the men talked outside the improvised camp, the girl read and deciphered data from the Li clan treasure map. Chan asked Yan Gon if he knew those weirdos in yellow masks. The man replied that he did not know any of the Chaos faction sects that wore such uniforms. None of the previously known clans wore such clothing. Yangon noted that for a moment, it seemed to him that the young man knew the leader of the Yellow Squad. After all, he even asked him the secret name known only to the boy himself. He assured that it was a mistake, and he was mistaken. Chan thought that he had again confused information from this world with remnants of literary works in his head. The same happened with the history of ancient clans, which he confused in this life. The girl called these two. She asked if they wanted to come and see the results of her work. She said that she did not get to the details but could describe the general picture. She told about the approximate possible location of the treasure. To the east of this place is a mountain range. It stretches far to the south and is called the Cheonhu mountain range. The village was burning. It was visible how the fire element devoured houses and the bodies of people who died either defending their home or simply became victims of a brutal attack. Two men watched the fire and the destroyed village, standing on a rock. One of them, the master, said that the mercenaries had overcome a colossal distance, crossed the ocean, and all for the sake of finally destroying their clan. The boy addressed the man named Gal Ung. He promised him that when he gained enough strength, he would definitely take revenge. And by his own efforts, he would restore the clan again, no matter what it cost him. At that very moment, hatred for the emperor and his followers, who obeyed him like loyal dogs ready to carry out his orders, crept into the boy's heart and settled deeply and for a long time. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl who served as a scout in his squad. She said that she had found traces of the fugitives, and most likely they were moving quickly eastward, trying to break away from the pursuit. She was not mistaken in her assumptions. Chan and his companions urged their horses on, sparing neither them nor themselves. They tried to reach the mysterious mountain range as quickly as possible and look for new clues about the treasures. Finally, night came, and they set up camp. Chan warned that today they needed to rest very well. After all, tomorrow they would not be able to stop. They needed to cover a very long distance in one day. The girl sat aside and unexpectedly, even to herself, addressed the boy. She was convinced that he was truly an expert and a real master. He asked her not to make hasty conclusions. The girl could not soberly assess his strength, as she had never seen him fight in a real battle. She was quite curious to see how it all happened, but she did not want to bring trouble. Yangin seemed not to worry about anything at all. While Li and Chan were talking, the man calmly slept and did not worry about the fact that pursuers from an as-yet unknown clan or group were on their tail. Li assured that she had truly never witnessed how Chan behaved in battle, but the fact that he went into a fight against overwhelming enemy forces, was not afraid, and dared to protect his friends and a nearly unknown girl. The girl assured that this episode could serve as proof that the boy was confident in his strength and ability to win. He replied that it might have been pure bravado since they are now trying to escape from those people. Li assured that it was truly a wise decision. They did not know the people in yellow, nor what they were capable of, and it was not worth making enemies from the Jia clan and the secret market guards under any circumstances. The girl was sure that the young man joined this treasure hunt of the Li clan only because of his desire to possess the secret books on martial arts. He replied that if he denied it, he would be lying. Chan spoke about how he was more interested in the person of the great master Li Shimin than in treasures themselves, as he was once considered an absolute expert and master of martial arts, and Chan wanted to connect with his legacy. The young man wondered whether the power of the empire and its battle arts stingy on techniques used by the official army could really suppress such a great master, or if the old man had problems of a different kind. Chan wanted to find out if he could personally follow the path of the great master and become at least a little closer to the mystery of the great expert. At one time, he had to go through the path of enlightenment and self-mastery for this. Lai was impressed. She saw with what enthusiasm the boy spoke about the figure of Li Shimin. He surprised her by wanting and striving for goals that had long been considered by no one in this world as worthy of attention or admiration. The young man in turn asked what made her take this path and give up almost everything she had in order to master the art of encryption and decipher manuscripts of ancient eras and ages. This question cornered her. The girl tried not to cry because no one had ever cared about what she did, except when it really mattered or was profitable. Night fell. The young man leaned over Li Yan and looked at her attentively. He felt a strange, unfamiliar feeling. A few minutes passed before the boy decided to act as he had planned from the very beginning. The camp remained behind Chan. Yan and the girl were sleeping peacefully there. They did not suspect that clan trackers had been following them all this time. The boy decided to settle this matter once and for all and get rid of the danger. Eventually, he found himself before a dense, dark forest. Silence reigned around. The boy stared there for a long time, trying to see what he was looking for. Finally, he ordered the stranger not to hide and to come out. Opposite him stood a warrior armed with a sword drawn from its sheath and ready to attack. The only thing that interested him at the moment was how his opponent knew about his presence and managed to find him. Chan explained that at night, his hearing is much stronger and more receptive. But before the fight, Chan was also interested in a question. It was about why the opponent had not attacked them earlier. After all, it was clear that a fight was inevitable. From the darkness came more and more fighters. Chan guessed that there was no reason for ordinary rank-and-file soldiers to set out on the road. Now, the most respected and experienced soldiers of the organization were supposed to gather in this place. The group leader explained that he actually wanted to attack together with his men when Chang and his partners fell asleep, but the guy himself ruined their plans and got ahead in terms of surprise. Peksa again asked how the boy would react in this case when he finally found himself alone. There were no representatives of other clans here, as there were then in the tavern. He would have to fight this battle on his own. The enemy will attack simultaneously. Chan himself realized this. This time, the entire formation of the group gathered here, which had been practicing combat techniques throughout its entire combat path from the very beginning. Despite the seriousness of Pek's own intentions, the boy believed he had a chance to win. His opponent thought that by taking the sword in hand, he had already scared this daredevil. But in reality, the situation was different. The enemy was already ready to attack, but suddenly heard a strange sound. He paid attention to it and stopped for a moment, not daring to attack. But everything passed as quickly as it began. The man became angry. Meanwhile, Chang asked if the warrior was going to attack him and if the events would continue to develop so slowly. The young man guessed that the squad leader himself would not attack him. He would send his men. The warriors rushed like loyal dogs. They knew what this fighter was capable of, and their attack was meant to prevent the fighter from gathering his thoughts and preparing for an attack. They tried to feel their advantage. Chan found himself surrounded. Enemies surrounded him from all sides, and they wanted to attack him simultaneously. The blades of swords and spears spun right in front of the boy's face. But Chan did not lose his composure. In the middle of the forest, a huge explosion occurred. Mana was released in chaotic motion, causing destruction that was supposed to change the surrounding landscape. The sound of the explosion spread across the area and attracted attention. Yan Han and his companion also woke up. They did not immediately realize that their comrade was absent. The two travelers were now trying to understand what had happened and where the sound came from, frightening them. Gal Ung recalled the day when his young master asked if the man would go with him to the very end, for their clan no longer existed, but revenge existed that would lead them to new achievements and a new formation. The man with tears in his eyes promised that he would accompany the young master to the very end and serve faithfully and loyally. Determination then overwhelmed Gal Ung, and he wanted to move mountains for his lord. The man was kneeling and tied up. He tried to make out those standing over him. He couldn't fully understand what had happened. Only a voice reached him, but it felt as if through a thick layer of water. Yangon and Li stood over the prisoner. The man looked carefully at the bound person and asked his partner how it was possible to fall asleep so carelessly and end up a prisoner when he had caused such a commotion just before. The man tried to recall what could have happened to him. His memories broke off at the moment when they simultaneously attacked Chan. Then he felt the effect of a strange aura on himself, which simply threw him out of the sense of reality. He was in pain realizing that he lost consciousness after the first blow and ended up in this place. Shame fought with anger. The leader did not even want to think about what had happened to his squad. Chan approached the prisoner. The young man was surprised at how quickly the mite regained consciousness. He had several questions for the warrior and wanted to get answers to them as soon as possible. Gal Ung inquired about what happened to his people. The most terrible thoughts battled in the man's head. The answer was given by the calmness of his thoughts. Chan assured that the people were currently where they lost consciousness. The commander asked the young man who he really was. Sending 10 experienced martial arts masters who knew what a real battle was very impressive even for the highest class of masters. The boy asked the man not to rush, and he did not really want to talk about this topic. Instead, Chan raised 2 fingers and warned that he would punish anyone who raised a sword against him 3 times and tried to kill him. The finger strikes were conducted very quickly. The boy's movements were imperceptible to an ordinary person. He tried to extract a confession from the prisoner and force him to talk. And soon, he was going to break. The prisoner's screams echoed around. Li and Yan Gon did not feel very comfortable. They sensed that Chan had gone a bit too far and should stop. The cries of the poor man were becoming inappropriate for the situation. Chan stopped. He explained that although he attacked precisely and very quickly, there were no irreversible consequences for the prisoner's body. Further, his condition would entirely depend on how Gal Ung responded. The boy asked what the purpose of the organization to which the prisoner belonged was. He said that in fact, the fighters of their faction united to protect peasants and oppressed social classes. Chan did not believe it. He assured that not even a dog would believe such nonsense. Therefore, he would continue to torment the unfortunate man until he got a frank, truthful answer. Perhaps it was worth changing the question. The boy asked the prisoner who that young lord was, whom the man constantly mentioned in his dreams. Judging by the emotions reflected on his face, they must have been very close. Chan was interested not out of mere curiosity. It was important for him to know who was now trying to find them and what plans the Pacific Squad had for Chan and his company when they obtained the treasure map. The man was silent for a long time. This pleasantly surprised the boy. He tried not to damage Gal Ung's body, and despite this, he held firm and tried not to reveal any extra information that would harm the squad and its goals. Chan thought about the prisoner's level of training. After all, such torture could not be endured by either the followers of the demonic cult or the most prominent supporters of the Hidden Dragon Squad. The man was silent. This surprised and slightly frightened Chan even more. No one could endure more than 3 rounds of torture, but this man did not utter a single word. Could the Pacific Squad really be such an organization that was worth such bravery? Gal warned that even if his body was torn to pieces, he still would not tell anything. The torturer could calmly proceed, following the map's instructions. His master would catch up and punish the insolent ones. Chan realized that this time he really would get nothing from this man. He was already about to go rest when his brother Yan Gon called him. The man wanted to show Chan something and ask if he knew what it was. In Yan Gon's hands was something resembling a golden medallion. It was covered in blood, but an engraving in the shape of a strange symbol was clearly visible on it. Chan asked his comrade where he had found this item. He said he found it among the belongings of a prisoner. If a person who is forced to pursue the enemy and be on their feet all the time carries this item, it means it is important to them. Yangon suggested that it might be a special recognition symbol worn by some members of sects and clans to identify themselves in certain situations and show their affiliation. Lee ordered that this item be given to her. When she looked more closely at the medallion, the girl turned pale. Her eyes opened wide in surprise. Lee explained that it was a special symbol indicating that its owner belonged to the Peck clan. Yangon tried not to believe it. He wanted the girl to be wrong now. He was afraid to imagine what could happen to them next. Lee assured him that as a specialist, she could not make such a mistake. Chan was surprised. He asked what kind of clan it was. He had never heard of such a clan from ancient times or the new era. The reaction of his comrades made him think about the peculiarities of this clan. The girl was not surprised that the boy had not heard of this clan. After all, it had long ceased to exist. Unlike Lee's clan, which disappeared under mysterious circumstances and caused many to speculate about it, the Peck clan had a different fate. The Peck clan was completely destroyed by the Emperor's armies. The most prominent generals of the Emperor came to put an end to the Peck clan. They tried to destroy everyone involved until the very end. About 40 years ago, a complete generational change occurred. The reason was the uncovered secret plan of some elites to overthrow the Emperor's power. The rebels wanted not just to overthrow, but to kill the ruler. After this, many of them, despite belonging to the most respected and renowned families, were sent to imprisonment and slavery. The ancient clans were almost completely exterminated, leaving behind a bad memory. Among the clans was also the Peck clan, and unlike the other clans, it managed to partially escape. They set off by ship to the new continent. This was the only way out to survive. Chan compared the fate of the Lee clan and the Beck clan. Lee assured that the Beck clan had a much more tragic fate. Afterwards, they began to try to hide who they really were. It seemed that their lives began to improve. But in fact, the Peck clan was constantly under the attention of the Emperor's army. The ruler's secret agents tried to gather the necessary evidence bit by bit and track down the missing clan and its last representatives. 15 years ago, in one night, the courtyard and estate of the Peck clan turned into a pile of ashes and stones. The Emperor immediately sent his army upon learning about the Peck clan and that some of its members had survived. The cruelty of the generals was striking. They did not bother to find out who was guilty and who was not. They exterminated many people who were not even connected to the Peck clan. Blood flowed in rivers and hissed on the fire that engulfed the estate. Chan guessed why this man behaved that way. Most likely he belonged to the Peck clan, which after those events decided that no one else could mock or kill him. Lee wanted to object to him. The girl assured that she heard the young master had managed to escape. But those rumors were at the level of legends. Some from the clan seemed to have been absent from the estate that night and thus managed to save themselves. Chan asked the prisoner to stop being so stubborn. They suspected who he really was and why he stubbornly remained silent. But the man continued to lie on the ground mute and silent like a stone. The boy was the first to realize that something was wrong with him. He leaned over the prisoner and immediately saw what had happened. Blood was flowing from his nose. The ground beneath him was also covered in blood. John Gon was rushing to help. The man's face looked as if all the blood vessels in it had burst. His eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that he had died long ago, but this was simply unnoticed during the conversation. Yangon assumed that he had swallowed a poisoned pill. Lai established the cause of death down to the smallest details. It seemed that the man had independently destroyed his own middle vessel. Thus, he decided not to surrender to the enemy's will. The prisoner suddenly opened his eyes. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He was asking someone unknown to forgive him for failing to protect him. It was obvious that this troubled him and disturbed his soul. Chan was confused, but he was even more furious. He could never understand clans that teach their members to destroy their own meridians of power and never surrender to the enemy under any circumstances. The boy was impressed by this man. He could not get a word out of him through torture. At the same time, he managed to endure techniques that twist the whole body and Kai energy. And in the end, he sacrificed himself for the clan. The purpose with which he did this was even more surprising. It seemed that he did not want to reveal the true name of his clan, and the mysterious young lord he so wanted to protect might have been dead for a long time. Yangonu found it hard to believe that the man really decided to commit suicide just to avoid revealing the name of his clan. Chan's comrade urged him to hurry as the chase was near. The man emphasized that if they do not hurry now, they will be easily caught up with. It is hard to imagine what will be done to him when they find out about the death of one of the members of the Peck clan, which was already not very numerous. Chan asked to get himself ready and leave this place. They must be the first to reach the mountain ridge and make sure the pursuit no longer chases them. This was possible to do, but it required time. Soon, Peck again, accompanied by his men, stood over the body of the deceased member of their clan. He could not believe that the loyal and devoted Gal had died. The leader immediately guessed what had happened to his subject. He guessed that Gal had committed suicide without revealing the main secret to the pursuers. On the man's body, traces of abuse and physical impact could be easily found. Deputy Gal told that they found the trail of the fugitives and pursued them. At one moment, an unknown young man attacked them. A fight broke out and they all lost consciousness after the first enemy attack. Peck bent over the comrade's body. He tried to examine his body in more detail. The suspicions were confirmed. The man did not want to confess to the enemy and destroyed his internal meridians. The patriarch stood up. Rage boiled inside him. He restrained himself. Peck took off the headband. His goal became revenge, cruel and bloody. The leader placed a bandage over the eyes of Gal He swore to avenge the one who had followed him from the very beginning and served faithfully and loyally, trying to support and preserve the former Peck clan. In the presence of the entire squad sent in pursuit, the patriarch promised that they would die themselves sooner than leave Gal unavenged. Now they will bury the hero and pursue the fugitives with the map. The girl approached the patriarch. It seemed that grief had made her mind weak. She repeated several times that Gal had died. Peck asked what exactly had brought her here. The scout girl reported on the interference of the JJ clan, but she tried to convince them that perhaps it was not worth stopping the pursuit. They could no longer risk the lives of their comrades. The clan had already lost too many soldiers. The patriarch changed before their eyes. It seemed as if someone had possessed him. The man asked if they could thus desecrate the memory of the fallen. Moreover, the old man had done them a favor, not out of pity for the clan. Peck spoke about the fact that in reality, they could only hope for the gold and treasures of Lord Li himself. Only then would they succeed in overthrowing the power of the Union's governor and fend off his attempts to subjugate them. The patriarch now appealed to the fact that the girl should not forget about Gal sacrifice. The same scout had her own opinion on this matter. She believed that this was not what Gal wanted. He fought for something else. She wanted to assure that personally, together with Gal she had made every effort to keep the young lord alive. The patriarch's sword suddenly appeared at the girl's neck. He ordered her to be silent. The man promised that if she tried even once to contradict him and despise their common cause, to stand in the way of its fulfillment, he would personally finish her off. Everyone in the clan would consider her a traitor and a deserter. He sheathed the sword and emphasized that the clan was from the very beginning their fate and the strongest bonds of family ties. No one could reject or argue with this. The patriarch considered the answer exhaustive. Finally, He emphasized that the life of the clan consumes the life of the individual, and he becomes its part, ready to die together with the whole. Every soldier must serve the name and honor of their clan. The events shift to the abandoned library of Li Yan. People outside watched to ensure that no one approached the house or dared to eavesdrop or interfere with discovering even a single clue. Blackhawk led the clan group. Everyone around studied books and manuscripts left to them by the estate mistress, but finding something in such vast amounts of information was very difficult. The Ji clan worked for more than one day. The young master's son, Ji approached the mentor of the Ji Tower. The youth asked why at the moment they were studying books and ancient writings instead of pursuing the enemy. The man hesitated. He finally explained that without information that could at least somewhat shed light on the situation, catching up with the enemy could only mean a dog's death in battle. So he sent a letter with a bloody eagle. Blackhawk was currently going to simply wait for reinforcements and take care of the wounded and dead. The boy was outraged. He asked what they should do if the robbers reached the treasures first. The man emphasized that the enthusiasm of the young master was important and worthy of praise, but at the moment, the life of the heir was the main priority for the entire clan, so they would stay and wait for reinforcements. Blackhawk ordered not to forget about the events of the previous day. It was precisely because of the boys' hot-headedness that they got involved in all these troubles, suffered casualties, and incurred significant damage in their affairs. Sun Jie began to get nervous. Blackhawk's assistant asked the masters to distract themselves and listen to her. She asked them to look at her find. She held a letter in her hands. It resembled an ancient scroll that had suffered from time. Both men fell silent. The master of the Jie Tower carefully examined the parchment. The girl said she found it in a box with papers. It had a double bottom, and someone had tried to hide this scroll there. Sun could not believe their lucky find. The boy asked Blackhawk what kind of strange document he was holding now. He assured that it was a very valuable thing that could help reduce tension in the search for the abandoned treasures of the Li clan. The man told that he held an exact copy of the map that the girl had deciphered. It was hand-drawn, but the main data was still reflected on the map and could be clearly read. Chan's squad was now moving fully mounted, but despite the luck of finding a third horse, there was an unusual silence filled with tension. The youth thought about finding a way to reduce the tension. He asked the girl, who was riding silently, if she could continue traveling at such a pace. She assured that everything was fine, although Yan Gan did not believe her. They had been traveling for 4 days without rest or stops. Li pointed to the mountain ridge and emphasized that when they overcome the nearest hill, they would be almost near their goal. She was bursting with pride that she had finally led the squad to the destination. Yan Gan was happy. He guessed that the Chongho mountain ridge was only 2 to 3 days' ride away. He believed that the treasures, which had only been dreamed of, were now almost right in front of him. Li asked Chan if he was thinking about resting. The horses were tired and needed to rest. Besides, there was very little left to the destination, and they had not seen anyone pursuing them for a long time. The young man thought for a long time. Then he replied that there was a better place to rest. It was almost nearby and more suitable for a stop than the open, wind-swept steppe or the surrounding hills. Soon they saw a house. It was old and held together by an honest word, but at the moment it was their only hope to hide and rest. But in the end, there was no choice. Night came, and the squad arrived at the old house. They decided to rest briefly, so that with the first rays of the sun, they could set off on the road. What happened to their captive should definitely make his comrades continue the pursuit. The girl did not think long. Her cherished desire since the beginning of their journey was to bathe. She tried to do it carefully so that none of the men would start looking at her. Yan Gan looked towards the girl who was trying to bathe. For the man, such behavior was a bit eccentric. He asked his partner who he thought the girl was trying to be so attractive for. Chan, on the other hand, asked to be told how his senior comrade met the girl. Yangon told this trivial and usual story. The robber and the counterfeiter often had to work together. The young man was surprised. He did not suspect that their new acquaintance had earned a living that way before. Yangon asked him to speak more quietly. It would not be pleasant if they discussed such matters behind their friend's back. The girl is now forced to work for the black market because of her large debts. She makes counterfeit items that are then passed off as antiques. In this way, she deceives people, forced to do so. Their relationship with the girl began when Yangon started transporting the items she made and selling them. He shared the earnings with the girl. Chan pondered something of his own and seemed to drop out of the conversation. The man, meanwhile, put the sack on his shoulder and was leaving through the door. The young man noticed this and asked where he intended to go. Yangon asked him not to worry and not to tell the girl about their conversation. Yangon explained that they set off very quickly and did not take care of food supplies. The man emphasized that although they still had a bit to travel, they need to eat something all this time. The man promised that this time he would start bringing something tasty and edible. The young man could not understand why Yangon decided so late to go for food and supplies for the road. He assured that everything was fine. Yangon said that about 4 hours' journey from this place, there was a place that was a source of information and food for them. Just show your face and they will have everything. The young man looked at him skeptically. He was trying to understand what would happen to them if Yangon did not take care to provide them with supplies and everything necessary in the palace. And the man believed that this was how he would earn his share. Chan looked at the man. He guessed what would start after this. He ordered to bring him cigarettes if he had any. It was not very rational, but it was worth helping the main defender of the detachment. Soon, Yangon set off on horseback. He paid no attention to Chan, who watched him go. The boy wondered why the man had started working alone and what truly guided him despite his loud words. The girl finished her procedures. Now she was covered only by a towel. Lee really understood that their food and water were running out, but where Yangon planned to find all this troubled her. The young man looked at her. He asked if she had heard their entire conversation. The girl assured him that when the matter concerns her, she hears and understands everything perfectly, especially when her name was mentioned every other word. He wondered if his attitude towards her would change after he found out who she really was. He assured that he himself had some trouble with the law. He should not judge anyone for such things. The girl asked not to do such things to her. She perfectly understood how ridiculous and uncertain she was in her attempts to seem normal. The only thing that disturbed her was the question of when it all began. Lee said that her love for antiques and history was instilled in her by her father. He talked to her about such topics since childhood and tried to convince her that it could become a lifelong pursuit. The girl agreed. She went into debt precisely because she tried to buy the maximum amount of antiques in order to conduct her experiments. She could not go against her father's last words and refuse. The boy asked if her father really loved the history of ancient clans so much that he dared to wish his daughter would diligently follow his last words. Lee confirmed this. The father was a fanatic of the cause. She told about how returning the treasures of the clan that died 100 years ago was a matter of honor and a true dream for her father. The young man began to suspect something. The girl was not here just by chance. She turned out to be the heir of the Lee clan, who had managed to stay in the shadows all this time and not attract the attention of Shimon's enemies. In Chan's mind, everything slowly began to come together. He guessed that the girl named Lee who set out with them was not just by chance, and she turned out to be surprisingly a specialist in ancient history and cryptography, able to decipher ancient writings with such ease. Lee said that she was very surprised when the market representatives showed her a map on which everything was marked in detail, and the explanations were written in the same symbols her father had taught her. The girl realized that this was the last chance given to her by the heavens. She guessed that she really was a descendant of the glorious Lee family, as her father had believed for a very long time. He did not teach her all this for no reason. Lee guessed that it was worth investing all possible funds and assets in the matter of decoding the map, as it was a chance to obtain treasures, pay off all debts, and become free and independent. The young man assured that in that case everything could already be considered resolved, as he would definitely help her find the treasures and become the owner of what she rightfully should have as the granddaughter of the legendary clan. He realized what exactly was controlling the girl back when he was interrogating the stranger from the mysterious clan. For Lee herself, belonging to the clan was an opportunity to get rid of life's troubles. She was struck by how willingly the one whose clan had been completely destroyed endured torture. They even tried not to mention him, and the man steadfastly bore the physical suffering, which made her feel sorry. This made her think about what really was the stimulus to act in such a way. She did not hesitate when she decided to act as stubbornly as the stranger did. For her, blood ties became an important factor. In fact, belonging to a clan was considered a good sign in itself. It was worth quite a lot and provided support from comrades and protection from them, even when the individual himself could be mistaken. The clan's traditions and its honor were to be what comrades were ready to die for. It was to be each person's personal choice. Otherwise, it could not have that amazing power. Chan had his own views. He believed that you can always leave a clan whenever you want to decide what to do with your life. The girl was surprised. For some reason, she was convinced that the boy did not have his own clan. He gave the impression of someone who managed all the problems and vicissitudes of life on his own. He was actually not very comfortable talking about it. He came from a fairly wealthy family of merchants and traders. More than 10 years ago, deep disputes arose between him and the clan leaders regarding some principles of the clan's existence. Then he was forced to leave it and become a free wanderer. After leaving the clan in his homeland, Chan moved to the continent and became a free, lone wanderer. Alone, he crossed most of the continent. This is how he practiced martial arts and sought the truth. The girl found it hard to understand his action. She believed he must have had certain doubts and fears that could have allowed him to compromise and stay in the clan, having a safe and comfortable life. Chan replied that he would not lie, as if he had no attachments. Over time, he simply managed to cope with all of it. Since then, he renounced his duties and obligations and became free. This helped him to embark on the path of a martial arts master. When he left the clan, he was no longer certain about his future. He did not know whether he would die by an enemy's sword or perish somewhere alone. However, if this is the result of his choice, then he had no other option but to accept it all as a given. He had to take responsibility for his thoughtless actions. So Chan currently has full autonomy. The boy now stood as if naked before this girl. He assured that he did everything as he himself wanted. The girl could no longer hold back or hide her feelings. Chan had captured her heart from the very beginning. He seemed so attractive to her. He was free and elusive, like the continent itself in its ancient times of existence. Both now moved closer to each other and kissed. Timidly, as if it was the first time for both. Clothes began to slowly slip off her. The girl did not try to stop it. On the contrary, she wanted everything to happen as quickly as possible to cast away all her doubts and hesitations. And soon, they would become one whole. Clothes lay on the floor. Far away, a fire burned in the fireplace. The two paid no attention to it. They enjoyed the moment and gave themselves up eagerly and diligently, as if afraid that someone would steal this happiness from them. Lee was awakened by the voice of Chan Gon. He was standing by the window. The sun had just begun to rise outside. The girl was surprised why he woke up so early, but Chan assured that they should hurry to get out of this place. The young man urged to hurry, although he himself did not want to do so. He watched as Lee dressed behind his back. The boy emphasized that Yan Gon was still not there. Perhaps he was captured by the Pacific Squad. Changon asked her not to panic. He would just go get the horses and prepare them for the journey. Lee asked him to stop. There was a note of anxiety and fear in her voice, but the reason was something else. The map was missing. The young man recalled Yan Gon's departure yesterday. He was carrying a bag on his shoulder. The girl assured that she had hidden the map in the bag after work. It turned out that the thief stole the map and left them almost with nothing. Meanwhile, Yan Gon was rushing through the forest. He left mile after mile behind him. It was not very pleasant for him to feel that someone was trying to chase him. But now he had another goal ahead. Chan and his new companion tried not to get nervous but calmly packed their bags. It was hard for the girl to keep herself together. She was very angry at the thief for what he had done to her in this way. She still doubted that after overcoming such a long journey, Yan Gon would dare to betray them. The young man assured that he thought the same. However, life sometimes forces one to be very disappointed in people. Chan decided to tell her about the Quiet Dragon Squad. This squad was supposed to do the dirty work on behalf of the Emperor on the new continent. Members of this group were not distinguished by honor or moral qualities. When the young man saw that his interlocutor guessed what it was about, he told her that Yan Gon belonged to this group. It was hard to believe why the Emperor would want to associate himself with such a scoundrel. Chan emphasized that dealing with a scoundrel would not be a serious problem if he simply wanted to possess the treasures alone. However, when the man intended to share information with the Dragon Clan, it was bad. When the members of the Dark Dragon learn not only about the treasures, but also about the descendant of the Li clan who managed to survive, they will definitely get on their tail and have a reason to seize the girl. This made Li act more decisively. She feared that the traitor would actually lead the pursuers to their trail. The girl jumped into the saddle and rushed forward. She wanted to deal with the scoundrel who pretended to be a friend. The girl was more hostile than even Changon himself. She promised that her revenge would be bloody, and she could not guarantee that she would not deal with this opponent personally. Both were very absorbed in conversation and plans after they found the traitor, that they did not notice how high in the sky above them flew a hawk of a strange, unnatural color. It was spying for the Tower Master. The soldiers in the J-Clan camp heard the loud shouts of the commander. The man was clearly dissatisfied with the actions and behavior of the youngest patriarch of the clan. He was annoyed by his actions typical of idiots. The secretary of the outer house of the J-Clan, J.N. Knoll, who was called the Hawk of Nine Swords, accused Jasun of having managed to lose the map for which the clan paid 30 lian of gold. The uncle asked his nephew whether his plans really included destroying the entire clan and breaking it up. The young man wanted to justify himself. He assured that he simply could not miss the chance to find the treasures of Li Shimin. The boy was convinced that having found a copy of the map, they had a better chance to find the treasures and outpace their opponents. Although those had shown themselves to be skilled fighters and warriors, the man pondered. He understood that if they managed to outpace the bandits and find the treasures first, they could defeat many of their opponents on the political arena and become rulers. The man looked carefully at his nephew. He thought that the Tower Master would definitely not miss the opportunity to familiarize himself with the map. And the position of this man lately had not been so unequivocal and unanimous. The uncle began to get angry again. He asked if the nephew really thought that the man had not heard the stories told by the warriors. All this concerned the clash with unknown bandits when Sun was afraid of their leader. Sun guessed that his panic flight was seen by the soldiers of the squad, so he once again embarrassed himself in front of his subordinates. The boy's face turned pale. He guessed that he should not count on further attempts to become patriarch. Soldiers around the commander's tent heard the old man shouting at his nephew. The man could not believe that the clan's hope and its future could behave like that in front of scoundrels from the secret market. Uncle could not calm down. He recalled that even without this shameful act, he bore the surname of the hanged son. It was not worth sending him and giving him the opportunity to handle matters in order to rehabilitate himself. The man asked if the deceased really hoped that after him they would serve as a junior patriarch. Son just remained silent. He did not know what to answer. His life was rapidly falling down. The boy fell at his uncle's feet. He begged him to have mercy and give him a chance to fix the situation. Son promised that this time everything would go as it should. He would defeat the opponents and seize the treasures. Uncle asked not to talk nonsense. After all, the boy had already been given a chance to reform and take the path of redemption. He did not take it. This time, the clan leadership is serious. The opponent is not simple. The man knew that their opponent this time was the clan of the Pacific Squad itself. The uncle was convinced that only when Son personally cuts off the head of that scoundrel, the patriarch Peksagon, will the clan believe in the young man. The dream was seriously frightened. He understood that this time the situation was very difficult. At stake was not just his honor. His position as a young patriarch and his place in the clan depended on it. In case of defeat, they would erase him from the archives. Their conversation ended there. The uncle left the tent, leaving the young heir with the thought that many contenders from other branches of their J-clan would be found for his place. This was frightening. The boy seemed to hear through sleep the orders for the main forces to turn around and depart to the capital city. Meanwhile, Son wondered how he himself could cope with an opponent of such a high level. He grabbed his head. Only questions about how he could have ended up in this place echoed in it. He could not believe that he could so easily not only lose the leading role in the clan, but also be expelled from the clan altogether. Before his eyes still stood the noose, which could have solved quite a few problems. But he did not want to become a laughingstock before the clan again, just as he did not want to die. A girl peeked into the tent. She asked the boy not to delay, as their squad was already ready to set off. He did not know what to answer. The girl caught him by surprise. He did not think she would dare to visit. She asked her beloved how he ended up in such a deplorable state. A wound was visible on the boy's forehead. The girl could not understand what had happened since he had been alone with Mr. Secretary. Son grabbed the girl's hand. He asked Ji Yong to listen to him. He was interested in whether she had heard everything the uncle said to him. The girl did not want to lie. She pretended she heard nothing. She did not want to cause pain. In her hands, she held a sponge and asked to be released. She had to treat his wound on the forehead and help. But Son himself did not want to be treated. On the contrary, he desired otherwise. The desires inside him were struggling. He was forced to surrender. Soon, the girl was bandaging him and treating the wound. He assured that there was nothing terrible in Mr. Secretary's words. They must jointly complete the assigned mission. The girl listened to Son's explanation. She assured that no matter what the truth was, she would always come to help and become his faithful companion throughout the entire journey. He could rely on her. The master of the tower, JJ, entered the tent. A hawk sat on his shoulder. The man inquired what these two were doing in the tent and what Mr. Secretary and the Minister of Foreign Affairs had said. The hawk noticed the wound on Son's face. He asked how it happened that the future clan leader was wounded right in the middle of his own military camp. The boy assured that everything was fine. Instead, he asked what had brought the man. The master told about a successful reconnaissance with the help of the blood, Black Hawk. The bird noticed something that could interest the young patriarch. It was one of the groups that were ahead of them on the way to the treasures. Soon, the detachment had traveled all day on the road. In the evening, they stopped on one of the slopes. The commander held a map in his hands and assured that they had not fallen far behind those who had stolen the original map. The boy insisted on setting off in pursuit immediately and stopping the kidnappers halfway to the treasure. The hawk stopped him. The man asked to count how many people were at their disposal. The calculations showed a modest number of troops. The minister took with him the lion's share of fighters and soldiers who were to accompany Sun in his righteous desire to punish the guilty and seize the treasures. The girl stood behind Sun's back. She promised her beloved that she would become his reliable support and stand by his side. The girl was confused. She did not know how the boy would react to her words now. Yangon, meanwhile, was walking behind the map. He understood that his horse would soon completely lose strength. The man himself felt no better. Now his idea seemed very strange and senseless to him. He recalled the events that happened a few weeks ago. Back then, Yan himself was talking with his boss in one of the closed houses of the secret market. The girl felt that her subordinate was not proving something. She asked him if it could happen that he would acquire the map that the robbers were supposedly trying to sell to the Jie clan. The map should contain information about the treasures of the lost Shimin clan. The girl heard the assurance that many similar cards up to this point had been very skillfully forged, but still this time it was worth checking the information. After all, it belonged to the secret dragon. Yangon pretended that he understood nothing. He guessed what might be at the place where the Shimin clan's map led. Yet he decided not to show that he knew this. Instead, he asked if his task was to destroy the map. The chief ordered him to go and see if this map could lead to the secret treasures of the Li clan. If so, he was to kill everyone who knew about it and seize the information. His task will also be to destroy all written findings. For this, John Gon will receive the opportunity to manage all other treasures as he wishes. No one will stand in his way. Now Yan Gon was thinking that he should at least become a little richer in this way. He mentally imagined everything that could be found in the treasury of the ancient clan of martial arts masters. From the very beginning, everything went so smoothly. At the moment, he was trying to understand what exactly went wrong when he gave the map to Li Yong for decryption. He was more afraid of Chan Gon's anger all this time. For some reason, the man shivered from the cold when he thought about how Chan was now trying to find his tracks and take revenge for the betrayal. He needed to focus on the goal, driving bad thoughts from his mind. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a mountain right in front of him. It was supposed to be the legendary Cheonhu Ridge. The treasures of the Li clan were very close, within arm's reach to obtain what he desired. Yangon thought it was worth hurrying before reinforcements arrived for those who were on his tail. The clan of the unknown, the Jie clan and his friends from the secret market and Chang'an in addition, were all following him. The further Yangon went, the more he was amazed that the secret Li Shimin had hidden the treasures in such a harsh place. The man was curious about how he could have transported all the treasures and riches here. Suddenly, he heard noise behind him. He was being pursued by horsemen approaching from the depths of the desert. It was hard to say immediately who the pursuers were. Their goal was definitely to catch him, and then it would become clear. When the horsemen came closer, it was possible to see that they were people from the Pacific detachment. They were driving their horses, trying to catch the lone rider. Falling into their hands meant death. The face of Pexagon was like that of a dead man. It was hard to read any emotion on it. The man desired only revenge, and he guessed which side had dealt with his comrade. Yangon tried to spur his horse and escape from the pursuers. He understood that he was unlikely to succeed, yet the man did not give up trying to do so. He heard shouts demanding him to stop. The Girl Scout assured her patriarch that they were pursuing correctly. After all, It could not be a coincidence that there was a sudden random rider in the desert moving in the right direction. The patriarch said that they must catch the fugitive and only then, after establishing who he was, deal with him or let him go. The commander gave the order to attack, but to take him alive for interrogation. Suddenly, the scout ordered the commander to turn around and look back. There was a group of horsemen. They, in turn, were pursuing the Pacific detachment. Judging by their drawn weapons, the intentions of the pursuers were clear. At the head of the army were the young lords Sun Jae and Hawk. The girl gave the order to draw weapons, for finally, they had caught the vile robbers, and they would pay for the battle near the Li Yan estate. Yangon looked at the chase. He lost count of those who tried to deal with him for what Chang'an had actually done. The boy hoped that they would actually kill each other and his problem would disappear. There were many horsemen of the J clan. They pursued the Pacific detachment and Yangon himself. He tried to understand what exactly had brought all these clans to this place. But it was time to think about how to escape. Yangon galloped on his horse between two hostile groups. It seemed that two large, swift rivers were trying to catch and destroy him. But the thief was not going to give up and hand over the treasures just like that. Chan and his girlfriend watched what was happening in the valley. The young man thought that such a scene was very trivial for what could actually have been happening between these two clans. They could have become bitter enemies. The captain's assistant reported that the Ji clan was slowly but surely catching up with them. Falling behind them was becoming more difficult. The commander thought for quite a long time and finally couldn't hold back. He gave the order to prepare for battle. They could not run away forever. The horses were already tired from the march. The lives of the squad members were valuable, but if they did not fight back, more people would die. The patriarch's assistant asked him to reconsider and keep jumping. In the mountains, they could save themselves, but the patriarch emphasized that they could no longer run away. The enemy had clearly recently changed horses. The enemy's horses were much fresher than theirs, and the enemy outnumbered them. However, the fight was worth having. After all, the situation was getting out of control. The Pacific detachment could not leave the enemy behind their backs. Peksagon drew his sword from the sheath. He ordered his men not to interfere in the fight first, and when one of them called him a young master, he assured that no one else should address him that way. Blackhawk gave orders to his men to surround the enemy. Their numbers allowed them to do this. One of his subordinates stretched out his hand forward and asked to look. The next moment, Yastreb saw the tip of an arrow in front of him. It was flying straight at his face. At the last moment, he managed to deflect the projectile with his sword and ordered his men to scatter. That way, they would become difficult targets. The archers of the Pacific detachment released one arrow after another. They saw this as the goal of the battle, as they could not allow the enemy forces to attack them by getting too close. Arrows struck the people of the Ji clan. Soon, the number of victims became too many. The hawk understood the criticality of the situation. He gave the order to stop and regroup. Continuing the attack under the arrows was impossible. The commander gave the order to the Jew people who had bows to shoot if possible. They all had to shoot back and suppress the enemy with fire until the cavalry flanked the enemy and surrounded him. Two groups of troops began a duel between themselves on the meadows. Arrows flew from both sides, striking horses and people. The first casualties appeared on both sides. People and their horses fell and lost the ability to move. In the desert, this meant death. One of the commanders of the J clan gave the order to the people to attack. He ordered to attack regardless of the arrows. The squad under his command was to break into the enemy's midst. Blackhawk commanded the squad as the senior officer. The tower master disagreed with the commander. He ordered to stop the attack, considering it unwise and unnecessary, likely to lead to increased casualties. The commander turned towards the tower master. He mocked Blackhawk, who was trying to stop his heroic attack to repel the enemy. The man did not notice how the enemy jumped out of the dust at him. The sword flashed through the air like lightning. The attacking commander's head flew high into the air, leaving a bloody trail behind. Pek Sagan began his terrible revenge for the clan. He was not going to surrender. The patriarch of the Pek clan stood completely exposed before the opponent. Two riders were flying at him at once, trying to knock the enemy down and force him to surrender to the mercy of the victor, thereby stopping the bloodshed. The cavalry made a total mistake. The Pek flew through the rows of attackers like lightning. Only a trail remained in the air after it. Blood hung in the air, severed limbs and body parts fell to the ground. The warriors could only touch their wounded spots in surprise or try to press their wounds with their hands, from which blood was flowing. They did not even see when the enemy approached them. At the same time, Pek attacked Blackhawk himself. The man managed to defend himself. He shielded himself with a sword and tried to counterattack, but the enemy's strength was truly phenomenal. For a moment, Jay was frightened. Pek Sagan addressed him. He assured that he had asked him not to come near him. Last time, the patriarch of the Pek clan promised that the next meeting, the people of the Jay clan would not survive. And now is that very moment. Pek pointed the tip of his sword at the enemies. He went out to duel alone. The man wanted to arrange a fight between two clan elders, two equal masters. Therefore, he suggested Yastrub to fight against him and measure their strength. Sun Jay joined the group. He explained that he is actually the commander of this squad. He declared that he demands a duel right here with the leader of the enemy faction. The Tower Master did not have time to intervene. He asked the young man to reconsider and not do foolish things, to which he received assurance not to meddle in other people's business. The man was confused, understanding that for the young master this was a real death right on the spot. Sun explained that now the Tower Master had to retreat before him. His decision was measured and thoughtful. People of both clans are now watching him. He must rehabilitate himself for the last time. The people of the Jay clan only parted when a young patriarch rode past them. They watched him go. Some considered it a chivalrous act. Others thought it the foolishness of a youth who sought at any cost to prove his importance. The Blackhawk tried to shout to his young protege. He still did not lose hope to stop the rookie so that he would not harm himself or the future of their clan. The young man clearly did not think about this. Pek Sagan looked carefully at the boy. He asked what had changed in his consciousness after what happened at the estate. After all, then he simply decided to hide and wait out the storm raging around. Sun asked him to be silent. For such a hooligan and killer as his opponent was, it was impossible to understand the value of the clan and the responsibility to the people who entrusted you to govern them. Sun directed his sword toward the opponent. They were very close to each other. The boy assured that he would avenge all from his childhood, when members of his clan who died at the hands of the Pacific Squad. Beck, meanwhile, recalled his own promise to avenge the Emperor and his minions and to restore his clan, treacherously destroyed simply because it did not adhere to the general doctrine of the state. The leader of the Pacific Squad dismounted from his horse. He ordered the young patriarch to do the same. Last time, he behaved more cowardly. This time, they must settle everything finally in battle. Beck promised that in battle they would resolve their disputes, and Patriarch Beck himself would allow the brave youth who dared to challenge while trying to defend the honor of his clan to die by his sword. The warriors of the warring clans formed a circle. They awaited the start of such an interesting and easily predictable duel. Even the people of Jay doubted the victory of their leader, but they did not show it. The Blackhawk watched the opponents carefully. He could not fully understand what had happened that made the young patriarch challenge this mighty warrior. The girl nearby thought the same. The opponents stood ready for battle. Baek took a fencing combat stance, and his opponent held the sword uncertainly. Sun was worried. He had never fought such an enemy, and the real fight scared him. He tried to calm himself because he felt his knees trembling treacherously. The boy emphasized that many people were watching him now, and embarrassing himself a second time would be a death sentence. The young man was angry at himself. Now he understood that before him was a top-class expert. The boy could not understand why he dared to challenge him. A momentary weakness could turn into a catastrophe for him. The guy came to his senses. He analyzed the opponent's stance. It was exactly the same when Peck used the secret technique that with one strike knocked the controller to the ground and turned him into a piece of meat. Sun remembered all the details of that fight. The manager hesitated for literally a second, and the opponent took advantage of it. The boy has a chance not to become a victim of a similar blow because he saw it all from the side back then. The force and power of this strike were truly surprising, but essentially, there was nothing unusual about it. Before them was a simple straight strike that was about to reach the target and end the resistance in a moment. The dream guessed that it was important to block or dodge the first strike. After that, the opponent loses concentration and can be counterattacked boldly. The young man cheered himself up. He mentally emphasized that he was also an heir of a clan that practiced martial arts and also had its own fighting technique, which Sun intended to use. He decided to attack immediately after the opponent. The opponent lunged at Sun. Peck expected the boy would not react in time, but he was deeply mistaken. The boy was proud that he managed to read the intentions and calculate the opponent's technique. Sun planned that he would manage to avoid the attack if he took a step back and to the side. But suddenly, he realized that he could not move from the spot. He could not move. His body seemed not his own. The hawk, who could only watch from the side what was happening, could marvel at how slow his ward was. At such moments, one should be much faster and more zealous. But the man came to his senses very quickly. He withdrew his accusations. The reason could have been that everything around seemed to slow down compared to the speed of the man's own movements. He rushed like lightning towards Sun Jae. For a moment, the boy thought a ghost was hovering above him. A skeleton of enormous size hung over him. The young man felt great pain from the fact that he had calculated everything correctly and had already developed a plan using which he would fight. It seemed that Peck had become death itself, absolute and irreversible. The sword of the Pacific Squad Patriarch was approaching, and the boy had no chance to escape it. Something incomprehensible happened. The girl jumped out in front of Sun Jae. She took the blow of the sword from Pika. Sun's beloved tried to protect her boyfriend, but it happened that she herself got hurt. It was hard to believe that Mrs. Sun acted in such a way. The Hawk and another squad commander opened their mouths wide in surprise. They tried to comprehend what had happened and what consequences it would have. Sun Jae fell to the ground. He was on his knees and making strange sounds. He was in pain. He was losing control of himself. This was the last thing that killed his desire to win. The young man realized that he simply had no right to behave that way. He looked at the girl who decided to sacrifice her life for the boy. So he felt obliged to her. Peck was approaching the pair. He was not angry. The man only noticed that they needed to be more careful during the clash. He also praised the opponent, who managed to dodge. The Patriarch suspected that during the last battle he had shown his technique, and the clever boy managed to see it and think of ways to counter the attacker. Until that moment, no one had stopped the technique of the Solar Sword. The boy did not listen to him. He held his beloved in his arms. She was clearly suffering. The injury was not as light as it seemed at first glance. The girl thought that she was living her last moments beside him. She looked at Sun Jae with faithful and devoted eyes. There was nothing bad in her gaze. She did not blame her beloved. On the contrary, It seemed that she was trying to take a good look at him. The young man clenched his teeth. He was not going to accept such a situation. It hurt him to realize that the girl had suffered because of him. The thought arose in his mind by itself. Sun rushed at the enemy. He burned with fury and a desire to avenge his great sorrow. In response, he heard only mockery at the boy's attempts to do something. He is a hanged sun and no one else. With a light movement of his hand, Peck knocked the sword out of the opponent's hands. The weapon flew high into the air. The boy thought about the fact that he had lost. The patriarch assured that the most tragic thing in this fight is futile self-sacrifice. The hawk guessed what was about to happen. He ordered his men to reach the hanged sun's aid at any cost. The warriors rushed like predatory birds that had spotted prey. The young man tried to shield himself with his hand, as if hoping the enemy's sword would bounce off it. He tried not to panic. He wanted to die from shame and the desire to sink through the earth. A voice sounded from behind. A stranger addressed everyone present and asked Peck to stop. He froze with the sword in his hands over the boy. Sun guessed who might have intervened. The crowd of warriors parted. There stood a stranger in a wide hat. He asked the patriarch if that was not his legendary strike, called the Solar Sword Strike. Peck became alert. The stranger turned out to be Chan Gon. He wanted to talk to such a powerful warrior and learn some details of his martial art, which was frankly impressive. Peck knew this boy and knew what to expect. The Girl Scout ordered the Pacific Squad's men to surround the stranger and prepare to fight him. She emphasized that this expert was the one who dealt all those blows to the late Gal Un and mocked him to death. The boy stood before them and did not try to do anything. He listened to the remarks about him, which were far from satisfactory assessments. The boy did not lose composure. He calculated his chances. The scout acted on behalf of the squad commander. She ordered everyone to prepare to attack simultaneously. But Peck himself had a different opinion about this. He gave orders for everyone to stay in their places. Peck stood opposite the youth. He assured that the boy was not really a match for the girl, and his abilities far surpassed all the fighters present here from both clans combined. Peck's words made many think. The patriarch asked if it was true that the youth killed Gal Ung. He replied that if they meant that servant, then he did it. After these words, the point of no return was crossed. What followed was only a brutal fight. Peck asked where the girl chronicler had gone in that case. Chan assured that at the moment she was trying to catch up and stop the robber. Such a mission was assigned to her while Chan distracted the enemy. The girl was indeed rushing toward the mountain range that was slowly approaching. She wanted to stop Yan Gon and get ahead of him. After all, he did not know all the details of the map, known only to her personally. Peck asked Chan to introduce himself. Such an opponent is worth knowing by face. Last time, only Chan managed to escape and not show himself in battle. So he is either an expert or a coward and a runaway. The J-Clan turned their backs to Peck. They understood that he had his own concerns now. The soldiers were leading their young commander by the arm. The patriarch asked Chan to identify himself. He thought for a long time whether it was worth doing. But finally, he took off his hat and showed his face. The boy was frank and did not try to hide his identity. On the contrary, he sought to win the fight with Peck and put an end to the persecutions once and for all. Peck again aimed his weapon at the enemy. He assured that the great patriarch and leader of the Pacific Squad demands revenge for the killed comrades and the harm done to them. So it was to be a deadly fight. The young man drew his sword and assured that he accepts this fight. There was no fear in his voice, only confidence. The soldiers around responded approvingly. They were eager to see this duel. Warriors of the G-Clan were licking wounds and providing aid to fighters who needed it. A depressing atmosphere prevailed around. Even for the defeated army, it was too much. Everyone thought about the lost duel. Sleep sat beside the wounded beloved. The wound troubled the girl. The boy asked her not to worry. He would do everything so that she would not suffer. For a start, she must not lose consciousness. The Black Hawk was approaching them. He still could not calm down. The thought that the young son had acted so thoughtlessly gave him no peace. He should not have challenged the patriarch of the hostile clan. The man asked, could it be that in his pursuit of success and fame, the young boy could not stop and pull himself together? He had to focus on one goal. Instead, he himself proposed a duel. The Tower Master emphasized that if their troops had held out a little longer, victory would have been on their side. The young lord's action took away the victory and nearly provoked a disaster in the situation that had developed. The girl heard what the men were talking about. She asked the Tower Master not to punish or blame her boyfriend. The man was surprised when he heard this. He did not expect such devotion from the young lady. The girl was forced to admit that she managed to overhear a conversation between the secretary minister and her lover. It was then that she heard about the purpose of the arrival of the aid squad. The minister then emphasized that if the young master does not cut off the enemy's head by himself, he will lose the prospect of becoming one of the patriarchs of the J clan in the future. This motivated her. The boy realized that she was not just by chance next to the tent, and pretended that she had just come to Sun after the conversation. He guessed that it was then she was not asking him about everything for nothing. The Black Hawk understood that in that conversation, the secretary allowed himself too much. He managed the clan's external relations, but at the moment could not independently decide on inheritance issues. The man grew even more heated. He could not believe that the young master had fallen for such an idea. After all, their family and home were not some provincial ones. Here it was worth relying on the decisions of the Council of Elders. Sun felt ashamed. At the moment he understood everything perfectly. But then it seemed to him that he was losing everything and was ready to do anything not to lose his positions. He explained to the man that he was then preoccupied with the issues of that time, with the shame of that time, and had no will to think. But at the moment, he was ready to soberly assess reality and draw the right conclusions. It was painful for the hawk to watch the boy's torment, who now spat on the clan's life and his status and was simply trying to save his beloved. The issue of changing the heir, which the minister touched upon, was quite serious. Although the position of the young master was indeed quite difficult, he could not become a victim of the minister's intrigues. That one took on too much this time, and because of him, the girl could die. The secretary's thoughts and words could even provoke an internal conflict. The heir was officially appointed. He began to talk about it alone with the young son, without consulting others. The thought began to slowly creep into the Black Hawk's head, but he tried to reject it so that not even a trace of it remained. Suspecting the secretary of deliberate provocation would be a very dangerous move. He looked at the opponents who were just preparing for a fight to the death. In the situation with Li Shimin's treasure map, more and more participants were becoming involved. The great minister also saw his interest in this. Chang asked Peck why he was trying to hide his true plans behind a mask of concern for peace and justice on the new continent. After all, the Pacific Squad acts quite harshly for such goals. The young man asked to no longer hide the truth about the clan that was destroyed by the Emperor's order. Everyone knows this. It is no secret to anyone that many families fled because of this to a new continent. Pex again pointed his sword at the enemy. He asked him to be silent. Further talks make no sense, as everyone except the members of the Pacific Squad will die in this wilderness and will not leave the desert alive. The man also insisted that Chan get out of his way because petty greed and the desire to profit from the treasures of an ancient family do not give him the right to claim the map and valuables. Chan asked, could it be that in this case Pexa Gen has more right to the treasures? Could he have been the heir of the family and had some power behind him? the patriarch assured that the right always remains with the strong. The young man looked at him attentively and assured that it was typical logic of a robber or criminal. By this, the patriarch showed his true intentions. There was no point in talking further. They would not hear each other. Both rushed into the attack lightning fast. This move was specially made to study the opponent's fighting technique, although both understood that no one would show real mastery now. It seemed that the opponents had struck each other with swords and remained standing like that, trying somehow to avoid a stalemate situation. Around them, soldiers and clan members began to make noise. They understood the importance of the duel. In fact, the fight continued. The opponents avoided striking each other and were now assessing the situation and devising a plan of action moving forward. Only one could remain alive, so there were very few options. Blows began to fall very quickly. The opponents managed to parry and strike back, but at the moment, no one could boast an advantage. They forgot about the existence of everything else around. The fight completely engulfed both. The enemies even liked that a worthy opponent was finally found. Chanu felt that otherwise he could have learned a lot from this expert. Peck increasingly went on the attack. He tried to break through the boy's defense to finish the fight as quickly as possible and move on to further pursuit. His lunges became deeper and deeper. Members of the Pacific Squad watched this fight in amazement. They saw their master defeating the opponent. They generally expected nothing else from this match. Yet Chang still tried to save a life. The soldiers were amazed by what was happening. The enemy attacked the young master, but he was still holding on. Surpassing the patriarch in the art of duel was quite difficult, and Chan simply avoided getting hit. The patriarch's attack was swift, and the young master held back his assault, but at this moment they had been fighting for a long time. The youth seemed to fight one-sidedly, but in reality, he was testing the patriarch. He steadfastly took all the blows and tried to hold on so as not to give the enemy any chances to attack. It was hard to believe that such an expert could be so young. Some began to doubt. They began to fear for the patriarch when the boy activated an unusual technique. His hand glowed with bright blue mana and slowly approached the opponent. Isekai'D was distracted by the opponent's actions. The young man managed to touch the man's chest with an incredibly fast movement of his hand. He did not even try to defend himself. He realized he had made a fatal mistake. Chan's technique struck him, but the young man was mistaken in thinking that this way he could defeat the enemy. The enemy simply went around him from the side and tried to counterattack, although he was wounded at that moment. Now Chan was worried. The boy barely managed to raise his sword when another strike from the patriarch threatened to cut off his head or half of his face. It is hard to believe that Peiku managed to withstand Chan's technique. The young man looked attentively at the patriarch. He praised his stepping technique. He had not seen such a thing for a long time, especially on this continent. Isekai'D asked the boy who he really was. The man could not believe that an expert of such a level could remain unnoticed for a long time and not provoke talk about himself. From the very beginning, the patriarch suspected that he belonged to the imperial army, but the manner and techniques used by the young warrior were completely different. Even in the Murim Alliance, no one could achieve anything like that at such an early age. Peck suspected that the youth might be a descendant of a vanished clan. The boy tried to hold back laughter. He was already tired of Peck's obsession with secret techniques and lost clans. The man's wound hurt very much, and he saw the same thing everywhere. Chan was tired of talking. He directed his sword towards the opponent and asked him to show the skill of the ancient clan to which Isekai'D belonged. But why is he here now, on the continent, and not on the central plain of Murim? Peck got angry. He could not allow an ordinary boy to speak to him like that. Chan knew nothing about loyalty and faithfulness to his clan, but Peck had to see and learn a lot in life. At this point, the polite conversation between the two masters was supposed to end. The tip of the sword was aimed at the young man. Pex again tried to keep himself together, but he was simply torn apart by the boy's audacity, who demanded proof. The patriarch assured that now the boy definitely had no chance of salvation. He had the imprudence to touch on the clan topic and had to be punished. Peck himself would personally pass the verdict on him. The man intended to use the secret technique of the solar strike. However, this time, he would put all his strength into this strike. All the power in one sword. And to resolve the matter, there was only one moment. The boy boldly raised his sword to meet the enemy. He was glad that their issue was to be resolved in this way. He was not afraid. He did not worry about anything. He was absolutely indifferent. The moment of the decisive battle had come. The opponents were preparing to rush at each other and in the final stage to close the matter once and for all. A lot was at stake to simply surrender to the mercy of the victor. The clan patriarch was a little nervous. He realized who he was dealing with, and now he was concerned about how much the fighter managed to observe while he was watching Peck Sagan in battle. After all, the boy caught everything on the fly. This time, no accident could prevent him from realizing the plan. The man recalled his childhood training. Then, the mentor taught him the solar strike technique, which was key in their clan. At first, it was worth directing the left hand at the opponent. Then, move the right hand with the sword so much that the tip aligned with the left hand. It was supposed to create the impression that you were reloading an imaginary bow with arrows. The bowstring was to be served by the muscles of the body, tense to the extreme. The energy of the chi had to flow through all the meridians of the body and remain concentrated until the very moment of the strike. It was supposed to create the impression that the body would soon tear apart. And at the moment when even breathing becomes painful and requires maximum effort, in this single short moment, it is worth attacking towards the target, forgetting about everything, pretending that nothing else exists around. After that, the moment of acceleration will come. Then it will seem that sound and form lose their meaning and are on the verge of existence. The sword will become the only ray of light that exists in this reality. An explosion of energy and its release will become so bright that they will blind even the sun. It is at such a moment that the sword becomes swift and deadly. It cannot be parried. It is impossible to escape from it. The patriarch felt how power and strength overwhelmed him. He wanted to show the opponent right now that he would regret in the last moment before death that he decided to be so audacious and would pay for it. Chan simply lowered the sword. He did not try to do anything more. He just lowered the sword. It seemed that against the light of the patriarch's sword came the darkness itself, which came out in broad daylight to show its might and power. Observers and witnesses could not believe what happened before their eyes. They expected a stunning effect. But what happened exceeded all their expectations. Peck passed by the opponent. Chan stood still and slowly lowered the sword to the ground. The opponent was behind him. Silence reigned around. No one dared to even take an extra breath. Peck again held a broken, shattered blade in his hands. He could not believe that his attack, so deadly in other cases, was so easily parried by this boy. Moreover, he was the first to start moving. Chan did not know what to answer. He did not possess any unique techniques. This time, he simply fully concentrated on cutting and finally defeating the opponent. And he did not doubt himself. Chan belonged to those warriors for whom their inner mood is more important than the weapon they use in battle. The sword is just a tool. All the power is actually in the fighter himself and his strength of spirit. He tried to recall everyone he had to deal with. It was absolutely painful for him how many people were trapped by their beliefs and could not overcome them and become stronger. Blood flowed from Peck Sagan's mouth. He regretted that this time he lost. He had studied martial arts all his life and tried to master them perfectly, and now some unknown youth was lecturing him. He managed to reach the stage where body, soul, and sword merge into one whole. He considered himself a true fighter. His defeat seemed all the greater to him at this moment. It was hard for his people to believe this. Chan guessed what was about to begin. Almost all his similar duels ended roughly the same way, and now he was preparing for another fight. He had to deal with those who sought revenge. Around him, the fighters of the Pacific Detachment were already dispersing. They were not to let him escape. The young man had to pay for the death of their leader and the clan patriarch, otherwise they would all be humiliated and defeated. The Girl Scout tried to bring her leader to his senses. She begged him to recover and at least say a word to her. Silence reigned around. The warriors did not want to fight, but they were forced to do so. The girl leaned over the leader. She asked him to hold on a little longer, and she would manage to stop the bleeding. With his last strength, Peck addressed her. He asked her to be careful, as the patriarch was giving his last order. She asked him to be silent. For the slightest effort made the man's wounds open, and blood poured anew from his tired, wounded body. This time, he truly remained silent, and fell silent forever. Ju-sun still managed to hear what the young lord whispered at the end. She could not believe what was said, but the pain of loss clouded her mind. The girl could not say anything to calm the clan members. She saw before her the body of the slain patriarch and simply hated the young man. She cursed the time when he crossed their path. It was Chang who had to pay for what he did to their patriarch and leader. She took off her bandage and placed it on the man's face. Only one thought thundered in her head. She had to avenge her shame. Everyone around felt that Ju-sun had become the new commander. The soldiers behind her begged the lady not to remain silent. They were ready to rush into battle right now, as soon as she personally gave the order to do so. Ju-sun was silent. She was trying to control her anger now. She silently walked with a bare sword toward Chang. He stood with his back to her, but he felt someone approaching him. The fighters of the Pacific Detachment asked the girl to stop and not do anything foolish. Ju-sun paid no attention. She was burning with the desire to avenge the patriarch. In recent days, she had lost too many comrades and acquaintances, and now it was time to repay for their deaths. The young man looked at her carefully. He understood her feelings, but now he could not help in any way. He was simply curious why she was trying to fight him if warriors of higher rank than her could not handle him. She simply remained silent. Her face seemed to be covered by a shadow that prevented seeing what was really happening to her. But one thing was clear and certain. She was not going to retreat from her plan. The girl seemed possessed. She simply could not come to terms with the loss of two significant key figures of their clan. She considered the young man a bitter enemy of her clan, and he deserved only death. The next moment, what no one expected happened. The girl bowed to Chan and begged him to release the other members of the squad in exchange for her head and life. In her opinion, this was rock bottom, but there were no other options. The soldiers behind her could not believe what was happening. They were not used to seeing Ju-sun like this. Energetic and persistent, this time she was trying to bargain with this scoundrel and offer him her life. Chan asked her why she had changed her mind. The girl replied that this was the last will of the patriarch, and it hurt her now, because in many ways she was going against her own will, carrying out the Lord's orders. At the last minute, Peksa Jen asked the girl and the Pacific squad under her command to give up pursuing the treasures. Instead, they were to return home and preserve the clan. Now it was painful for him to say this, but death opened his eyes to the truth. All his dreams of reviving the clan and avenging the emperor were just the obsession of a fool tied to the past. The girl found it hard to hold back tears. She thought about preserving the Lord's life, which was slipping away with every word, and she wanted to speak to him. He realized that he had actually been guided in life by a phantom goal. He repented that only memories gave him the strength to live. But all that was in the past. Under his leadership, the clan had no future. Now they would get a chance to live their own lives and have a future. Chan asked again if they were really giving up on making the clan what it used to be. After all, it is not possible to simply give up on a great goal that was pursued before. The girl replied that the young patriarch was the only direct descendant of the clan. So now his mission and goal were considered unnecessary for them. Everything that was happening was losing its meaning. A new life was beginning. She begged him to take her life and release all the people. The young man did not listen to her. He turned away from the girl and walked away. She did not expect anything like that from him and did not think it would end this way. He picked up his hat from the ground and assured her that there was not even a mention of her head in the Lord's words. So he would not touch either her or the Pacific Squad if they did not stand in his way and did not interfere. Chan left, leaving the members of the Pacific Squad in silence. The boy was not afraid that someone would attack him from behind. The soldiers and their commander were now silently looking towards their recent opponent. The boy finally asked why the Pacific Squad called themselves that. He asked why not the Peck clan, of which they were members. After all, the current name indicates their status. The girl explained that they did not come up with this name themselves. After all, despite all their pride and honor, they were often used by one man as his private military organization. One of the soldiers asked Ju Song-en to tell the whole truth. Otherwise, their master would punish them and force them to repent for this act. But the girl believed that their squad was beginning its own life. The young man wanted to find out the name of that strange and influential man. The girl said that his name was Li He Lian. He was once considered the most influential person and the greatest warrior of the continent. For his achievements, the emperor awarded him the Sword of the Just Dragon. Now everyone calls him the leader of the Murim Union. He considered it necessary to stay in the shadows and not reveal himself on the continent. In the evening, Yan Han arrived at the location indicated by the coordinates Li. It was a small hamlet that resembled more a dwelling place for peasants and the poor than a place hiding a legendary treasure. The horse lay helplessly behind the man's back. The animal was exhausted to the last. Yangon doubted whether he had arrived at the right place and whether he had correctly deciphered the information. The clown treasures could not be here. In front of the man stood a half-ruined building. It was hard to believe that in this very place were the legendary treasures of the great master of a past era and all his heirs. He decided to check after all. The man entered the room and looked around carefully, trying to see what was around him. It seemed that no one had visited this place for a long time. Yangon tried to recall everything he had heard about that family. The Li clan was never poor. Therefore, it is not worth believing that their family treasures, worth as much as an entire principality, were hidden in this very place. Behind Jangona stood a girl. She did not appear immediately, but stood as a dark silhouette in the doorway of the room. Li was very angry. She called the man a piece of shit and threatened to hurt him. The man smiled. He did not expect the girl to come so quickly, but next to her, he did not see Chan. Yangon asked where the young man was at the moment. It seemed he knew something. Perhaps he even planned it. The girl asked how he dared to betray her and deceive her trust. The man laughed. He wondered if the girl at such an age could really believe in friendship between two thieves, which they indeed were. Yangon asked if she really hoped that this hunt would end so quickly and so successfully. After all, from the very beginning, it was clear that the treasures would become the main trophy, and people would suffer. The girl attacked. She tried to kill him. The blow was quite strong. The criminal managed to dodge the blow, but Yan was not going to give up just like that. He gathered all his strength into a fist and decided to defend himself. The next moment, 2 knives aimed at Li's chest. The girl realized at the last moment that she could be killed now. She stepped back a step and dodged the blow. After all, she grew up in the territory of the secret market. Li managed to block with an axe. The girl did not want to listen to Yan Gon, and he insisted that they should gather and work together. After all, there should be enough treasures for everyone. They must manage to take them so as not to share with anyone. The girl did not listen to him. She already knew everything when she came to this place. She attacked Yan Gon again. Li suspected that he was actually involved with the secret dragon clan. One of the knives flew out of Yan's hands. The girl skillfully knocked it out of the man's hands. She raised the knife above him and asked him to say goodbye to life. Yan guessed who taught this to the historian girl. The man took his head in his hands. He asked her to forgive him for what would happen next. The thief promised that he would deal with her very quickly. Yan Gon had never seen her like this. The girl turned out to be more cunning than he thought. The man's movements changed. The girl had never seen him in such a state. He took a fighting stance characteristic only of martial arts masters, not an ordinary thief, which he tried to appear as. Li attacked first. She struck the man forcefully in the groin. There was no trace left of his excessive pride for mastering martial arts. He tried to cope with the pain and stay on his feet. The man's nose started to bleed. The snot mixed with tears. His face turned into a mask of pain and remorse that came too late. He realized that he would not be able to fight for the next 15 minutes. A cry of pain echoed over the estate. Everyone around panicked after hearing it. From afar, in the J Clan camp, they heard a frantic scream that came from an unknown place. The fighters were even frightened. Master of the Ji Tower gave orders to his men. The hawk understood that at the moment he was the leader. The soldiers willingly obeyed him. They had long known the truth about this brave fighter. The envoy arrived. He bowed to the master and asked for his attention. The news was very important and needed urgent response. The hawk became interested and ordered to tell. The messenger reported news from the commander of the reconnaissance squad. They reported that the Pacific Squad and its advanced soldiers are retreating. It was hard for Hawk to believe what he heard. He believed that some military secret had been used here. He recalled with zeal how the Pacific Squad was aimed at treasure hunting and tried with all his might to hinder the enemy. Soon he was sitting on a horse looking from the cliff at a column of horsemen who were a Pacific Squad. It seemed that they were returning the same way they came. It was hard to understand the reasons that pushed them. The hawk guessed that the cause could only be that lone warrior who issued the challenge. There were simply no other people nearby. It is worth pondering what that fighter was really like and what powers he possessed. From the very beginning, it was clear that the boy was deliberately seeking a meeting with those opponents. And now that they are trying to escape, they have suffered defeats. Therefore, Yastrub himself did not want to meet the stranger. The hawk himself came to the necessary conclusion. He gave orders to all warriors who can mount a horse and to the young master to set off in pursuit. They must destroy the Pacific detachment. The squad moved in a column. They decided not to send anyone ahead. Scouts rode only alongside the column to monitor that no one attacked them from the flanks. The mood was depressed. There were various reasons for that. Ju Sung, who became the squad leader, rode ahead. The assistant rode beside her, but his services were not needed at the moment. The girl rode silently. She was not trying to speak to anyone now. Suddenly, the assistant reported a strange sound that resembled the galloping of many horses. The girl herself realized that she had heard it long ago but had not paid attention to it. Only certain people could be pursuing them. The hawk, meanwhile, encouraged his men. He tried to make his army attack the enemy as quickly as possible, right on the march. His soldiers were to surround the opponent and destroy the bandits. The Pacific detachment was very small. It found itself completely surrounded. Riders of the J clan were galloping around. They made it so that the enemy could not even hope for rescue. The soldiers of the Pacific Detachment were surrounded by the enemy. They understood that there would be no mercy for anyone. The warriors were preparing for a battle from which they would not emerge as victors. The victors would receive life. The Black Hawk was approaching the rider, whom from afar he recognized as the leader of the Pacific Squadron. The man asked the Patriarch if it was time for them to settle the score and resolve the matter once and for all. Zhu came closer. Horsemen stood around them on both sides. The hawk was confused. He did not expect to see her in the place of the leader. The man asked where the one everyone considered the leader was now. The girl was silent. The Tower Master guessed what had happened. The young man caused the death of the young patriarch, and power passed to this girl. She explained that she did not want to feud with their clan. In fact, she asked for permission to pass through and take the body of their patriarch to his estate, where he will be buried. Their clan no longer has reasons for hostility or resistance, so the J should understand them. Chujo-san offered her life in exchange for the life of the entire squad. Yastrub laughed. He told about numerous casualties among his squad. The man also said that her one life would not be enough to pay the price. The girl realized that these warriors did not resemble Chang'an. She drew her sword and ordered her people to prepare for battle. If they were not let through, they had one way left to resolve the situation. Hawk's soldiers were already armed, yet they still gave the enemy time to prepare. Hawk was guided by the rules of honor in duel and battle. His fighters sought revenge, and it was hard to restrain them from it. The young head of the G clan intervened. He asked to stop. The Hawk was surprised. He did not expect to see this guy in this place. The man was surprised because he expected that he had not yet recovered and would not interfere in the matter. The boy ignored the Hawk's appeals. He begged him not to do anything foolish. Instead, Jae-sun was to personally resolve this matter, as befits the head of the clan. His pressure surprised the Hawk. Ji-san rode out in front of his squad. He stood opposite the scout girl, the current leader of the Peck clan. Silence fell. The young man was the first to break it. He emphasized that the Peck clan were not bandits or robbers. The girl felt awkward. She did not expect that this boy would start a conversation with her about clan affairs. He continued speaking. He stressed that he had the right to ask who they really were. After all, a band of robbers would not carry the body of their deceased leader, calling him even a deceased young lord. So resolving issues is not always done by force between two clans. The girl became alert. She directly asked what this boy wanted from her. He assured that people who have lost the goals they fought for have nothing left to take away. So now, on the contrary, he must repay his debt. He was very ashamed that he was forced to live now, when his beloved person gave her life so that he could survive. And she did it deliberately, not intending to deceive anyone. On behalf of the younger patriarch of the clan, the boy ordered the Pacific squad to retreat quietly and go their own way. He promised that no one would pursue or try to kill them. At this point, their paths diverge. The girl bowed. She promised that from the bottom of her sincere heart she would thank the young patriarch and tell about what happened. She would praise his wisdom and honor. Even enemies would respect him. Finally, Ji asked where their squad was heading. The girl told about one of the mountains of the ridge, near which there is an old abandoned castle. It is there, near the castle, that the previous lord, the patriarch of the clan, is buried. The boy guessed which castle was meant. It was called Govuon, and it had a not very good reputation. So Jay asked if in that case they did not need an escort. The road is long and dangerous. Chujo thanked him. She would not refuse friendly support. But this journey is also part of the debt they must repay to the young patriarch. So the squad sets out alone, without outside help. When the Pacific squad had ridden far away, Yastreb asked his young lord if he realized what he had just done. He could not just give orders, because despite his status, he did not have full command rights. The boy disagreed with his mentor's position. He assured that by such an act he saved part of the honor and glory of their family, and at the same time stopped reckless bloodshed, saving the lives of the fighters. The man asked, according to Ji, what the reaction of the senior patriarchs would be when their squad returned empty-handed. The boy assured that the lives of the soldiers were more important than treasures and empty pride. The guy said that he now began to understand that his desire to assert his position led to all this. He was sure that today's choice would only be beneficial. After all, his strategy is changing. He realized that losing his position or status really meant nothing terrible for him. And although everyone around might think otherwise, the young man himself knew what he would do now. He would reach the top. But he will do it his own way. For his principles and aspirations, one must not risk the life of the clan. Zi Yong rushed to protect him not because he was the head of the clan. She loved him. The clan had to be built on honor and loyalty. Virtues will become his main foundation from today. It was worth not trying to change everything around. The young man had to change himself. He had to master the abilities inherent to a young patriarch. He emphasized that if he had remembered this earlier and understood it, much could have been avoided. His past actions had catastrophic significance not only for himself, but also for those around him. The hawk was surprised by the insights of his young subordinate. He realized that for the boy himself, they were now returning not empty-handed, but as victors. He found something more valuable for himself. The young man ordered to gather and set off on the road. They have no right to rest while the wounded soldiers and his beloved are in such harsh conditions for the victims. Therefore, it was necessary to hurry. The captain of the secret market reconnaissance squad was against this idea. His name was Men Zi, and he was now wondering if the J-Clan could really refuse the deal with the secret market and not seize the treasures of the Li clan. The hawk ordered him to be silent. He assured that if he so much wanted to become the heir to the treasures, he could right now go after them with his people. No one would stop them. However, it is worth recalling that it was in that direction with the same goal that the young man, whose skill was impressive, set off. This boy finished off the expert who killed the head of the secret market branch with a single blow. The conversation ended there. The J-Clan set off in their direction. They did not care what the people of the secret market would do now. Perhaps the J-Clan had just made another enemy. The man hesitated. His subordinate asked what their plan of action for the future was. The leader assured that treasures are treasures, but what must definitely be done is to punish the traitor Li Yan. So they set off after her. Changan traveled alone. He refused to use a horse. The boy made swift movements, soaring high into the air and moving by such jumps towards the estate marked on the map as the place with treasures. Soon he approached the building. Chan realized that Li Yan was inside because her horse was just wandering the yard. But it was quiet inside. The girl was not visible around, and this made the boy uneasy. When the young man opened the door to the room, Yan Gan stood before him. The boy was not surprised. He felt no emotions towards the traitor. He was pleased to see that his friend had managed everything on her own. The girl proudly stood over the tied-up Yan Gan and boasted about how easily she had dealt with him. They would resolve the issue with the traitor together. Leaving him behind was dangerous. The conversation turned to the treasures. Chan asked if the girl had really found the treasures. She assured that they were not here. She was confused because she thought she had correctly deciphered the map, but it was empty here. The traitor sat on the floor. Chan himself tried to examine everything around. The young man believed that the girl was not mistaken, and the Li clan had not hidden the treasures without reason. There must have been some secret, some cover. Yan tried to attract attention. He said that he supposedly actually knew exactly where and how the valuables were hidden. The girl strongly doubted that the man knew something she did not. The traitor tried to gain trust. He asked to have the ropes removed so they could have a serious talk, but he failed. Chan interrupted the conversation. He was not going to fall for tricks. Chan punched Yan in the head and ordered him to be silent. He would talk to him later. Right now, he had important business, and there was no need to try to interfere with the man. Yan guessed what was about to happen. The young man stood in the middle of the room. He stomped on the floor several times. Vibrations spread from him that only he could see. In this way, the boy tried to find emptiness or secret hiding places in the house. He turned to Li Yan and asked her to step a little further away. There was enough noise there for him to determine the place where the treasures were, or at least the door to them. The girl obeyed him. The next moment he drew his sword. Li Yan and Yan were frightened. They thought that the boy would finish everything with them now and leave the bodies here. There would definitely be no witnesses to their death. When Chan finished working with the sword, a secret passage appeared beneath him. It was covered by floorboards, and few could guess what was under the floor. The boy looked carefully into the darkness. Soon, he and his girlfriend were descending the stairs deeper underground. The girl could not believe that such a large room could be located underground. The torchlight dispersed the darkness, but it was not enough. Li looked at the mountain where the entrance remained. She assessed the depth, which was impressive, and could not imagine what needed to be hidden at such a depth and how much work it took to build it all. Chan assured that they had to keep searching. The girl was frightened when she looked back. She looked carefully somewhere to the side. A silhouette of a person emerged from the darkness. The young man ordered not to be nervous. After a more detailed examination, he understood what exactly had attracted their attention. On the throne sat a corpse holding a book. He clutched it so tightly that it seemed he did not want to give it up even in death. Soon they were examining the mysterious corpse. The young man asked if the girl could name the one who was before them. She should have known him, as she was fascinated by the history of this clan. Li could only guess. She looked at the clothes on the body and realized that it could have been either Shimin himself or his son, Ji Li. In both cases, before them was simply a legendary figure who decided to lock himself in the family crypt. At first glance, the book the corpse held turned out to be a small chest. The boy was pulling it from the guardian's hands. He assumed that right now, legendary treasures would appear before them. Both were surprised when inside the chest, they found two simple books. They were no different from ordinary editions. The girl could not believe that these were the secret treasures of the lost clan. She tried to see if that was really all that was inside the chest. The girl suspected there could be a false bottom, but the young man himself began to understand what was before them now. He felt uplifted. The boy began reading the entries in the book. They impressed and confused him at the same time. It was about the father of the last member of the Li family. It was in this book that the secret of the fall and death of this lineage could be found. The author's father was very confident in his attitude towards the emperor's power. The Liu family ruled for about 1,000 years, and such a careless attitude was not acceptable. Although the man possessed martial arts like no other, the author in turn tried to ensure that in the future conflict, they would also have powerful allies on their side. He intended to secure the support of the lords rulers of neighboring lands, and soon a messenger would depart to Sili. The boy told Li Yan that he learned from the diary of the last heir of the family. Li Shaman was actually not as submissive as he was portrayed, and this is not surprising for someone who so masterfully possessed combat techniques. The Imperial Army and intelligence began to suspect something. They became interested in the strange and secret contacts of the Liz family with neighbors and suspicious clans who were also out of favor with the ruler. Li suggested lying low. The father was against this. On the contrary, he was in favor of starting the offensive independently. The uprising, in his opinion, had to ignite right now. The matter was already reaching this point, and there was no room for doubt or hesitation. Shimin returned from the meeting with the emperor, which took place between the two of them alone. It is unknown what these two talked about, but after that, it was impossible to have a normal conversation with the father. He became unbearable. The man whom until recently everyone considered an expert and specialist in his field has now turned as if into a madman seized by panic and anxiety. However, it is unknown what caused such metamorphoses. It remained a mystery what made the emperor agree to such a meeting. Could the ruler already have known about the secret plans of the Li family? In that case, it could have happened that the clan disappeared overnight. Some time passed, and Shimin sent his son to the continent. He prepared all the necessary documents and arranged a ship for his son. It was there that Li hoped to restore his clan and its power. The continent truly impressed with its size and climate. It was a land for people to work and live. In these lands and lonely mountains, one could hide from the emperor and raise a clan. Jai decided that it was time to explore the continent. He had to determine the resources that would be at their disposal. Leaving his father with a minimum of things and gathering all suitable servants, the son set out on the search. It was during the journey that Z received the news that his father had committed suicide. It seemed that Li Shimin, the first under heaven, decided to end his life as if escaping from the emperor. Jai considered himself guilty of this. He thought he had become too obsessed with searching for treasures and resources and had completely forgotten about his father. He blamed only himself for his father's death. He had nothing left. The guy decided that the clan should be disbanded. It was already falling apart anyway. So the next step was to distribute all the property to the people and let them live their own lives. Everything was losing its meaning, and it was necessary to come to terms with it. Chang witnessed the tragic demise of the clan. Z regretted that he could not help those who remained in a foreign land. They were like castaways and forgotten. Yet despite this, Chang felt Li Yan's disappointment. The girl suspected that it was not actually a treasure map, but a clue for the residents and intelligence agents of the Li clan. With its help, they were supposed to find the main residents of the clan and return. Li left the clan's affairs, and when many people from the clan returned from other countries and continents, they realized that the abandoned had to try to live independently, and they had to build a new life. The girl assumed that many people who possessed knowledge of the map came to this place. They saw only old ruins and returned to their lives. No one thought about the secret dungeon. The girl laughed. She understood the irony of fate. The father spent his whole life searching for the clan that secretly disappeared, and in the end, he himself left his daughter alone. His work was largely worth nothing at all. The young man warned that if everything described in the diary was true, it would be difficult for them to find the treasures. Most likely, they simply did not exist. Li assured that nothing could be done about it. She remained upset. Changan decided to check the second book. He gave it to the girl, as it was her turn to familiarize herself with the ancient texts. She carefully studied the text and reported that it was more like an instruction. The young man carefully examined the book. He realized that before him was truly a book about the secret martial arts of the Li clan. It was here that the secret of their power and strength, which was feared and respected, was hidden. At the moment, many techniques were old and hardly suitable for use. They required giving a lot of energy. Now the guy himself possessed a wider and more deadly arsenal of techniques. At the same time, they required less energy and physical strength and are more practical. Combat methods have radically changed over 100 years, although the techniques at that time were truly impressive. The book was not actually so useless. Besides the fighting techniques of the Li clan itself, which were considered traditional for it, Ji Li himself added his own techniques to the book, developed personally by him on the continent. Detailed records of the techniques and their use, and most importantly, personal testimonies of the master himself about using martial arts were the main findings in all this. Li Yan found it hard to realize this. The girl looked at him attentively. She was stunned by the changes that had happened to him. She thought she had studied him well while they lived together for the last 2 days, but this was the first time she saw him like this. He could not understand what exactly the girl meant. She explained to him that for the first time in several days, it seemed to her that she saw his true self. He was so absorbed in reading that he looked like a completely different person. He handed the book to her and said that the leopard is always recognized by its spots. The boy explained that something always goes wrong with him when he reads books. Li Yan noticed that he started to get a little nervous after that. The girl refused. She explained to him that for Chan himself, these books are the real treasure. He personally told her that it would be very good if there was an opportunity to study this artifact and gain knowledge from it. Then, she herself offered to exchange the books or important written findings for money. But she refused immediately. Chan emphasized that it was an invaluable source of knowledge about martial arts and specific techniques. Now she thought that her father would be very angry if he knew that his daughter would sell the books, clouded by the desire to profit. Remembering him and considering his bright memory, she would not do that. The boy asked if the gift he would receive from her would not be too generous. The girl hinted that recently she was no longer a stranger to him after what had happened. She was a little deceitful in this, but Chan agreed. Li stood before him. She felt uncomfortable asking, but she still inquired if he could help her fulfill one request. The young man prepared to listen. He himself became curious about what Li Yan would ask. Yangon was meanwhile escaping. This is said very loudly, but he was slowly crawling on the ground. Bound limbs did not allow him to move freely. So the man was crawling to the forest, trying to escape from those 2 madmen. He was already near a tree and was thinking about how to get on one of the horses to run away when a strange smell reached him. When the man looked back, he noticed that the house behind him was burning. Against the backdrop of the burning house, 2 figures emerged, easily recognizable as Li Yan and Chan's brother. Yang Gan suspected they were about to go after him, enraged that they had found nothing. The man said that he thought about his behavior and believes that he acted very unworthily. He is ready to accept punishment, but if his friends still want to spare him, he will be glad to take his share. Chan remained silent. He quickly threw a noose over the traitor's shoulders and pulled him along. The man screamed and resisted, believing he was being dragged to punishment. He begged Li Yan to have mercy and spare him. The young man dragged him along on a rope for a long time. Their silhouettes are visible against the western black sky. The thief thought he would be hanged on this tree, so he tried to grab and cling to something. Chan put Yan Gan on a stool. A noose was thrown around the man's neck. The other end of the rope the boy tied to a stake driven into the ground. The setup was strange for hanging a person. The Ma tried to buy time and free his hands, but he couldn't. Angrily, he turned to Li Yan, asking the girl not to be such a moral monster and to agree to let him go. When fear completely took hold of the man, and in despair he wanted to just howl on the spot, he couldn't bear it and loudly began to scream and beg to say something to him. In this way, he still wanted to arouse pity. Both the girl and Chan were deaf to his request. The young man looked back at him one last time and wished health to the scoundrel who betrayed them and wanted to get rid of the girl. He did not deserve forgiveness. Chan and his girlfriend had already driven far from home. The young man asked the girl if she really wanted what they did to the house. The girl assured him that everything was just as she wanted. They left behind a burning mansion and John Gona on the tree, ready to be hanged. The man will surely find a way to save himself. Otherwise, he would not have lived to his age with the secret market. Yan assured that they just had to burn that house. The dead man was her distant relative, so she could not allow him to continue rotting in that cursed place. The deceased had to finally find peace. The Hidden Dragon Squad and other groups will try to find this place at any cost. Then they will try to destroy it by their own means. So she herself decided the family matter with her own hands. The conversation was disturbed by loud cries behind them. It was Yan gone. He still had not lost hope and hoped to shout to one of them to return and free him from the trap. The cries made them turn back. They stood on the slope and carefully watched Yan gone, who was still shouting. He begged them for mercy, then suddenly switched to threats. Out of fear, he lost his mind, and madness took over him. The man accused them that during his absence these two had become very close friends, and together conspired to take the treasures away, leaving him with nothing, or even to finish him off so that Yan would not tell anyone such a terrible truth. Chan could no longer wait. He aimed and fired. The arrow knocked the thief down from the tree, cutting the rope with a precise shot. Yangon lay on the ground. He could not believe his luck. The man thanked Chan's brother. He explained that he had never thought badly of him, and in fact, he had a lot of good things to say to the brother. The girl asked Chan why he was so kind today. The better option, in her opinion, was to shoot the scoundrel right in the head. The boy asked why she considered him kind. The young man simply had not shot a bow for a long time. In the morning, they encountered a squad of soldiers on horses. The men carefully looked at the strange pair under their hats. They recognized these two scoundrels who had set out with Yangon in search of treasures. Chan asked if he understood correctly that before him stood one of the commanders of the secret market surrounded by his most skilled warriors and experts. The man warned that they had come here not to make enemies. The young man began to draw his sword from behind his back. He inquired whether they would be attacked thoughtlessly while trying to find the treasures. The commander emphasized that they were only interested in the fugitive and traitor Li Yan. The commander told that the girl had a lot of debts to the secret market. She worked for the organization and was gradually paying off the debts. But this time something happened and she ran away from them. The man explained that even if the boy decided to stand up for her, he would not get what he wanted. After all, the death of the entire squad would not prevent other agents of the organization from getting on her tail and pursuing her. Her debt is officially recorded in special books. When the girl tries to escape, notices will be posted in all large cities and smallest villages. Everyone will be searching for her for a reward. The man emphasized that it is not worth dragging these persecutions out for a lifetime, as sooner or later it will indeed happen. Yan looked at the young man and asked him to forgive her for having to choose. She looked at him carefully and thanked him for everything. Although they spent very little time together, now they had a way out. The girl would surrender to the messengers of the secret market, and Chan would continue traveling. The chief praised such a choice. He considered it a blessing if this time everything could be resolved peacefully. After all, he saw what this warrior was capable of, even though he was so young. The commander had already begun to explain that, considering the girl's merits and the specifics of her work, they would not treat her too harshly. At that moment, Chan rode out to meet the mounted squad. The man asked the boy not to do anything foolish. After all, they seemed to have already decided everything peacefully. Secretly, using secret symbols and gestures, the commander still gave the order for the squad to prepare for battle. The young man handed him a sheet of paper and asked him to familiarize himself with the contents of this letter. It was something that was supposed to give freedom to Li Yan. The man studied for a long time. He could not believe that he was holding imperial bonds in his hands, the amount of which exceeded Li Yang's debt. He personally did not know the amount owed by the girl, but the specified sum should be enough. The commander tried to say something else to the boy. The man was confused about what he should do. After all, The authorities had clearly instructed him to deliver the girl alive. The specified amount with interest would buy her back. The soldiers of the secret market turned around and left behind the boy Lee. The commander promised that no one else would hunt the girl, and she is now completely free or belongs to Chan Gon. The girl could not believe that he had been carrying a piece of paper with him all along that was worth so much, and she thought he had wasted that money for nothing. She could not be of any use to him. The boy asked her to calm down. After all, the funds were not his own anyway. He said that these bonds were stolen by Yan Gon from a bandit who sold the treasure map of Li Shimin to the Ji clan. So everything is fine. Chan explained that he stole these bonds from Yan Gon while dragging him to hang. The girl guessed why her former comrade was not upset at all when they did not find the treasures and he was left with nothing. The girl did not care where Chan's money came from. She explained that he could use it more wisely, to which Chan replied that he could still lose all that money on domino bets. He reminded her of the book she had given. Now the girl asked, if things had turned out completely differently and he did not have this money, could he have stayed with her in the future? She herself believed that they had no future because she loves antiques very much. She felt uplifted when discussing the topic. The girl wanted to find antiques and treasures of the past for a sum that would make her very rich and influential. Therefore, they could have another meeting in the future. The girl joked that when she finds all these treasures and becomes so popular and rich, she will be able to take Chan Gon as her bodyguard, make him rich, and open her own fighting school. Their conversation ended there. Chan silently said goodbye and went his own way. He felt nothing. It did not hurt him to say goodbye to the girl. He still felt nothing deep, no attachment. The continent was generally a place that helped to find one's glorious destiny. Some went here to restore the clan. At the same time, it was necessary to renounce attachments to the past. Others resolved their personal issues of an internal spiritual nature and learned to reassess values and possibilities. Love becomes a new discovery for those who had not even suspected it. And someone tried all this time to grow their dream from early childhood and achieve what they so desired. Everyone had their own fate and their own wide path. It is worth walking it individually for each person. Chan watched the sun setting. He thought about what was happening. The end of something always marked the imminent beginning of something new. Therefore, the young man knew that farewell promised new acquaintances and new adventures. He traveled through the desert and studied martial arts. The horse obeyed him and behaved calmly, not trying to harm the rider. The boy increasingly immersed himself in the world of ancient techniques and methods. During this activity, he did not notice how time again passed into the night. He thought that at this rate, they would soon have to spend the night outdoors again. The horse looked at the rider as if reproachfully. The young man looked at the horse and asked if it could gallop faster, for at this pace they would not reach the nearest settlement even in a month. The horse still looked at him reproachfully. The animal seemed to understand. Therefore, Chan had to hide his reading and obey the animal's wishes. The young man decided to travel with comfortable rest. The animal seemed to agree with him and at the next moment broke into a gallop. Cao rushed at full speed. He wanted to reach the corral and savor the juicy feed rather than try to find a tuft of grass somewhere in the desert. Eventually, Chan ordered the horse to stop. The young man noticed a fire burning nearby in the darkness that began to descend upon him. It was clear that someone dared to sit down to rest for the night. It did not seem like evil, bad people would dare to stop. When the boy looked more closely, he noticed two people sitting by the fire. From such a distance, they did not seem to pose a danger. Yet strangers in the desert carried their uncertainty. In this improvised small camp, there could be both criminals who rob people and live off it, and a peaceful farmer who dared to set out in search of better lands. With these thoughts, Chan approached the camp. He did not notice when a man came out to meet him. He asked the rider to stop and not move further until they established who was who. The stranger reached for his sword. The uncertainty that Chan himself had recently thought about spread both ways. Therefore, the young man did not blame the man from the camp for behaving so suspiciously. Chan Gon explained that he was simply a lonely traveler who wanders. At night, he noticed the camp and decided to approach and ask if he had the right to rest in the company of pleasant people, if they would not mind. The man by the fire asked his companion to behave more cautiously. It was clear that this boy had no intention to harm or rob them. Therefore, there should be enough space by the fire for everyone. The mustached stranger, who seemed more like a merchant or someone similar, explained that this modest camp was ready to provide shelter to the traveler. If the young man did not mind, he could spend the night here. The man behind the fire asked if he could ask the young traveler for payment. Chan did not understand what was meant. He asked if the stranger was talking about money or other valuables. The stranger asked not to offend him with money. He intended to listen to an interesting story about the boy's journey. The man explained that his work was related to writing, so he was interested in listening to stories. The guy himself thought that meeting these two guys in the desert was quite a story. One of them was a writer from the Central Plains. The other belonged to the native blade group, and he was the one to watch out for. The writer asked the boy if he knew anything about the treasure map that everyone in Sichuan is talking about now, as it could become a real sensation. And while the young man tells the story, the man will treat him to a delicious dish. Chan was telling about what happened. He explained that supposedly another man told him all this, so he does not claim to judge the truthfulness of the story. The boy did not care what this stranger would think. The man was simply delighted by what he heard. He explained that he was impressed by what he heard and even forgot to introduce himself. His name was Zhuo Liang. He was a writer and traveled in search of stories and material. Hun Ma was his bodyguard and provided the journey with physical strength and survival skills. Hun Ma explained the meaning of his surname. In the language of the continent, it meant horse in smoke. The guy also introduced himself. When the man heard the name of his night companion, he was immensely glad. He also had an acquaintance with the same name. It seemed they might also be acquainted. Zhao Liang said he was very grateful to his acquaintance. He explained that it was precisely thanks to the stories about Zhang Gon that the man began writing his first book. It was a huge success. And to repeat it, Zhao decided to travel. The boy became curious. He asked what the book was generally about. The other explained that it would be boastful to tell everything that happened, but at the moment, it is about martial arts. The book turned out to be very popular and received quite a few pleasant reviews. He once lived in a cramped small apartment, but now he can afford a bodyguard and travel around the country. Even now, he owes a pleasant company and new material for the next book to the one he never saw in life. So when they finally have to meet, he does not know how to repay such kindness. The young man allowed him to include the story about the treasures in his new book. Therefore, there is no need to worry that this question troubled the author for so long, who all this time carefully recorded and noted it down. Suddenly, inspiration came to the man. He completely immersed himself in his work, not noticing what was happening around him. Chan guessed that it was something similar to how he immerses himself in training. The guard asked not to be surprised by his boss's behavior. He always acted that way when he caught the muse. If the man traveled alone, he would definitely have been robbed somewhere in the city or in the desert. The men exchanged a few more phrases. Chan asked how long they had been traveling and if they were tired of the constant journey. Ma said that he had lived like that since childhood, and the man was simply a fanatic. Their attention was drawn to the horse. Chow Chow reared up in front of the travelers' horses. The guard asked if the horse was always so energetic. Chang explained that it simply had a talent for angering horses of the opposite sex. The man praised Chan's horse. The young man asked if he was really such a great connoisseur of horses. Dim replied that he was well versed in the spiritual life of the continent. It changed with the arrival of the horses brought here. Horses are actually a powerful form of spirits, and it is always worth listening to what they are trying to say through their behavior and actions. Horses have never been just animals. Chan understood that he had encountered not an ordinary horse already when they first met. The horse was strange. Its eyes burned with a strange green glow. A certain energy was felt from it, and it gave the impression of being intelligent. The young man suggested sitting down. Zhou immediately guessed that a new story was about to begin, so he prepared his writing instrument. Dim was delighted. He loved talking about horses, especially when they were not quite ordinary. The boy told that before the horse ended up with him and they set off together to the continent, the animal was called the Dragon of the Yellow River in Hunan. It was rumored that dragon blood ran in its veins. The mare belonged to a very good breed of horses. She was brought from the west by unknown merchants who specialized in horse breeding. It was planned to sell these horses and their offspring to the emperor's generals. The merchant valued horses greatly. He even secretly called them the 8 heroes of Emperor Mu. At that time, a temporary problem arose on the Yellow River. Suddenly, it overflowed its banks and caused destruction. The river flooding caused numerous deaths of residents. Complete chaos began. People lost their homes, fields, and crops. Hunger and death started. People fell ill and died without support from the authorities. But over time, everything only got more complicated, and the emperor did give the order to the military units to come to the defense of the population. The soldiers helped restore infrastructure and assist people in coping with the problem. Ma told the boy that something similar was happening in their region. Chan confirmed these words. Around such rivers, the soil is actually very fertile, so farmers cannot easily leave these regions. The writer guessed what his interlocutor was hinting at. He was talking about how he himself perfectly understood the presence of farmers in this region. Now he was concerned about the issue of horses and the flood. Chan continued. He said that the intervention of the army did make it possible to cope with the chaos, but the river itself was not going to calm down. Then someone proposed to offer a sacrifice to the river dragon. From the outside, this could have seemed like a fabrication and barbarism, but people were in grief and were ready for many things to calm the river and pay tribute to the Yellow River Dragon. But a problem of a different nature arose. No one dared to propose sacrificing a human in the presence of the emperor's army. Therefore, many leaned towards the idea that the victims should be horses. They believed that the river would calm down in this way. They decided to sacrifice all 8 horses brought by the merchants. Eventually, the ritual was carried out during another rain. They tried to kill the horses and drove them deep into the water. And something terrible happened. The horses, which were specially fed, cared for, and looked after more than some people, were all killed at that moment. They were simply washed away by a wave of the Yellow River, leaving no chance for survival. Chuzo was confused. He could not believe that such a barbaric act could be committed in such a country. The young man said that after the ritual, the rain stopped, although in reality, it was supposed to happen around that time. Thus, the flood was stopped. The merchant who sacrificed the horses was satisfied, although his primary goal had failed. He gained popularity with the public and the authorities, including the emperor. Chuzo was confused. He asked how it happened that Cao's mother died. She was among those 8 horses. The young man confirmed this suspicion. The writer asked how she survived after being given to the river. Chan said that later something very strange happened. One of the horses did return. Moreover, she was pregnant and carrying a foal. People began to say various things about her and her foal. The merchant was upset. He did not want this mare to return. He began to ask himself how she managed to survive, and whether the yellow dragon really lived in the river and whether the foal in the mare was his. As it turned out, the man suffered from hallucinations. Yet he told everyone that the yellow dragon deliberately brought misfortune to sacrifice horses and release his child into the human world. To everyone around, these were ordinary things said by a madman. But the merchant himself tried to get rid of the horse, to sell it or give it away for almost nothing. He wanted to do this before the time of birth. But if the owner himself, who was distinguished by intelligence and broad views, considered the horse cursed, then one can only imagine the reaction of ordinary people to all this. Soon, it became clear that giving the horse to the merchant would not succeed. Cao was born. This is how Cao Cao came into this world, the son of the yellow dragon and a scoundrel from the stables of Hunan. The horse began to act up, even now trying to prove its superiority. The man looked carefully at the horse. He admitted that the story was actually fascinating, but he felt nothing unusual from this horse. The writer asked to continue telling his story. The young man said that then he bought the horse in the stables of Hunan. For him, it was a very expensive and loyal horse. The horse's deeds and its fame spread throughout the province, and everyone around dared not accept it. The horse only seemed ordinary on the outside, but in reality, it was very physically strong and resilient. Its temper was willful, and not everyone managed to cope with it so easily. It could behave unpredictably. The groom, who from the very beginning tried to train this horse, gradually began to fear it. One time, the horse trampled a pack of wolves that tried to eat it. Then, the groom gave the horse to the emperor's general. In just a few days, the horse broke out of the stable and ran away. They tried to stop it. After that, it was caught and tied up, not knowing what to do with it. It was then that Chang saw it and decided to take it for himself. It was then that Chang decided to leave his clan. He saw the horse in a pen made of iron plates. At that time, he was lonely and shackled with special iron chains so that he could not even stand up. An unusual fire burned in his eyes. He was ready to gallop until his lungs were torn and his legs broken from exhaustion. This horse was unusual from the very beginning. The horse's eyes were such that it was impossible to tame it. The young man spent all his savings on buying this horse. He looked at it carefully and hoped it was not for nothing. Chang felt something unusual about this horse. After some time, they crossed the river. When they crossed the river, Chan decided to release the horse. The animal looked at him attentively, as if not understanding what was wanted from it at that moment. Perhaps the horse was afraid of the open space. Perhaps he simply got used to Chan's company during the journey. As a result, the horse stayed with the boy and even allowed him to put a saddle and other harness on it, which had never happened before. The writer believed that such a story could not end this way. The son of the great yellow dragon could not simply be bought and ridden. Chan asked to wait and said he would continue the story. But the man was now satisfied with what he had heard. Such an ending to this story gave it realism. Thanks to this story, the idea of a new novel was born by itself. It is worth waiting and working on it. Joe assured that the boy had had enough for now. He shared news that indicated what was happening in the East. And now the writer will share news from another region so the young man knows what to prepare for. The writer's bodyguard assured that these would be terrible and frightening stories. Rumors spread about a terrifying ghost who attacks travelers and merchants. He is known for his cruelty. Chan was sure that it could have been a new group of robbers acting. However, the guard assured that it was not so simple. This time, a ghost was indeed involved, which attacked and sought human victims. They say that when you start traveling through that region, the sky above your head becomes dark and gloomy. At that moment, a great horse, as if made of smoke, appears, and the rider has a red face stained with blood. They say that he tears out the hearts of his victims in order to eat them. The young man asked why the Murim Alliance has not intervened in the situation and resolved the issue with this phantom attacker at the moment. The man assured that the reason was the slow spread of information. In Sichuan, they might not have known about this ghost. After all, just yesterday the writer and his companion heard this story in one of the villages. The man suggested to the young man to go with them, to join. This way, it would be much easier for them to cross the plain and avoid falling into a trap. After all, they are all heading north. Chan pondered. He believed that there was actually no ghost in the north. It could have been a gang of rookies who simply kidnapped people and dealt with them cruelly. Criminals try to spread their dark fame in this way. The writer believed that in such a case, they would look for an easy victim. Thus, they would attack 2 travelers more quickly than a group of 3 people, so it can be hoped that they will not attack 3 travelers. The boy doubted this. When travelers and merchants are dealt with like this, there must be very many of them. After all, merchants often traveled accompanied by guards, sometimes forming entire squads. Chan tried to analyze these 2. He saw that they were actually not bad people, and that it was safe to go on a long journey with them. Now he hesitated, but still made the final decision. The young man accepted the writer's thanks. He hoped that there really would be bandits and that he would deal with them. The rumors about the ghost were just hearsay spread in the evening over a mug of beer. Zhou could not hold back. He vomited loudly. The man was sick after what he saw. He felt bad, but he could not hold back. Chan and the guard also looked at the stage that opened before them. They were seasoned warriors, but this time even they felt sick from what they saw. The boy and his companion did not know what to do. In front of them were many torn human bodies and animal bodies. Horses and people were sometimes very mixed together. The gang could not have done this. It seemed that the stories about the ghost were true. From afar, when they saw the broken carriage, they still hoped it was an attack by an ordinary band of robbers. But as they approached, the situation became worse and more frightening. Chan carefully examined the bodies of the dead. He concluded that after death, the bodies had been desecrated. It seemed as if someone was trying to unleash their anger to the fullest. The young man assured that his guess could actually be accurate. After all, among the victims there were many women and children. Among the dead were also ordinary passers-by. They ended up here by chance. The guard could not believe that all these people were ordinary common residents. Chan assured that he could say no more. The bodies were very badly mutilated, and it was difficult to discern what had happened. The writer asked to leave this place. Chan assured that he truly believes ordinary attackers would not do such a thing, being human themselves. The guard supported his boss. The company's carriage was rushing at full speed. Chan thought about what kind of power the enemy must have had to do such things to people's bodies. The traces were bad, so a martial arts expert was not involved here. Maybe it was really a person possessed by demons. It was worth asking the surrounding residents about the martial arts master who might have practiced demonic rituals. Chang hoped he was wrong. The young man suddenly asked the guard to tell a story about a ghost. Kun began to recall the details of the story. He told again about the change of the sky and the bloody rider who came to the victims. Before them was a tall mountain, above which clouds were thickening. Darkness spread over the central plains. The guard tried to call his new partner, but it was too late. Sam Chan noticed a strange creature moving towards them from the darkness. It was a demon rider traveling on a phantom horse. The rider roared very loudly and promised to kill all the people from the plain. Chan did not want to engage in battle with such an enemy. The young man ordered to spur the horses with all their might. During this time, he would try to think over a plan of action for the future. Chan Ma was to become his assistant in the fight against the phantom. The demon shouted only one phrase. He commanded to stop. His desire was to kill the man and the entire company. Chan asked Changma not to stop. The man asked if the boy was okay, as he looked worried. Chang felt that this time they might lose to the Phantom Rider. The young man realized that only he heard the ghosts scream. After all, his partners did not react at all to the pursuer's words. He felt something strange in his head. Now he decided to stop and intercept the demon. Chan lifted the horse onto its hind legs. The young man ordered to leave it and drive it with all strength to the nearest settlement. The guard did not want to leave his comrade alone. At the moment, this was the only way out of the situation. The young man was sure that he was the main target of the pursuer. John Ma begged not to do anything foolish and fled with them. In the nearest village, they will find reinforcements and then attack the Phantom. Ta Chan decided everything for himself. He was now looking at the enemy who was galloping towards him at full speed. Exorcising a demon during the daytime was supposed to be an unusual experience for him. He definitely would not retreat. The young man attacked the enemy in response. He tried not to yield strength before him. The ghost still repeated words about wanting to kill a person from the Central Plains, but the effect was lost. The demon was armed with a spear. He threw it towards the enemy, hoping that this time with one strike he would put an end to the enemy. But it did not go as usual. He missed. Chan dodged the spear. He felt the dark energy radiating from the weapon. Behind him, at the place where the spear landed, a huge explosion of force occurred. It is frightening to imagine what could have happened to the young man's body. The boy was struck by the fact that the enemy was so powerful and possessed colossal strength, and the demon was already holding a new spear in his hands. It seemed he was generating it right on the move. Chan doubted. The boy clearly understood that as the distance between them decreased, he would not be able to avoid the spear strike. The weapon, unlike Chan's own weapon, was designed for fighting at long and close distances. He recalled the teachings of his mentor. The man emphasized that often strength overcomes weakness. Chan deflected the spear with his sword. It flew to the side, and the demon seemed a little surprised. He did not expect that. The riders again rushed towards each other. Chan tried to understand what move the enemy would make next. He heard the ghost's voice again in his head, demanding revenge and death. He seemed to feel the voices of many ghosts. They asked the inhabitants of the Middle Lands not to harm at least the children, who were quite young and innocent. But they were not listened to. Therefore, the demon had to kill everyone and take revenge. He heard the cries and pleas of the ghosts demanding revenge for what was done to them. This distracted from the fight, but at the same time, to know how to act, it was necessary to establish the reasons for what the demons sought. The riders were close to each other. When Chan could no longer endure and ordered the voices to be silent, the dark aura around the demon seemed to dissipate and break apart right before his eyes. For a moment, it seemed the rider was confused. Finally, they had the opportunity to engage in close combat and fight on equal terms. The sword flew through the air but did not visibly harm the enemy. He managed to dodge, but he did not survive the next strike. The sword cut the demon's body in half. It seemed that victory was already in the pocket, but Chan did not believe that such an enemy could be defeated so easily and simply. The young man felt that he had passed through the body very easily. Behind the young man swirled a dark vortex of energy. He guessed that getting rid of the demon was not so simple. The opponent was supposed to materialize behind him and suddenly attack, taking advantage of the element of surprise. But in reality, the demonic rider was chasing the carriage driven by the guard of Mr. Cho. The ghost demanded revenge. The rider promised to take revenge on every inhabitant of the plains. Chan noticed how the demonic opponent was catching up with the crew. The young man himself rushed after the demon, trying to strike him down and prevent him from killing the rider and his guard. A deadly chase began. The guard heard the words in his head. He understood what the young man meant when he spoke to the demon. The rider promised to leave the man alone, as he was not from the lowland lands. And the next moment, something changed in his head. The demon swung a spear at the guard Joe and promised that traitors to the native land would also face a cruel, bloody reckoning. The guard was saying goodbye to life. Chan came to his aid. He saved the man's life. With a precise strike, he pierced the monster's head. It before the stunned guard's eyes simply fell apart into pieces and melted into the air. Chan threw a gold coin at the phantom, one of the coins that had stayed in his pocket. He guessed that defeating the enemy was quite simple. The latter mostly won thanks to his unique gift of regeneration. Time and again, the young man simply threw coins at the ghost, and it grew increasingly angry due to the frequent disintegration. It threatened the boy that he would have to pay for his insolence. The opponents rushed towards each other. Chan decided this time to fight with a sword because he was running out of throwing projectiles again. Besides, he wanted to find out if it was possible to defeat a phantom with steel. Chan managed to position his sword to deflect the spear strike from himself. The enemy's attack was not strong. Only the power of his weapon was striking. It was impossible to allow it to reach the body or touch the horse. With the next strike, Chan managed to cut the phantom in half. But even this time, the blade passed very easily through the body. The young man did not feel that he had managed to cut the monster. He did not encounter any resistance from the body. He looked at the enemy who was still sitting on the horse and rode further. Chan thought about how to deal with this scoundrel and repay him for the attack. The young man felt a strange smell coming from the ghost. He saw that a dark aura rose into the air around the attacker. The smell intensified with every second. It was difficult to determine what exactly it was. He did not feel anything familiar. The smells mixed together. The ghost stopped. She asked if the boy was the one who received the blessing from the spirit of the valley. Chan was confused. He tried to recall something similar, but nothing came to mind. Only his previous encounter came to mind, which ended with him taking a spirit pill. It was given to him in the eastern part of the valley. Realizing this was supposed to give him additional strength, Chan asked why the ghost was doing this. After all, she belonged to another tribe and had a different spiritual energy. The ghost said that once he was energy, was a plane, was the wind over the plain. But now he was forced to become a father mourning the loss of his children. Chan felt despair and pain in his voice, which he had previously heard in the voices of ghosts in his head. Something terrible had happened that made the man like this. Betrayal and deceit, a massacre by the inhabitants of the central valleys who could not control their greed, in which they drowned and arranged a bloody slaughter in order to possess the riches. That day, all the children of the tribe died right before the man's eyes. He could do nothing about it, could not change the situation. The insult that lost its form and the body that lost its will became one whole, became a nightmare. All that remained for the man was revenge on the inhabitants of the plains. He had to punish them and their descendants for the committed crime. Retribution was to catch them anywhere. All would become victims and pay for their sins. The moment of sanity in the spirit passed. He again began to rant about revenge on the inhabitants of the lowland lands who destroyed his kin. Chan guessed that it was not worth provoking the ghost. He still did not know how to defeat her. The young man suddenly felt that something strange got into his eyes. He tried to blink it away, but his vision was actually failing him. The ghost used some secret technique to make the opponent vulnerable. The ghost attacked. He saw that his opponent was now poorly oriented in space. Chan cursed himself for allowing himself to be distracted by a simple conversation. This trick worked as if he were a beginner. The spear quickly approached Chan. The enemy thought that he had already managed to win. Chan was completely defenseless and did not even notice how the spear's tip was already almost at his face. The situation was saved by Cao, who timely stepped aside, and the phantom rider galloped past him. The horse guessed that Chan was having coordination problems now, so everything depends only on him. Cao took the situation upon himself. He had to give his master time to recover and understand how to act next. And the ghost began to get angry. For the first time, the spirit had to face such an opponent. Chan did not know how to defeat this enemy. He could not use the energy of Qi. And when he did, the dark smoke around the ghost figure acted as a shield and weakened and hindered the concentration of Qi energy. The phantom threatened not to let Chan escape, although the boy was actually thinking about it. He was not pleased with the prospect of dying at the hands of the spirit of vengeance, but he also could not kill it, only temporarily dispersing its form. The young man remembered the energy of chaos that the Shaolin monks could control. They learned to use it to dispel the unclean and darkness around them and in necessary places. He remembered how one of his mentors told and showed the technique of the lion's roar. This technique was supposed to help now to deal with the phantom, which was essentially also an unclean force. Chan stopped right in front of the phantom. He showed no fear. He simply stood opposite the enemy, who had stopped, not realizing what he was doing. The young man had to definitely take advantage of this opportunity. The ghost was forced to cover itself when bright energy began to surge before it. This even overcame its dark matter, which the phantom had used all this time. The spirit of revenge was frightened for the first time. Chan took the opportunity and attacked the enemy. The horse moved like lightning, and the weapon was filled with Qi energy. The boy realized that this time his attack succeeded. The phantom froze behind him. When Chan looked over his shoulder, he saw the silhouette of a phantom rider split in half. The sword cut through the opponent, and this time it was not just to dispel his form, but to finally put an end to it. The ghost lay on the ground. The spirit dissolved into the air right before their eyes. He regretted that his revenge would not succeed. The young man slowly approached the opponent. He wanted to look at him carefully. When Chan finally reached the ghost, he could no longer see anything. Only ashes and a pile of dust remained of the spirit, and the young man even felt sorry for the ghost that had brought so much sorrow and death. Ta-chan tried to understand the Avenger. After all, these lands were the native home for all his relatives, and the inhabitants of the plains came here as invaders, and instead of living peacefully and coexisting, they killed. The ghost asked at the end whether the opponent considered revenge just. Chan replied that the victims of the ghost were innocent people and children, so he did not agree that the revenge was fair. The spirit asked how, in that case, he was supposed to cope with his grief and sorrow. How was he supposed to respond to the pleas of his relatives for revenge? They were also innocent, but died at the hands of the attacker. The young man was no longer going to listen to the ghost's excuses. He considered him guilty of everything, and the spirit deserved what he got. Blood should not be paid back with blood. In that case, the spirit is no different from the killers. The ghost stretched out her hand, trying to shield herself from the sun. She wanted to remain in this world and punish all the guilty. The spirit did not know why Mother Nature treated him so cruelly. He himself did not understand anything. The young man stood over the remains of the ghost. He understood that the ghost was right in her own way. And at the end, he still asked who exactly had done all this to his tribe. The ghost blamed the people from the east, from the plains. Nothing remained of the ghost except the spearhead. The young man held it in his hands and immediately recognized it as the weapon used by the local inhabitants. The indigenous population had long fought with this weapon. A carriage was approaching Chan. The guard and the rider were indeed returning with reinforcements. There was no other reason for their joy. The young man did not understand why these two were coming back. He had previously ordered them to flee. The boy still could not believe that he had seen a real spirit with his own eyes. This ghost was a witness to what had happened to the indigenous population. She became the embodiment of revenge and the desire for just punishment. He understood that the tribe had become a victim of a colonial attack. For a moment, the young man began to be afraid. He was not afraid for himself. He was afraid for his acquaintances who also led a lifestyle close to that of indigenous tribes and peoples. Ta-Chan tried by all known means to drive away thoughts about this. He simply could not allow himself to believe that something similar could have happened to them. The writer asked the boy to tell the story of how he fought the spirit. Chan was not inclined to tell, but he understood that he would not be able to get away with it so easily. He said that he himself did not understand how he ultimately managed to defeat the enemy. Until that moment, he analyzed every step and could not say for sure. It was just that martial arts came in handy at such a moment. The young man decided that he would indeed tell everything in general, as explaining how he used the energy of chaos and what he was taught in Shaolin was quite difficult for an outside listener. At the same time, he thought more about the massacre in the tribe, arranged by people from the east. Chan suspected that he would not be able to find helpers for himself in this difficult matter. He wanted to conduct the investigation independently. The guard stood up for the boy. He asked Joe to stop and leave him alone. After all, it turned out that Chang had told everything he knew. Digging further could mean harming the boy. Chan emphasized that at the moment their saved lives are important and that the young man with his feet saved an unknown number of lives of ordinary travelers and merchants, as well as their children and relatives. The guard bowed to the young warrior. He was grateful that he had freed the native land of Chan from this phantom plague. In gratitude, he promised to come to the boy's aid at the most difficult moment. Chucho also bowed. He really wanted to find out what had happened then on the plain. But at the same time, he thought about how it would be impolite, so he was forced to accept it. Chan asked them to stop because such behavior made him simply nauseous. He was just fighting for his own life. He found himself in such a nightmarish situation for the first time and could not exactly remember what was happening. The writer calmed the boy. He insisted that most Murim warriors would simply flee to save their lives, and Chan stood against the danger like a noble knight. Someone asked his interlocutor how long he had been traveling. The boy said that he had been on the road for about 4 or 5 years. During this time, he had seen a lot in this world. The man asked if knowledge of martial arts really made it possible to travel alone for such a long time, and in that case, he was interested in the number of bandits and criminals he had defeated. The writer asked if Chang'an was really his true name, since there was a famous fighter with the same name whom everyone around called the Nameless Knight. The young man wondered what to answer. Chan asked if the conversation was now about a novel very popular in the Central Plains. He had heard of it once but had not read it. Zhou agreed that it was indeed a novel, though a mediocre one. The main character of the novel punished bandits, protected innocent peasants, and independently liberated regions from the tyranny of officials and their henchmen. This was a stereotypical novel about a fighter for justice and good. The guard added that it was precisely such novels that attracted many from the Midland lands to the continent and provoked people to relocate here, although such stories are mostly always false. The writer was upset. His mood suddenly changed. He left the company. It hurt him to realize that in fact, in his novels, he describes a reality far from reality. When the moment of farewell came, Joe gave the boy a special letter. With this letter, he could come to the writer's estate at any time and receive everything necessary, from finances to security. The man added that even if the boy feels uncomfortable carrying the paper with him, he can simply call himself a butler and get anything he wants. The young man politely declined. He preferred not to return to the topic. He emphasized that he was paid in silver, and that was enough, as the wallet was quite thick. The writer assured that this was simply all he had with him. In fact, Chan deserves more. He recalled that Chan saved his life twice, so it is impossible to express gratitude in monetary terms. The young man himself could not remember when the first life-saving incident of the great writer occurred. He wanted to ask about it, but the carriage had already left. The man promised to tell about it next time they met. Chucho surprised Chan at the end and sparked several important questions in him. Chuzo seemed strange to him even during the farewell. He was still shouting to Chan that he wanted to meet him again, and if that does not happen, he will personally start looking for him. The young man was generally satisfied with the payment he received. He had money from the Murim Union itself, but the funds the writer rewarded him with were even more. With them, he could buy a house, and not just one. But still, Chang did not want to lead a settled way of life. He longed to travel and gain new emotions and experiences. Around him, the beauty of the world flourished. The sunset reminded of the transience of life and made one appreciate every minute spent in this world. Even in bad, dark times, it is worth trying to see something bright. The lands he had to travel through were different. Life flourished everywhere. It was hard to imagine that among all this, a person could strive for something more, start wars, and kill. Finally, he met the inhabitants of these places. They ordered the stranger to leave because the residents of the flatlands had no right to travel here just like that. The threats did not impress Chan. The men were all sturdy and tall as one. They could have started a fight, but it was clear that they preferred to resolve the issue without violence. Yet the leader emphasized that otherwise they would be forced to use force. Archers sat around, and in the forest a squad of spearmen was hiding, ready to rush into battle at any moment. The young man was not afraid. He took off his hat and smiled. He asked whether it seemed to him or not that the man had become even bigger since their last meeting. Although before, he was called the Bear Climber. The leader immediately remembered the boy. He was glad to meet him, although he thought he would never see this glorious lad again. He immediately offered him to go to the village and continue the conversation there. News spread throughout the settlement that a very respected and welcome guest had arrived. People wanted to see the boy. Therefore, soon a whole crowd was to gather. The entire settlement greeted Chan. The tribe chief grabbed the boy. He was as happy as a child because their savior had returned. Last time, he did not wait for the reward and left with a cold heart. And now he had returned, bringing joy. Chan was glad that he found all his acquaintances and friends healthy and alive. He asked not to greet him so loudly and not to make such a noise around his person. The boy asked to be more cautious. He was struck by how the tribe inhabitants could so thoughtlessly let a resident of the flatlands pass. After all, news of the extermination of an entire tribe should have reached them too. Either they were overconfident or foolish. The children were climbing near the horse. They played with it and tried to pet it. They considered it no less a savior than its owner. Yet they were the indigenous population who worshipped horses. A girl ran up to Chan. She was armed with a bow, and it was clear that she rushed to the village immediately after hearing about the arrival of such a guest. The girl was called Flying Wolf. She was very glad to see him again. A silence fell between the two, which required no explanations or words. They simply enjoyed the moment they had longed for together. Evening came. The tribe went out into the courtyard in the middle of the village and arranged dances around a huge bonfire. People rejoiced and sang songs. The hero's return was a true celebration. All the inhabitants gathered, regardless of age or status. Today, they were all equal, and no one could force anyone else to do otherwise. A pleasant atmosphere of relaxation and life prevailed. The little bear climber sat next to his comrade and asked him not to disappear like that anymore. Last time he acted wrongly. This time they simply would not let him go. Chan assured that it would not happen again. The young man never dared to tell the real reason that brought him to this place. This topic was unlikely to please the chief and his assistants, even in honor of the hero's return. Now he hoped that everything would be fine with the villagers in the future. At the moment, everything was wonderful. People rejoiced and lived their lives. If necessary, they could also repel attackers from the east. The boy overdid it with drinking. Now he felt strange because he had a headache and woke up in a tent. There was no one around, and Chan felt ashamed for having ruined the evening like that. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a girl who was timidly running away from the tent. She looked back at him with warmth and tenderness. She smiled ambiguously at the boy, who was confused. When he looked under the sheet, he noticed traces of a well-spent time. He guessed that he had finally managed to do it. Shame and some strange pleasure overwhelmed him. In the morning, the young man immediately went to the river to wash. It was there that he met Redwind. He asked the boy what made him get up so early for someone who had drunk too much. When Chan began eating the breakfast brought by his comrade, Red asked how the night went. He assured that he had a good night and rested. After traveling, it was simply wonderful. A cunning smile played on the man's face. He clearly wanted to joke about the night spent in the company of the girl, but just in time someone's hand appeared behind his head and made him fall silent. It was Flying Wolf. She asked the uncle not to mock the guest and to leave him alone. The man was outraged because the girl dared to raise her hand against her uncle now. She did not want dirty jokes. Instead, she brought water mixed with honey. According to her, it was a good remedy to overcome a hangover. The girl smiled pleasantly and slyly at him. It was warm and pleasant for Chan. Flying Wolf left the boy in the company of her uncle. The girl herself, armed with a bow, went hunting. It was clear that she did not want to do this, but she wanted to tease the guest and make him miss her. When the man and the guest were left alone, the chief asked about the real reasons for Chan's return. He was glad to see an old comrade, but he was not a person who would come again without a reason. Chan decided to tell everything truthfully. The chief listened to him attentively, after which he confirmed the guest's words. Recently, the tribe from the southern plains was wiped out to the last man. Only corpses and ashes remained. After this incident, the tribal chiefs gathered for a joint meeting. The most respected people from the tribes were present with them. The council decided to send an official complaint and request to the Murim Alliance. Lady One-Headed Wind also felt very bad after hearing the news about the destruction of an entire tribe. Chan asked if he could meet with her and talk if her strength had returned. The road led them to a large tent where the lady lived. It differed from all the others in its size and decoration. No one dared to enter it just like that. The woman sat in the tent and looked attentively at the guest with her one surviving eye. She was glad to see him before death, but she asked what exactly brought him to the shaman, as he did not come just like that. She asked him if he was really the one who destroyed the spirit of revenge of the plains. The boy remained silent. He knew that there was no point in lying or deceiving, but the woman was impressed by something else. She asked if he really managed on his own, without the help of spirits or shamans of another tribe. The young man told that Chow helped him a lot. The shaman asked the boy not to separate the horse from himself anymore. The horse became his legs. He learned to understand his master and carry out his will as his own. Yet the boy needed help if he came to this place and dared to visit her. The shaman explained that such a ghost could not exist by ordinary means. Although the spirit became an embodiment of pain and sorrow, its appearance was unnatural and disrupted the cycle of existence. Victory over the ghost was a significant contribution not just to the existence of these lands, but to all humanity. The anger and rage that caused the souls to create such a monster merged together. This monster could have become a level close to a deity over time if it had received enough blood and sacrifices. Chan pacified them and helped to get rid of the evil will that moved and controlled them. The young man was a hero. The shaman woman emphasized that she can clearly remember the moment when people from the east came to these lands. Their goal was not actually gold and earthly wealth, but the very spirit of these places, to eventually settle here. The young man was now interested in whether the Great Spirit told the truth, accusing the inhabitants of the eastern plains of murder. The shaman guessed that the young man was eager to find the culprit of the crime and punish him for the murders and genocide. The boy considered himself obliged to the spirit of these lands. At the moment of his last departure from this place, he received a blessing from the spirit, which later helped him survive many moments. Being grateful, Chang will try to find the guilty party and attempt to stop the bloodshed. He cannot act otherwise. After all, such involvement may reach other tribes, which will only breed more evil spirits. The woman explained that it was precisely thanks to people like him that they could not mindlessly hate people from the eastern plains. She felt negative energy from the object the boy brought her. The shaman promised to help in his difficult matter. However, for this, some time is needed to prepare and be able to repel the dangerous enemy in the future. She asked to leave the tip. Chan practiced the Shaolin technique, which helped him defeat the evil spirit's enemy. It was called the destructive power of chaos, but despite the name, it was very pure and belonged more to the yang energy. He did not consider himself ready to fully cultivate the strength and energy characteristic of Shaolin monks, but he came up with an interesting idea about it. He will use youth, strength, and endurance. The boy held fire in his hands. He realized that he could generate it by using the power of the opposition of two opposite energies, and over time, his skill would only improve. One of the villagers noticed the fire in the guest's hands. He hurried to extinguish it, but the young man stopped him in time. The villager said that the chief wanted to see him and he should hurry. The matter was important. A shaman stood near the entrance to the tent. She explained that today she would not be the one to help him. He had to enter the tent himself and get answers to all his questions. Chan had to prepare for the transition. When he finally looked into the tent, he noticed a fire burning in the middle of the room and a girl sitting on her knees in front of the fire. The young man recognized the girl as the Flying Wolf, but she seemed strange. The girl spoke in a different, foreign voice. She greeted him as an old friend. Chan guessed that another spirit was now inhabiting the girl's body, and it was with this spirit that the young man had to speak today. The spirit said that today they would have a longer conversation. And nothing terrible would happen between them now, because the girl was supposed to become the next shaman, and this was a normal practice for her. The girl said that today, they would probably manage to find the killer responsible for the destruction of an entire tribe. She would use the spearhead to search in the memories of the Great Plain itself. The spirit in the form of the girl invited the boy not to be afraid and to come closer to her and lie down next to her. A mysterious, enigmatic smile played on the face of the Flying Wolf. Yet refusing was impossible. Soon he was lying with his head on her legs. The spirit spoke about the fact that such a thing was quite difficult even for their dimension. She asked him not to be so shy and to trust completely. He did so last night. The girl asked him to trust her. Otherwise, she simply would not be able to help him. For this, the boy had to take a medicine specially prepared for such a moment. It would not harm Chan or do him any harm. Chan did not have to worry. His body had to surrender for a moment to the will of the shaman and obey his commands. Only then could they achieve the mutual understanding and contact necessary for the ritual. The young man surrendered to the will of the girl. A spirit in the form of a girl approached Chan. She held a spearhead in her hands and asked him to trust her. For the ritual, it was necessary to pierce the boy's body with the spearhead so that the valley would be certain of his intentions and seriousness. Cold spread through the boy's body as the spearhead pierced directly into his chest and broke the skin. He felt very strange. Instead of pain, he felt an unusual coldness and lightness. His body seemed to be flying. He heard voices as if through sleep. Someone was trying to find out what his interlocutor meant. Over time, the boy understood that the conversation was taking place between an official and a local resident. The official was proving to the local residents that, referring to the records in the Green Book, this entire area actually belonged to him, and the tribe's inhabitants must leave these lands as soon as possible to avoid provoking a conflict. The man called the present inhabitants of these lands barbarians and accused them of being occupiers at the moment, unlawfully holding these lands. Therefore, they must immediately leave his possessions. One of the locals, who had switched to the official side, announced to his former comrades that they must abandon their homes. From today, these lands become the full property of the Go Trading House. One of the locals disagreed with this decision. He appealed to leave the tribe's lands, as they had lived in this territory for decades. Instead, the company could settle in their lands. The locals promised that they would not oppose such a resolution of the issue, but they definitely had no intention of leaving their ancestral lands. A conflict was clearly brewing. The power was on the official side. A local resident, resembling an Indian, stated that they did not know any Green Book and would not consider it if disputed situations arose regarding these lands and their indigenous population. The leader of the squad realized that the matter would not be resolved easily. He ordered his thugs to attack. Soon, the settlement was completely destroyed, and the population was wiped out to the last man. The attackers showed no mercy. Their victims were children and adults. Women and elderly people could not escape, and they also paid for it. No one could stop the bloodshed and madness of the bloody massacre. The official stood amid the ruins. He asked his people if the issue was resolved. The bandit, who was the chief here, emphasized that in fact only 2 of their side were killed. The population was completely destroyed. The leader among the robbers asked if they would get all the loot as they had agreed from the very beginning. In response, he heard nothing. The official easily cut the horse's neck. Blood splattered into the air. In his hands, he held some unknown cards. The bandit was outraged. He asked why the official destroyed part of their loot. The latter considered it unnecessary to answer such a question. The man threw the cards near the severed head of the horse. The horse cards fell on the blood. They lit up with a strange glow. The robber was surprised. He realized that his boss was actually an ascetic. The official did not listen to him. He activated his skills and folded his fingers in a ritual gesture, beginning to perform the ritual. The purpose of this was not yet fully understood. The bloody horse appeared out of nowhere. It formed in an empty place. Its cry spread through the outskirts. At first, it seemed that it was simply summoned, and it was unknown what the conjurer would need it for. The horse leapt at the bandit leader. The man did not immediately understand what was about to happen next. He opened his eyes wide in horror and tried to gather his thoughts. Finally, he heard the official's order to stay away. A beast summoned by black magic was dealing with a mercenary squad. The warriors tried to escape. They wanted nothing more than to save themselves from the hellish creature. They were terrified. Meanwhile, the official stretched out his hand toward the horse. He demanded obedience and compliance from it. The animal came closer to him and tried to be obedient and compliant. The horse spat out a sphere that shimmered with all possible colors. The sphere hung in the air, motionless and causing no effect on the surrounding reality. The mage soon picked up the sphere. He examined it carefully, realizing that everything had succeeded, and he had obtained what he had long sought. This was the pill of primordial chaos, so necessary for the future project. The sorcerer gave the sphere to his servant and ordered him to handle it carefully. The servant accepted the sphere and promised to deliver it intact and unharmed to the main palace. For this, he was ready to risk his life. The official decided to go his own way. He was going to set off for the Gamsan Palace. There is supposed to be another important thing there. The previous 2 lines were destroyed and disappeared without a trace. He assured that he would be absent for a long time. He has to fix the situation, and for that, he needs to work hard and put in as much effort as possible. He was indeed distracted from his thoughts. Behind his back, he saw an Indian crawling with his last strength on the ground. The man was covered in blood. He held a knife in his hand. He called the shaman a central plainsman and promised to take revenge at any cost. The shaman laughed loudly. Taking threats from a man in such a state was a foolish idea. He assured that they would not have to finish him off because one does not survive long with such wounds. The man turned around and went his own way. He left the Indian to die on the ground. It was very cruel to leave a person in such a state with thoughts about his helplessness and inability to change anything. The native actually thought about how he could have allowed this, and why these people exterminated them at all. Despite their beliefs, the plains inhabitants were not against accepting neighbors and being with them. The man gathered his strength and stuck the spear tip into the ground. He was going to take revenge even when he died. In that case, they would be inseparably connected with the demonic horse. That's how the phantom was created. Chan woke up as if from a deep sleep. But instead of just reviewing someone's memories, he seemed to experience them with his own experience. Yet his thoughts quickly returned to the girl who was supposed to be nearby. The flying wolf was indeed sitting nearby. She was crying, covering her face with her hands. The girl asked through tears why one person could do such a thing to another. Is such cruelty really justified? The girl could not understand what these people had done wrong, who were just trying to live and protect their home, their native land. Such a bloody reprisal should not have happened to women and children, the restrained, and the disabled. Chan hugged the girl, and they sat together. He held her tightly and tried to calm her. She was trembling and still could not recover from the horror she felt after what she had seen. When she calmed down a little, the boy assured that he would follow all the news and rumors about that shaman. Sooner or later, he would find his trail and reach him to take revenge. The girl looked at Chan attentively. She begged him not to do it. The man seemed very dangerous to her if he was ready for such a thing to get the artifact. His magic was terrifying. She explained that from the very beginning, she felt hatred and anger. She could not think of anything else. But when the vision ended, the girl felt something strange. She realized that this magic disrupts the entire world order. But what scared her the most was the insane smile with which the man dealt with the soldiers and defenders of the village. For him, it was not a battle. It was something like a perverse, bloody amusement. The girl explained her fear by saying that she was worried about Chan Gon's life. If he finds the sorcerer, he might die at his hands, since it is clear that the man pursues an important goal for himself and will spare no one. The young man assured that if he is so dangerous, then it is definitely the warrior's duty to find the mage and punish him for everything he has done. He did not notice the strange expression on the girl's face. The flying wolf asked why Chan did not want to stay with her in the village and live with her. The girl wished he would stay with her. She could only hope that someday he would change his mind. She appealed to the fact that even then, if the sorcerer decides to attack their tribe or harm someone on the plain, Chan will be able to count on the support of the people from the tribe, and together they will attack the enemy. After this, in her opinion, the boy will be able to marry her and they will set up a life together. The shaman and the chief will only be glad about such a turn of events. But Chan was silent. The flying wolf guessed about this. She knew deep in her soul that his soul was truly free like the wind. and he really would not fear an opponent, whoever he was and whatever power he possessed. And yet she hoped for at least one request. Early in the morning, Chang Gon stocked up on supplies and set off on the road. The entire population came out to the rock near the village. They saw off the brave man and asked him to be careful and return alive. The most upset was the girl. She felt in her heart that sooner or later the young man would return to the settlement. He had to fulfill the promise he gave her. That night he promised exactly that, and he would never betray his word again. The girl watched the rider go by. She wished to become the wind that would stay by his side all this time, protecting him from the scorching summer sun and giving warmth in winter blizzards. But all this was just fantasy. The events moved to Hamsan Castle. In fact, at that time it was a large city with a powerful fortress in the center. It was there that the main military force, which ruled the territories all this time, was located. Chan came to this place guided by the tip of the cursed spear as a kind of compass. The girl warned him that as he approached Hamsan, where the sorcerer was hiding, the effect of the tip would weaken. One must be prepared for anything when the tip begins to behave strangely. When it becomes very active, one should be cautious. After all, the mage was nearby in such a case, and he perfectly sensed the tip. The young man did not expect that this thing was so mighty and powerful. He still could not realize that it was used by a spirit who tried to avenge his people. For the victims and deaths of thousands of people, it took 5 days to find the way to the castle. He behaved very confidently and approached the fortress walls. Thoughts overwhelmed him, but he did not really feel fear. The boy hoped that at the moment the sorcerer was still in the city. Memories provided information on the basis of which Chan concluded that the mage should still be in the residence correcting mistakes. Yet it had to be quite difficult to find the official, even with the help of the magical spear tip in one of the largest cities in the region. Therefore, it was worth trying to find information. Boys on the street ran up to Chan. They called him Mr. Warrior and noted that they knew what he really needed. In their opinion, the fighter was now looking for a place to spend the night. One after another, they praised the features of their hotels. They thought about capturing the attention of a promising guest and bringing profit to their owners. Chan pondered. He thought about using the services of the promoter boys. His attention was drawn to a boy who was ordered to advertise the local brothel and who was earnestly earning his money. The boy, right in broad daylight, offered the young warrior to go to their brothel and get pleasure that was impossible to refuse. Chan did not know what to answer. He decided to use the boy. The young man agreed without much thought to visit the brothel. There he could receive not only intimate services, but also gather the necessary information. The boy was glad that he succeeded. On the way, Chan asked the boy what his name was. The young man asked why such a young boy was forced to work. He replied that life rarely gives a chance to choose one's fate. Guan Ling praised the boy. The youth introduced himself in turn. The boy was confused. Chang guessed that rarely anyone called his name in response. The beginning of friendship was laid for future cooperation. During the conversation, the path was shortened very quickly. The boy led the youth to a large 3-story building in which the brothel was located. The boy asked not to pay attention to the external modesty of the establishment. He had already begun to tell how luxurious it was inside. But at that moment, a man flew past. He flew out directly from the stone masonry. The boy and Chang looked at this in surprise. Such a scene was, frankly, not typical for a brothel. Usually people rest and enjoy themselves in this place, but this time it happened differently. Chang did not dare to intervene in the situation. 2 burly men appeared in the doorway. One of them was rubbing his fist. Apparently, he was the one who hit. It turned out that they came to the owner of this establishment to get paid, but he refused. One of the men held the owner by the shirt. The man tried to get out of the situation. However, he understood that he had no chance of salvation. There were more robbers, and they were strong. The attacker asked why the man was not speaking so confidently now. After all, if he refuses to pay, he should just say so. The scoundrel used his opportunities to intimidate. Liang attacked the giant. He wanted to protect the man who was being mocked. Yet, although the attack was powerful, the forces were unequal and the opponents were of different levels. Zeal in this matter helped little. The strong man caught the boy by the leg. He looked carefully at the caught fighter and asked his partner where this runt was from. The seller asked to release the boy. He was innocent and was just passing by. The attacker held the boy. He asked the seller if he was lucky to catch his son, and if they started to break the boy's leg, he might be more compliant and agree to pay the money. A voice sounded behind the giant. A stranger ordered to release the boy and stop mocking him. A smile did not leave the man's face. He did not consider it necessary to react in any way. The stranger who dared to stand against the attackers was Chang Gon. He repeated his order. The delay in the robber's reaction made him angry, and he gradually lost patience. The scoundrel asked the young man if he was like some kind of wandering knight, or if he simply had nothing else to do. Chan emphasized that he just wanted to visit this place. The big guy partner was surprised that the boy was going to visit this place during the day. It seemed he had problems if he was in such a hurry. The big guy assured that it was better to go to another, better brothel. The boy tried to protect this establishment, but the big guy started shaking his leg again. He ordered silence when serious adult men speak. Meanwhile, the owner begged to spare the little one. The big guy ordered Chan to get lost. He already knew everything he needed about the city's establishments and brothels. The man was used to his appearance always making an impression on uninvited guests. Chan rushed towards the robbers. He was leading a horse. Clearly, the young man wanted to protect the little one and help the owner of the establishment. The big guy felt that a serious fight was about to happen soon. He threw the boy out. He flew to the side and barely managed to gather himself with his whole body to avoid breaking from the force of the impact. Another opponent came to the aid of the strong man and his partner. The leader ordered to deal with the scoundrel who dared to stop them and prevent them from getting rich at someone else's expense. The men flanked the enemy from both sides. They asked if he really believed that by hanging a sword on his back and putting on a serious face, they would lose consciousness from fear and flee, leaving the treasures behind. One of the attackers finally dared to attack first. He believed that now he would put an end to the enemy's attempts. Yet the man considered himself an expert not of the lowest level in mastering techniques. With a lightning-fast move, Chan struck the attacker right in the face. He did not expect this. He remained just as bewildered, but no longer had the opportunity to attack the opponent. He was forcefully thrown backward. Chan passed by the fallen enemy. He no longer paid attention to him. The young man was sure that the attacker would not be able to get up. He was walking towards a new enemy, whom he also planned to deal with easily. The young man stepped aside and avoided the punch. He looked carefully at the fighters and realized they were beginners. Therefore, it was worth counterattacking and putting an end to the enemy's attempts without delay. With a light movement of his hand, he spun the attacker in the air and laid him on the ground. The man clearly did not even have time to understand what had happened to him, but it was too late to draw conclusions and hurry. Soon, Chan found himself near the leader. The big guy did not expect the boy to manage to get through the gang of robbers so easily. The leader began to explain. He promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. Chan did not listen to him. He grabbed the man's hand and squeezed it tightly. The young man tried to make sure the leader would never use it again. He was no longer fit for battle. The big guy dropped to the floor. He promised that the consequences would not pass easily for the attacker. When he finds out who he was dealing with, It will be too late to change anything. Therefore, the young man will regret it very much. Chan looked at him and asked if in that case the robber would take more of his friends with him. The boy promised that in that case it would be much more interesting. The more people, the better for the fun. The whole swarm soon left through the yard. They were closing their wounds and trying to calm the pain. The scene was quite humiliating for the bandits of their clan. Meanwhile, Chan inquired if he could get some food somewhere. Chan extended his hand to the rescued man and the boy and asked them to help him find a place with tasty food and strong drinks. The owner understood perfectly what he owed the boy. Soon, the boy and the man witnessed Chan savoring their delicious delicacies. The boy's appetite was truly impressive. He was ordering a new portion once again and hoped he could finish it. Finally, he was satisfied. Chan agreed that the boy who advertises everything actually earns his bread with interest and deserves a raise. The owner's reaction, in turn, was surprising. The man asked the guest to wrap up and finish the meal. The young man was not surprised. However, he expressed his opinion about the establishment from which they were trying to kick him out after what he had done here. The Lord bowed. He assured that he meant nothing of the sort. He was simply worried that the attackers would return with reinforcements and attack the boy again. Chan was surprised by the concern for himself. The owner was surprised by the boy's courage. And he, in turn, said that if you show weakness even once, everyone will use it afterwards. And as long as they pay money, until that moment, violence may not occur. The man explained that robbers usually return with reinforcements and give a thrashing to those who dare to oppose them. And already tonight their gang will come and punish the scoundrel and the insolent one. Chan surprised with his answer. He promised that he would do everything very quietly. He was forced to refuse what the tavern owner offered. Besides, he had his own business with these people. Chan put the wallet on the table. It was full of coins. The young man asked to leave it permanently. He would try to cover all the losses. Clearly, he knew how much things cost, but the offered amount was too large. Evening came. The boy was reading a book by Li Shimiya and watching what was happening on the street. He was preparing for the fact that uninvited guests might come soon and would settle the daytime matter with him. The young man thought about what he heard from the sorcerer. He talked about destroyed routes. Perhaps it was about lost trade routes that they were trying to restore secretly so that the emperor would not find out about them. It seemed that the underground organization had indeed decided to build its own network. They do all this secretly to avoid the eyes of Murim and the imperial court. Therefore, they have something to fear. Chan believed that he was lucky. Immediately after his arrival in Gamsun, he came across a gang that definitely had to be connected with the secret organization. Its scale indicated such a connection. The boy came after 3 days. He explained that for unknown reasons no one had been interested in their guest during that time. Chan asked what the boy had forgotten here. He replied that his father sent him to find out how the guest was doing. The young man explained that he had rested and consumed alcohol for 3 whole days. And because of his presence in the establishment, it became empty of annoying guests who liked to cause problems and raise a fuss. Ta Liang was convinced that the situation was really strange. After all, the Black Blood sect had not manifested itself in any way so far. Although such cases always happened, and the scoundrel's revenge immediately found a victim, Chan recalled that he had heard about this gang. It belonged to the Chaos faction. The bandits were also supposed to belong to it. The gang was clearly the largest in the criminal world of Gamsun. Therefore, such an attack should be expected. The boy told that the gang behaved quite insolently, but this time they dared to act during the day, which had not been observed before. Attacking in broad daylight in the presence of witnesses was too much for them. The owner of the establishment ran into the room. He warned the expert about the approaching enemies from the Dark Blood gang. The young man immediately asked how many gang members were nearby. The man pondered. He did not want to deceive the young man, but the owner himself had seen only 2 members of the gang. They were asking about the new strange guest of the brothel, and the more they searched and obtained information, the gloomier they became. The gang warriors entered the room like shadows. They were silent. Chan himself was silent too. He was waiting to see what they had come to him with. After all, they would not dare to attack immediately. The silence lasted too long. Eventually, Chan couldn't stand it. He wished them to go their own way and try to talk to someone else. The boy himself was bored communicating like that. One of the strangers did ask. He was interested in whether Chan was really the one who beat their men and drove them away 3 days ago. Chan confirmed their words, but he personally expected something else, something bigger. Moreover, experts came for him. The boy asked why so few people came for him. The men replied that at the moment there were barely enough of them and nothing threatened their mission. Their words did reveal concern about what was happening. The leader asked if the boy guessed the consequences when he stood against the dark blood cult. So now he can surrender voluntarily or try to defend himself and suffer greatly. One of the robbers said that the sect leader ordered them not to bring the boy. It was enough just to cut off his limb and bring it for him. Chan laughed. He considered that unacceptable for the Dark Blood sect. They were very strict about the status of each fighter, and so, after a stranger beat their men 3 days ago, they simply demand to hand over his limbs. Moreover, there was only one such organization in Hamsun. The men were clearly nervous. They began to be afraid of this boy. He ignored their threats. He did not reveal his condition even with a brow movement. The boy looked as if he already knew what was going to happen. The bandits asked him if he had any authority backing him, as such behavior without higher cover seemed like negligence and madness. The boy assured them he was acting on his own behalf. The men prepared for battle. They made sure that the boy would not be an easy prey. They recognized in him an outstanding martial arts master, but to them, he was not a match. Soon, the gang will conquer all of Hamsun. But their bravado was stopped by a bowl of soup that flew into the man's hand. He tried to shield himself so it wouldn't get into his eyes. They both considered this move treacherous. One of the bandits managed to react in time. He chopped the table, flying straight at him with a weapon. But he clearly did not expect what came next, so he did not manage to react to them, for which he paid. With his foot, Chan struck the enemy in the head. The blow was powerful, and the foe was thrown away. The young man himself could not relax, as there were still 2 enemies nearby. For a moment it seemed that everything was over. But from behind, a dark-blooded killer attacked him. The boy managed to fend off the attacks. The opponent's movements were lightning fast, yet the young man coped on his own. His movements were lightning fast. The opponent was tired, and it was time for the boy to attack. And in this case, the enemy had no chance of victory. With a powerful jerk, the young man intercepted the enemy. He threw him high into the air and directed him to the ground. The execution was very quick. There was no time to hesitate. Chan knew that another enemy stood behind. A man armed with a sword attacked him from behind. The young man seemed like easy prey to him. He didn't even have time to defend himself. But Chan didn't need that. He knew how to act for real. The young man grabbed the opponent by the head and held him tightly. The man realized that he would not be able to break free from the opponent's grip. He tried to do so, but the opponent's hold did not let go. With strength, Chan struck the man to the ground. He could not resist the attack. There was no chance of surviving such if the young man really attacked with full force. Chan stabbed another opponent in the shoulder with a knife. The young man did not want to kill the opponents. He should have detained one of the hired killers and obtained information from them regarding their organization. Around the boy were the bodies of the attackers. Some tried to get up, others remained lying down. One of the attackers asked who this young man really was. He was trying to understand if he was truly a person of the Emperor. Chan even began to get bored. He asked why all the defeated say the same words, why many believe that he was sent by enemy organizations to destroy opponents. Even now, this repeats. The young man sat over one of the opponents, who still had the ability to speak. The boy was interested in all existing chaos factions and their influence in this city. He was to receive a comprehensive analysis of the opponent's actions. The young man asked his opponent how many warriors were currently in the ranks of the Gamsun chaos organizations. The man, in turn, inquired what the young man would actually do with this information and why he needed it. Chan assured that the bandit was not in a position to ask questions right now. The young man argued that his opponent was not an expert in the possession of demonic combat arts. The man began to deny that he belonged to a gang associated with the demonic cult and chaos forces. The young man asked him not to try to deceive him. Otherwise, he would break the other shoulder. The man gave up. He told about the boss of the organization. He was called Han Pa Yan. He had long been in the underground world of Gamsun. The man controlled a great deal in the criminal world of this region. Under the boss, there were 4 to 5 generals at the expert level. They acted as officers in the organization and commanded military forces. Considering their subordinates, there were about 40 men in total. The bandit said that the main forces of his organization were now in a special hideout due to the war between criminal organizations that existed in large cities. Until recently, the Dark Blood Gang was considered one of the largest gangs in the city. But soon, everything changed. Previously, it was not a problem for Dark Blood to feud in dark streets using covert methods. The war would have ended already, but the Dragon organization intervened, which had returned. No one knew anything about this organization. Although they joined the war last, they behaved very seriously. They stood out for their madness and readiness to take all possible measures to dominate the criminal world of the city of Gamsun. Even the most brutal organizations had rules. But the Dragon organization stood out even against the background of the bloodiest groups. They had a bad and terrible reputation. Although from the very beginning, there were only 4 fighters. But they were experts. Very quickly, they subdued smaller organizations and kept fighters with them. Therefore, in case of war, they do not care about the lives of soldiers. They intend to recruit more and more people. The picture was more or less clear to the young man. He no longer wished to listen. It became clear to him what kind of opponent he would have to face. Yet some questions remained open for him. Chan asked if the Murim Alliance, which has its representation in Hamsun, really allowed factions to fight. They also did not try to stop the sects of chaos captors and demon followers. It remained a mystery why the Murim Alliance was just watching all this. It did not try to intervene. Most likely its members were waiting until only one opponent remained, and then Murim would finish them off. Chan, accompanied by the guys from the Dark Blood organization, was traveling through the city engulfed by rain. The men were still curious about what the boy planned to do once he got what he was striving for now. One of the bandits ordered the boy to be silent. After all, they were now heading to the main headquarters of the organization. Their boss was there, who had reliable information about the Returned Dragon organization. It could have happened that the leaders of other organizations were in the premises of their main headquarters. They decided to talk and, if possible, coordinate a plan of joint actions against the Dragon organization that was returning. The bandit asked if the boy was really not afraid to go to that place, since the gang leaders were true experts whom the boy definitely could not compete with if he valued his life. Finally, they reached the house where the headquarters was supposed to be, where the meetings were held. The men became alert. They explained that at the moment there should be security here, and considering the meetings, the security should have been reinforced. Chan guessed what had happened. He promised to go first and find out everything. His intentions pleased the bandits, who did not want to risk their lives. Soon the young man was walking through the corridors of the house. One of the men reported that his guess actually turned out to be correct, but his partner insisted that it was supposed to be quiet at the leaders' meeting, as everyone gathered were respectable and serious people. Chan asked the men to be silent and look down the corridor. There were bodies of people. They had all been dead for quite some time. Blood covered the walls and floor. One of the soldiers was nailed to the wall at a height. The men's reactions were very different. One of them fearfully fell to the floor. Another took a combat stance and was eager to fight to avenge the murder of his comrades. Chan stepped forward. He asked the men to stay behind him, or better yet, go to the city and find all their people and comrades. They were not eager to follow him and find their death. Chan opened the door to the room. There were people inside. Some of them were wounded. The rest stood by the corridor like guards. Near the main platform stood a giant. The man was bare to the waist and held a huge sword. The giant asked his assistant whether this boy was also from the Chaos faction and whether he belonged to those members of the Dark Blood who remained alive. The advisor assured that in fact, there was no such person among the bandits. Van Sam, for that was the name of the giant, was amazed that this stranger intended to enter this room and stay here for so long. The giant was the Vice Archon of the Order of the Dragon, which returns. Van Sam suggested to his opponent to resolve the issue more or less peacefully. After all, before this he had to defeat many opponents, and it would be good if now they parted peacefully without casualties. The guy assured that he is actually where he is supposed to be now. The man asked if he really belongs to one of the gangs whose leaders and members are now lying in this room chopped and mutilated. Chan remained silent. He only emphasized that he was neither a messenger of Murim nor a lapdog of the returning dragon. The big guy seemed not to believe him. After all, he knew all the other gangs perfectly well. And the young man accused him of using demonic techniques to deal with people in such a way and to defile not only this estate, but the entire city with his vile deed. The man ordered his subordinates to catch Chan and bring him to him so that he could later obtain the necessary information from him. For this, it was not necessary to bring him whole. Limbs could be torn off if desired. Soldiers from different sides attacked Chan. They wanted to capture him using numerical superiority, but the guy turned out to be not such a simple opponent as it seemed to the naked eye. He flew like lightning between them, cutting and tearing them into pieces with his sword. Behind him remained only the chopped bodies of soldiers who did not even have time to understand what had happened. The opponents saw what happened to their comrades and attacked with even greater zeal. Now Chan was surrounded, and the points and blades of the swords were aimed directly at him. It seemed he had no chances at all. But the attackers' efforts proved futile. The young man dodged the strikes and did not intend to expose himself to the enemy's sword blows. He met them with the blade of his own sword, not parrying but simply deflecting them aside. Eventually, when the enemy grew tired, which happened very quickly, Chan was chopping off heads and cutting off limbs as if dancing among the bodies of the foes. The members of the returning dragon gradually fell into panic. The big guy just stared at everything that was happening. His soldier's head rolled right under Samu's feet. The man tried to understand who this daredevil could be and where he had learned all this. The boy could have been either a secret agent of the Murim Union or a spy sent by the emperor to change the situation in the city's criminal world. Clearly, Chan was not an ordinary warrior. His fight with demonic warriors indicated this. These soldiers, using demonic techniques and the blessing of the demon patriarch, became powerful warriors with enhanced physical strength and speed. In battle, they have a colossal advantage over ordinary people. But now, the young man is winning and confidently destroying demonic warriors one by one, leaving them no chance. One strike, one kill. The young man's cold-bloodedness was striking. He attacked vigorously and confidently, leaving no chance to anyone who dared to stand in his way and fight him. Even now, he faced an armed expert. That guy clearly had no chance. He definitely could not win. And the boy attacked the enemy with one powerful strike and cut him into pieces. He could not spare them. His target became Sam and his testimony. Now only two of them remain. He himself remembered how the Green Serpent warned him about an unusual warrior who could come to the city and with whom it was worth finishing immediately, preferably not by direct combat or duel. The big guy took a combat position. He called the boy a battle dog of the lying emperor, about whom his mentor had told him. Chan assured that he himself did not have very warm feelings towards the emperor. He did not listen to him himself. He attacked. The man hoped that, as always, rough physical force would come to his aid. The imperial dog was to pay for its insolence and deceit. At the spot where Sama's sword struck, there was no one. The man's movements were quite slow, as he usually relied on strength and physical endurance in battle, while Chan had a tremendous advantage in speed. The young man stood behind him and promised that in this fight he would simply tear off the big guy's arm, as he had a number of questions for him. These words sounded brazen and mocking, and he himself began to lose control of the situation. When Sam attacked and Chan put his sword to shield himself from the attacker, the boy's blade shattered into small pieces right in the air. He could not believe what had happened right before his eyes. In Chan's hands remained a stump, while the opponent ran at him, threatening to cut him in half with a sword. The enemy was now in a dominant position, which gave the attacker moral strength. Chan was simply dodging the enemy's attacks, not fully understanding what to do next. He had secret close combat techniques in his arsenal, but he had to get past this man to use them. The young man increased the distance between them. He needed to buy time to devise an attack plan. The man did not allow him to get close, defending himself with a sword. He himself was also enhanced by the dark art of combat. Chan understood that at this moment he should no longer have a hand, but instead, the broken blade testified to something that was ruining Chan's plans. This opponent seemed impervious to ordinary weapons. He himself boasted that his body had become almost invulnerable to weapons and any enemy attack. He used the secret art of the true palace called iron skin and iron muscles. Chan looked at the broken blade. He realized that a real fight was about to begin. The opponent must use the entire arsenal of cold weapons they can wield and with which they can kill the enemy. The young man took a combat position and was ready to fight with his bare hands. He advised the man to better give him his hand himself. Otherwise, the consequences could be much worse. But Sam paid no attention. He was armed with a sword and felt the dark blessing of the master within himself. Therefore, he considered dealing with the boy to be a fairly simple matter. He was sure that the boy could do nothing to him with bare hands. He attacked the enemy himself. He believed that without using divine demonic techniques, the man would not be able to do anything to him. The young man dodged strikes and direct hits. He studied the enemy's techniques. Sam was furious. He wanted the Emperor's dog to die right here and now. He shouldn't even entertain the idea that he could oppose Sam and try to ruin the palace's affairs. Chan counterattacked. The man immediately felt the hit. His iron skin technique could do nothing about it. He felt the hit in his body. Chan attacked the most vulnerable organs and tried to take him out of action. The young man explained that just because the body had iron skin and iron muscles on the outside, it did not mean that the organs inside also became strong and invulnerable. He himself asked him to stop and not do foolish things. A real hail of blows rained down on the man. He was losing control of the situation, and it seemed that the young man would soon defeat him and finish him off for sure. Blood was already flying from Sam's mouth, indicating an internal hemorrhage. The kick was the last for Sam. The man stretched out on the floor. He no longer had a chance to defend himself. Chan looked at him and understood the temporariness of the gifts of demons and chaos, which adepts so often pride themselves on. Chan looked at the mutilated bodies of the opponents. He was thinking about what to do next and how to fix the situation. After all, such a number of corpses would definitely not go unnoticed by the authorities and the organization itself. From the darkness of the room, 2 more men unknown to the boy emerged. He became alert because he expected it to be an ambush, but for now, one of the strangers addressed him and asked him not to be nervous. One of the guests turned out to be a girl. She assured that they had no hostile intentions towards the young expert. The girl was called Battle Dragon Number 3. She arrived to make an offer to Chan. The girl insisted that the time and place were completely unsuitable for a business proposal, so they could go to a more appropriate location. Chang was surprised that the hidden dragon was interested in him. The Archon was working on documents and ancient treatises. He was completely immersed in his work when a messenger arrived with important news. The man tried to restrain his anger and calm down. The man asked the servant if he had not warned him before not to barge into his room like that. The servant began to fear his master's anger. He tried to do his best and bring fresh news. The news concerned Archon Sama. He went out with his group of fighters on a mission and disappeared. Archon Sama mobilized 10 of the strongest experts and set off to the meeting place of the leaders of the Gamsun gangs. Finally, he promised that this time no one would escape from him. With one stroke, he would be able to defeat all the leaders of the Chaos faction and put an end to their resistance. Thus, Sam wanted to secure a leading position for their organization. The messenger told that the search team had indeed found the premises where the meeting took place. There were plenty of corpses there, but the bodies of the Archon himself and his people could not be found among all that madness. The servant also said that the bodies of the killed showed signs of using demonic techniques. No fighter from criminal organizations could have dealt with the Snake Clan experts. Murim would not interfere in clan affairs. Therefore, there was only one candidate left who could be accused of carrying out the massacre of their organization's squad and disappearing in an unknown direction along with the bodies. It was hard to admit, but it was the same young man who had prevented the blood collection ritual a few years ago. Judging by his skills, this expert was an agent of the Imperial Army and acted in the interests of the authorities. The chief gave orders to mobilize all their people. They had to find the boy. At the same time, the adepts had to prepare the very same thing. The official himself would soon join the preparations. Chan Gon was sitting in one of the brothels in the red light district. He believed that there was no better place for a secret refuge. No one here would look for members of the Hidden Dragon, nor even eavesdrop. The girl asked him not to look back and not to attract attention. Although they behaved simply and looked ordinary, they cared a lot about security and conspiracy so as not to expose themselves and their followers. The girl emphasized that her name was Dragon Number 3 and she was in charge of the branch in Hasman. She was very grateful that Chan accepted their invitation and did not start another fight with their envoys. The young man was scrutinizing the girl too much. She asked why he was doing that, and the young man explained that she reminded him of someone, but it was time to get down to business. The girl promised to give him a detailed briefing. A few months ago, several events occurred in the city that disturbed the balance that had existed here for decades. A wealthy and well-known man named Sun Guan was accused of being an accomplice of a demonic cult. The Imperial Army and intelligence found all the guilty and severely punished them and their families. Many wealthy aristocrats were involved in this case. Suspicions began to spread very quickly and baselessly. Many people were taken directly from their homes. If anyone dared to resist, they were all harshly suppressed and killed without considering who stood before the Emperor's soldier or whether they were guilty at all. But the real problems began after the Emperor's army left these places. Many decided to take advantage of the situation and its instability and occupy the places they rightfully considered theirs. A real war began. Chan assured that he possessed this information. He was more concerned about why Murim, who was supposed to bring order to all this, remained silent, and his position was so passive. For Murim himself, this could have been an opportunity to seize. Many tried to suspect Murim that its elders had made a deal with demons and chaos cults. In reality, this was not the case. The Alliance had its own reason not to engage in battle. The Union was blackmailed. Not much time had passed since the son of one of the branch managers of Murim in Hamsun was kidnapped. The suspects in this are members of the Dragon Gang, who is returning. In this case, they are using a hostage to prevent the Murim Alliance from interfering in the battle. The boy may already be dead, but the man himself considers it necessary to fulfill all the kidnapper's demands. Bandits send the poor Butka a toe from his son every week. The blood on the toe hasn't dried yet, so the official considers his son alive. But he cannot bear the fact that they mock him like this. Chan did not understand why this case could not be reported to the main Murim headquarters, so that measures could be taken at the top. Or they could call the Emperor's army again to restore order as they know how. The girl assured that she herself does not fully understand the situation to the end. She believed that the problem is more political in nature. And here, the interests of many influential organizations are involved. They are all only publicly together. In fact, all secret and obvious organizations in the region are only engaged in tracking the actions of their opponents. They guard spheres of influence and try not to yield to the enemy. In Sichuan, Chang personally experienced the consequences of such hostility, and he no longer wanted to get involved in matters with a political context. All participants in the conflict want to have their own dark horse, and Chang was the most suitable for this role. He was a little-known expert whose death in case of failure would go unnoticed by anyone except the client himself. The young man asked if the girl also intended to use him. Dragon number 3 emphasized that in this case it is about the joint alignment of interests. The organization has long been preparing for such an action and is gathering the necessary information. The main enemy base has almost been found. Now, the hidden dragon is trying to recruit as many high-level fighters as possible to his side. The elders seek to resolve the long-standing conflict with one strike. After all, the demonic palace was their ancient adversary. The girl talked about cooperating, but the young man assured that in this case he could refuse because recently one of the members of this union attacked him right in the back and betrayed him. Dragon number 3 understood that the conversation was now about Yan Gon. She expressed her condolences, but the boy himself assured that it would be hard for him to believe in the purity of their intentions and to boldly enter the fight. The girl decided to confess that she personally gave the order to act regarding the treasure map. The girl herself did not know that Yan Gon would be the one to work on doing the same with Chan Gon. The young man only felt a request to forgive her mistake. In fact, he did not anticipate any active physical actions. Therefore, purely by chance, Yan Gon approached him and began to act at his own discretion. A messenger interrupted the conversation. He reported about the detained Archon of the enemy organization. He is currently in the basement and demands that the elders of the Hidden Dragon organization come to him. The guards standing near the Archon asked for help and permission to finish off the enemy officer, as he had been threatening all day and trying to break free. Even strong chains could not stop him. To the frightened guards who already wanted to pierce the Archon's body with spears and say they were forced to defend themselves, Chan approached. He looked carefully at Sam, who was trying to break free. The man tensed his muscles and wanted to get free as soon as possible. It seemed that he was about to succeed soon and break free to show those scoundrels how warriors should behave. Chan did not say a word to him. He simply began attacking the enemy's pain points. Samu felt bad. He felt how the energy of chi inside his body was disturbed after this. He wanted to stop it. The girl behind asked a question. She promised that he would be released as an enemy officer after he told about the forces of his organization and the location of the group's main headquarters. He tried to resist himself. He understood that if he revealed the necessary information, he would die at the hands of his main boss. The girl and the guards were impressed by the interrogation technique the young man used. Soon, Sam surrendered himself. He did not believe that even this boy would let him go alive. The man answered all the questions and fully satisfied the curiosity of his opponent. He confirmed Chan's suspicions. The Archon explained that the Blue Snake was actually a title used by the most respected members and top experts, who were considered the most honored even among the group's officers. He himself said that Sir Blue Snake was currently at the main base. Chan assured that this was exactly what he was asking. After all, he wanted to find out who the Blue Snake really was and where he could be found. The Archon was ready to speak. According to him, the master was in the city, but he did not manage to finish speaking. The man's gaze darkened. He did not expect this. It seemed to him that the space around was narrowing. Soon, he found himself in a strange city. There was only him and his master. The master's figure was very tall, almost gigantic. The Phantom stretched out his hand toward Sam and ordered him to be silent and not to reveal valuable information. Dragon number 3 approached the prisoner. She also noticed that he was behaving quite suspiciously and his speech was impaired. The girl asked if Chan had done it on purpose. He denied it. The guy assured that it was the effect of special protective spells. It was precisely because of this that the chief tried to keep the secrets of his subordinates. Overcoming this barrier is probably impossible. He himself no longer understood what he was saying. The girl snatched the sword and before the surprised Chan's eyes, she beheaded the prisoner. The head rolled across the floor. Chan asked why she did it. The girl explained the rules of the code of conduct with a prisoner. When it concerned adepts of demonic art or followers of chaos, any manifestation of strange symptoms by them required immediate destruction. She believed that moment had come now. Such a directive came from the organization's leadership after unknown demon adepts attacked the caravan transporting captured adepts and killed them on the spot using unknown technology. It is unknown how the information about the secret caravan and its contents leaked to the adepts of the demonic cult. In reality, one should have been wary of any of the newcomers or lower-ranking officers. The young man guessed that his location had now been exposed by the palace's secret group. The warriors of this organization possessed special skills in transmitting information over distances and secretly encrypting it. Now he had no other choice but to agree to the terms of his new allies. The girl assured that the cooperation would benefit both sides. She would soon inform Chan of the necessary information and help with warriors. The boy asked how much time the order would need to prepare everything necessary for the operation, and during that time, he requested to be provided with housing, but it had to be secret and even a bit abandoned. The girl was surprised by his request. A fire ignited in the boy's hand. He emphasized that he needed a place for training and cultivating strength rather than for resting in comfortable conditions. Soon, he was allocated a shed on the outskirts of the city. There, he could not fear prying eyes. Dragon number 3 ordered everyone to keep silent about his relocation and not to utter a single word. The lion's roar technique, shown to him by the monk Jin Gen, required full concentration and endurance. Chan tried to detach from everything around and attempt to use the technique in combat training. The roar of the lion awakened only pure energies in the body, but due to its wide range of action, it is very difficult to control and keep to oneself. Yet a few control options did arise in the boy's mind. He decided to try to concentrate the power in one point and thus control it, but at first he could not succeed. He concentrated it using the samadhi of fire, but chaos manifested itself. Chaos overcame the boy's own strength. If he tries to hide the yang energy inside himself, he will be constantly under tension, and his internal ki channels will suffer, even tear apart. It was necessary to arrange it so that energy could be collected at one point, then directed through channels and tried to be poured onto the enemy with the safest possible result for oneself. The only martial art that had never failed him until now was spinning. He often defeated enemies in exactly that way, but this time he couldn't figure out how to combine them. The principle of this technique was to twist the energy of ki inside oneself and direct it outward. It should be released in the form of chi energy, which would come out as a powerful strike. Chan was thinking about improvements. Theoretical questions will remain questions if Chan does not dare to bring them to life. Therefore, he will use the opposition of yin and yang to throw the energy flow outward with a powerful strike. The problem was how to combine the friction of two opposing energies and at the same time restrain the focus on their action, not allowing disintegration right in the hands. Finally, he was starting to succeed. But control was too complicated a thing. The energy required full concentration, but in this way the enemy made Chan almost blind, and the fighter could not control what was happening around. An explosion of enormous force released energy. Trees and even some houses in the area shook from the power of the gust that covered the settlement. Dragon number 3 arrived at the epicenter of the explosion site. Everything there was scattered to the sides. She was concerned that Chan remained alive. Such an ally could not be lost at this stage. The boy stood unharmed. He was smiling and now trying to say that he did it unintentionally. He was trying to practice the technique. But this time, something went out of control. The girl looked surprised at what was happening in the house. It was clear that there was enough energy to blow the hut apart. But Chan managed to keep it intact. Dragon number 3 was impressed by the warrior's skills. She knew that the boy's talent in battle was very great. This became known back when she witnessed his fight with the colonel of the Angry Tiger. The man was a top-level expert. Chan handled him. The girl thought about the boy's level of training, which clearly exceeded that of the Imperial soldiers. He had different training and generally used martial arts that none of the current masters employed. The girl reported that she had received important news. Unfortunately, it was not news about the location of the enemy base. Unknown assailants attacked the Murim branch building at night. There were casualties. All members of the Murim Alliance disappeared. In the building itself, there were signs of a fight. Everything around was covered in blood. It was impossible to find out who the attackers were and what their goal was this time. Chan and Dragon number 3 arrived at the scene. There was no one in the Murim Alliance building except the guards. Chan tried to investigate the traces left by the killers. The girl emphasized that the attack happened about 4 hours ago. The dragon added that the attackers left behind traces of the use of a fighting art characteristic of the followers of the demonic cult. Even at first glance, it was clear that hell had broken loose here. Kana was puzzled that he did not see a single corpse at the crime scene. According to the dragon girl, no one was found. The dead and living people were simply taken away with them and they disappeared without a trace. The girl emphasized that before this, all the places of the criminals' attacks were similar. They could not act otherwise. But earlier, thieves and bandits of small groups were suspected. Now the enemy has become more powerful. Chan inquired whether anyone had considered the possibility that the attackers take the bodies with them to use in rituals or even to eat them in service of their dark masters. The young man thought that taking the bodies was not simply madness. There was definitely some purpose behind it. For a moment, he recalled the sorcerer who used victims to create a special artifact. Chan also inquired whether Murim had been attacked before. He believed that since this was the second attack after the official's son was kidnapped, it could have been revenge for what he did to the Archon. The girl asked him not to blame himself. After all, In this case, he was considered their guest and was not responsible for the actions of the organization itself. And before that, they were acting foolishly and going crazy. Later, the girl added that thanks to today's attack, they managed to find the group's base much earlier. In less than 4 hours, the combat agents of the Hidden Dragon will attack. The young man promised that he would also take part in the attack, but he was troubled by the thought of why the adepts this time so easily managed to reveal the location of their secret base. It gave him no peace. He held the sword before his eyes. The thought that the attack on the branch was revenge somehow also seemed crazy now. The young man tried to recall everything he knew and piece it all together into a single picture. Chan asked Dragon number 3 to help him attack the base immediately. The young man believed they simply did not have time to gather. After all, the adepts could now be doing terrible things and trying to make the artifact deadly. The guards stood by the entrance doors of the estate. They did not expect anyone to find out what exactly they were guarding. And even if they did find out, they would not dare to come here. Therefore, they were relaxed. Against the background of the fog, 2 silhouettes emerged. One of them was a tall man in a large hat. His companion looked more like a girl, and they walked confidently and without hesitation. The guard ordered his comrade to prepare the weapons. After all, it could have been the very boy who had been the subject of conversation among the gang all this time, and the one the great General Blue Snake had warned about. Chan did not even pay attention to the resistance of the guards. Behind him remained the chopped, headless bodies of the opponents. The young man was determined to do everything to save the lives of the captives and prevent the creation of the artifact. The girl hurried after the boy. She asked him to stop. After all, their agents did not have enough strength to clear this place. She doubted that Chan himself could do it. Dragon number 3 asked the young man to stop and wait. Military experts were supposed to arrive in about 2 hours and intervene in the fight. Then they would be able to maneuver, surround the enemy, and destroy him. The girl guessed from Chan's facial expression that he was not going to wait for reinforcements. The young man explained that in any case he intended to handle these opponents on his own, without outside help. Dragon tried to convince him that the plan was very dangerous. Chan did not give up. He was only interested in where the main hideout of the enemy organization was located. After that, the question was only about the technique. The girl emphasized that inside the building there were at least 10 great master experts. It was unknown how many junior masters they had and what traps had been set up in case of an attack on the main residence. The warriors attacked Chan as soon as he entered the building. He ignored their attack and simply flashed through them, cutting and wounding them on the go, disabling them. One of the soldiers attacked the boy and tried to wound him. He did not realize who he was dealing with. The attacker called Chan the Emperor's dog, which again hit the boy where it hurt. The young man easily parried the attacks. Reinforcements came to the adept from his comrades. They all attacked Chan together. Threats and loud shouts were meant to force the boy to lay down his arms and surrender to the enemy. Chan did not think so. He easily broke through their ranks and passed through the attackers. Behind him remained the bodies and body parts of the opponents. He wanted to find the main enemy as soon as possible and settle the matter. Seeing the difficult situation that had arisen with the sect fighters, one of the officers also joined the fight. He ordered to surround the scoundrel and attack him together, giving no chance to evade or move to increase the distance. Chan did not wait for all the fighters to attack him at once. He quickly struck down the squad leader, then moved on to the rank-and-file fighters, understanding that without the officer's orders, they became weak. During the next counterattack near Chan, the sect fighters observed with horror the fact that it was very difficult to even approach him. In their opinion, the young man was almost invulnerable. The commander gave the order to throw weapons at the enemy and only after that try to attack him. This idea did not please the soldiers from the very beginning, but they saw no other way out of the situation. When the fighters swung, They felt that their bodies did not fully belong to them. Something was tightly binding their hands, like a web penetrating their very bodies. Behind them stood Dragon Number 3, holding their threads of key energy. When the girl waved her hands and pulled the threads into a bunch, the men's bodies shattered into pieces. She tore them apart without paying attention to the fact that she was soon covered in their body remains and blood splattered her. Soldiers of the returning dragon attacked the new enemy. The officers realized that now the girl and the boy were on the same side. It is worth finishing off both to have a chance to survive. The warriors did not manage to reach the girl. She entwined them with threads of energy, and they already guessed what was to happen next. Fear paralyzed them. The will to fight vanished without a trace. The question of how to survive spun in their minds. When one attacker finally managed to avoid the effect of the threads, he thought it was his chance to kill the girl. The next moment, the knife flew straight into his forehead. The man fell backward. He fell dead. Dragon Number 3 believed that it had made a fairly good, worthy master's throw. It was time to help Chan, who was probably in a rather difficult situation. Chan stood surrounded by enemy soldiers. He thought it was too many warriors for a dragon clan returning. In fact, there were plenty of bandits from weaker gangs of the Chaos faction. The young man looked carefully at the enemies. He explained that there is only one way to survive this fight: to lay down arms and run out of this hall. Everyone else can say goodbye to existence and pray to the gods. The lion's share of the opponents dropped their weapons and fled. They did not want to die for foreign interests and did not want to become cannon fodder for the killer. He scared them very much. The girl approached and praised his martial art. She was pleasantly impressed by what she saw. She emphasized that even in the Emperor's army, one could count on the fingers of one hand the warriors who wielded 2 swords simultaneously. Chan, meanwhile, praised her combat skills. The girl explained that scouts who are to carry out orders from the leadership itself must possess martial arts of a certain level. The hidden dragon was impressive. The girl explained that ahead of them was a much tougher battle. If they had more time, she could have brought a few more high-level experts who would have been a great help to them. Chan urged not to hesitate and to keep moving forward. They walked down a large, wide corridor. Emptiness prevailed around. The girl emphasized that what troubled her most now was the silence. Inside, everything was much heavier and more complicated than it seemed. Finally, they reached the tall gates inside the hall. It was unknown where they led, but Chan saw strange letters hanging right on the gates that glowed oddly. He assured the girl that she was not obliged to follow him. She emphasized that she would protect him under any circumstances. His back would be covered by a devoted and loyal ally. When they finally entered the room, an unpleasant smell hit their nose. When the eyes adjusted to the darkness, a terrifying scene opened before Chan and his partner. The bodies of dead people were piled into a large heap in the middle of the hall. The bodies were at different stages of decomposition and had been here for a long time. Both understood that they had managed to find the bodies of the missing people from the Murim branch. Chang asked the girl to keep silent. He thought he heard footsteps somewhere deep in the hall. Someone was making their way through the bodies of the dead. From the darkness appeared 2 silhouettes. They moved very strangely. It seemed as if something had been implanted into the bodies of dead people, making them mere puppets and toys in the hands of their master. The corpses, enveloped in a strange glow, moved on their own. It was hard to believe, but there was simply no other explanation. Their eyes were vacant, and their words formed a strange babble, incomprehensible and frightening. Chan thought that all this must have been the work of that villain called the Blue Serpent. Talismans and strange inscriptions on the doors indicated that special rituals and ceremonies were conducted here by him. The young man looked at the feeble movements of the dead. He thought that in this way they would not be able to move properly. But the next moment, Chan was forced to retract his words. The dead attacked. The power and swiftness of the attack caught the young man unprepared. He decided it was not the time to engage in a duel with the undead. Therefore, he tried to evade the attack of the corpse. The girl helped him. For the next moment, another dead fighter jumped up from the other side. Dragon and Chan flew very far away, trying to increase the distance between them and the enemies. The girl asked her partner if it didn't seem to him that someone was controlling these two and directing all their movements toward a single goal. But despite this, they retained parts of consciousness because they activated their own key energy. The energy coming from these dead men was exactly the same as from the ghost who tried to avenge his tribe, so Chan had no doubts at all about who was behind all this. The guy emphasized that no matter what, this was not something they could just walk past. The girl confirmed his words and promised to kill the scoundrels again until they were at peace. Still, the enemy turned out to be not as weak and helpless as it seemed. The undead attacked swiftly, and since they did not feel pain, they paid no attention to wounds or enemy weapon hits. Chan broke his sword again. Lately, he simply avoided enemy hits. There was no question of a counterattack. Something else frightened him. The corpse's body seemed invulnerable. He remembered the Archon. The girl, meanwhile, guessed the same thing. When she attacked the enemy again and managed to hit him right in the head, the weapon flew apart right in her hand, and the dead man tried to grab her. Chan begged her under no circumstances to fall into the hands of the enemy. The dead in this case possessed great power, which could destroy an ordinary mortal very quickly, guaranteeing a swift, painless death. The corpse's strike was strong. He still reached the girl who ignored the boy's advice. Blood splattered from her shoulder, but the dragon quickly gathered herself and focused her strength on her wound. She bounced off the enemy and quickly increased the distance between them. The opponent tried to catch up with her, but he did not have to compete with her in speed. The girl tried to catch her breath, and the next moment the enemy was already standing over her. The man was like a giant over her. He raised a huge hand over the poor scout, but he definitely would not be able to reach her. Chan came to the aid of his partner. He attacked the scoundrel from behind with a kick to the back. The giant flew away. He asked the girl to gather her strength. They would probably have to flee the battlefield. Chan himself did not know what to do. He was frightened by the endurance, power, and speed of these opponents. By their very existence, they already posed a danger to anyone who tried to resist them. The boy recalled the moment when he engaged in close combat and did not feel any key energy from the opponent, so he became very curious about what exactly makes these two such powerful opponents and whether there are others like them somewhere. Chan was once again under threat of attack. The opponents were rushing towards him from both sides. He carefully examined them and guessed what could be the source of their energy. The hairstyles of the zombified caught his attention. The boy asked the girl not to get involved in what was going to happen, but just to watch and observe them. In his mind, the idea arose to use his Kai energy and spin them into the energy of bright chaos. The energy of Ki was directed by Chan towards the enemy. He struck with his leg, sending it into the space towards the foes. They were confused and could not concentrate on attacking. The bright chaos made them weak. The enemy was overwhelmed by an energy that made him much weaker and unable to attack. The enemies tried to move but no longer felt the support of their dark patriarch. Chanu managed to attack. He cut off heads with a light lightning strike. His training yielded results that saved not only his life and his partner's life. He saved the entire city. The girl was again pleasantly surprised by what her partner did. The power that destroyed chaos worked again. He defeated the enemy by using not just martial arts. Both were incredibly happy because they knew they were lucky this time as well. If all the dead had risen at once, they definitely would not have been able to handle them. yet the main enemy was still hiding. The spearhead, which served as a compass and pointer, began to shine again. Chan recalled the shaman's teaching and realized that the sorcerer was nearby. The tip glowed brightly. On the balcony nearby stood a figure. It was a mage. He clapped his hands and praised the daredevils who together dared to infiltrate his secret hideout and dealt with his guards so effectively. The sorcerer praised Chan. He did not expect anyone to be able to dispel dark energy so easily. It was like the art of monks from across the ocean. They also liked such tricks. It seemed he had known Chan for a very long time. The young man was surprised. The blue snake said that the boy had already ruined his plans more than once and interfered in the organization's affairs without even realizing it. The operation in the Northeast Valley was Chan's business. The death of So Wei Ran in the village of Chonsu. It has long been known that there is someone interfering in palace affairs. However, only recently was it possible to put all the cards together and identify who that scoundrel was, the one who prevented the gathering of the blood of 9 yin, and then it became clear that one person was behind it all. The blue snake was firmly convinced that they were agents of the emperor. Ordinary people were not capable of using such martial arts and would not have been able to penetrate so far. The man continued to talk about his hatred for the emperor and his dogs, but this time Chang himself extended his sword towards him and ordered him to come down and settle everything in a fight. The sorcerer just laughed. He tried to hide his fear of the battle with the martial arts master behind a mask of superiority, so he said that he would now be busy with an important matter. Instead of him, his comrade from the Nangon clan will step forward. A fighter landed before Dragon number 3 and Chan. It is hard to tell who he was, but he also bore the blessing of darkness. A man appeared before them who looked more like a puppet. He differed in this from those he had to fight before. The girl recognized in him the branch manager of the Murim Alliance.